My name is Oswald Charles. I woke up in a familiar bedroom, staring at a painting I had seen for years. The cold air and the smell of the fireplace told me exactly where I was, the Northern Duke's estate. I slapped my face to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I am back. I used to be a regular person named Tian Hao, but I was sent into this world by a system to play a role in a tower defense game. I played the part of Oswald Charles, a moody and hated duke. I followed the script perfectly, even dying in a foolish battle just so I could finish my mission and go home with a $20 million reward. But instead of waking up in a truck in my old world, I'm back at the start of the nightmare. The system is still in my head, but it seems confused. I realized what happened. One of the game's heroines must have used a wishing star to turn back time. Now I'm stuck here again, and I'm furious. The deal was broken, and my reward is gone. This time, I refuse to follow the original story. In my first life, I saw my people starve while I played the villain. This time, I'm going to be a materialist. I don't care about the hero's glory or the game's plot. I care about survival. I immediately took charge. I ordered my secretary, Eleni, to sell all the luxury jewels in the mansion to buy grain for the hungry. I told my knight captain, Red, to arrest my fiancé's family and take their hidden food supplies. It might look like the actions of a tyrant, but it's the only way to save the peasants from the snow. I'm moving fast. I've started a coal mining business to provide jobs and fuel. I'm building bathhouses so the poor can stay warm. I'm even hunting down future legends, like Federico, to build a real army before the demons attack again. If the heroines want to play with time, let them. I'm not playing a role anymore. I'm building a kingdom that can actually survive. I have stopped caring about the original game script. If the heroines want to use their magic to restart time, let them. I have my own plans now. My goal is simple. I want to build a land that can actually survive, and I want to save my people from the misery they faced in my last life. I sent my secretary, Eleni, to restart the old coal mines. She is doing a great job, even if my knight captain, Red, is jealous of the rewards I give her. While she recruits refugees to work the mines and clear the roads, I am staying busy in Ice City. We are rebuilding everything. I even picked up a shovel myself to help dig the new drainage system. It is hard work, but it keeps my mind off the emptiness I feel inside. I know what is coming. In the original story, a plague would strike next September, and the Holy Maiden would use her power to stop it. But since someone already used a wishing star to turn back time, that power is gone. This time, the plague will spread, and I will be the one to save everyone. I'm not just waiting for the chosen one to fix things anymore. Meanwhile, my fiancée Annie is stuck under house arrest. I can tell she is confused. She has her own wishing star, and I think she remembers the future just like I do. In our past life, she saw how loyal the people were to me, even after I died. She saw the Northern Army burn the world down to avenge me. She knows now that the villain they all hated was the only thing keeping the North together. I am done playing the fool. I am building bathhouses, fixing walls, and planning for the spring planting. This land is too poor to rebel and too weak to fight the demons alone, so I have to be smart. I need to take land and resources from the South. I don't want to go back to my old world anymore. I just want to find a bit of peace in this one, even if I have to change the entire world to get it. I used to think that money was the only thing that mattered. In my old life, society taught me that without wealth, you are a failed investment to your family and a nobody to the world. But now, even with a duke's fortune, I can't escape a deep sense of loneliness. I don't even want to go back to my old world anymore. I just want peace, yet I can't remain indifferent when I see people collapsing from hunger in the cold. I've decided to use my own wealth to fund a new era for the North. I'm moving away from traditional heavy armor, which is useless in this freezing climate, and shifting toward cotton armor and specialized elite forces. I've divided my army into strategic regiments to guard our strongholds and train new recruits. My secretary, Eleni, is managing the finances and the new coal mines with incredible skill. She's even the one handling the bribes from the nervous nobles while I'm away. To truly transform this land, I've made a bold move. I've taken the Marquis's vast, fertile lands and given use rights to the poor for free for 30 years. To the commoners, it's a miracle. To the nobles, it's a terrifying shift in power. While they gossip and worry in Ice City, I've ridden out to a remote village to find a man named Federico. In my past life, Federico was a legendary general, a hero of dozens of victories. But seeing him now is a shock. He's a lazy, smelly mess who spends the busy farming season scratching his head under a tree. I didn't have time for a touching, mentor and student moment. I used my whip to him into a standing position and told him he's a soldier now. He's coming with me whether he likes it or not. Now, from Broad Valley City, I've issued orders to round up all idle wanderers to work the mines. The North is waking up, and while the nobles wonder where I am busy building a foundation that doesn't rely on their old, corrupt ways. I have left Ice City in the hands of my trusted subordinates while I am away. The nobles are losing their minds. They are used to banquets and being part of the war plans. Now, they realize that if I don't need their help, they have no power. They tried to run away, but I had my knight captain, Red, block the gates. They are trapped, and their influence is dying. Meanwhile, my fiancée Annie is trying to play a dangerous game. She remembers the future, too. She knows that in my last life, I was reckless and fought the demons in an open field. She came to my mansion to warn my secretary, Eleni, about an upcoming demon attack, hoping to trade her family's military support for her freedom. She thinks she's being clever by acting like a prophet, but I am 10 steps ahead of her. I've already stripped her family's estate and even started selling off my own family heirlooms to fund the North. I don't care about golden statues. I care about iron and bread. When Eleni told me about Annie's prophecies, I knew exactly what she was doing. I gave a simple order. If she speaks of the future again, lock the city down. If a single message leaves her house, kill everyone involved. Annie was shocked to see how much has changed. She saw the bathhouses I built and the soldiers patrolling the streets, all funded by the wealth I took from her family. She realized too late that I'm not the same foolish Duke from her memories. The situation turned bloody fast. When she tried to reach out, my soldiers struck down her messengers right in front of her. As the city gates closed and a strange red rain began to fall, she was forced back into her home. She finally understands that I am not just a character in a game anymore. I am the one holding the sword, and I will execute anyone who threatens my new path, even her. The lady raised her delicate hand and bit her lips slightly, beginning to loosen the ribbon at her chest. Her graceful figure was revealed, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Her light dress slipped down, and with a gentle turn, she looked both elegant and mysterious. But our bishop remained steadfast. Faced with such temptation, he stayed calm, folded his hands in prayer, and said to the woman, "Demon, you may enter my dream, but you cannot shake my faith." The demon only smiled, a faint glow appearing on her body. She said, "Since the Creator gave you human desires, why do you reject them? Give them to me, and I will show you joy beyond imagination." The bishop frowned and replied firmly, "Heaven or it matters not. As long as my heart is pure, I will endure any hardship with peace. Joy or sorrow, both are part of life's purpose. Faith is not a burden to be cast aside." The demon grew angry. In the dream, she could do as she pleased. Flowers bloomed with every step she took toward the bishop, and the air grew warm and heavy, her voice echoing softly in his mind. The bishop's vision began to blur. Suddenly, he saw it. He saw it clearly. That pale figure suddenly turned into her appearance. When he looked again, the seductive demon's crimson face was gone. Before him stood only a freckled girl, shy and flustered. "Demon, how dare you disturb my heart?" The bishop was shaken. Though he kept reminding himself that she was gone forever, his body still reacted instinctively. Seizing the moment, the demon moved swiftly and embraced the bishop. Beneath her innocent face, her emotions were in turmoil. As she drew close, all thoughts of theology, religion, and propriety shattered in an instant. Just as the story reached its most intense moment, a messenger ran over and shouted, "Duke, Lord Kaichi has arrived." "Oh, really?" The story stopped abruptly. At the construction site, Oswald put down his pickaxe, stood up without expression, brushed the dust from his pants, and walked out of the crowd. But the next second, several strong hands grabbed him. When he turned around, he saw several serious, red-faced men. "What are you doing? Calm down. I'm the Duke. Don't delay my work. You still remember you're a Duke?" What kind of duke spends every lunch break telling us? Those kinds of stories? One burly man muttered. Yeah, finish the story first. I'm not asking for much. I just want to study theology, for academic reasons, another young man said quickly, drawing laughter and agreement from the others. Right, right. We're just curious about theology. Yes, we're all faithful believers. You could tell who was the most absorbed listener. Oswald didn't argue. He walked over and lifted the young man by the collar. Under everyone's thoughtful gaze, the young man's face turned red, and he slowly bent forward. Oswald glanced at him, sighed deeply, and said, I told you not to listen so intently. You're still young. Take care of yourself. Kicking away the rough men one after another, Oswald left the busy construction site, jumped onto the horse brought by the messenger, and rode swiftly across the open grassland toward the distant city of Broad Valley. At this moment, Broad Valley had already become a major center for supplies and manpower. In terms of population density, only the royal capital could compare. Nearly 100,000 soldiers and civilians had gathered here, determined to rebuild the northern lands from this very place. Miners, farmers, herders, craftsmen, transport workers, and soldiers, people of all kinds, were arriving day and night, then being sent to different areas around the city to begin construction. Of course, such a lively and thriving scene could not be complete without the help of magicians, whether they were willing or not. Magic could be bought, but no matter the race, only a few were born with the talent to use it. Even the demon race, known for their magical power, was no exception. The demons often said, Our first emperor built our nation with the strength of 7 grand magicians, bringing peace to the land. That is why our country is so strong today. We still have 4 grand magicians. In truth, the number of magicians had little to do with a nation's strength or population. You either had them or you didn't. With luck, a small village might have several. Without it, an entire kingdom might not have even a handful. It was like a country full of talent, but unable to find a dozen good soccer players. Talent was a gift from the heavens, beyond human control. Most magicians in the kingdom cared little for worldly affairs. They formed their own groups, devoting themselves to magical research day and night, ignoring the wars outside. So when Oswald saw a man in a magician's robe leaning on a staff, he wasn't surprised to receive a resentful look in return. Or Charles, was Oswald's cousin and one of the last 3 surviving members of the Charles family. If Oswald's role in life was to serve as a stepping stone for the hero's success, then Cait's fate was to faithfully play the part of the hero's loyal admirer. Yes, this young man liked Annie. After Oswald's death, he even went to her side, continuing to follow her devotedly. The relationship between the 2 brothers and the same woman is quite unusual. One has her, but doesn't love her, while the other loves her, but can't have her. For Annie's sake, and also to cause trouble for Oswald, Cage often helped the heroes group in many ways. To be honest, there was something Oswald had wanted to ask in his previous life. What is it about these women that fascinates you all so much? Annie was rather useless. Her archery skills were decent, but as a noble with military duties, her command ability was always overshadowed by Oswald. Yet after Oswald's death, she suddenly became one of the kingdom's top military commanders. It's hard to comment on that. As for the others, if they were truly that capable, they wouldn't be so devoted to a rookie hero. Don't ask why, it's just how it is. If there was anyone who truly had the qualities of a main heroine, it would be Saint Maria. She was the only one who used the wishing star for the good of the people. Back to the present, before Oswald could even approach, Cage spoke first with a cold expression. I came here just to tell you in person, don't contact me again. I won't get involved in any family matters anymore. He said it as if he hadn't been the one causing trouble for the family all along. What family matters? I don't recall hearing about that. Oswald walked toward him casually, drawing his sword as his expression turned fierce. My foolish brother, I didn't call you here to help me. I called you here to stop you from making things worse. What? Cage suddenly realized that this meeting room was in a remote location, surrounded only by Oswald's soldiers. As Oswald stepped closer, Cage's face changed. He quickly raised his staff to cast a spell, but he was too late. Or rather, he had never truly understood Oswald's real strength. Oswald lunged forward, his sword flashing with a sharp gust of wind. The walls around them cracked and shattered, and in an instant, Cage's staff was sliced to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the cold blade was already pressed against Cage's neck. Several guards stepped forward and locked Kaiga's hands with heavy shackles made of anti-magic stone. With a hard kick, Kaiga lost all his strength and fell to his knees in confusion. Oswald slowly sheathed his sword, not even bothering to glance at Kaiga. His voice was cold as he turned away. "Lock him up. Spread the word that Kaiga has already left the Northern Territory." "Yes, my lord." Leaving the reception hall, Oswald walked up to the city wall. Looking out at the newly cultivated farmland in the distance, a faint smile appeared on his face. He had long stopped treating this world as a game. Just as the system had said, everyone here was alive and real. The people followed him not for glory, but to survive and live in peace. This was not his struggle alone. It was the struggle of all the people of the North. Otherwise, why had the entire Northern Territory rebelled in his previous life? Gratitude meant little. Oswald knew well that if the hero had done better than him, the people might have hated him instead. It was like those so-called golden ages in history. How could it be a true golden age if rebellions happened every year? Some rulers left behind lessons that made later ones more cautious, even if they were still unfair. Unfortunately, the hero never understood this. He thought Oswald was a warmonger who oppressed his people. But in truth, both the people and Oswald suffered. As the saying went, when the people suffer from war, the nation suffers from it too. No matter how hard Oswald fought, the demon army was always there, waiting on the battlefield. Oswald had survived on sheer willpower, protecting his land and people while following the story's path. In the past, he had shared the hardships with everyone, working in the wind and rain, eating the same food, living the same life. But the hero who came later had never seen such struggles. To him, giving a piece of bread to a beggar was already a great act of kindness. The early spring wind still carried a chill, stinging Oswald's skin. He turned his head and asked his daily question. "Any trouble at the Marquis' estate?" The guard quickly replied, "Lady Eleni sent word. Everything is normal." "Good," Oswald said with a nod. Oswald picked at the dry skin on his face, but his expression did not relax at all upon hearing the news. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remembered a line from a game he used to play and sneered coldly. "The past has never truly gone. It has not even arrived yet." The soldiers were confused. When did the Duke become so cultured that he started quoting poetry? Didn't his mind mostly revolve around embarrassing stories? However, Oswald didn't explain anything. He simply asked calmly, "Where is Luna Charles?" "Send more people to urge her. Say her brother really wants to see her soon." A carriage flying the Duke's flag slowly moved along the main road, heading toward the northern capital, Ice City. The guards looked worried. According to the Duke's orders, they needed to go straight to Quokka City. They weren't allowed to stop in any city except for resting at night. But now they had to break the rules because inside the carriage was someone very important. The second most powerful person in the Northern Territory, Oswald's younger sister, Luna Charles. In the luxurious carriage, Luna, who had long light blue hair like her mother, sat with a cold, indifferent expression, her eyes dark and gloomy like her brother's. She was only 16. Luna Charles is a non-player character, NPC, in the game, mainly appearing in the story at the Central Academy of the Kingdom. She is the younger sister of the hero and has been seen a few times. Her quest in the game is to mock the hero and his group, especially to challenge their claim of defeating the Demon Lord. What does it mean that only the hero can defeat the Demon King? What is the goddess's plan? And what about the leaders of the Northern Territory? Are they just a bunch of useless fools? What about my parents and relatives who died on the battlefield? What about the many residents of the Northern Territory who lost everything? Besides arguing passionately with the hero's supporters, Luna often writes letters to complain to her brother. Most of her letters start with, "Dear brother, I think most young people in the capital are just pretenders, only good at acting tough. The hero's claims are just empty talk. The goddess's arrangements are nonsense. The leaders of the Northern Territory are all useless. As for the male protagonist, he's like this. Besides a few female leads, he's also been involved with some female side characters, so it's not surprising." In short, Luna seems to be mainly a character used to create conflict between the hero and Oswald, and she doesn't have any significant role later on. However, There is a difference between games and real life. In reality, Luna immediately wrote a letter to Eleni after hearing about her brother's death. She used her name to secure military control and then split her messenger troops to head north. Although Luna was unfortunately captured and detained by the king's army, her hurried letter still reached Eleni. This marked the start of the rebellion. Would such a brave and clever northern heir really be just throwing a tantrum, wanting to go home to get some clothes, as she claimed? Of course not. Almost at the same time as the convoy reached the closed gates of Ice City, Luna quickly got out of the carriage. Facing the worried guards on the city wall, she wore a cotton dress embroidered with red roses, which fluttered in the wind. She drew her sword from her waist. Both sides gasped in surprise. The Charles family was famous for their sword skills, and both siblings were top fighters in their family. The young lady drew her sword, probably intending to fight someone. "You servants! I am returning home, and you dare to stop me? You even closed my house. Open the gates now, or you will be responsible for dividing the Duke's bloodline." With a loud shout, Luna cut the shackles on the carriage, mounted her freed horse, and charged straight at the city gate with her sword. "Quick, open the gates!" The guards on the wall shouted in panic, their voices sharp and loud. Just before her horse hit the gate, it finally opened. Luna entered the city, then reined in her horse, turned around with a cold face, and gathered all the guards. In their trembling eyes, she gave strict orders. First, according to the Duke's orders, keep the gates closed. From now on, anyone coming here must report to me. Second, send for Red and his cavalry captain to see me. All soldiers in the capital now report to me. Third, inform all guards outside the Duke's residence. If they do not disarm and leave within half an hour, they will be treated as traitors and executed along with their families. Yes, the sky over Ice City changed again. Since the city was put under strict watch from that day, the people had sensed that something big was about to happen. Now, seeing Luna leading troops to surround the Duke's residence, with spears and swords drawn, tension filled the air. They instead felt a sense of relief, as if their suspicions were confirmed. They carried shovels and hoes and stopped working, gathering in small groups outside the Duke's residence to watch. The nobles could hide and pretend to be dead, but Red couldn't do that. When he heard the news, he was still in the camp counting money and drinking. But when he learned that Luna was attacking the Duke's house, he was so scared his face twitched. He even forgot to take back his money, hurriedly put on his helmet, and ran straight toward the Duke's residence. Luna still had a lot of influence. In the northern region, her name naturally carried political weight. More and more soldiers gathered under Luna's command, but it didn't shake the guards at the Duke's house at all. Protecting the Duke's house, especially Lady Alina's safety, was a strict order given before the Duke left. If you say I am a rebel, then what about the Duke's orders? Are they just a reason for the Emperor to rebel? Fortunately, when Red arrived, both sides were still holding back. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Red felt bitter inside. His soldiers were now divided into 3 groups. If a fight broke out in front of the Duke's house, or if Lady Alina or Luna were even slightly harmed, he, as the leader of the night group, would be finished. Seeing the crowd of residents watching closely, his eyes twitched. Northerners are brave and strong. They really dare to act when there's trouble. Wiping the sweat from his face again, Red shrank back like a quail. He hurried over to Luna and knelt down with a thud, tears in his eyes, and said, "Miss, why are you acting like this today?" Luna, we haven't seen each other in years, and you're still so useless." Luna sat confidently on a chair, crossing her legs, sneering as she propped her chin with her sword sheath. "My brother is outside, and I should be guarding the capital, but now I can't enter my own city or go home. Tell me, what crime should I punish you for?" "Miss, you're right. With the Duke gone, the city should listen to you." Red, who relied on his political wisdom to become a leader, managed to explain the situation clearly despite his fear. But before the Duke left, he appointed the Secretary General to lead the city, and his order was to go directly to Qua Valley City. "The reason we didn't let Miss Luna into the city is because the Marquis family has suspicious motives, which led to the city being under strict control. This is a serious matter. Even you, Miss, cannot enter the city and go home without the Duke's permission. The Duke sent Miss to Quokka City not to make things difficult for her, nor because we are disloyal. It was to protect her and keep her out of danger." Miss says I am useless. I, Reed, may not be strong, but my loyalty to the Duke is clear. With me here, Ice City will still stay loyal to the Duke and Mississippi. Even if I get involved in a conspiracy and die, the Duke still has 30,000 soldiers in Quokka City to handle any rebellion quickly. Since Miss has already entered the city alone on her horse, she shouldn't go to the Duke's house now. It's better to rest at the military camp, where my thousands of soldiers can protect her. I will send a message to the Duke to explain everything, and then he can come and settle the matter himself. Reed spoke so passionately that his voice was almost hoarse. Finally, Luna and the others understood someone was explaining the situation clearly. She paused for a moment, then stood up and nodded at Reed with approval. She said, "You are capable. Do as you suggest, but for now, the blockade of the Duke's house must stay." "Yes, Mississippi." Reed shakily stood up and looked back at the soldiers. His expression was no longer cautious but angry. He clenched his teeth, wishing he could punch those who suddenly caused trouble for Mississippi. Under his loud command, thousands of soldiers turned around and escorted Luna back to the military camp. The people watching couldn't see anything special. They dispersed quietly, going back to their work, building houses, digging ditches, and doing honest jobs. The day passed quickly. The sun set, and the moon slowly rose in the night sky, shining brightly. At 4 in the morning, when everything was silent, the gates of Ice City opened. The cavalry rushed in, and Oswald returned to his loyal Duke's house. He dismounted and took off his armor. Any servant could see that the Duke was very angry. The maids trembled and couldn't take off his armor for a long time. Although the Duke didn't scold them, his dark, stern gaze made them breathless. Finally, Eileen, his personal maid, hurried over, giving them relief. Quickly removing her armor, Eleni took the blood-stained sword from the Duke's hand. Before she could lift her head, Oswald spoke in a deep voice. "From now on, if such an incident happens again, no matter who is involved, they will be detained and imprisoned." "Yes, sir." He grabbed his bathrobe and headed alone to the bathroom, his voice cold as it echoed down the corridor. "Send Luna Charles to see me." After washing away the dirt, Oswald combed his long bangs back with his fingers and wrapped a large towel around his waist. At this moment, he looked somewhat cold and noble. He closed his eyes and sank into the bathtub to relax his tired body. In less than 10 minutes, someone knocked on the bathroom door. "Brother, it's me. Come in." Luna timidly slipped inside, closed the door, and saw Oswald lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, softly saying, "It's been a long time since I saw you so angry." "Yes." Not feeling like admiring her brother's strong muscles, Luna walked over, sat with her back to him at the edge of the tub, and asked quietly, a bit stubborn, "Do you really trust that secretary so much?" In her mind, she remembered how they were good friends in their past life. Oswald chuckled inwardly, feeling a bit troubled by his lively, combative sister, and decided to teach her. People say you can't judge a book by its cover. Trust between people is often just pretending to be open. Yes, politics is more dangerous than you think. For example, today's matter. If I brought an army, I could treat Eleni as a traitor, or I could interpret your actions as rebellion. Luna dares not. As soon as those two words left her mouth, Luna's body froze like she had fallen into an icy pit. She quickly turned and knelt down. When she looked up, she met Oswald's suddenly wide-open eyes filled with anger. "You've already dared." His roar made Luna's head hit the floor hard, trembling all over. Oswald was truly angry. He wanted to continue scolding, but when the image of a parent flashed through his mind, he suddenly realized that he was now a parent himself. He could not become that person. So he relaxed his tone and asked calmly, "Do you know why I let you come in?" "I don't know, little sister." Oswald stood up from the bathtub, walked over to the bamboo chair against the wall, sat down with a blank expression, picked up a box of cigarettes, lit one, and then slowly said, "Some things, as your older brother, I can only say here. Many other things, once we leave this room, I can't say a word. If we were just ordinary siblings, and you wanted to get angry, even if you destroyed my home, I wouldn't say anything. But we both have the surname Charles. If you dare to break into the city gates today, tomorrow someone might say you're planning a rebellion. If you kill someone today, the northern region will be filled with corpses and blood tomorrow. If you doubt others' loyalty, then who will prove yours?" Luna's eyes filled with tears, her voice hoarse. Little sister was wrong. Little sister just wanted to help her brother. So some things I can only tell you here. Once you leave this room, if you act rashly, it's because you don't understand, not because of trust or loyalty. Do you understand? Luna quickly nodded. I understand. This time, I will behave. Go now. Oswald took a deep drag of his cigarette. Luna felt like she was given a reprieve, quickly stood up and excused herself. Brother, rest early too, she said, then pushed the door open and left, leaving Oswald alone with his eyes frozen in the smoke. At 9 in the morning, after a simple wash, Luna arrived at the Duke's office, only to find it already filled with kneeling people. Literally filled with kneeling people. At the front on the right was Reed. Behind him knelt officers who had caused trouble with Luna yesterday. They all kept their heads bowed, looking serious and not daring to make a sound. In the middle were the most unruly, the heavily pregnant nobles. They were quite heavy and not good at moving, so they knelt unevenly, shifting their weight to ease leg pain, making them look quite comical. On the left, kneeling on one knee, was only Eleanor. She still wore her maid outfit, standing tall and calm, looking straight ahead without shifting her gaze. Luna knew her place well. She bypassed them and knelt with a thud at the side of the desk, closest to Oswald. Oswald, smoking, glanced at Luna, then extinguished his cigarette, patted her head, and casually said, Everyone, don't bow your heads. Look at each other, get to know one another. Today, all of you here are the most powerful people in our ice city. The officer and Eleni remained still. Only a few confused nobles stretched their necks to look around. Of course, Oswald wouldn't blame them for these small things. Nobles are an abstract group of both elites and fools. There are all kinds of people. I know there have been many recent events. Things are chaotic, and you've been arguing among yourselves. It's almost like you're about to tear down my duke's mansion. As soon as he said this, even the dumbest noble fell silent, lowering their heads even more. Oswald stood up, looked down at them, and continued calmly. There are some things I won't explain to you, like what happened with the Marquis family. I know some of you nobles are talking behind my back, but I want to warn you. The Marquis affairs are not as simple as you think. If you get involved, don't say you weren't warned. You might end up losing everything, or even your whole family. Yes, we understand. A few counts at the front quickly pledged their loyalty. Oswald glanced at them, nodded, then looked at Luna kneeling beside him and said, Some things are easy to explain. It's just that my sister made a mistake, and you all got to see a good show. Luna bit her lip tightly, noticing several gazes watching her, but daring not to move. Young people can be a bit impulsive, Oswald sighed, showing rare emotion. Her parents died early, and as her older brother, I haven't been strict enough. The Central Academy in the royal city, who knows what they taught her? She came home and caused trouble. Everyone was stunned. The Central Academy? Well, as expected of a duke, he easily shifted the blame to places we never expected. But they also understood that the duke meant to let this matter go lightly. Right now, the main camp in Quokka City isn't finished, and the northern demons seem to be moving south again. I can't focus on teaching her right now. Red, Eleni, at Oswald's command, the two quickly stood up and stepped forward. Oswald first looked at Red and said with emotion, They say after 3 days apart, you should see someone with new eyes. You are a loyal person who cares for the country, so you should take on more responsibilities. Red looked serious and listened carefully, appearing calm and unaffected on the outside, but inside he was excited. First, about the bandits in the area. I thought we were handling the refugees quickly enough, but last night I was robbed by mountain bandits myself. So, I plan to have villages around the capital form their own militia groups, about 5,000 people in total, under your command. You will be responsible for patrols and fighting the bandits. Red was overjoyed and quickly pledged his loyalty. That's 5,000 people, plus the knights he already has, making a total of 10,000 soldiers. Such a force is more than a knight captain can command. It should be led by a general. Additionally, Oswald held Red's hand to keep him grounded. Luna will form her own 300-strong cavalry, both men and women, chosen by her. Let her train and learn from you. Yes, I will protect the young lady's safety. Red understood what Oswald really cared about. He immediately promised to protect her, and he also glanced casually at the officers behind him, realizing Oswald's true plan. These officers are being groomed to secretly rise in rank, to become Luna's personal guards in the future. They are the ones who will truly be trained. Alina will do the same. Since she can't learn skills at the academy, Luna will learn how to handle government affairs from you. Alina agreed readily. Yes, my lord. After arranging everything, Oswald clapped his hands happily, signaling the end of the meeting. But no one dared to move. Oswald strode past the kneeling crowd, sword in hand, walking out while smiling openly and saying, I still say, tear down this duke's mansion. You won't get many bricks, so go to your work. Since the master is leaving, I won't be staying for lunch. Oswald came like a gust of wind and left just as quickly. As the weather gradually warms up, after a gentle spring rain, the peaceful Ice City receives news from the Duke again in early April. The demon army is advancing south to attack the city, and the Duke is leading 5,000 elite soldiers northward. 10 days later, more news arrives. Starfall City is safe. The demon army has retreated, leaving those 5,000 soldiers to help defend Starfall City. The Duke then rides alone back to Quokka City. Spring seedlings have already sprouted, and the fields are full of lively scenes. Wildflowers in red and purple bloom across the hills. Luna no longer worries about going to school. She rides her white horse happily, laughing and running freely among the wildflowers, followed by a group of relaxed guards and cavalry protecting her. These guards are not ordinary. 5,000 elite soldiers from Red and Ice City are nearby, and the villages have patrols day and night. No bandits can get close to the young lady. Moreover, the swordsmanship passed down through the Charles family is formidable. It is said that the Duke once beheaded over 30 demon soldiers in a single day on the city wall of Starfall City, cutting through their blades without even blinking. But days spent exploring and playing with the young lady are the best days. Whenever the young lady goes to learn about government affairs, these guards are put through tough training by Red. Both men and women must meet strict standards to get a short rest. Shooting 7 arrows out of 10, running 500 meters in heavy armor, shooting arrows from a moving horse. Just thinking about it feels impossible. Suddenly, a whistle sounds. The previously lazy cavalry quickly form ranks, blocking the Duke's flag-bearing riders like a crescent moon. Lady Alina sent me to inform the young lady that the royal city has distinguished guests. Please return quickly. Got it. You can go back now, the leading female soldier says, dismissing the messenger, then rides out of the formation, whipping her horse to catch up with the young lady who has already ridden far ahead. What kind of important guest needs me to meet them? Back at the Duke's residence, Luna wipes her face with a warm towel, pouting in dissatisfaction. Is it someone from the royal family or the Southern Duke? Are they trying to show off? A maid takes the towel and softly replies, neither. It's a visiting saint from the church. The church? Luna is confused, blinking her eyes. Besides the decorations on the wall, do we even have believers in our family? The maid remained silent. Such words are not appropriate to say openly. At least, she should appear as a devout follower of the goddess. Otherwise, why would the Duke's mansion go to so much trouble to create these murals? Just for decoration? Since the maid didn't give an answer, Luna had to go and see for herself. When she pushed open the door, she saw Alina looking at her with a rare, joyful expression. Luna immediately knew she had been tricked. What do you mean by a nationwide prayer? Luna looked at Maria, the saint sitting opposite her. Maria had long, shiny golden hair, smooth skin, and a gentle, elegant face. She frowned slightly. The saintess means setting a fixed time for everyone in the country to pray to the goddess together, Maria explained calmly, turning slightly as she neatly poured tea for both of them. Luna only rolled her eyes in response. She used to be more impressive than me. Now, when something needs to be done, she pretends to be a maid. It's obvious that this nationwide prayer costs a lot of money that's probably wasted. And judging by her brother's attitude toward religion, anyone who agrees to this prayer event is just asking for trouble. So, Luna turned her head and looked into Alina's gentle eyes. She smiled warmly and took the initiative to make a move. Saintess, you know I'm Charles, but I'm still a minor. Now, everything in the Duke's mansion is managed by Lady Alina. Don't be fooled by her maid outfit. Her status in the Northern Territory is only second to my older brother. Alina was momentarily stunned, looking at Luna with a mix of surprise and admiration. Then she lowered her eyes and spoke. You're being modest, young lady. Everyone knows that I, Alina, am just a servant of the Duke. I can handle daily tasks, but when it comes to praying to the goddess, representing the Charles family and the Northern Territory, I, as a servant, shouldn't overstep. Aren't you overstepping all the time? Luna's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected the other person to be so shameless. Maria sighed, realizing that neither of them wanted to agree to the prayer event. She interrupted their hesitation and said firmly, Haven't you two noticed anything strange over the past few months? They looked at each other, both a bit caught off guard. Then Maria continued speaking. Do you ever feel sudden urges to do something or sudden panic about the future, as if your soul wants to break free from some kind of restraint? Luna clenched her fist and hit her palm, then suddenly realized, so that's why I was only thinking about getting into Ice City. It turns out it was all the goddess's guidance. No, that wasn't the goddess's guidance, Maria quickly denied. She had also heard quite a bit about Luna's actions at the Duke's residence on her way here. There was already a lot of misunderstanding, and now they definitely couldn't involve the goddess in this. Then it's fine. Luna instantly became obedient, but she sighed inwardly, wondering why she couldn't find someone to take the blame. Maria straightened her posture and explained, But, Miss Luna, your sudden impulse does seem to match what I just described, doesn't it? Luna waved her hand honestly and said, Whether it's impulsive or not doesn't matter. Sometimes, it's normal for a younger sister to cause trouble for her older brother, isn't it? Hearing this unreasonable remark, Maria was speechless and remained silent for a while. Yes, talking about these things with a 16-year-old girl was pointless. She was still in her youth, and causing trouble out of impulse was natural for her. Moreover, not everyone knew about the future like she did. Maria's worry grew as she slowly turned her gaze to Miss Alina, who had a calm expression like a still lake. Recently, thanks to her status, she had successfully contacted Lily, the leader of the Night Order, and they confirmed the time travel. They also speculated it was related to the Star of Wishing, as only those wearing the Star of Wishing retain memories from the previous life. Now, that was interesting. The other two wearers of the Star of Wishing were Princess Diana, who had locked herself in her room for months, and Nicole, the daughter of the Southern Maritime Trade Council president. Nicole's Star of Wishing was intact, but she had no memories of her past life. This left only one possible explanation. Miss Luna, could you please step out for a moment? I have a private matter to discuss with Miss Alina face-to-face, Maria politely requested. All right, I'll go first. Remember to call me when it's time to eat. Eager to leave, Luna made a funny face at the expressionless Alina and then tiptoed out quickly. When Luna left, Maria's gentle expression gradually faded. She looked coldly at Eleni and said, I think we have a lot to talk about, don't we? About the leader of the Northern Uprising Army. The day when time reversed was, for Maria, no less than a day of disaster. If you could freeze the moment when time started to flow backward and look down from above the vast battlefield, you would see that everyone on that day was very busy. First, there was Thorn, the brave warrior surrounded by enemies on all sides, badly wounded, still fighting like a trapped beast. In front of him was the elite army of the demon race, the ironclad butcher, a terrifying infantry made of tall, ogre-like soldiers wearing heavy armor. Behind him were the remaining long spear cavalry of the Northern Territory. They were highly trained veterans, the sharpest fighters under Oswald's command, who had once broken through an army of 30,000 demons with only 800 soldiers. But at this moment, neither side paid attention to their enemies. Instead, they rushed toward Thorn like they were fighting for their lives. On the other side of the battlefield, Princess Diana, carried by the Royal Knights, held a staff but looked pale. Under attack from the Northern Army and the Demon Army, her line had already collapsed, and she was now fleeing in panic. Blocking her way was Lilith, the leader of the Royal Knights. Her large shield was shattered, and she was covered in blood, looking very battered. In the center of the battlefield was Annie, fighting fiercely with the brave army and the Northern Uprising Army. The battle was bloody and intense, with soldiers from both sides shooting arrows densely and fighting fiercely like hungry wolves, determined to spill all the blood of their enemies. Finally, there was Maria, leading 3,000 soldiers of the trap formation. Eleni broke through the enemy lines and fought her way to Maria. Nicole, trying to protect her, had her hands cut off by Eleni, and her proud spear fell to the ground. Maria knelt on the blood and mud-covered ground to heal Nicole with holy magic. Meanwhile, Eleni stood in front of them, raising Nicole's star of prayer high, her eyes red and silent. If this scene were frozen in time, it might be the most strange and eerie picture in the world. But everything ended in that 1 second. This brutal war ended in a way no one expected. You don't have to lie to me, Miss Alina. When only the three of us were present, if Nicole has no memory, then the person who retained the memory must be you. Alina tilted her head slightly, blinking without understanding. She said, Commander, memory? I don't quite understand what you're talking about, Miss Maria. Please forgive my rudeness. If you're planning to use some divine message to promote the prayer activity, it might cause chaos. After all, the last person who did that was beheaded, wasn't he? Alina calmly stood up, smiled faintly, and continued. I have already said I am just the secretary helping the Duke with official matters. If you really want to make this happen, I can write a letter for you to meet the Duke in Qua Valley City. How does that sound? Maria left the Duke's residence with a heavy heart. As a saint, she knew many people and had seen all kinds of human faces. But she still couldn't see through Alina. That woman rarely showed emotions. Her eyes were calm and flat, making it impossible to tell if she was truthful or not. Moreover, they had met only a few times, mostly in their past lives. The first time was when the hero and his team came to the Northern Territory, and Oswald came to greet them dressed as a maid, Alina. At that time, everyone thought Alina was just a personal maid. Besides being surprised by her beauty, no one paid much attention. After all, heroes often meet beautiful women, which had become an unspoken rule among the team. The second time was an accidental encounter. It was a day in autumn when Maria went out alone to relax and happened to meet Oswald, who was admiring the view from the city wall with his subordinates. Far below the snowy mountains, the sunset was blood red, and the mountains were painted in fiery colors. Oswald was unhappy with the entire hero team, but showed some respect for Maria. He joked and started chatting with her. Do you know, Saintess, that our Northern Territory has 4 treasures? He pointed to the cavalry patrolling outside the city wall, proud, and said, First, the Long Spear Cavalry. Heavy armor, great horses, brave and unbeatable, victorious in attack and battle. Then he turned to the townspeople inside the city and continued with a smile. Second, our northern people, tough and resilient, fiery in temper. They come when called and fight when summoned. Third, our military generals. He patted Federico on the shoulder and said proudly, battle-hardened, wise and brave, commanding respect across the land. These 4. This time, he didn't use his fingers but simply shifted his gaze, unsure whether he was looking at the red-haired Eleni or the distant forest, murmuring softly, It is the red frost of the snowfield. At that moment, Maria had a strong premonition that the intelligence about the brave team was incomplete. They must have overlooked something. Then she heard Oswald sigh and say, soaring like an eagle in the sky, swimming like a fish in shallow waters, all creatures compete freely in the frosty sky, looking out over the vastness, asking the boundless earth, who will control the fate? As he recited the poem, the scene shifted. When Maria saw Eleni again, she was dressed in military armor, holding twin blades of cold iron, with tens of thousands of soldiers standing behind her. With a single command, the ground shook violently, smashing the Northern Territory and even the entire kingdom's chessboard. Why did they fail? Walking along the busy streets of Ice City, Maria couldn't find the answer. Although the atmosphere here was livelier than in the royal city, the residents were still just as ignorant and reckless. A group of loud workers gathered around, trying the homemade, flavorless wine they brewed. After half a glass, several of them collapsed one after another. Honestly, even now, Maria couldn't believe that such a group of people would be willing to die to overthrow the brave leader's rule in the Northern Territory. She sighed and headed toward the city gate. Not long after she left, Eleni, with a grim expression, arrived at the scene. Following the Duke Professor's method, she ordered soldiers to force the workers to. Showing her token, she stepped out of the city gate. The church's convoy had been waiting for her for a while. Clearly, all the church members lacked confidence in the Northern Territory. Maria slowly shook her head, confirming their suspicions. She got into the carriage and whipped the horses to return to the royal city. Spring was just right, and the scenery outside was beautiful. Maria leaned on her hand, gazing at the wildflowers blooming on the grassland outside the window, lost in thought. But soon, she saw a familiar figure. Her long, light blue hair fluttered in the wind. The girl was holding what seemed to be a dangerous creature in her arms. "Stop the carriage," Maria ordered the driver to halt. She got off alone and crossed the grassland. Before she could get close, a group of cavalry arrived quickly, blocking her way. These soldiers seemed to have been in a fight. They were all sweating, but upon seeing her special attire as a saint, they checked whether she carried any weapons. Only then did they politely let her pass. Luna sat on a blanket and excitedly said, "Your Excellency, look. I found a small black puppy. This is a bear cub, Miss Luna. Be careful not to get hurt," Maria warned gently. The soldier glanced at the cub and explained, "The mother bear is dead, killed by a large male bear on the other side. We just chased the male bear away. Bears probably eat a lot, right?" Luna picked up the trembling cub and hesitated. "It seems I can't raise it. By the way, Your Excellency, can you eat bear meat?" Cough, cough, Maria choked. As expected from the Charles family, naturally good at weighing pros and cons. But she always remained patient with the young girl. "I think, with the Duke's wealth, raising a bear isn't a problem. Look at the nobles in the royal city. They keep tigers and snakes. Their combined wealth isn't even half of your family's." Luna was a bit tempted, but soon decided to let go of the cub. She handed it to Maria with a carefree smile and said, "Then please, Your Excellency, take it to the royal city and find someone willing to care for it." "Why?" Maria took the cub, still puzzled. She had heard that Oswald loved his sister very much. He even overlooked the attack on the Duke's estate and later gave her a special cavalry unit. She was only 16. Which noble family would assign 300 elite knights to a 16-year-old girl? Even princesses usually have only about 50 guards at that age. Normally, as long as her requests weren't unreasonable, Oswald would agree. And the Duke's family was so wealthy. Could they not afford a bear? "Because my brother told me that noble families can spend money freely, but when it comes to their own money or that of commoners, they must be very frugal." Luna puffed out her chest, as if she had learned something important. Wait. Did you really learn that from the Duke?" Maria quickly steadied herself, thinking this was probably just a careless joke. After all, in the kingdom, nobles are the foundation of rule. "Yes, my brother even wrote a book for me, telling me to read more, observe more, and understand more." Luna proudly took out the book for Maria. Actually, she had been reading it just now, but was distracted by the sudden intrusion of a small bear. Books written by others. Humph, all just sour, boring words. Is this really a classic? Books written by her brother. Wow, amazing, so cultured. No wonder people say Charles only knows how to ride and fight. My brother is truly a great writer of our time. The Charles family is both talented and brave, invincible. Maria smiled politely. Oswald, a privileged noble who didn't even pass the Central Academy exam. What could he possibly write? She took the book and looked at the cover, The Prince. Maria's brow furrowed. Could it be that inside, Oswald was criticizing other nobles and the royal family with wild words? But just flipping open a page, Maria froze. Oswald's neat handwriting filled the page line after line. Maria suddenly slammed the book shut, her heart storming like a wild wind, but she dared not read further. What exactly does Oswald want to do? What is he really after? Doesn't he know she is also a noble? And when did he become so cultured? Maria felt like she had just uncovered a small part of a hidden veil. Behind that veil was the truth about the northern people's rebellion against the hero. Look at the people around the hero: princess, leader of the knights, northern marquis, daughter of a merchant guild, and herself, a holy maiden of the church. Among these people, who was not high above others? Who was raised in comfort since childhood? When they helped Annie take control of the northern territory, they never thought about how the farmers who received marquis land from Oswald would see them. The goddess's chosen savior? The hero destined to defeat the Demon King? No. In the eyes of these farmers, they are just bandits. Bandits driven away by the Duke, only to return after his death to continue oppressing and enslaving the farmers. Maria couldn't read anymore. She didn't want to know the truth anymore. Suddenly, She understood why the princess, who still hid in her room and dared not go out, was like that. She must still remember her past life. As a princess, wherever she went, the people welcomed her with open hearts, full of vitality and hope. That lively scene was still vivid in her mind. But in the Northern Territory, Princess Diana only saw a pair of angry eyes. That anger was so intense and passionate. The princess's noble status was like adding fuel to the fire, only fueling endless hatred. Hastily, Maria threw the book in her hand to the confused Luna, picked up the teddy bear, and ran without looking back toward the carriage. She thought she would never come to the Northern Territory again. With the tireless efforts of tens of thousands of people working day and night, the military camp outside Quokka City was gradually taking shape. The lush grasslands had disappeared, replaced by a large new military camp built along the river. At this moment, through the dense, simple houses, on the solid black dirt square at the center of the camp, Oswald, with calloused hands, put down the that had accompanied him for months. He picked up the whip again, silently standing with his hands behind his back, his sharp eagle-like eyes sweeping over the soldiers who were training together. The soldiers stood in neat rows. Making them stand like this was not easy. It took Oswald half an hour to get them into position. So he also punished them, standing military posture under the hot sun for another half hour, or they wouldn't get any food. The elite soldiers had already been selected out. Those running freely on the grassland a few kilometers away were the best. The veteran soldiers had also been chosen. The valuable corps forces were divided into a group by the Duke and sent to the front lines of the war. As for the young recruits left behind, the Duke seemed to have different expectations. Or rather, he was trying to train them in various ways. But standing at attention was really uncomfortable. The young recruits grimaced. They were excited at first, but now they felt how foolish they were. At first, they were happy to hear that they could finish training just by standing still. They thought, is this all? We can do this. But in less than 10 minutes, they became obedient and begged for mercy. Federico started imagining himself as a tree. An old witch had taught him this method, saying that imagining a world with mystical power could help. He had once used hypnosis to pretend he was a stone to escape a knight's pursuit. But Federico, feeling the soreness in his toes, thought that no tree would sweat this much. Look, the Duke had been standing for so long, and not a single drop of sweat was visible. He must be a master of illusions. His tree wouldn't sweat. Ignoring the wails coming from his surroundings, Federico began to think about random things to distract himself. As someone personally recruited by the Duke to join the army, he felt a strange sense of pride. Other lazy soldiers were simply forced by the Duke to mine, but he had caught the Duke's attention and received 3 harsh lashes. What does this mean? It shows that the Duke has good judgment. But right now, he couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind those 3 lashes. At first, other soldiers mocked him, saying he was shameless and that the Duke only punished him because he was too lazy and the Duke couldn't stand him. They thought he was chosen for the army just because he was bigger. However, after the story about a monkey learning magic spread, everyone started to pay more attention to Federico. In the story, the monkey disobeyed the great wizard and was hit 3 times on the back of the head with a ruler. But the clever monkey realized that the wizard was trying to teach him top-level magic. So he sneaked out in the middle of the night, and guess what? He actually learned incredible magic skills. Now, Federico truly became famous. The soldiers around him wanted to understand the meaning of those 3 lashes, but no one could figure it out. So, in the current training, Federico worked harder than others. He even used his special skill, illusion magic, just to catch the Duke's attention again. Oswald did notice him. With his tall height and his serious face, he was hard to ignore. Since everyone performed well during the first training, possibly because they had eaten well and built up their strength during the camp setup, Oswald decided to cancel the extra half-hour training and instead reorganize the command structure. They established the initial organization of 3 regiments, then set up a hierarchy of regiment, battalion, company, and squad. A regiment has 5,000 soldiers, divided into 3 battalions of 1,500 each. Each battalion has 3 companies of over 400 soldiers, which are the basic combat units. Within the companies, squads are left to operate freely. Squad leaders don't participate in command for now and mainly focus on military training. A capable squad leader can lead 100 to 200 soldiers, while less capable ones manage about 7 or 8. Federico was honored to become the squad leader of the 1st platoon in the 1st company of the 2nd Regiment. When the order was given, over 40 soldiers immediately volunteered to train with him. This was no joke. Federico was the person the Duke remembered by name. Following him meant a bright future. After lunch, there was no more training in the afternoon. The soldiers worked in the fields or built the camp. In the evening, they had free time as long as they stayed inside the camp and could do whatever they wanted. However, everyone was eager to take a shower first. At exactly 10 o'clock, the Duke would ring his old copper bell loudly. Anyone who heard the bell and didn't go to bed would have to stand in the square. After standing for a while, they could return to their tents. At 7 in the morning, the Duke would whistle. All soldiers had 10 minutes to line up neatly in the square. Latecomers weren't allowed to stand in line. If they preferred lying down, they could do so. During meals and training, everyone had to lie on the ground with their eyes closed. For soldiers, lying down was worse than standing still. It made them feel ashamed. Under the Duke's leadership, they learned discipline and teamwork. Discipline was the backbone of the army. Oswald knew this very well. On the battlefield, the more disciplined the troops, the harder they were to defeat. Oswald didn't expect them to become a perfect army overnight. Even if they learned a little, he didn't want anyone to take his position as Duke. First, he had to get rid of that. But armies like the U Army or the Qi Army could be learned from. If the Northern Army could reach half their strength, Oswald would confidently claim they were unbeatable. To make discipline part of the soldier's nature, Oswald only trained them in basic skills: standing, walking, and running. He thought, standing like a strong army, walking like a mixed force, running like bandits. Once they moved, no matter how well they planned, it was chaos, like a wild dance. Some soldiers liked to show off, running away from the group. Others liked to kick people during running. Some leaders shouted slogans, only to turn around and see others fighting freely at the back. On the first day of running training, over 300 soldiers ended up in the medical tent. Most were from fights, and a few unlucky ones sprained their ankles. That night, Oswald called all the military officers for a meeting. After considering everyone's opinions, Oswald decided to stop group training and set aside a training area. Each squad leader would organize their own training sessions. When one squad could run in order, they would go to the company commander for further training. When a company could run in order, they would go to the battalion commander, then to the regiment commander, and finally to the Duke. The Duke would reward the regiment that completed their running training first with a 3-day rest period and a big feast. As soon as he said this, the 3 regimental commanders' expressions changed instantly. They looked at each other with clear signs of rivalry. The rest and feast didn't matter much. They were just rewards. What mattered most was how much the Duke valued each regiment. Everyone knew very well why the Duke set the limit at 5,000 soldiers per regiment. With this setup, there would surely be even higher-ranking officers above them. Red was proud of his role in defending the capital and supporting the princess. Now he had also solved the incident caused by the young lady. It was no exaggeration to say that many in the army looked up to him. But even with 5,000 militia under his command, his current position was just a regiment leader. In the future, the ones who could command thousands of soldiers would probably be one of these regiment leaders. Everyone wanted to reach the top and be remembered in stories, like the poet who once said, "I led 10,000 horses across the land." Training was just a small step, but for these regiment leaders, it could be a big leap toward greatness. The top spot had to be ours. All 3 of them made up their minds at almost the same time, their eyes burning with determination. When they left, each regiment's military leaders, led by their respective regimental commanders, walked out clearly divided. Oswald stayed calm in his spot, drinking tea as the silent war began. Our 2nd Regiment must win. Practice hard, not just in the morning, but also before bed at night. The 2nd Regiment's leader, Kate, was so anxious she was almost spitting. Maybe influenced by the Duke, these high-ranking officers now liked to wear tall boots and carry whips. But the Duke had warned that discipline was the rule in the army, and soldiers should not be beaten or scolded without reason. Seeing his soldiers in disarray, Kate was so worried he started hitting himself with the whip in frustration. The soldiers stared in shock, while Federico quickly stepped in to stop Kate, saying repeatedly, "Captain, Captain, don't do that, please don't." Similar scenes happen in training grounds across various groups. The group leader is crazy, the captain is worried, the lieutenant is under great pressure, the squad leader is showing all kinds of skills, and the soldiers are starting to shout loudly. Everyone is going wild. If they weren't, how could they reach the top of life? The entire training ground is full of passion, with chants rising wave after wave. Even farmers working miles away have to look up and wonder, what's going on with these kids? Did they eat something strange? While passing by the camp to deliver a message to her older brother and submit official reports, Luna saw this scene and couldn't help but look serious. She sighed to the female soldier beside her. "Brother is really good at training soldiers. I am not as good as him. Did the Saintess leave the same day she arrived?" "Yes, sir. But I don't know what she talked about with Lady Alina." "Do you want to ask Lady Alina? Family matters, national affairs, world affairs." Oswald put down the official report Alina wrote for him, paused, and smiled bitterly. "Who can know everything? Leaders need to understand their people's thoughts. Alina is very careful. If she doesn't want me to know something, she must have her reasons. If I push to find out, I would just waste her good intentions." Luna nodded respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, brother." Oswald walked to the window, opened it, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. Tell me, what do you think is the reason behind this?" Luna thought for a moment, swinging her long ponytail, and answered, "Some things are very complicated for you to handle now, but once you know, you can't ignore them. So, not knowing might be the best outcome. Smart. You've grown a lot recently." Oswald smiled with satisfaction, then waved for her to sit at his desk. Luna obediently sat down, beginning to imagine the day she might replace Alina. "I suggest you write the first letter to Alina, saying that the prayer festival still needs to be held and that the nobles should contribute money. Major national events and rituals require funding. If they don't pay, they shouldn't expect divine protection." The second letter was written to the Holy See, expressing Oswald's regret and apology for not being able to personally receive the Holy Maiden. He mentioned that the northern military was in decline and he was too busy to attend. He assured them that the prayer festival would be well organized. He ended by wishing the Archbishop good health. He also said the letter and a gift would be sent together. "He heard that your personal guards brought a bear. Please send the bear's pelt as well, to keep the old man warm." The third letter was addressed to Sister Jenny, inviting her to the Ice City to lead the prayer festival. Remember, the sister has been poor since childhood and is physically weak. When sending the letter, use a good carriage and do not be careless. Luna finished writing each letter, noting important details. She looked up and asked, "Brother, is there anything else I should say?" Thinking about what to say, Oswald rubbed his eyes, missing the convenience of modern life. Phones are so handy. You can contact anyone directly. No wonder people say ancient folks had good memories. They kept so many things in their heads every day. There are two more things. First, tell Red to lift the city's strict security during the prayer festival, but do not relax the restrictions on the Marquis's house. The second thing is, Oswald, smoking a pipe, pointed at a large wooden box filled with papers beside the wall. "Help me deliver those documents to Alina." Exhausted, Luna left the military camp. She walked with a crab-like gait, no longer excited about being a messenger. She slammed the wooden box onto the ground with a loud bang, kicking up dust. The female soldiers hurried over to help, but even with all their strength, they could barely lift the box. They both looked at their horses and fell silent. The horses definitely couldn't hold this heavy box. Tying it to a person would be risky. If it fell on the road, it would be bad, but if it fell into a ditch, "Go find a carriage," Luna sighed, unable to risk losing the documents. She remembered Alina's strange expression when she learned Luna would ride a horse to Quokka City. People often say you can't teach someone to be clever, but experience teaches you. Once you try, you learn. Luna thought messengers were very cool, riding fast over hundreds of miles, rushing through the land. But she didn't know that usually, messengers travel by carriage. The documents exchanged between Oswald and Alina were fine because it was work-related. Some minor nobles often filled a cart with local specialties and sent messengers with just 2 words in their letters. For example, "My Lord Duke, the apples here are ripe this year and very tasty. Would you like to try some?" Should I send some to you? Holding the letter and staring at the hundreds of pounds of apples on the carriage, Oswald often fell into deep thought. Are they trying to guess my thoughts and flatter me? Or are they just so foolish? When Luna sat in the carriage and slowly returned to I-City on the third day, she entered the Duke's residence but couldn't find Alina anywhere. The servants seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the guards at the door, looking blank and not knowing anything. She tiptoed from the house to the courtyard and finally heard voices talking. She hid behind the bushes, quietly sneaking closer and listening carefully. Last time, she saw a woman in her 40s, Aunt, and a young gardener secretly meeting. Aunt awkwardly said, "I'm older now and know how to care for others. You're so lucky. Why not enjoy it secretly?" That gossip kept her awake all night, excited. When it comes to juicy gossip, the Duke's residence and the Central Academy have the best stories. People pretending to love each other deeply, but secretly having affairs. That's more interesting than any forbidden romance. People say life is unpredictable, dear. Do you know Miss Alina was the top student in our class? A sharp voice of a woman came through. Luna blinked, unsure if she recognized the speaker. We were just daughters of baron families at the bottom of the academy. But now, you might have to call me Countess, Miss Alina. Congratulations, came Alina's calm reply. A count? Is a count a very important person? Luna tilted her head in confusion, secretly peeking to see which count dared to show off at the Duke's house. Don't say that, dear. Work isn't about status. Even maids have their own roles. The well-dressed man continued talking, but Alina, holding her teacup, suddenly changed her aura. Her sharp gaze shot directly at Luna's head, which was just peeking out. Oh no, I've been caught. Luna quickly turned around gracefully and stepped back, moving with her hands and feet, muttering nervously, "Busy, busy, better to stay busy." Just as she was hoping Eleni would let her go, a calm voice floated from behind. "Come here." Yes. Who would be high up and secretly eavesdrop on others' private talks? Do you think you're good at hiding? Actually, every time you sneak around at night, the guards report it to me. You're young, so I can understand it as childlike curiosity. You might think that what you overhear is the truth, but what if others say false things on purpose when they realize you're listening? The wise teach us to follow the right path. This also means I am telling you that I must follow the right way. If others see you favoring secret shortcuts, they will lose respect for you, and your words and actions won't be convincing anymore. The Duke also knows that nobles insult him behind his back, but he doesn't blame them. However, if a noble breaks the laws of the Northern Territory, he will deal with them strictly. That's why he has the trust of the people. This is the difference between following the right path and not. Today, you might hear a funny story and forget it. Tomorrow, you might hear a serious slander. How will you handle it then? Luna, obediently standing in punishment, felt ashamed. Eleni must have learned bad habits from her brother, as she could always say such wise words. Seeing Eleni pick up her teacup again to drink, Luna quickly interrupted, "Teacher, tea. You have guests." At that moment, the wealthy young man smiled and spoke with noble grace. "May I ask, who is this?" Eleni then took a slow sip of her black tea, calmly replying, "Miss Luna, the Duke's younger sister." Suddenly, the man's social mask seemed to. Another elegantly dressed, charming woman froze for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "You, a maid, dare to scold the young lady like that?" Luna was stunned, feeling touched. Finally, someone spoke up for her. But she couldn't embarrass Eleni at this moment, so she quickly said, "Lady Eleni is the trusted aide of my brother. That's why I look up to her, respect her, and serve her closely. All right, now I am the one in charge." The maid has become the one respected by the young lady. Eleni glanced at her and sipped her tea, saying nothing more. "Are you two nobles from my northern territory?" Luna quickly shifted from her student mode and smiled politely at them as the young lady. "No, we are nobles from the east." The man wiped his sweat and answered respectfully. He dared not show disrespect because, currently, Duke Oswald had no children or even a woman by his side. So, the person in front of him was the rightful heir of the Northern Territory, even holding military power. Luna nodded. She just wanted to leave this place quickly, so she invited them. "Since you are friends of Lady Eleni, why not join us later for the gathering? It's a good chance to meet the nobles of our Northern Territory." The man nodded eagerly and quickly accepted. Of course, An invitation from the Duke's daughter was not something he could refuse. However, when he learned that the gathering was not a banquet but a closed-door meeting, he regretted it deeply. The young lady had already left in a hurry. In the reception room, only Eleni, dressed as a maid, sat in the highest seat. Nobles arrived one after another. They seemed used to being first, each sitting in their own spot and whispering among themselves, waiting for the meeting to start. "Elfa, why are you here?" asked a portly old noble from the Northern Territory, surprised to see the man. "I don't know either. The young lady invited me," the man replied with a bitter smile. He looked at his fiancée, who was still gazing at Eleni with complex eyes, and sighed helplessly. "You." The old noble shook his head and kindly warned, "Pay the money later and leave the Northern Territory quickly." "Pay the money?" Elfa was confused, but the old noble, already waddling to his seat, didn't explain further. When everyone finally arrived, Eleni sat sideways in her chair, not looking at the people below, and spoke seriously. Everyone held their breath. Today, the maid seemed in a bad mood. "A few days ago, you all heard about the Holy Maiden coming to our Northern Territory," she began. "The Holy Maiden means to hold a prayer festival for the goddess across the entire kingdom. The Duke said that you are all lucky and grateful. I believe you will all work hard to contribute and pray for the goddess. Since this is a prayer gathering for the northern region, the money shouldn't be paid by just one family." Eleni clapped her hands, and a group of well-armed soldiers entered through the gate, carrying a large bag. "The more you contribute, the luckier you are. Those with less luck should contribute less. No one is forced." As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Only the sound of armor rubbing could be heard. The soldiers started with the nearby nobles, silently opening their bags to reveal wooden tokens with different numbers carved on them. 5 tokens meant 5 gold coins. 10 tokens meant 10 gold coins. As Eleni said, she didn't care how much each person contributed, as long as the bag was empty when it reached her. Surely no one would want the Duke to pay for this, right? The noble closest to Eleni was under immense pressure, his hands trembling slightly as he took out a silk cloth to wipe the sweat from his neck. He knew very well that even if the bag was full later, he would take his share first. Of course, he couldn't accept losing out, so he planned to take his tokens back home. Everyone would pay their share, no one could escape. Fortunately, even if everyone was unhappy, at least they took some tokens. When it was his turn to face Eleni, he twitched his mouth and, like everyone else, took a token marked with a 5. He sighed and said to his fiancée, "The northern region is truly a strange place." After everyone had contributed, the meeting room remained silent. Eleni threw the empty bag onto the table, never glancing at the others. Under the watchful eyes of all the nobles, she stood tall and left with dignity. As for that glamorous woman, she no longer had the desire to show off to her old classmates. She clearly understood Eleni's true status. After paying, she quickly grabbed her fiancé's arm and hurried out of Ice City like fleeing. On May 8th, the day before the prayer gathering, Luna, thinking about her brother's importance to Sister Jenny, personally took her own carriage to that remote village. She hurried and finally managed to bring the nun back to Ice City. At first, she thought her older brother was just being kind and gentle, but she didn't expect that the nun's body was really so fragile. Of course, this doesn't mean the nun was spoiled. She came from a poor background and had been preaching in the cold northern lands for many years. Her body was weak simply because she was physically fragile. Draped in a black veil and wearing an old but neat nun's robe, Jenny gently supported Luna's arm as they got out of the carriage. She gazed slightly at the simple, old-fashioned Duke's mansion. She pressed her hand to her chest and took a deep breath, still confused about why the Duke specifically asked her to host such a meeting. Clearly, she was just an unknown village nun, but Oswald knew better. Jenny was later given a widely known title, the Anti-Imperial Vanguard. When the demon army's attacks grew stronger and the northern region suffered from war, it was Jenny who stepped forward. She didn't blame the soldiers or the Duke. Instead, she resolutely traveled south and delivered a famous speech in the city square. The main points were, the king is immoral. He ignores the long-standing war in the north and turns a blind eye to the sacrifices of the northern people. If even the soldiers fighting against the demons don't have the king's support, then what is the king's purpose? Moreover, when the goddess created humans, She didn't say they needed a king. Yet every king lied, claiming to have the goddess's blessing. The demons are also the goddess's children. Does that mean the demon king also has her blessing? Did the goddess bless you to enslave your own people and send them to the battlefield to fight? The most shameless person is the king. If the north falls and the demon army invades the central region, then the king would be the biggest war criminal among humans today. Her words were loud and shocking. That day, the royal city was bustling, the palace was in chaos, and the king was furious. To prevent the nun from escaping, he even ordered brave soldiers to block the city gates. Then, the Saintess Maria, who knew Jenny well, calmly said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. She never runs away. Her body can't even support her to escape." The young king was so angry he was speechless. It was the first time he heard of such a brave woman. But upon reflection, even if Oswald wanted to annoy her, he wouldn't send a woman, much less a nun. After imprisoning Sister Jenny for several months, the king, taking advantage of the end of the battle, sent an army of 20,000 troops to parade around the north. He then handed Sister Jenny over to Oswald for supervision and returned home, claiming a great victory. No one remembers the Duke's hesitant expression at that time. It seemed to say, "What do you mean? I still have to thank you." As for Sister Jenny, she still wanted to go south again to confront the king, which led to a series of events at the Duke's residence. But those are stories for another time. Now, Alina approached Sister Jenny and nodded slightly in greeting. "Please, sister, rest in the guest room. The Duke has just returned and is not available to see visitors." "Please, go ahead," Sister Jenny replied politely. She didn't say much and followed the servants out slowly. "Is your brother back?" Luna asked happily upon hearing the news. She ran into the house excitedly, then peeked around the door and saw Red kneeling on one knee, looking very pale. "Sigh, this old soldier has had a tough time too." Oswald sat in a chair, probably just finished bathing. His hair was still wet, and although he wore casual clothes, his sword at his waist still radiated a fierce aura. He looked up briefly at Luna, who tiptoed inside, then ignored her and continued lazily. "Red, everyone says you're good at understanding orders. You've been fighting for so many years. Are you still studying military books?" "No." Red shook his head honestly. Oswald, playing with his sword hilt, crossed his legs and lowered his eyes. "Then, from the books you've read before, have you learned these two questions? What is a citizen and what is a bandit?" Red still didn't understand. Was the Duke upset that I'm slow in clearing out the bandits? But he's also a soldier. He should know. To make thousands of militia into a fighting force, months of training are necessary. Otherwise, they won't be able to fight bandits, and the team will fall apart once they go out. This time, Oswald was unusually patient. He knew Red wasn't careless. His mind just hadn't shifted yet. So he asked himself, "Do you know what the villagers told me on the way back?" The villagers said that since the militia started patrols, the bandits haven't dared to operate around the capital. Instead, they've moved to more remote areas to raid. Even he knows that continuing like this is not good, so he told me all the bandit hideouts he knew. Red gradually understood what was happening and finally realized where the bloody smell on the Duke's sword came from. The so-called militia are different from soldiers. The key difference is that they are not expected to have the same fighting skills as professional soldiers. Oswald sighed softly. The reason bandits appear is mainly due to problems in his governance of the territory. Most bandits come from times of disaster, transforming from civilians. But even if our policies improve and the people are well fed, many bandits cannot change back into ordinary citizens. Why? Because once they stop producing and experience the violence of looting, it becomes very hard for them to do honest work again. Oswald's gaze lingered on Luna and Red for a moment. Then he advised them, "Always stand on the side of the people. This is both a quick fix and a long-term solution. Only when the people's lives improve will the number of bandits decrease." Organizing militia training is mainly to comfort the people and also to warn those who might think of becoming bandits. Do you understand what I mean now? Red understood the point and began to form a plan in his mind. He responded with respect, "I understand. I will visit nearby villages and towns to find out where the bandits are. Then, with my elite cavalry and the militia, we will launch a thorough crackdown. Now you're in a hurry, aren't you?" Oswald smiled knowingly, making Red feel a bit embarrassed, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "All right, plans need to be careful and not rushed. We should wait until the celebration is over before making preparations. Red stood up. Yes, I will take my leave. After Red left, Oswald closed his eyes slightly, rubbed his stiff neck, and casually said to Luna, "My little sister has returned safely. Why didn't she bring the nun to see me?" Luna was confused. Isn't Eleanor saying that her brother is currently busy and can't see visitors? Did Eleanor misunderstand? After a long silence, when Oswald opened his eyes and looked at her with curiosity, Luna hesitated and then spoke, hiding the truth from Eleanor. "The nun is unwell and has gone to rest in the guest room." Oswald could easily see her guilt, but since she was her own sister and her only family left, he didn't think much about it. Girls are hard to read. A duchess who has been single for 26.5 years defines herself as a solo from birth. Now, Luna is much more cheerful than in her previous life, mainly because Oswald, who followed the story obediently last time, never let Luna go back to her hometown. Thinking carefully now, even though the Northern Territory is full of unrest and war could break out at any time, for a young girl who has experienced major family upheavals and lives alone in someone else's land, home is the safest place. Otherwise, in her past life, Luna often wrote to her brother and carefully gathered news about the Northern Territory. She even worked hard to learn about Oswald's death earlier than the king. "Brother, I heard that next month the new king will marry the queen," Luna asked cautiously, trying to sound friendly. Oswald paused his reading. "Yes, I think that's about right." Luna blinked with starry eyes and pouted. "Can I go to the wedding?" "Well, she just said she loved her home, but now she's about to run outside to play." Oswald rubbed his forehead, looking a bit troubled. It's not that he didn't want Luna to have fun, nor that the Northern Territory didn't receive an invitation. On the contrary, the new king is a bold man, and Oswald has always wanted to build good relations with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't ignore the Marquis' estate. The tricky part is that the future queen, who is about to become the mother of the nation, is not an easy person to deal with. Queen Barbara is a shining star in royal social circles, beautiful and elegant, with plenty of resources. Before marrying the king, she was famous for her many scandals. Because she had too many suitors, her wedding with the king quickly turned into a dramatic love story. Traditionally, representatives of different groups are supposed to give a blessing at the wedding. If they say something nice, they might even be rewarded by the queen. If Luna goes, she would probably attend as a noble representative, maybe even sitting in the front row. In the previous life, among the noble representatives, Duke Dale of the Eastern Territory saw the queen and burst into loud tears. No matter how anyone tried to comfort him, he kept crying until even the king grew impatient. Finally, he hesitantly said, "If it's not too much trouble, Your Majesty, could you give me a handkerchief? I might miss her if I see something that reminds me of her, and I promise I won't bother you anymore." The king? Get rid of him. A handkerchief? I don't have one, but I have a piece of white silk. Do you want that? Next was the military representative, Benjamin, the leader of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment. He immediately shaved his head and declared his vow. Even if he couldn't be with the queen, he would dedicate his life to protecting her. The king? Doesn't he need protection too? Don't the common people need protection? I am the one paying your salary. Get rid of him. Finally, there were teachers and student representatives from various academies, including the hero himself. Everyone thought there wouldn't be any trouble here, but the most shocking incidents often involved these scholars. A female teacher from Rose Girl Academy. Yes, the teacher Serena, rushed to the king, her eyes red. Startled, the king looked at her, and she loudly declared, "Whether it's one or two, I can't accept a life without Miss Barbara. Why not marry me instead? I can't live without her." The king, "I'd rather you wanted Barbara's energy, or a little magic fairy transforming completely." Although the banquet became a bit chaotic and some scandals arose, it was still relatively safe. Oswald was truly worried about a disguised magician hiding among the students. During the event, this magician cast a black fog spell, concealed their form, and tried to take Barbara away. That night, the entire palace was in chaos. The magician, whose name was not recorded, was very powerful, injuring many guards and innocent bystanders. Of course, this was just a stage set for the hero. At a critical moment, he stepped forward and stabbed the magician from behind, saving the king's reputation. but he couldn't save the careers of his fellow students. The king was furious, mostly because of the queen. He ordered the palace guards to severely whip the outstanding student representatives and declared that they would never be employed again. On one side was his sister's rare request, and on the other, the danger of the banquet. After much thought, Oswald couldn't resist those shining eyes and sighed. "You may go, but after sending your blessings, you must leave the palace. Do you understand?" Luna was so happy she was bouncing around. But the moment she pushed open the door and saw Alina in her brother's office, her face fell. "This mean woman, if I weren't loyal and worried about disturbing my brother, I'd really want to." Alina calmly handed over a gold coin. Luna, who had been scowling just a second ago, suddenly became well-behaved. "We're good friends, and this is what friends do." A quick, shadow-like hand snatched the coin. Seeing Alina raise a finger and make a shushing gesture with her lips, Luna nodded in understanding. She's really poor. Her brother is modest and simple, and although he doesn't restrict her from buying clothes or jewelry, her allowance is very small. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Alina run errands or do messenger jobs. 1 gold coin is worth 70 silver coins, or 700 copper coins. That's enough for a whole year's allowance. She patted her chest proudly. Before leaving, she cheerfully made a heart sign to Alina. "If there's ever a similar situation, just come find me. I, Luna, am loyal to the end." Watching Luna happily leave down the corridor, Alina took a deep breath and knocked on the Duke's office door. "Come in." Alina entered quietly. The Duke was busy with official matters, frowning as he worked. She didn't disturb him and instead quietly went to the side to prepare a calming cup of red tea. "How are the preparations for the festival going?" Osford looked up as Alina brought the tea and reached out to take it. Alina bowed slightly and answered, "Everything is ready. We're within the budget, and the gifts the Duke arranged are all set. Thank you for your hard work." Osford took a sip of tea, his brow relaxing. "Planning this festival is the most tiring part, but everyone has worked hard for many days. We need a day to relax. Of course, you should also enjoy the celebration tomorrow and not worry about work." In the previous world, almost every country had festivals for all citizens, either for family reunions or to celebrate the nation's founding. Studies show that the more traditional and lively the festival atmosphere, the more it attracts the people, and such countries tend to be among the strongest in the world. But in this world, it seems there's no single unified holiday. Not to mention other places. Even the northern towns each have their own victory festivals. Today, a city celebrates defeating the demon race in a battle 50 years ago. Tomorrow, another city honors a city lord's heroic deeds. For cities that cannot find historical records, they often hold festivals based on various legends. It feels like today is a celebration of the myth of Quafu chasing the sun, which has been passing through our land for over 36,000 years. Praying to the goddess is one of the few celebrations that include everyone. Although Oswald doesn't believe in these prayers, he still shows respect because there really is a goddess, or rather, a creator being. If humans ever create robots that can think for themselves and give them freedom, maybe those robots will also have a festival to pray for humans. What would that be called? A festival for artificial beings? When Oswald relaxes, he often starts thinking about strange things. He almost laughs at himself and quickly shifts his focus to Alina. "By the way, is the nun feeling better? I want to see her and discuss tomorrow's celebration plans," he asks. Alina immediately replies, "I've already explained the schedule to the nun. Everything is arranged. She's probably taking a short rest now." "Is that so?" Oswald nods, but says nothing more. Nun Jenny is an old friend from his previous life. She is a noble person who strives for equality and is skilled in healing magic, on par with a saintess. The prayer festival is a small matter. Oswald mainly wants to meet her because of the upcoming plague in September. Unlike the church that seeks miracles from the goddess, Nun Jenny believes that if magic doesn't work, humans should find solutions in nature. If there's no cure in nature, then people must help each other to get through tough times. After the plague broke out, Nun Jenny traveled alone to the source of the disease. She read many ancient books and visited several reclusive witches. Thanks to her efforts, guided by a witch, she finally found a way to treat the plague in the records of the Elven Kingdom. In this world, immortals and male characters are quite abstract. Elves, as immortals, are so bored that they are willing to do anything, including recording the history of the plague. Legend has it that before the goddess left this world, she gathered the 4 races she created. Each race received her blessings and curses before saying goodbye. When it was the elves' turn, they hoped the goddess would bless them with eternal life. The goddess agreed, but did not place a curse on the elves. Other races, including humans, were unhappy. Why? Why didn't the elves get cursed? The goddess said, immortality is a kind of curse. At first, everyone didn't understand her words. But later, the elf nation's suicide rate soared, forcing the leaders to create a special bloodline magic. This magic applies to the entire elf race. Only those who leave behind their bloodline can be freed. In other words, only elves with descendants can choose to end their lives. Fortunately, this magic was invented quickly. Otherwise, elves would have become a rare species, and their country might not have survived. Most elves alive now are those who can endure and see things clearly. They have become living history in this world. Back to Sister Jenny. After bringing back the treatment method, she found it wasn't very effective. So she personally improved the formula, making it much better. Then, the Star of Prayer for the Holy Maiden was activated. It's a pity she missed a chance to be remembered in history, but she didn't care much about that. After handing the formula to Oswald, she left alone. Even more unfortunate is that Oswald now can't remember what the formula was. This trouble, Oswald has to bear it, whether he likes it or not. He's not so thick-skinned that Sister Jenny would need to come back again. The documents about the plague can just be bought from the elves. But those boring folks seem more interested in stories than money. Maybe he can copy a story and trade it for something. It seems elves have quite a taste for the intense and unusual. Aline, how much do you know about elves? Suddenly called. Aline was startled like a cat with its fur on end. After calming down, she sighed heavily. The Duke pondered for a long time. What was he thinking about? It made her worry for nothing. Time quickly passed to the next day. All members of the Duke's household had a day off. They went out in small groups early in the morning to enjoy the city. Praying? What praying? This is clearly a festival. The city gates, which had been closed, opened again. The whole city seemed brighter. People from all around rushed in, making the icy city lively and bustling. The circus owner kept wiping tears of joy. So happy, family. This is how the capital should be. During weekdays, he is not familiar with military fortresses or similar things. In the city, banners fly and ribbons wave, and the restaurants are very busy. The main reason is not just the increase in people, but also that the Duke's mansion has developed a new, good quality, affordable drink. Where there is demand, there is a market. After workers frequently drank homemade alcohol to relax, Alina couldn't stand it anymore and wrote a letter to the Duke. Yes, this is the gift Oswald prepared for the villagers, new-style beer. In his previous life, Oswald brewed alcohol before, experimenting with fermentation and distillation, making all kinds of drinks. Everything went smoothly until he hit a problem with beer. This world already has beer, but it is still in the early stages. Even the church sells their secret recipes, which include lots of strange spices. They are expensive and taste strange. Oswald immediately understood they probably didn't find hop plants. Or maybe this world doesn't have hops at all. Later, Oswald found a substitute for hops and created his own special recipe. The taste was much better than those spice beers, so it became very popular at home, and even the dwarves sent trading caravans to buy it. This time, brewing beer early was not only to make the residents happy, but also mainly to calm Alina's anger. In the future, no one should brew alcohol secretly. This beer is already cheap enough, cheaper than buying raw materials yourself. Anyone who brews alcohol secretly again, I will be very angry with. Ah, that feels great. In a lively tavern, Oswald drank his beer in one gulp and then slammed the cup onto the table happily. He took out a cigarette and shared it with the old men nearby. Are you not watching that big meeting over there? Old George took the cigarette, snatched Oswald's matchbox, and happily lit a cigarette. Who has time to watch that? I've been a duke for so long. I should enjoy myself. Oswald rolled his eyes at him, but smiled happily. That's not real enjoyment. Don't you know, you noble dogs? You must have good wine at home. Go get some, and let me, the old man, taste it. After saying that, old George grabbed him to leave, but Oswald pulled him back. Ah, those are just for entertaining guests. Do you think I'm a rich landowner? The best wines always come from the warm southern regions. If I could produce wine, I wouldn't forget you all. All right, having some is good enough. Come, I'll buy you a few more drinks. Oswald just took out 2 copper coins from his pocket when old George spat a mouthful of smoke in his face. Be a bit more generous. You're a duke, after all. Bring us 2 more snacks. All right, you old man with many demands. This time, I'll splurge a little, order the most expensive dishes. The goddess teaches us that people are not high or low, noble or humble. It's just different abilities and roles. Human diversity is like nature's diversity, vast and harmonious. People are different, but united in purpose. God has no demands on humans. That's what makes God divine. God does not see himself as the creator, nor does he claim the titles of parents. He kindly treats humans as an independent race. So, humans shouldn't have demands on God either. We should be grateful. Today's world is no longer just the realm of gods. We humans must rely on ourselves. Praying is just a way to do good, because we share a common wish to live better lives. To achieve this, we must first let go of hatred and prejudice. Compared to the goddess, leaders should listen more to the voices of the people. Prayer is not just asking, it's a request. If leaders ignore these prayers, they should feel remorse before the goddess. On stage, Sister Jenny, wearing a black veil, sat upright and kept explaining the teachings, trying to inspire the crowd. Luna, sitting below, looked at the 2 empty seats beside her. She kept her eyes, nose, mouth, and heart focused, pretending nothing was happening. The nun's words are really good. The only 2 people from the Duke's house, Red, sniffled and cried, feeling moved. He wiped his tears and said sadly, "We've been too short-sighted." Luna didn't know what Red had realized. She turned her head to look at the dense crowd of villagers listening intently. She understood. Those who gained her brother's attention were not ordinary people. Should I cry too? But I really want to see the circus. Why haven't those 2 leaders come yet? Didn't they hear my prayers? One side was the nun's tireless teachings, and the other was the distant laughter and cheer of the circus. Luna's mind was torn. In the end, she clenched her teeth and didn't move a step. Finally, the speech at the blessing ceremony ended by noon. Luna, who had lost all her strength and means, stood up blankly. Her mind was filled with words like humans and goddesses, which she couldn't forget. The people were more enthusiastic than Luna expected. They quickly gathered around the nun, seeming to have many questions they wanted answered. After drinking a glass of apple juice at a small street restaurant, Luna finally felt alive again. She now understood why her older brother didn't like hosting banquets and also understood how the servants felt at such events. You all have fun playing, while I can only watch from the side, pretending to be fine. It's so hard. When her desserts were served, Luna looked far at the busy blessing site, silently put down her fruit platter, and sighed. She had given too much for this family. Packing all her desserts into a box, Luna carried it and slowly walked toward the stage. All right, nuns also need rest time. Everyone, please disperse. Before she got close, Luna heard Alina's voice. As she finished speaking, the crowd naturally started to leave. Soon, only the nun and Alina remained. Alina was dressed casually, with her hair tied in a ponytail. She wore a black long skirt with a belt that highlighted her graceful figure. The people of Ice City are very good. You can see they are hopeful about the future. I think this is thanks to the Duke's efforts, the nun calmly commented. You're too kind. There's still much to do. Compared to military matters, we have to pay less attention to people's daily lives, Alina humbly replied, then invited the nun to have lunch together. She turned her gaze to Luna, who was carrying the box, and looked confused. Luna, do you want to join us? Huh. If you had to say what Luna and Jenny share in common, she would complain internally that besides being women, maybe only her older brother was similar. Luna was smart. She clearly saw that Alina's cautious behavior around Jenny was unusual. The nun was very beautiful. From the moment Luna saw her, she couldn't help but think, what a devout yet dangerous face. Her older brother was also strange. He had never mentioned knowing any nuns before, yet he seemed to know a lot about Jenny. Sister Jenny sure personally confirmed that she never met the Duke. Luna sharply cut a piece of lamb and, while chewing hard, looked at the 2 people. A stern voice echoed in her mind. Someone among you has lied to me. In a private room at the restaurant, Jenny Sure was the first to speak. She lowered her black veil, revealing a fair, delicate face. Her long green hair flowed like a waterfall. She had no strong expressions but appeared dignified and charming. I went this morning to see the sewer the Duke ordered to be dug. At first, I didn't understand why, but then I realized. Still water is like a poisonous pond. Moving water is like dew. As long as the water keeps flowing, Ice City will stay clean and tidy. Eileen paused her fork and knife, smiling gently. The Duke cares a lot about disease prevention. He says there are two main reasons for illnesses: hygiene and nutrition. Hygiene depends on cleanliness, but nutrition is harder. In the Northern Territory, just filling stomachs is considered a good harvest. Better nutrition is difficult to achieve. Jenny Sure nodded and smiled bitterly. I understand this well from my village. The elders often get sick. I use holy healing magic to treat them, but soon they get sick again. I only realized later that the problem is they don't eat enough. Looking at the table full of food, Jenny Sure shook her head, knowing it was Eileen's kindness, but feeling she couldn't accept it. Eileen saw her thoughts and admired her kindness. Sister Jenny, you have a compassionate heart. But the Duke said charity can help temporarily, not forever. Many see this table of food and think it's a lot, but it's actually a normal amount. She glanced at Luna, who had puffed cheeks. Luna blushed, but kept talking. Don't look at me like that. I'm a martial artist. Also, how much people can eat depends on the food produced in the Northern Territory. The key is how to share it. Don't worry about them eating. Worry about them taking more than they need. Take back what they take too much and give it to the people. That's the real solution. Thank you for your advice. Jenny Sure nodded. I've heard that the Duke's secretary is a remarkable person. Today, I see it's true. Everyone was carried on a grand procession. Eileen responded, Sister Jenny is also talented. Otherwise, the Duke wouldn't have personally invited her to lead today's prayer festival. They exchanged smiles, one like a mountain flower, the other like a proud plum in the snow, each with their own unique charm. After a few words, Jenny began to quietly enjoy her lunch. She could tell that the Duke didn't really care about the prayer festival, but he was indeed interested in attracting her. For a moment, Jenny felt a bit tempted. Honestly, Oswald was one of the few wise rulers in the entire kingdom. After the land was divided among the Marquis, she visited the farmers there. On the endless fields, she saw hope. This year's harvest might mean the northern region will no longer worry about food. More importantly, this gives farmers a way to stand up to the nobles. If they take my land, I can go to Ice City as a refugee. When the Duke distributes food, who do you think he will blame? In other words, do you think the Duke is kinder to us or to you? Most farmers now hope the nobles make more mistakes. One Duke's land can be dozens of acres. Who wouldn't feel embarrassed and nervous? And remember, the Duke might have let you go this year, but what about next year or the year after? Everything has pros and cons. After stopping the nobles from managing the land, the Duke's government has to do much more work. Oswald and Eleanor are probably the best officials in the kingdom, but they still had to give up some work. For example, Oswald's plan to build an industrial zone, or Eleanor's census check. They have to, because eating well is the most important thing. After finishing her meal, Jenny gently wiped her mouth with a napkin and gave her answer. Miss Eleanor, what do you think is the most important task on your list right now? Eleanor didn't speak immediately. She stood up, poured Jenny a glass of water, then poured herself some wine, and added juice to Luna's cup. She then pointed to the 3 different drinks and smiled. First, Luna's trip to the royal city for the king's wedding celebration. She moved her finger from the green juice to her bright red wine glass and continued. Second, establishing the tax department. We need to select capable young men from good families, have them wear uniforms and carry swords, and let them act on the Duke's authority to manage all tax affairs in the northern region. Are they going to use swords? Jenny frowned. Tax reform always involves bloodshed, Alina said seriously, her tone sharp. Duke's permission, act first and report later. Jenny understood. Ruling is often harsh. When it comes to taxes, rulers don't hesitate to use extreme force. However, compared to ordinary officials, the Duke's new tax department is more like a special spy agency focused on collecting taxes. The phrase, acting on behalf of the Duke, is worth thinking about. The key is knowing the right balance. If too strict, it becomes fierce and aggressive. If too lenient, work may slack off. Also, Regarding the noble's favorite method of tax shifting, Alina seems to have a new approach. Soon, the entire Northern Territory might see many people losing their lives. Thinking too much won't help. Jenny sipped her water and asked, "What is in this cup of mine?" Establishing a medical department that separates magical healing and natural healing, mainly responsible for researching, treating, and controlling all diseases. Jenny smiled and said, "It seems Miss Alina, or rather the Duke, already has plans for me." Alina shyly looked down and asked, "Only nuns are suitable for this important role. That is indeed the best fit for her." Jenny thought, "She is very skilled in holy healing magic and has studied natural medicine for many years. When it comes to medical work, no one can surpass her." "Then, congratulations on becoming colleagues." Jenny smiled warmly. Alina responded happily. The two gently clinked their cups, and everything seemed natural and smooth. That night after the celebration, Oswald staggered back to the Duke's mansion, feeling dizzy and unsteady. He had only planned to drink a little, to give himself a break for the day, but he didn't expect the old men to drink so much and insist he pay for the drinks. Sigh. Oswald leaned on the doorframe, trying to ignore his discomfort, pressed his pounding head, and quietly sighed. "Your Grace?" A voice came from behind. Oswald turned and saw Alina in a nightgown, holding a lantern. Oh no, he got drunk and was caught by his subordinate. Oswald felt nervous. He thought that since everyone at the Duke's house was on leave, no one would see him. But he forgot that Alina's home in Ice City was also part of the Duke's estate. "Oh, forget it. If I embarrass myself, so be it." "You're still awake so late?" Oswald asked casually. "Because the Duke hasn't come back yet." Eleni stepped closer and, smelling alcohol on him, asked sharply, "How much did the Duke drink?" "All day." Oswald's face flushed with a red tint. Whether from drunkenness or embarrassment, he quickly waved his hand. "You should go rest. It's late." After saying that, he grabbed the door handle, pushed the door open, and then suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. She brought hot water, gently wiped Oswald's face, and carefully applied ointment to the bruises. Her movements were gentle, her fingertips cold, so cold that Oswald felt his face was hotter than a coal stove. When she got close, Oswald seemed to smell a breeze coming naturally. They avoided each other's gaze, both showing no expression. Eleni stepped back a few paces, then sighed and asked, "Does it still hurt anywhere?" But she knew that asking was pointless. When someone is drunk, the worst part is that they don't feel pain, even if they are injured. It was just a fall. Oswald slowly walked to the bed and sat down, lowering his head. "Am I a troublemaker? Always making you do so much for me?" Eleni turned away and quietly lit the candle, replying, "Don't forget, serving as a personal maid is also my job." The room quickly brightened, the flickering firelight reflecting on Oswald's unpredictable face. "You all are very considerate of me, but I really want to find a chance to say sorry. I honestly don't even know what I truly want." He held his head, breathing heavily, clenching his teeth to hold back tears that turned his eyes red. "I'm nothing, yet I make you all follow me blindly." Just as Oswald's words became more incoherent and his emotions started to break down, a cool hand covered his lips. A gentle voice whispered, "You're just drunk, Duke. Sleep it off, and you'll feel better." After calming Oswald to sleep, Eleni carried the lamp and left the room, just in time to see Jenny standing by the window, looking at the stars. "I'm sorry I overheard your conversation." Jenny is a person with strong principles. She believes that since she heard something, she shouldn't leave secretly pretending not to know. "It's okay, the soundproofing in the Duke's room has always been poor." Eileen didn't need to guess why Jenny came over. After the Duke's outburst, if there had been servants today, even the old butler might have trembled and come running with a sword to protect him. As for Luna, who sleeps very deeply, she probably just turns over and continues sleeping. "Your Grace, are you the sensitive type?" Jenny asked hesitantly. She carefully chose her words, but found it hard to say anything suitable. Could it be that the highest authority in the North is also described as sentimental? But outside, Oswald had always been a symbol of strict politics. How many nobles could stand on the city wall fighting fierce demon soldiers all day? However, it was rare for a lord to apologize to his subordinates voluntarily. Regarding Jenny's question, Eileen tilted her head slightly, her long, beautiful rose-colored hair falling, and asked, "None. How do you feel when you receive praise?" Jenny was confused and replied, Probably happy, feeling recognized by others. Yes, we all feel that way. But the first reaction of the Duke after being praised is always anxiety, then suspicion of the other person's motives, until the lie is exposed. Why? Ginny was shocked. It was the first time she realized that human emotions could be twisted to such an extent. A faint sadness appeared in Aline's eyes as she looked at the dark night sky and softly said, "Yes, why?" The next morning, Oswald felt something was wrong. Standing by the window, he looked out. The sky was still so blue, and the city was still so orderly. He washed up and ate breakfast. With Aline's help, he put on his armor and prepared to go to the great camp in Koi City. He couldn't help but ask, "Aline, do I seem a bit off today?" Last night, the Duke fell once when he returned, Aline said calmly, fastening his long sword at his waist. I wonder why some parts hurt so badly. I thought it was just a hangover. No, that's not right. Although it's embarrassing, I don't feel that way. Based on my previous experience, Oswald's feelings are always overly accurate. The system said this is normal because he came from another world and knows the full story, so his subconscious would sense unknown dangers. Oswald said a lot but didn't really understand. System, being all-knowing in a way is the same as being all-powerful. Just see it as a benefit for travelers. Why worry about knowing so much? By the way, I also have a system, Oswald thought quickly, calling out mentally, whether he's just pretending to slack off or genuinely trying to understand the story. It's some kind of role-playing system. "Hello, system, how are you?" A familiar mechanical voice sounded. Oswald felt a bit happy. "Good. Our connection is still there." He continued to ask, "How are you feeling today?" "I'm practicing a Chinese-English conversation with a silly system." "And you? Blessings and curses?" Oswald immediately remembered the background setting of this world. The goddess created 4 main races: humans, elves, demons, and dwarves. Before leaving the world, each race asked the goddess for a blessing, then received a curse from her. The elves' blessing was eternal life, and their curse was also eternal life. The demons liked invasion and war, wishing to become stronger. Later, it was confirmed that their curse made newborns weaker, leading to high death rates among young demons. The dwarves loved exploring underground and caves for treasure, but dangerous environments left many injured. 7 out of 10 dwarves were crippled, and the saying, "two are digging on the ground," comes from this. So, the goddess gave them endless clay, an incredible clay that could instantly bring flesh and blood to life, even regrow severed limbs. Then, the dwarves received what might be called a curse or perhaps a blessing. The upper class of dwarves became more cruel to the lower ones, forcing them to mine endlessly and steal their wealth, creating what is now still a society, the Dwarf Kingdom. They truly believed, as long as you don't die, keep working hard. Clever humans, on the other hand, cried and begged the goddess not to leave them. It turns out that children who cry get milk, so humans received 5 wishing stars they could use to make wishes to the goddess. But what was the price for Gul'dan? Good question, and because of that, Oswald didn't know the answer either. According to the setting, humans should indeed suffer from a curse related to the Star of Wishes. However, neither Oswald's past life in the game nor the story editions in the system mention anything about a human curse. Moreover, the Star of Wishes has been passed down through many generations, and people's wishes have accumulated, yet humans haven't experienced any backlash. Humans, yes. I am not only the eldest son but also the goddess's favorite child. Oswald remained silent. The curse, which is supposed to have long since erupted, hasn't appeared yet. Why does it seem to only break out in our time? Why do I have this strong feeling that it's exactly like that whenever I think about it? Ellie. No, Luna, come see me, Oswald orders with a grim face. Aline's eyes tremble slightly. This is the first time the Duke, after pondering, hasn't spoken to her directly. 10 minutes later, in the Duke's private office, Luna sees Oswald standing alone by the window. Perhaps it's the imposing armor he's wearing, or maybe she's never been formally summoned alone before. As soon as she enters, Luna nervously kneels on the ground. No matter the reason for the summons, kneeling first is the right choice. "Luna, have you trained any trusted aides?" Oswald's first words leave Luna stunned. But she knows that honesty is the best, or perhaps the only, option when facing her brother. I'm not sure which kind of trusted aid you mean. But does the noble lady who helps me criticize the hero count? Her simple answer makes Oswald speechless. He turns his head, meeting her clear eyes, and feels a bit troubled. After thinking for a moment, he continues, the ancients said, know when to advance and when to retreat. Do you know why retreating is as important as advancing? Luna immediately replies, my little sister thinks it's like swordsmanship. A sword must be able to strike out and also be pulled back. The sword that is pulled back can be used for defense or to gather strength for the next attack. Yes, that's the way of warfare, but not the way of politics. Oswald, who is also her successor, always wants to teach her the most essential knowledge. He nods in approval of Luna's understanding and then explains, war is an extension of politics. It can be like a sudden flood of thunder or endless waves crashing against the cliffs, lasting from a few days to 100 years. From a historical perspective, wars always come to an end eventually, but politics are much more dangerous. Since politics began, it has been like a huge, never-stopping whirlpool in the ocean. Getting caught in this whirlpool, you can't just watch the powerful people who control everything. You also need to see the many who are lost beneath the waves. If you rush in blindly, how will you move forward or backward? Luna understood this was a direct test. She thought for a long time, combining it with her brother's first question, and gradually found the answer. Then she looked up at her brother, who was full of encouragement, and confidently replied. Her brother's meaning was, find a stone that can resist the whirlpool's power, tie yourself and the stone together with a rope, so you can move carefully in the whirlpool, right? And that stone is like your trusted confidant. Oswald felt a tightness in his chest. Suddenly, he understood why Emperor Ming of the Ming dynasty once told his successor, Emperor Chongzhen, my brother should be like Yao and Shun. But weren't Yao and Shun the same? These people can even misunderstand the same idea in opposite ways. He sighed sadly, pinching his chin, and sharply pointed out, is it possible that you are the stone? Oh, Luna suddenly realized. Her eyes brightened. So, the idea of moving carefully means letting others handle the moving, while I stay still and firm. Got it. Luna, seeing that she understood, Oswald was about to give her a real task. This was Luna's first time truly involved in political work. Yes, Luna responded seriously, imitating Alina's style, short and strong. I need you to go to the royal city secretly and train a trusted confidant. Support him to get a job at the Central Library within a year or two. No one else besides us should know about this. Understood. At the same place, but at a different time, after Oswald left, Alina took out a coin and played a game with Luna, where they could only nod or shake their heads. Is it related to the demon race? As Alina asked, Luna immediately shook her head. Is it related to the nuns? Luna still shook her head. Is it related to the royal city? This time, Luna nodded. Alina handed her the coin, and both of them smiled, successfully achieving a win-win situation. Luna, I haven't revealed any details about the mission. Eleni, I only need to know that the source is in the royal city. After Luna, who was smiling more brightly than a flower, left, Eleni sat in the Duke's special seat. She propped her chin with a pen and began to think about the task the Duke had assigned to Luna. First question, what connection do I have with Luna in the royal city? The answer is only one, Central Academy. Both of us have different backgrounds. One dropped out halfway, and the other is the top graduate. Second question, why didn't the Duke let me participate, but hesitated and chose Luna instead? Eleni guessed that it was probably to train Luna or to plan Luna's influence early on. The Duke wants to focus more on military matters. After reviewing the plan of Iron and Fire repeatedly, Eleni made a guess. Quokka City will soon become the military center of the Northern Territory, while Ice City will only hold political power in the future. The best person to hold this power is another Charles, Luna Charles. Third question, when will Luna carry out the mission? The answer is simple, around the king's wedding, when Luna goes to the royal city. Luna needs to represent the Northern Territory to meet the king. Meanwhile, Eleni has many preparations to make. First, selecting the team members. Traditionally, Luna needs to bring at least a marquis and a count. The counts are easy to decide, but the two marquis are uncertain. One is on the way back to the Northern Territory, and the other is at the summer pasture, grazing, with no fixed whereabouts. Can Luna really take Annie with her? After consulting with the Duke, Eleni chose the steady Marquis Mofi and the young Count Pete, who studied in the royal city and is good at socializing. Besides the three of them, they will be provided by Luna's 300 cavalry. Since they are going to celebrate the wedding, the cavalry can't wear heavy armor or carry long weapons. Otherwise, 300 well-trained heavy cavalry entering the royal city could cause a lot of trouble. To show the Duke's authority, Eleni ordered the soldiers to prepare uniform dresses, all with a black background and red rose patterns, which is also the symbol of Luna's personal guard. There are also gifts for the king, a list of key people to visit, and candidates to represent the Northern Territory's petitioners, among other preparations. Do you want to learn swordsmanship from me? Eleni was so busy, she almost couldn't keep her feet on the ground, yet Luna still had time to bother her. Yes, I plan to go back to school and learn a few moves from you to teach those guys a lesson, Luna said, clenching her fists, eager to try. She put down her documents, picked up another one, and Eleni thought she was just a child with simple ideas. She changed the subject and asked, "Why do you think my sword skills are so good?" Luna lifted her head proudly and said, "My brother said so. He said your twin swords look simple when you move forward and slash, but actually, you're quick and sneaky like a ghost. Your sword strikes are fast, and you can take someone's head in just a few steps." Eleni, I think I am more of a desk worker. Your swordsmanship is already outstanding among your peers, Eleni sighed. She didn't want to deal with Luna and quickly frowned at the documents in front of her. But I want to beat more than just my peers. Luna stepped forward, hugged her arm, and pouted playfully. And I always feel like I can't improve my sword skills anymore. What was that saying? To learn from all the schools. In the end, she looked at Luna. Eleni patted her head and reluctantly put down her work. They say one vine can't produce two different melons. She really couldn't understand how Oswald, so cautious and steady, could have a sister like Luna who loved to show off. Come with me. Luna faced a common problem many young people have, and her way of thinking was similar. But Eleni still wanted her to know that the Duke's swordsmanship was not as simple as she imagined. She took Luna to a small room. Eleni unlocked the door with a key, dusted it off, and went straight inside. Luna peeked around, curious about the environment. The room was very empty, so empty that everyone immediately noticed a divine weapon standing on a wooden rack in the center. Clearly, it was not a sword but a halberd nearly 2.5 meters long. It looked ancient and grand but extremely sharp. The blade shimmered with cold light. The dull wooden shaft was covered with dense magic runes. Strangely, although the room was dusty, the halberd was spotless and well-maintained. It was obvious that it was used often, and the environment was kept dry to prevent the wood from warping. Eleni spoke in a serious tone. The dwarf master's forging skills, the 1,000-year-old green steel wood of the elf kingdom, and the top human magic craftsmanship, when combined, created the unique battlefield weapon passed down through generations in your Duke family. To prevent you from playing with it and damaging it, the Duke never told you about its true value before. Now, pick it up. Luna stood there blankly, sighing deeply at first, then carefully examining the weapon. Finally, she seemed to make up her mind. She grasped the wooden handle tightly and pushed with all her strength. Feeling the weight of the spear, Luna quickly used her other hand to support it. But no matter how hard she tried or how she changed her technique, the spear didn't move at all. Phew! Not willing to give up, Luna clenched her arm around the handle, shouted angrily, and pushed off the ground with her feet. Only then did she manage to lift the spear slightly. "Where's your swordsmanship?" Alina's cold voice reminded her. Luna hurriedly let go, took a step back, and carefully looked at the spear's shape. A strange and unnecessary move from a certain opening stance appeared in her mind. She grabbed the upper part of the spear's center, kicked sideways, and the spear quickly moved away from her original position, spun half a turn, and then landed steadily in Luna's hands as she lowered herself into a stance. Luna, who was holding a horse stance, felt proud for a few seconds. She had to admit, her posture looked very much like a frontline general on the battlefield. But soon, the heavy weight of the spear made her face turn red with effort. "This weight isn't suitable for you," Alina said kindly after helping Luna put the spear back in place. In fact, Oswald might be the only recent Duke who could use this weapon. Everyone knows that for short-range weapons, swords come first. For long-range weapons, spears are king. But why is the Charles family, a military noble family, famous for swordsmanship? Because the Charles family values cavalry. Swords and spears are similar weapons. Sword techniques are basic, providing some close combat ability, and in terrain like city walls, swords are just as good as knives. But in cavalry combat, the destructive power and armor-breaking ability of the spear become obvious, making it a deadly weapon on the battlefield today. Sweaty, Luna nodded quickly. I understand now. I know how to improve my skills. That's good enough. Alina turned to leave, but she noticed that Luna wasn't planning to move at all. She looked back in confusion and saw Luna's determined face. Luna extended her hand and said firmly, "Call me when it's time to eat. I want to stay a little longer with the senior." Senior. Eleni rubbed her forehead. Fine, as long as she doesn't bother me. Time passed quickly. After Eleni finished her arrangements, the guards changed into elegant and capable uniforms. Luna also prepared to leave for the royal city in the south. The residents came to see them off voluntarily. Luna, who liked to stand out, put on a military uniform, holding a replica spear. She didn't ride a carriage, but led her white horse proudly to Eleni's side. Eleni was talking to two counts when she heard the sound of armor. She glanced at Luna briefly and then turned away. She took a deep breath and reminded the plump Count Mofi, "Don't let the young lady bring these things into the royal city." The old count turned around and saw the boastful Lady Charles. He almost couldn't breathe from surprise and quickly said, "Yes, I understand." Eleni turned to look at another creature, whose gender was hard to tell. "Pete, before social events, you must report your location to our soldiers and be careful with your outfit." Pete, who was more flamboyant than a woman, smiled gracefully, twirling his rose-shaped earring and opening his fiery red lips. "Don't worry, Secretary General. I will become the most beautiful presence in the royal city." After speaking, he glanced at Luna with a look of disdain. "Humph, the young lady isn't elegant at all. Attending social events with her might even affect my beauty." Eleni didn't bother to look at him and turned to continue reminding the old count, "Don't let Pete wear a skirt. I don't want any strange rumors in the Northern Territory." "Yes," the old count quickly agreed, his already high blood pressure beginning to rise. When she reached Luna, Eleni's gaze was sharp. She only had 3 words left to say. Don't cause trouble. Of course, she had repeatedly emphasized the important points in the Duke's bottom line during these days, forcing Luna to memorize them. Don't cause trouble means, first, you must not get into any trouble yourself. Second, do not provoke the king or the royal family. As for everything else, the Duke's words were, handle it as you see fit and decide later. Okay. Luna nodded quickly, snapped her helmet into place, and swiftly mounted her horse. She turned her horse around and loudly commanded her personal guards, "All soldiers, follow me to the royal city." "Yes, ma'am." The guards responded loudly in unison, quickly mounting their horses. Soon, the sound of hooves pounding like drums filled the air. Leaving the convoy behind, Luna led 300 cavalry out of the city gates at a fast pace. "What's going on? Are we about to fight the young king?" Old George, who was watching the scene, puffed on his pipe and muttered with a slightly troubled look, "With just this many people, it's not enough." Alina remained silent, gazing at the blue sky to the north, lost in her thoughts. If Luna said there was any new gain from this trip, it was that, besides fighting, normal people shouldn't wear armor and ride horses. Finally, as night fell, they arrived at a small village to rest. Luna dismounted and couldn't help but take off her armor, sweating and breathing heavily. The villagers were very friendly. Seeing important guests from the Northern Territory, they invited them to stay overnight at their homes. But everyone remembered the Duke's advice and politely declined, choosing instead to find an open space to camp. That night, the village was especially busy. Besides Luna and her group, Red's cavalry also arrived. They planned to gather local militia and surround the mountain bandits at night. In reality, it was just blocking the mountain paths and gradually setting up patrol lines. Sending untrained militia into the mountains late at night would only cause unnecessary casualties. The militia was excited, and their eyes looked eager when they looked at Luna's guards before leaving. This was true elite force, mounted on tall horses, carrying bows and swords, dressed uniformly. All of them looked impressive, making others feel eager to join. If they could earn military merit this time, Maybe they would join such a team. Riding home afterward, the whole village might look at them with more respect. Luna didn't notice the soldiers' interactions. The two counts had already gone to rest in the carriage. She sat by the campfire, tearing dried meat to share with curious children, while listening to villagers talk about recent events. The bandits don't dare come here. Our village is next to the main road, and when the patrol militia see them, they can quickly notify Commander Reed. However, according to the bard and passing travelers, there are strange things in the southwestern mountains, sometimes making very scary noises. Luna was stunned. This was the first time she had heard about it, so she quickly asked, "Are they monsters?" "No." The villager hurriedly waved his hand, looked around, and lowered his voice with a serious expression. "It's said to be the undead." The flickering flames added a shadow to Luna's face when she heard the words, undead. If they were wild undead, they would only be rated as sea level, and a small elite team could handle them all. What Luna was really worried about was the magic users who could create undead intentionally. After sending the message back to Ice City overnight, the group set out again the next day. When they left the central area under the Duke's direct control, which was stable and prosperous, and reached the southern trade territory governed by Marquis Hughes, it was already 3 days later. Luna wanted to speed up, but the old count couldn't even tolerate riding horses, let alone the jostling of a carriage. He often complained along the way. Fortunately, once they reached the well-connected waterway and river trade area, they could take a steady large ship south to the capital, avoiding this tiring journey. Marquis Hughes was not there, but the many nobles in the territory dared not slack off. They all came to greet Luna's carriage with great enthusiasm. As always, the young lady might not remember who came, but she definitely knew who didn't. However, Luna, who had been learning to govern the territory from her brother and Ellen, knew well the character of these people. If flattery could do good, they would all be saints. Moreover, nobles never speak the truth. When they talk about their land, it's always peaceful and prosperous, with happy people, and they work so hard just to repay the Duke's kindness. In the past, Luna would think all this was natural. Ruling, after all, was just managing things step by step. But after reading her brother's book on kingship, she began to realize a core issue. Just like Ellen, who helps her brother handle government affairs, if she had a group of professionals who only needed to be paid, could she completely replace these nobles who hold ruling power? Fortunately, the nobles in front of her couldn't hear Luna's thoughts. Besides feeling that the young lady's gaze was somewhat dismissive, they appeared to be happily enjoying themselves. After taking control of the trade territory's ships and seizing the supplies voluntarily provided by the nobles, the large ship set sail, with its sails raised. Standing at the bow, Luna's expression gradually turned cold. Her long sky-blue hair fluttered in the wind. Looking in the young lady's direction, the old count only saw a group of ragged laborers and a shabby village made of broken wood on the mudflats. "Count Maffei, I have a question for you. Why do residents in the wealthy trade territory live much harder lives than those near Ice City?" Luna asked. The old count felt embarrassed and could only reply, "Because the Duke is greater than the Marquis." He couldn't give a proper answer, and Luna knew he was afraid to speak the real reason. Since Oswald took power, he first distributed food to help those in need, even bringing 2,000 sheep from his own ranch to feed the people and improve their nutrition. Later, he recruited workers and divided land for farming. The residents had no land to rent for free, but they could work in the city if they had no money. When bandits appeared, the Duke helped form militia patrols and sent troops to fight them. The militia members were paid for their service. All these actions were seen by the old count, and he was well aware that the people were starting to see the nobles less and less as their protectors. He was only glad that he made his fortune in the jewelry business and didn't own much land. Otherwise, one day, the villagers might run to the Duke's mansion crying that Count Maffei's estate should also be taken over. The king and the Duke had recently been appointed, clearly not caring about each other. Each was busy dealing with their own mess. Without the king's orders, no one dared to oppose the powerful Duke in the Northern Territory. Luna was heading south to congratulate the king on his wedding. Perhaps the king would personally invite her, ask about the Duke's health, or see if she needed help, possibly to win over the Charles family. Following the river, the group quickly left the Northern Territory. Travel often teaches people a lot about geography without them realizing it. As the warm wind brushed her face, Luna had changed into a summer floral dress. Fortunately, after reaching the central region, Luna became much more composed. This change in her behavior eased the old count's worries. Perhaps the young lady herself also knows that in the northern region, she can be somewhat mischievous, since she has the support of the Duke and Lady Eleni. But in the central area, it is directly under the king's control. As they get closer to the royal city, the towns and villages become more crowded. This land is considered the best place for humans to live, even with limited space and many people. The residents' living standards here are above the kingdom's average. Soon, Luna and her group reached the shore at the crossing. The royal city was just ahead. Tall city walls surrounded large homes, and on the hill in the center stood the palace made of white marble. This time, Luna did not wear armor or carry a spear, and she didn't even ride her horse. She sat obediently in the carriage, dressed like a proper young lady. No, she had returned to her true noble demeanor, squinting her eyes as she looked out the window. Based on her previous experience and the way she rested her hand on her sword's hilt, the old count quickly realized that the young lady was feeling restless. "Young lady, don't forget the Duke's instructions," he nervously reminded her, but she only tilted her head in confusion. Luna playfully poked the old count's soft belly with her sword sheath, as if she had discovered something new and interesting, then cheerfully changed the subject. "Count, I think men are better suited to have children, especially after they gain weight in middle age." The old count sighed helplessly, tolerating her mischief, and advised earnestly, "My young lady, joking is fine, but you must always be careful not to make mistakes. Even if the Duke doesn't punish you, Lady Eleni will." Luna clicked her tongue. Are they all cunning foxes? They seem to know what others are thinking. All right, I just want to visit my old school. Just telling you first, Count Mafe, are you nostalgic for your old school? I'm too embarrassed to point it out. Everyone in Ice City knows that ever since young Lady Luna stopped attending the Central Academy, she's been happily running around like a wild horse. As long as she's not with Lady Eleni, she can play from morning till night. You can find her in every corner of Ice City. The old count, experienced and wise, understood that her rebellious fun was probably because she had been wronged before. Given how much the Duke doted on her, it was clear that her grievance was likely related to the Central Academy. Raise the flag. As the convoy approached the city gate, the cavalry lined up neatly and raised two flags. One was the North Star flag, symbolizing the Northern Lord, and the other was the black and red rose flag, representing Luna's personal guards. Then, the city guards rang the big bell, and hundreds of tall, golden-armored soldiers opened the gates wide. They formed a guard around the entrance. People entering and leaving the city were driven away, and the roads were cleared. According to the rules, this special treatment was only given when a duke personally entered the city. Although the king already knew that Luna Charles was the only visitor, he still gave such a grand welcome. So, the guest from the Northern Lord, protected by both the golden-armored soldiers and the Rose Cavalry, entered the city with great pride. From the city gate to the Duke's house, the busy streets were cleaned thoroughly. The residents crowded on both sides, eager to see who was so important. "That's the North Star flag. The Northern Duke has arrived. The last time I saw that flag in the city was 7 years ago. Wow. I heard the new Duke is a fierce warrior who cut down 30 demons in one battle. Look at his cavalry. They're bigger than horses. They've probably seen a lot of blood and death. You're inexperienced. They're just wearing formal clothes now. When they're in armor with spears, charging in battle, they could make you wet your pants out of fear." For the people of the city, the Northern Lord was always a topic of great interest. There, on the battlefield, there were fierce demons and large armies of cavalry like dark clouds. Since the kingdom was founded, war had never truly stopped. The people were simple and honest. They knew that human prosperity and stability depended on the sacrifices made by the Northern Lord. Many brave men and women joined the army with the hope of fighting demons, but most of them wasted their lives in the Central Army, never even setting foot on the Northern Lord's land. The convoy entered a large estate, a residence granted by the founding king. Only 3 other dukes lived nearby. Compared to the lively and luxurious homes of other dukes, the Northern Lord's residence was very quiet and plain. Luna had only stayed there for a while when she was studying. Besides 7 or 8 maids cleaning, there was no one else living there. Of course, it is impossible to expect a few maids to take care of 300 soldiers. Luna was momentarily unsure and said to the other two counts, "Maybe we should go to other noble families to find food?" Pete snorted and said, "You two figure it out yourselves. I need to start working." After saying that, he twisted his waist, found a guest room, dragged his luggage inside, and slammed the door shut. Clearly, he was going to get ready to visit a noble family he knew. Let the male soldiers buy supplies and daily necessities, and the female soldiers prepare to cook. The old count quickly suggested a reliable plan. He knew very well that taking 300 people to find food was something Charles's family could definitely handle. The young lady truly is the daughter of the old duke. People's moods really affect how they see the world. Luna used to live in this house, only feeling deep loneliness and holding her breath. She often daydreamed and was easily frightened, but she had to pretend to be strong, not daring to show her weakness. Especially after her parents died, she missed her homeland terribly and was afraid her brother would reject her. Now, sharing a meal with 300 elite soldiers and fighting over beef, Luna says, "What loneliness? What weakness? Get lost. People in the royal city are so extravagant. They can still kill cows and eat," Luna said with a loud burp and a messy toothpick. The old count, "What beef? I haven't even seen a bit of meat." A maid nearby explained, "It's cattle from the south. Recently, many have died for unknown reasons. Otherwise, selling beef in the royal city wouldn't be allowed." The old count felt relieved. He put down his chopsticks. "Could it be sick cattle?" The maid continued, "Probably not." The court magicians checked and found no signs of disease. The cattle just died for no reason, and everyone has been eating it for a while, and no one has reported any problems. Inside the magnificent palace, the young King Frank, dressed in a red robe and wearing a crown studded with jewels, was leaning on his hand, looking somewhat indifferent, listening to the reports from his servants. Most of the news was trivial. Which count was caught sneaking around, who embarrassed themselves at social events, or who was raising a baby bear, and so on. "My fiancée, what is she doing today?" Frank asked, feeling increasingly bored as he looked up slightly. "Miss Barbara is hosting a banquet today to welcome the visiting Eastern Lord, Duke Dale. They are friends," the servant replied cautiously. As expected, a cold smile appeared on Frank's face. Friends. Even as king, I don't have so many friends." She, on the other hand, seems to have friends everywhere, especially among the powerful. But just thinking about marrying Barbara for her social status and connections, Frank quickly returned to his usual calm expression. "Your Majesty, today Miss Luna from the Northern Territory has also arrived at the capital." "Really?" Frank sat up straight. The only region the new king cares about most is the Northern Territory. At the start of his reign, he was most afraid of hearing news about a demon invasion through the northern defenses. His father and the old Duke of the North died in a big battle against demons. That war was a total defeat for humans, so it's not surprising that the Northern Territory was easily broken through after losing its elite forces. Fortunately, later news from the north was very encouraging. The new Duke, Oswald, led a large army to Starfall City, fought fiercely for a whole day and night, and pushed back the demon army. Moreover, the battle report detailed that Oswald had killed over 30 demons, showing his bravery. With such a brave duke guarding the north, Frank gradually stopped worrying about the demons and started thinking of ways to win over this young duke, who shared his hardships. "Your father and my father died on the same day and month. It's not too much to form a brotherhood with me, right?" Unfortunately, both Oswald and Frank were busy consolidating power. When he heard that Oswald had placed Anna's family under house arrest, Frank was not surprised. Instead, he understood Oswald's actions and even wanted to imitate them to intimidate rebellious nobles. "Get ready. I'm going out to meet Miss Luna," Frank said, standing up immediately and giving the order. He realized he needed his own trusted allies, his own friends. "Yes, Your Majesty." The king's guards reached the halfway point when a servant hurried over to report. Frank, sitting in the carriage, listened carefully, his face gradually showing a strange expression. Then he ordered, "Turn around and head to the Central Academy." When the king arrived at the Central Academy, it was already in chaos. From nearby, there were loud cries of distress mixed with the sound of jingling bells. Frank silently walked to the training ground. Everywhere he looked, students from the academy were lying on the ground, and in the center, a group of soldiers dressed uniformly was fighting. At first glance, it seemed the students had surrounded the soldiers. In reality, the soldiers were working together perfectly, attacking from the center outward, knocking down the students one by one. Both sides were fighting with their bare hands. Normally, these talented students, with their strength, advantage of numbers, and good position, should have defeated the soldiers quickly. But the soldiers taught the students a lesson. They showed that fighting alone was not enough, but fighting in formation was their greatest strength. The moment the soldiers charged, they split into groups of 6. They attacked and defended together. No matter how strong an individual was, they got caught in these small groups, like being bitten by 6 sharp teeth. Without their top fighters, the students quickly became a disorganized mob, unable to resist the tight formation of the soldiers, who knocked them down one after another. When a whistle sounded, both sides stopped fighting. The soldiers quickly stepped back into formation, revealing Luna, who was smiling brightly. She took off her ponytail band and flicked her bangs, mockingly laughing. "I told you the academy isn't for me. You didn't believe me." The soldiers looked calm and unbothered. "What do you mean we bullied the students?" "I don't know anything. The young lady asked me to join the fight, so I did." One by one, the students, battered and bruised, were carried off the field. When they passed by the principal, who looked pale with worry, he was so angry his face turned white. They were all his good students. Normally, they looked down on ordinary soldiers, saying only the soldiers could defeat the demons. But now, this was their level, and these were cavalry on foot. If they fought on horseback, they would be overwhelmed in a single encounter. The old count standing nearby quickly comforted him. "Principal, calm down. It was just a friendly match, not a real battle. Plus, Luna's personal guards are the best of the best, and they are good at group fighting. The students lack experience in that, so failure was expected." Upon hearing this, the principal's expression softened a bit. Indeed, the school had only taught students how to fight in theory. They had never been allowed to participate directly. However, he still kept a stern face and said, "It's time they learn a lesson. Let them see what the kingdom's best soldiers really look like." The old count continued to give advice, pretending to be emotional. "The guards chosen by the Duke for the young lady are the best from various armies. They are selected because they can draw their bows quickly, hit 7 or 8 out of 10 arrows, run 500 meters in heavy armor, and charge 600 miles on light horses. They are indeed the best of the best, but they are still soldiers. Compared to the well-rounded students you train, Principal, there's still a big difference." The principal was pleased to hear this. He stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Then he turned his head and saw the king watching the scene. "Your Majesty." The principal hurried over and bowed. "Yes, this kind of competition is good. We can hold more in the future," the king said casually, staring at the playground without turning his head. The principal wanted to reply, but the old count spoke first. "Your Majesty, these are Miss Luna's personal guards. They follow orders strictly and are well trained, so they can control themselves. If ordinary troops were involved, they might lose their temper and act violently." "Who are you?" Frank finally snapped out of his thoughts, studying the old count carefully. "I am a count from the northern region, named Mofi," the old count replied respectfully. "Since you're here, where is Miss Luna now?" Frank asked. The old count was surprised. He pointed at Luna, who was standing in front of the soldiers, arms crossed confidently. "Your Majesty, that is Miss Luna." Frank was silent. He thought to himself that the one leading the fight and having the most fun was Luna Charles. And he wondered why her family, the Duke's family, all had black hair and black eyes, but she had light blue hair. In the end, Frank met with the Charles family. As he approached, Luna bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I have met you." Frank smiled kindly and asked curiously, "I don't know Miss Luna. How do you know me?" "Because the people of the kingdom all recognize your Majesty," Luna replied seriously. Actually, the real reason was that the old count was secretly giving her signals. Frank enjoyed receiving such flattery, so he waved his hand to dismiss the servants and said to the principal, "I've heard that the backyard of Central Academy is very beautiful. Could you arrange a visit for me?" The principal dared not refuse and quickly nodded. "Yes, I will arrange it right away." Walking alone with Luna along the shady path in the academy, Frank felt deeply thoughtful. He pointed to the distant clock tower and said, People say that all the heroes come from Central Academy, but you and your brother were not accepted here when you were young. Why do you think that is? Luna thought for a moment, then smiled. Compared to her brother's tragic fate, the king's questions seemed like child's play. Because heroes also need a place to show their strength. Now, the top official under my brother is a graduate from Central Academy. Yes. Frank stopped and looked through his fingers at the sunlight filtering through the trees. Luna's words touched him deeply. A few days ago, some officials even said, "Your Majesty didn't study at Central Academy, so it's normal that he doesn't understand these things." Yes, that's true. He was just the second prince before, and the old king didn't let him attend Central Academy to prevent him from building his own power. But what about your fellow alumni, the prince? He still lost to me in the coup. Frank thought, just use the inheritance law of the Xuanwu Gate. Keep using it, and no one will say a word. That day, when the news of the old king's death reached the capital, the eldest prince was still discussing strategies with officials, talking about battles with the demon tribe. Only Frank ran straight into the palace, sprinting like 100 miles, to the old queen and cried, "Mother, the king is gone." You think he was being filial? Not at all. After a tearful scene of motherly love and son's grief, Frank secretly stole the military token. At that moment, the palace guard's only authority to mobilize troops was in the old queen's hands. That afternoon, as soon as the eldest prince entered the palace, Frank mobilized the guards in the queen's name, launching a coup and killing the queen's other son. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Frank's face. The struggle for the heir has always been like this. If you want to blame someone, blame the eldest prince for being overconfident, thinking he could inherit the throne smoothly. Read more history books. Look at our father. Why do you think he, ranked fourth, was able to become king? But after finally becoming king as he wished, Frank found that everything was not as easy as he had imagined. Because his faction consisted of small fish and shrimp, the moderates were like untrustworthy wolves who only cared about expanding their own power. The prince's faction members were mostly high-ranking and powerful, making them difficult to challenge. This created a strange situation. You act as your king, and I act as my noble. After spending a long time with these insects, Frank looked north again, and Oswald's unfamiliar face suddenly looked clear and handsome. Why? Because Oswald, a duke, had no faction. He didn't care who or how someone became king. But Frank was fighting for support from people like him. He even started to understand why his distant father, Charles, was so loyal. When they lost battles, they all stayed together and died side by side, with no deserters. Miss Luna, I heard it's inconvenient for you to stay at the Duke's house. You've traveled a long way and must be tired. Why not move into the palace for a few days? Let me show you hospitality. In a distant northern region, the battle had become very intense. It proved that once a ruler decided to fight bandits, the regular army was much stronger than a ragtag group. The small village occupied by bandits had no proper wooden walls. A single arrow rain from elite knights could break their defenses. If the knights were sent out now, victory could be achieved in just 10 minutes. But Red wanted to train the militia and let them understand what war was like. He ordered the militia to surround the village tightly, then slowly chip away at the enemy, attacking in an organized way. Both sides fought fiercely. The militia's simple but effective formation had frontline shield soldiers, with 2 rows of spear soldiers behind. Their only tactic was to block the enemy and stab wildly. When they faced tough spots, it was okay. Fully armored knights followed behind leisurely. If they couldn't win, they just called out, and these heavily armored knights charged into the bandits like wolves into sheep. So, despite the loud shouts on the battlefield, Red saw it as just a child's game. He crossed his arms and watched for a while. When prisoners started to surrender, he was about to go back to camp and rest. But a cavalry rider rode up to him. "Captain, Lady Alina has a message for you." Red snorted coldly and continued to cross his arms. "What did that traitor say?" The cavalryman scratched his head, pretending he hadn't heard anything. "Lady Eleni said that the undead appear within Count Rondo's territory. She ordered you to go and find out what's happening immediately." "Understood." Impatiently waving his hand, Red cursed under his breath and turned to give the order for a full attack. It's just a small group of undead. He didn't take it seriously. He was doing a good job fighting bandits, but Eleni kept interfering, using trivial matters as an excuse to get involved in military affairs. Moreover, Count Rondo was an experienced general, excellent at commanding troops. Nothing could go wrong in his territory. Life or death unknown. Eleni suddenly stood up, knocking over her teacup. Her pupils briefly flickered with confusion before she quickly regained her composure. Don't worry. Tell me everything clearly. The soldier who came to report was covered in blood. He knelt on the ground, crying and explaining what had happened. For days ago, Red followed Eleni's orders to the prisoners back to Ice City. He led 300 elite knights to Rondo's territory. In Red's view, even with necromancers present, his elite troops were enough to handle the situation. The journey was smooth until they crossed the mountains and were about to reach the Count's city when they suddenly encountered a large army of undead. Of course, low-level undead were weaker than the militia. Even if they outnumbered them, trained soldiers could handle them easily. But undead giant python, even Eleni couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This world has many ancient and powerful creatures, some existing long before the goddess created races. The undead giant python is a level S disaster evolved from a mountain river python that had undergone a corpse transformation. In terms of individual strength, the mountain river python is comparable to dragons capable of destroying cities. Its enormous body spans continents like mountains, flows like mighty rivers, earning it the name Mountain River Python. Eleni's first thought was, it's over. Level S, that's the same as hero-level beings. Even the entire kingdom only has 2 teams of S-rank adventurers. Should they contact the Mage Association, the Adventurers Guild, or ask the kingdom for help? My lord, Commander Red is seriously injured. Out of 300 brothers, fewer than 10 survived. They are still trapped inside Count Rondo's city. Please, my lord, seek aid from the Duke. Eleni seemed to find her confidence immediately and tremblingly ordered, send the message. The entire Northern Territory is under martial law. All soldiers return to their camps. Duke, please return to Ice City immediately. Ding, ding, ding. The bell tower in Ice City rang again. As groups of cavalry rushed out of the city gates closed firmly once more. Late at night, inside the dim wine cellar of the Duke's residence, Ginny sure carried a lantern and finally found the missing Eleni. Eleni appeared unaffected. She held her lantern and did not look back, carefully checking the vintage of each bottle of red wine. You shouldn't have told the residents this news, Ginny sure said slowly, walking down the stairs. With a creaking sound, she approached Eleni. The light from the 2 lanterns combined, making the cellar seem brighter. The deep red reflection in the wine bottles mirrored in Eleni's pupils. She calmly replied, everyone has the right to know. Ginny sure immediately retorted, their right to know depends on us taking effective action first. The Duke is on his way back. Seemingly unaware of Ginny Shure's tone of blame, Eleni paused in front of a wine cabinet for a long time, then extended her hand. Don't you like to do everything yourself? What you should do now is contact the kingdom's Adventurers Guild and pay well to send S-rank adventurers. Ginny Shure was very angry. She believed that Eleni's attitude was not only shirking responsibility, but also delaying the resolution of the disaster. At this moment, whether one day earlier or later could determine the lives and deaths of countless people. I have made my decision, Miss Ginny Shure. It wasn't easy. Eleni finally took out the bottle of red wine. This was the bottle she had personally placed 4 years ago. She gently touched the bottle and, in Ginny Shure's angry and confused gaze, slowly spoke. S-rank disasters can indeed be solved by adventurers of the same level, but they won't take that risk. Reverends can interpret the goddess's teachings, but they overestimate human nature. Adventurers are greedy, but they also value their lives. The higher their status, the more they weigh the pros and cons. Why should a group of wealthy men risk their lives for your money? They are no longer the poor kids who dared to lick blood on swords. Hearing this, Ginny Shure was stunned for a long time. And what about the king's army? The king's ministers and nobles won't let him go to war. Even if the king overrules everyone, who can guarantee that his army will leave after resolving the disaster? History has repeatedly shown that humans are naturally driven by self-interest. Expecting them to sacrifice for a greater cause or to unite is more naive than believing that demons love peace. Setting aside ideals, Ginny Shure cannot argue against this point. She is surprised to realize that Eline remains as calm as ever. Eline has never lost her reason. As the second in command of the Northern Territory, she has already considered all possible solutions. However, Ginny sure still thinks Eline is avoiding the problem. The Northern Territory must act immediately and cannot delay any longer. What should we do after the Duke returns? You still don't understand what I mean. Miss Ginny sure, Eline says coldly, tightly holding a bottle of red wine. She picks up her lantern and stares at her with icy eyes. I told you, the Duke is already on his way back. During a time of panic in Ice City, Oswald finally arrives at the Duke's residence early the next morning, traveling day and night. As soon as he enters, all the servants and the old butler start crying. Oswald's eyes are bloodshot. Standing at the door, he finally loses his temper and shouts, "Why are you crying? I, the Duke, am not dead yet. Do what you need to do. The sky isn't falling." The servants scatter in fear, but strangely, after being scolded, they seem calmer. Oswald feels helpless. The Count of Rondo and the undead army are part of a side story in the late game. Of course, Oswald had already died by that time. The ruler of the Northern Territory then was the hero Thorn. Count Rondo is a traditional military noble. He had a bad relationship with Oswald's father, the old Duke. When they were young, they often disagreed on military strategies. When conflicts erupted, Count Rondo, in anger, stopped following the old Duke. It wasn't until a crisis with the undead in his territory and the hero's help that he re-emerged. But, can someone tell me where this giant undead serpent came from? No wonder I've been feeling off lately. Turns out, this free mode just throws big bosses at random checkpoints. Trash game, terrible balance. Oh, it's just adult content, so no worries. As long as my brother is happy. Duke, do you want to rest for a while? Eline appeared beside him unexpectedly, lifting her head to silently meet Oswald's gaze. Don't bother, just take my armor and weapons. After seeing Eline, Oswald quickly regained his composure. He had to stay calm. Having died several times and seen so much, he knew there was no need to panic over an S-rank disaster. If he himself was scared, what about the people around him? He raised both hands, allowing Eline to put his armor on. Oswald remained silent. To outsiders, he looked very serious, but in truth, he didn't know what to say. In tower defense games, there are usually common units, elite units, hero units, and adventurers, with disaster levels from C to S. There are also funny categories like medium cup, large cup, and extra large cup. But Oswald didn't usually play with computers or spreadsheets. His feeling about the undead giant snake was that he could probably beat it. Though it might sound like a hero's boast, Oswald knew the role-playing system's limits. Most rewards from the system were just junk game items, and his true self wasn't a stats monster. As a supporting character destined to be stepped on, he was barely an elite unit, with limited talent. Reaching S-rank strength was already quite good for him. Any news from Rondo's territory? Oswald asked as Eline carefully put on his armor. He broke the silence. Should we send scouts? Eline softly replied, giving Oswald an answer. They fell silent again. When a few servants brought weapons over, Oswald grabbed his spear and said, "When I'm not around, watch the southern movements." "Yes, sir." Oswald nodded. He wanted to say more, but hesitated. He touched his clothes and realized he couldn't find his cigarette case. "Smoke this," Eline offered, handing him a box of cigars, one of his favorite brands he hadn't bought in a long time. He forced a smile. "I've fallen so low that I have to rely on my servants for help. All because you're greedy," Eline replied. He was about to turn away when she picked up a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and was about to open it, but Oswald stopped her. The two were very close, each feeling the other's cold body heat, but neither moved away. "Add some more years. It's a bit early to drink now," he said. Then Oswald picked up his spear and strode confidently toward the door. Oswald, who had just made a promise he might not keep, could only pray for divine protection. He believed in the gods, but wasn't sure if they cared about the world beyond. Outside the Duke's mansion, he saw 1,000 fully armed soldiers filling the street. Just as he was about to mount his horse, someone unusual appeared in his view. Ginny, who had opened the carriage door, calmly said, "Alina said you might need me." Oswald didn't say much. Doctors are mysterious. It seems that the progress of war, whether good or bad, is closely related to them. and it makes sense that the church's nuns would try to control undead creatures. Follow me and don't act on your own, Oswald ordered. He jumped onto his horse, looked at the slowly rising city gate in the distance, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Let's go." 2,000 horses galloped across the plains. Though 2,000 sounds small, it looked like a dark cloud moving from the north, rumbling over the grassland and disappearing into the green mountains. Oswald's elite cavalry trained to ride 2 horses each, making long journeys easier. But from the Valley City to Ice City, and then from Ice City to the Count's land, several days and nights of travel took a toll. The people could endure, but the horses needed rest. Around 5 in the morning, Jenny's carriage finally caught up with the resting troops in the mountains. Most soldiers, besides patrols, relied on each other and fell asleep. Oswald, sitting alone by the fire, had no sleep. He was frowning, studying a map carefully, as if trying to figure something out. Jenny looked unwell. She got off the carriage, said nothing, and sat by the fire, closing her hands to steady her breathing. The night was so quiet. Suddenly, she felt a coolness above her head and her fatigue fade away. Oswald turned in surprise and saw Sister Jenny using some kind of holy healing magic on herself. Oswald was speechless. In his previous life, Jenny wouldn't even treat a simple cold for him. It's not just about stopping you from going to the royal city to confront the king. After all, he is the king. No matter how much he cares about his image, if he gets angry, he might attack with a sword. Thank you. Regaining his energy, Oswald felt his mind clear a bit. He continued to analyze the map carefully. "Can I ask what you're studying?" Jenny asked, sitting back down, curling up and hugging her knees, her eyes fixed on the campfire. Oswald didn't look up. The city in the barony was definitely destroyed. But Count Rondo is a capable man. This area is full of mountains. I want to figure out where he might have taken the survivors. The city. Is it really gone? Yes. For many years, this place won't be a human settlement again. Hearing the Duke calmly state the truth, Jenny looked sad and closed her eyes tightly. She wanted to pray for those who died in the disaster, but she also had to face the harsh reality that she didn't know the names of any of the dead in that land. Don't think too much. Human heritage is a collective thing. The blood flowing in your veins has gone through countless hardships. There are always people dying, and there are always people surviving. Oswald's words were strange. Jenny felt he was just trying to comfort her because his attention was focused on the map. But when she thought carefully about what he said, it seemed to make some sense. The two sat quietly until the campfire went out. Dawn was breaking. Oswald ordered the march again, heading toward the barony's city. This time, the march was much slower. But as they got closer, those with sensitive noses could already smell the stench of decay in the air. Dark clouds covered the sky, and large groups of vultures circled overhead. In the woods, the cawing of crows was nonstop. They rushed out of the mountains into a basin. In the distance, the outline of a city was faintly visible. Oswald raised his whip and signaled to stop. "What's wrong?" Jenny opened the window of the carriage and looked at Oswald, who was gazing up at the sky with confusion. "It's too quiet." Oswald's worried words weighed heavily on everyone. He waved his whip toward the sky and said, "Vultures don't land. There must be something on the ground that scares them. The city attacked by the undead giant snake and the army of undead soldiers is full of corpses. The undead do not bury the dead to prevent disease. They do not eat either. They are born to kill living beings and are a disaster." After carefully observing for a while, Oswald called his deputy. "You take 500 men and the nuns and go around the city from the east. Quickly move to the spot marked on my map. If you don't find any survivors, come back from the west. If you encounter strong enemies, you are allowed to retreat directly." "Yes, Your Grace." The deputy took the map and immediately divided the troops, sending scouts ahead to explore. Everyone else, form ranks. As the cavalry moved forward slowly, even though he had expected it, Oswald couldn't help but gasp when he saw the blood-stained, ruined city. The scouts returned and reported that they found no signs of people or undead. The wind howled, carrying a sense of danger. Debris and broken bodies were scattered everywhere. Looking up again, the vultures circling above the city seemed like a gathering storm, clearly warning of the danger hidden there. It felt like a strong game level. Is this some kind of pre-battle scene animation? Maybe as soon as I step through the city gate, A huge health bar will appear beyond my view. Then a boss will suddenly appear, do a smooth entrance move, and then jump straight into battle? Not a single undead found. Oswald asked, still not convinced. The scout was stunned. He thought he had reported everything clearly. Yes, Your Grace. There are only corpses inside the city now. Understood. Give the order. Everyone back 1 mile. No one enters the city without my command. Looking around at the ruined scene, the city was lifeless, with scattered remains that looked like torn and battered corpses. Each face showed fear. But before he could see where the ravine led, his horse became restless, kicking up and trying to run away. Is it coming now? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strong shake came from underground to the surface. Oswald tightened his reins, feeling like he was on a piece of floating ice in a vast sea, with some huge creature wandering beneath. Sweat dripped down his face, and dust swirled like the earth was breathing heavily. Oswald held his weapon tightly. Suddenly, the ground went quiet, and a white bone broke through the soil with a cracking sound. Stop making jokes. Don't read my memories anymore. Oswald and the system had worked together for years, completing many missions. The rewards they earned were safely stored in a virtual space by the system. Almost as soon as the bones appeared, Oswald had a thought, and the system responded immediately. A powerful item, the 5 Thunder Evil Subjugation Array, was activated above. A faint blue light shot between the clouds, forming a magic circle. The sky and ground changed color. The earth cracked open, revealing a huge snake-like skeleton rising from the storm. On its ribs, a twisted army of undead creatures crawled. Boom! The giant undead python showed its mountain-sized body, just as a lightning strike, powerful enough to cover the whole city, struck down. The purple lightning sparkled so brightly that people hundreds of kilometers away could see it clearly. But since it was just a tool created by a side system, no matter how loud or impressive it looked, its damage was limited. The system wouldn't allow a side character to kill the main character. In the air, broken undead bones rained down like falling debris. The giant undead python was mostly unaffected. It coiled its body, and new undead creatures quickly entered the wound, repairing its skin. I know, stop talking nonsense. Go look in the junk pile and see if there's anything useful. Oswald jumped off his horse and stood proudly on the empty street, holding his spear. At this moment, there was no need to communicate with the system anymore. If it was useful, it would try. If it was useless, it wouldn't. Perhaps Oswald was too small, because the immortal serpent did not immediately find a target to attack. It raised its head, which was larger than the city gate, with hollow, blood-red eyes that seemed to glow in the dark, locking onto the cavalry outside the city. Both sides acted almost at the same time. The immortal serpent crashed into buildings, destroying them as it charged out of the city. Oswald's figure flickered, and he leapt onto the tall body of the serpent. Arms that were just bones and skeletons responded instinctively, rushing toward Oswald. These undead creatures, attached to the serpent, went crazy the moment they saw the intruder, making a harsh, screeching sound as their bones rubbed together. Bright flashes of light flickered as Oswald slashed along the serpent's spine, sweeping away waves of white bones. After clearing a space, Oswald seized the chance. He stepped into the air, swinging his spear at the spine, unleashing a surge of wind blades that stabbed fiercely into the serpent's back. Although he only caused a tiny wound on its huge body, the immortal serpent noticed him. The serpent's head suddenly turned, whipping its body to throw Oswald into the air. Calm and fearless, Oswald quickly twisted his waist to adjust his position, dodging the serpent's bite in midair. But when he landed on the spine, he was pierced through the calf by bony hands. With no time to do much else, Oswald endured the pain, swinging his spear to unleash more wind blades, cutting down the undead creatures rushing toward him. He then ran at full speed. The serpent's head turned even faster than he expected. The man and the serpent fought fiercely inside the city, from the ground to the air. The noise was so loud that the cavalry outside the city watched with shock. My lord, so brave and fierce. They knew this wasn't a battle they could join at their level, and they also knew that once the chaos inside the city settled, a winner would be decided. The cavalry looked at the battlefield with mixed feelings, their eyes burning with hope. For the first time, They felt what it was like to be protected by their lord. At this moment, Oswald had no energy left to think about reputation. Thanks to his excellent speed, he could indeed hold off the immortal serpent for a while. He also knew that dragons had a weak spot, and snakes had a critical point. But the closer he got to that spot, the more undead there were, and the more furious the serpent became. Facing the giant serpent itself might be easier for him. When fighting undead creatures, he becomes the one who needs to worry about bleeding and stamina. Once again, he dodged the snake's tail strike. Oswald was covered in blood, smashing several undead monsters with swift strikes, and he spoke calmly into the system. Did you find anything useful? More of this. Just tell me, how many years of life do I need? He unleashed a burst of energy, swinging his spear smoothly and swiftly, clearing away the advancing undead army like a storm. You don't need to think of me as a Japanese person. Hearing this, Oswald glanced at the snake's neck circling high above. The undead there had thicker skin than in other areas. But since it wasn't a vital spot, he didn't need to break through directly. He swung his spear downward again, aiming at the ribs this time. With a sharp clang, the blade cut through the air, and a long rib fell off. Oswald quickly grabbed the protrusion on the broken bone and agilely jumped into the giant serpent's belly. At this moment, the serpent's body was tilting downward, and inside its belly was a scene like. Stabilizing himself, he looked at the countless white bones spinning in a spiral ahead. The undead creatures all twisted their heads in a strange way, their hollow eye sockets fixed on Oswald. It was like a cave filled with skulls and limbs, eager to tear all intruders apart. But Oswald also saw a faint, dark glow flashing in the distance. He threw away his spear. In this narrow terrain, the spear was easy to get stuck. He pressed close to the serpent's ribs and slowly drew his long sword from his waist. The serpent was still rolling, trying to shake Oswald off. But Oswald's stance was steady, his body unmoving. Even though he was 100 meters above the ground and undead creatures surged toward him. A skeletal claw grabbed his shoulder, and blood immediately gushed out. The hot, bloody scent stained his face. His expression remained calm, staring quietly ahead, his hand trembling slightly as he held his sword. Finally, at the moment the giant serpent straightened its body, Oswald moved. A chunk of flesh and blood remained on the claw. Oswald, like a string suddenly snapped, vanished in an instant, as if shot from a bow. The wind pressure kept increasing, making his speed grow higher and higher. The sword's blade turned into a cold flash, flashing past quickly. In an instant, countless heads were knocked off. Following that, the giant snake's skin peeled away in a landslide-like manner. A rain of corpses fell from the sky. This lightning strike fully displayed Oswald's S-level strength. The fierce wind roared in his ears, and white bones turned into a bright glow in his view. The strike was too fast. It wasn't just a slash, but a direct collision with a bright light. Even Oswald could barely see clearly. It was a small, purple-black magic crystal, about the size of a fist, floating inside the giant snake's belly. The sword was silent as Oswald turned around. Under the force of inertia, he floated in the air for several meters before crashing hard into the snake's ribs. He let out a cry of pain. Blood spurted from Oswald's mouth. Instinctively, he grabbed the snake's ribs, barely avoiding falling down. With a sharp clang, his sword shattered instantly. But the magic crystal nearby seemed undamaged, still emitting a strange, dull glow. Oswald stared blankly. Cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal, but as his pupils trembled, the cracks stopped spreading. The mechanical voice of the system buzzed like electricity into his mind. Oswald, hanging outside, suddenly flipped and jumped, avoiding the giant snake's frenzied attack that aimed to crush his entire body to the ground. Find a weapon. The upper half of the giant snake rose again. Oswald, blood at the corner of his mouth, quickly threw the broken sword at the magic crystal. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed, but the crystal remained unchanged. Remaining undead creatures crawled along the snake's spine, becoming even more frantic. One after another, they lunged at Oswald, who was losing blood. Without weapons for defense, Oswald could only hurriedly dodge between the ribs. The giant snake shook its upper body violently. Oswald lost his footing and nearly fell from the high air to the ground. The system was still rummaging through its data. Frustrated, Oswald's mouth bled again, showing he had sustained internal injuries. He didn't expect the magic crystal to be so hard. The destructive power of his previous strike could cut through a 1-meter-thick steel block. Another undead creature lunged from behind, biting Oswald's neck. Pain shot through him. He quickly crushed the undead skull with his hand and urged the system. After so many years, you haven't rewarded me with any weapons yet. System. Luna agreed to stay at the palace after the king's strong invitation. The kind king even personally saw Luna off to the duke's mansion to pack her belongings. On the way back, they rode in the same carriage. Luna was so angry she had to grit her teeth and pretend to smile, secretly wishing she could punch Frank in the face. After imagining many fights in her mind, Luna suddenly realized the carriage had stopped. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Something's wrong. There's trouble. Why are you shouting? Can't you see I have guests? Frank politely smiled at Luna, then quickly changed his expression and turned to scold the hurriedly approaching servant. Your Majesty, this is urgent, the servant stammered, trembling. The Southern Territory is under attack by the undead horde. About 40 or 50,000 of them are besieging the capital of the southern region. Frank was shocked. He no longer cared about appearances and grabbed the servant's collar, speaking harshly. Who brought this news? Is it confirmed? The servant replied nervously. It's a message from the trusted envoy of the Duke of the Southern Territory, requesting immediate help, Your Majesty. Luna perked up her ears, but quickly lost interest. An undead army in the southern region had nothing to do with her, the young lady of the northern duke's estate. Even if the southern region fell, the undead army would be on the way to the north, separated by the king's vast and rich central area. There was no reason for her to worry. Suddenly, so many undead appear. What are the nobles of the southern region doing? They caused trouble right during my wedding. Frank was very annoyed. He quickly flipped through the report from the southern duke, his dissatisfaction reaching its peak. The large southern region had a standing army of over 100,000. Solving the undead army was easy. Just a few cavalry charges and a few more attacks could handle the 40 or 50,000 undead. Honestly, as long as there were no special individuals among the undead, 7 or 8,000 cavalry could easily deal with the horde. But some people had no conscience. They dared to say the capital was besieged and demanded the entire kingdom to help. Frank really didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, sending a large army to fight would only drain the king's strength. He quickly thought of a plan and handed a report to Luna, who was yawning, deciding to divert attention elsewhere. Miss Luna, the Northern Army is the strongest in the country. I want to ask them to help with this issue. What do you think? Luna took the report, pretended to read it carefully for a moment, and after dealing with political affairs with her brother and Eleni, she was no longer a political novice. Your Majesty, the northern region is poor and cannot supply enough food for an expedition. If the southern duke is willing to provide food free of charge, and if we offer 3,000 gold coins as a reward for the northern army's help, I believe my brother would be happy to assist the southern region in overcoming this difficulty. Luna believed that, at this level, offering such an unreasonable condition would make it impossible for the southern duke to agree. 3,000 gold coins. This could hire mercenaries or even the royal guards. But Frank, at a higher level, quickly told his attendants after receiving the answer, tell the duke that as long as he provides food and the 3,000 gold coins reward, the northern army is willing to help the southern region fight the undead army. Yes, Your Majesty. Luna, who only realized what was happening late, was full of questions. Isn't it enough that you're the king? Who would want to fight the undead? That just stirs up hatred. Form the line. Shield soldiers in front. Cavalry retreat to protect civilians and prepare to move. In the mountains of the northern region, a war between humans and the undead was still ongoing. The undead, scattered across the hills, were searching everywhere and finally found the survivors' temporary shelter. They began to gather and then launched a fierce attack on the camp. Count Rondo, nearly 50 years old, with a scar near his eye and one eye rolled back, was still on the front lines, calmly commanding soldiers to resist the undead's pursuit. Since the day the city was destroyed by the giant undead serpent, he had gathered the remaining soldiers and civilians, more than 10,000 in total, and retreated into the mountains. The good news was that the giant undead serpent did not come after them. The bad news was that about 30,000 undead soldiers were still tightly holding on to them. Old General, this can't go on. We shouldn't go further south. The Ice City is northwest. We should head to the capital. I'm sure we will meet the Duke's reinforcements there. Red, who could barely stand, was wrapped up like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Despite this, he refused to leave with the civilians and instead stayed on the front lines of the battle. Cover each other, speed up the retreat. In the mountains, the undead are not as agile as we are, Rondo told his men. He then glanced coldly at Red. I told you, I don't need Charles' family's help, and they can't defeat the giant undead serpent either. Even so, the Duke has a large army. We can only survive by following him, Red argued. He knew Rondo had long wanted to leave the Northern Territory, but he had never had the chance. If you want to go on your own. Rondo swung his great sword and cut down another undead creature that had suddenly appeared. Then he started planning the escape route. He had a grudge with the Duke's family from the previous generation. If it weren't for Red being here today, he would have made sure the Charles family knew how dangerous the world could be. Red sighed again. Old General, I also started out under your command. You know what kind of person I am. If the Duke were truly heartless and unfaithful, I wouldn't be so loyal to him. Let's go, Old General. Your people are also the Duke's people. The Duke won't abandon us, Rondo said. What do you want me to do? Red shouted, swinging his sword. But suddenly, he froze in place. Miraculously, the undead that had been chasing them suddenly changed direction and rushed down the mountain, as if they had received some command. Red scratched his head, thinking, this is crazy. Nothing normal has happened since I came here. Cavalry. Where are my cavalry? Hurry up and see what's going on. Rondo sat down heavily, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But his eyes showed a strange glint. Meanwhile, 500 cavalrymen rode along the edge of the basin, following the Duke's marching route, searching for survivors. Ginny was a bit distracted. Not long ago, they all saw the huge lightning magic in the sky. They knew exactly where the magic had been cast. That was the power only a great mage could wield. If the Duke was a great mage, he was hiding it very well. But that also explained why Ellen insisted on waiting for the Duke to return and handle the problem. Although the Duke was about to leave, he didn't bring a magic stone or even a staff. Could that spear be his staff instead? Ginny couldn't understand or guess Oswald's thoughts. Enemy attack! At that shout, Ginny snapped back to reality. She saw thousands of undead rushing out of the mountains, charging toward them in a huge wave. The scene made it feel like the whole ground was trembling. Prepare to fight. The cavalry quickly drew their long spears, urging their horses to slow down and form a battle line. The deputy swallowed hard, looking serious. There were too many enemies, and the Duke's order was to retreat and save strength if possible. Just as they formed their battle line, the undead didn't even look at them. They seemed to be passing by, heading straight toward the city. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief but immediately became alert, watching their surroundings carefully. The intelligence report clearly said that among the undead army, there was a giant undead serpent of S-rank disaster level. Ginny frowned. Over an hour ago, that huge magic circle clearly wasn't meant for fighting ordinary enemies. The only possible explanation was that the Duke had encountered a strong opponent inside the city. Deputy, stop them immediately. Ginny shouted from the carriage. What? The deputy turned around, confused. The nun was fiercer than us, and there were tens of thousands of undead enemies ahead. The Duke is fighting inside the city against the giant undead serpent. They are heading straight for him. On the flatland, scouts rode their horses at full speed. The remaining 500 cavalry were anxiously watching the battle inside the city. The scout pulled up his horse, gasping for breath. Captain, a large group of undead is approaching us. What? How many? The cavalry captain's face changed suddenly. His horse also became restless. At least 20,000. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. As they looked at the increasingly intense fight inside the city, their faces grew tense. They clenched their spears tightly. Of course, they could abandon the Duke and run away. But they didn't want to do that. Brothers, do you still have the strength? The cavalry captain looked quietly at the scout. The scout, now catching his breath, nodded and quickly drew his knife. You don't need to fight. The captain patted his shoulder meaningfully and pointed at the broken horn on the ruined city wall. The scout clearly understood the captain's meaning. He nodded firmly, waved his whip, and headed toward the city wall. Climbing onto the wall, he saw a huge, swirling undead serpent in front of him. Its body was larger than any monster in stories. Its head had once swallowed the sky and earth and torn apart dragons. Its ribs were 2 rows of sharp spears, strong enough to pierce a heavy armor. Although he couldn't see exactly where the Duke was, the scout knew he was still fighting. The increasingly frantic serpent was the best proof of that. Behind him were his fellow soldiers, standing in neat rows with shining spears ready. None of them backed away. The damage to the city wall was worse than he thought. The ground was still shaking violently. The scout hurriedly rolled and crawled, clutching an ancient horn on the wall. Dust rose with the gas, echoing the sounds of many years past. With a dull sound, he knew their battle had begun. To keep their march fast, Oswald only brought the best 1,000 cavalry from Quokka City. For the undead serpent, the proud human city was just a small castle made of stones, easy to topple with a gentle push. Without a strong enemy to stop the serpent, building defenses and calling for a large army to attack was impossible. Oswald couldn't afford to gamble, nor did he dare. In his worst case, he believed these 1,000 cavalrymen had to him to face the undead serpent, even if they all died. But no one expected the situation to turn out like this. The sound of a trumpet reached his ears. At that moment, Oswald's heart skipped a beat. The trumpet message on the battlefield was clear. Only death could end the fight. Like riding on a runaway roller coaster, Oswald used his strong body to dart left and right between the serpent's ribs, fighting hand-to-hand with endless undead creatures. He moved from high above to the ground, then ran swiftly on the ground, and soared back into the air. Neither he nor the undead serpent could defeat each other now. Oswald was incredibly agile. Any other S-rank warrior would have been crushed by the serpent's deadly rolls. One mistake could mean death. Around the magic crystal of the giant snake, Oswald didn't know how many undead he had killed. However, he was helpless against the incredibly strong crystal. Plus, his wounds kept bleeding, and he was starting to feel weak. In the distance, the undead army was rushing toward the city like a flood. 2 groups of cavalry were at the front and back, charging quickly into the enemy ranks. The sounds of bones cracking, hooves pounding, and clashes created a fierce roar. Soldier against soldier, king against king. Keep speeding up. Merge with the cavalry ahead. Jenny, who had become the commander of this cavalry, had already seen the fierce battle inside the city. She was determined to stop the undead army. Sitting in a fast-moving carriage, in front of her was a sharp spear of cavalry. Jenny looked around. Everywhere was filled with dense, undead soldiers. Her veil had blown away in the wind. Jenny clenched her teeth to endure the discomfort. She gathered light in her palms, casting goddess magic. Several holy light spears shot out, adding bright colors to the dark battlefield and continuously destroying the undead blocking their path. Turn left. Flank from the left. The 2 cavalry groups finally saw each other. The deputy signaled with a flag, and both units merged and charged forward quickly. They sped up again to flank the enemy, stabbing into the undead army like sharp blades. After the cavalry gathered, the undead reacted. Most of their troops marched toward the city, while the remaining ones charged forward, forming tight lines to block the fast-moving horses. They didn't fear being torn apart and crazily bit and tore at the horses. When the horses fell, the undead swarmed over them, using sharp bones and teeth to tear the cavalry apart. The number of fallen cavalry increased rapidly, but no one retreated. The horses kept running faster. Both sides' bodies piled up, blood and bones splashing hundreds of meters. The undead's numbness and the human's courage clashed fiercely here. None. Keep moving forward with them. The bloody deputy shouted loudly. He and his hundreds of cavalry quickly dismounted and formed a long spear wall, blocking the undead's attack like a wall. The remaining horses and cavalry regrouped, sped away from the battlefield, and broke through the weak points of the enemy army. Then they continued parallel to the undead army, whipping their horses to chase. Jenny sure closed her eyes in pain. She knew that the chance of survival for these hundreds of cavalry was very slim. The sound of horns grew louder, like crying tears. The dark clouds covered the sky, and vultures kept circling. The ground never stopped shaking. Oswald had already heard the sounds of soldiers fighting. His breathing was ragged, and he coughed up blood again. Just start, as if there's a tumor inside my body. Oswald quickly took off all his armor and tore off his upper clothing, revealing a very strong body. Stop joking. This story is messed up. You probably can't explain this to the higher-ups either. Actually, I'm happy just to be with you, even if I only get to send some broken things every time. Come on. Oswald sped up again, dodging the undead creatures flying toward him. He leapt forward and landed in front of a magic crystal. The system immediately activated a one-time item, Gluttony. The item card was used. A crooked slit opened in Oswald's stomach. He could clearly feel his organs and flesh separating. Sharp teeth grew rapidly, enlarging the slit. As it widened, a long, black, sticky tongue with a slimy surface emerged and wriggled out. Seeing this creature emerge from his stomach, even though he was mentally prepared, Oswald lost his composure. But he couldn't retreat now. He thought quickly, and his long tongue immediately wrapped around the floating magic crystal, pulling it fiercely into his open mouth. With a loud bang, hundreds of teeth clamped down, swallowing the crystal. The large mouth disappeared, but Oswald's body distorted as it began to regenerate. Bones shot out from inside him, stabbing him into a bloody mess. His body was broken, and his last bit of consciousness faded away. Oswald closed his eyes and fell straight down from the sky. Almost at the same time, after cutting off the connection between the magic crystal and the undead giant snake, the red glow in the snake's eye sockets vanished, making it seem as if it had truly died. Its enormous body lost power and collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. With the final loud noise from the city, dust and smoke rose into the air. The exhausted scouts shed tears and blew the emergency alarm. Quick! There's a change inside the city. The cavalry charged forward wildly, but suddenly the undead army changed targets and rushed toward the cavalry with fierce attacks. The two sides clashed again, but this time the undead were the ones blocking the way. The vulture finally stopped circling and flew straight down to the battlefield, feasting happily on the fallen bodies scattered in the wild. Noticing this, Jenny's eyes changed suddenly. She was sure the giant undead serpent had been defeated, but the Duke's life was still uncertain. Don't fight with them. Just get into the city and find the Duke, she ordered urgently. This time, she was really worried. What if Elaine's plan was wrong? If something happened to the Duke, the Northern Territory would be in big trouble. Inside the city, the scout was struggling to drag Oswald away from the undead pursuit. Luckily, when the giant serpent fell, it crushed many of the undead attached to it. Plus, the scout's good physical condition helped, or they would be in real danger now. Oswald's bones had mostly healed, but seeing his battered body, the scout couldn't help but cry. His bones were broken in many places. The Duke looked so weak now, just one hug, and he was covered in blood. Hang on, Duke. Help is almost here, the scout said, struggling to drag the unconscious Duke into a broken house. He cried as he quickly tore strips from his clothes to bandage Oswald's wounds. Oswald's breath was very faint. The system tried to wake him up, but got no response. It could only use the stored healing potions on him, one by one. These potions weren't valued by other travelers, but the system only had these. Luckily, they could still save Oswald's life. The magic crystal lay quietly in Oswald's belly. The system detected it was infecting his bones, but there was nothing more it could do now. Outside, the battle was still going on. The cavalry desperately charged toward the city gates, but faced enemies from behind and in front. Most of the undead inside the city had been attracted by the larger number of living creatures outside. They gathered together and met the cavalry trying to break in. In just one encounter, 7 or 8 cavalrymen were forced to sacrifice themselves in panic. Jenny's goddess magic kept casting non-stop, but the enemies were too many. They were now surrounded on all sides and found it very hard to advance further. Soldiers in heavy armor are holding the line outside and can still fight. They are dismounting to form a spear wall, protect the horses so they can recover their strength, then break through. Brothers, we have no way to retreat now. Fight to the end. A series of commands are issued. Perhaps the only thing Jenny Sure can feel comforted by is that these cavalry, carefully selected and trained by Oswald, have a strong fighting spirit. They should be the core force, building the future cavalry for the Northern Territory. If they are lost, The north will take years to recover. Lances form a forest of spears. Jinny Shur is surrounded and protected by soldiers, while the enemy outside is a frenzied undead army. The city gate is close. Jinny Shur can see the huge bones of the undead giant serpent inside, but they cannot move forward anymore. Despair fills her heart. Even though her magic power is still full, she cannot change the bad situation. They all misjudged. Who would have thought there were so many undead armies in the distance? They had to make quick decisions to solve the disaster. Otherwise, more than just these 1,000 people would be sacrificed in the north. None. Did you hear that? The young guard beside Jinny Shur suddenly stands up, looking around happily. Hear what? Jinny Shur, who just cast a spell, is breathing heavily. All she hears is endless fighting sounds and a continuous horn. Wait, a horn? Jinny Shur looks confused toward the city. The horn isn't coming from the walls, but from farther away, and it's getting closer. Yes, the more than 20,000 undead clearly are chasing survivors. Sending so many troops shows that Count Rondo still has a large army. The horn wails, clearly signaling the start of a full attack. Young men, for the Duke, fight. Fight. Outside the encirclement, the sound of armored cavalry approaches loudly, accompanied by thousands of shouts. An old one-eyed general, wearing heavy armor and wielding a broadsword, leads his troops charging fearlessly into the undead army. Closest to the general are the spear soldiers, who recently dismounted to block the undead. Only 300 spear cavalry remain. Even during a foot battle or after experiencing a fierce fight, their speed remains fast. The dense spears break through the undead army's defenses like a powerful storm. Besides the soldiers, even farmers with simple weapons quickly join the fight. They swing their wooden sticks and shovels wildly at the undead. The call to counterattack has sounded. Everyone in the encirclement feels energized. They quickly form ranks, shout loudly, and bravely launch a counterattack. Dump truck. Oswald suddenly opens his eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat. It feels like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he was helpless and lonely until he met the sharp and powerful dump truck sword technique. Not to mention, that thing's pressure is much stronger than any giant snake. When he wakes up, he feels intense pain all over his body. Then he sees Red's rough face. As soon as Red sees Oswald open his eyes, he bites his lip and starts crying loudly, tears falling onto Oswald's face. Stay away from me. Oswald tries to avoid the old man's tears. He has no strength, and moving hurts his wounds. Red pauses, then cries even more sadly. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm useless. Wail. Oswald, angry, wants to slap him. He tries to lift his hand, but sees Red being thrown aside by someone. Jinny, with her delicate face, appears. She seems to have cried too, with red eyes, but her expression is calm. Everyone, go outside and be quiet. Let the Duke breathe some fresh air. The doctor speaks. The soldiers dare not disobey and jump down from the slow-moving carriage. Gently lowering Oswald's arm, Jinny kneels on the carriage and sighs with relief. Sir, are you feeling any discomfort? You won't die. Injuries are unavoidable, but why does my throat hurt so much? Hearing this, Jinny shyly turns her head away. Well, the Duke was unconscious for a few days. We used some small tricks to help you eat. I see. Oswald doesn't mind much. At this moment, he's wrapped up like a rice dumpling, grateful just to be alive. Where are we now? Sir, we will arrive at Bing City soon. Oswald nodded hard, and Jinny quickly placed a pillow under his neck to help him see better nearby. Go tell Red not to spread the news about my serious injury. Just say the disaster has been dealt with. Also, inform Alina to prepare for the fallen soldiers' memorials and burials, and to reward the soldiers. Make sure the survivors are well cared for and funds are allocated to help them rebuild their homes. If they really don't want to go back, let them settle in Quokka City. The bones of the immortal giant snake should be sent back to Bing City in batches. That thing is valuable and can be sold for a good price. Ask Alina to order the nobles across the land to patrol their territories and continue fighting bandits. Finally, write a letter to Luna. Don't let her know about my injury, but tell her to stop being so playful and return to Bing City soon. Jinny hurriedly took notes. This was her first time doing this kind of secretarial work. Who should handle the rest of these tasks? Give them to Alina and let her arrange everything. Oswald closed his eyes, feeling tired, and stopped speaking. The battle against the immortal giant snake was harder than he expected, mainly because his full attack didn't shatter the magic crystal. Instead, it shattered his sword's blade, and the fight got out of control. He kept thinking he shouldn't have abandoned his spear. But in that situation, he could only use his sword. The real problem was that he didn't have top-tier fighters around him now. Alina needed to help stabilize the territory. Federico was still growing, and sending Ginny was already a good move. At least it kept him alive. They only returned to Bing City at sunset. He was carried on a stretcher into the Duke's mansion. Oswald immediately told Alina, who hurried over, "Watch out. Don't let anyone find out about my serious injury." Yes. Alina lowered her head and followed everyone into the room with Oswald. When Ginny finished casting healing magic and left, only the two of them remained in the room. Oswald was lying on the bed when he noticed Eleni still dressed as a maid, standing still with no intention of leaving. "That cigar of yours, I haven't tried it yet. Give me one." "You haven't recovered yet, sir. The nun also advised against it earlier." Eleni replied quietly, keeping her head down. Oswald sighed. "Just a puff or two. My body hurts so much." He wasn't lying about that. In fact, even now, he felt like his body was leaking air, and with each breath, his wounds throbbed painfully. If there was a painkiller nearby, he would have taken it all at once. Eleni looked up, her eyes moist like a gentle lake. She silently went to get a cigar and an ashtray for Oswald. With a snap, the flame lit up their faces briefly before dying out. Oswald bit on his cigar, looked up at the dark ceiling, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Just holding it like this. Aren't you tired?" Eleni carefully held the ashtray and stood nearby, no longer showing the confident demeanor of her past self, more like a dedicated maid. "Sit down. I've slept a lot. It's good to chat," Oswald said slowly, removing the burning cigar. Eleni sat down nervously, looking a bit uneasy, but Oswald started talking to himself. "Actually, your judgment was quite accurate. To solve such a dangerous disaster, no one in the northern region besides me can handle it. Unexpected situations happen like this. There's no pattern to follow. When trouble strikes, plans go out the window. Don't expect everything to be safe and steady. There's no such thing as a foolproof plan. Many people are good at planning but hesitate to make quick decisions, missing the right moment. So, don't blame yourself. We all did well this time. It was my carelessness in battle that caused this mess." His comforting words made Eleni finally shed tears. Her sobs were soft, but they still made Oswald feel a bit lost. After a moment, he took another puff of his cigar and joked, "In the past, I didn't listen to you, so you cried. Now I listen, and you still cry. Is that how much you cry when you're with me?" Hearing this, Eleni wiped her tears and forced a small smile. Her every move reminded Oswald of the time she cried the hardest. The reason was quite silly. He had planned to remove her from her role as her personal maid so she could focus on being the Secretary General and handling government affairs. Despite only wearing a maid outfit daily and not doing any other chores, she still received 2 salaries each month. It felt like he was the one bullying her. He reached out and gently took the cigar from Oswald's mouth, extinguishing it in the ashtray. After all, he had only taken 2 puffs. "I'm not like the Duke, who keeps everything inside. Since entering the Duke's residence, your brows have never relaxed. Is there something else you need to do?" Oswald shook his head. Even with Alina, many things he couldn't share her worries about. But if she wanted to know, he could tell her. 2 things. First, the army in Quokka City is gathering. Since I am not in good health now, Quokka City needs someone with strong authority to guard it. Second, about the demon army. We can't hide the news of our disaster from the demons. This year, they will likely attack again from the south. But I can't tell how many soldiers they will send. Alina was silent. She truly didn't know how to solve these 2 problems. After thinking for a moment, she placed her hand on Oswald's forehead and gently massaged it, trying to ease his worries physically. Oswald smiled quietly, feeling his burdens lighten a little. Meanwhile, Luna's days had not been easy lately. Even eating didn't taste good anymore. Since moving into the palace, she woke up every day facing a dozen maids. They kept trying different ways to do her hair and makeup, and all sorts of things were smeared on her face. How much did she dislike being touched? Luna was furious, but couldn't breathe heavily because those maids still wanted to tighten her waist. Facing these hardships early in the morning made Luna long for the good days in the Northern Territory. Just waking up, wiping her face, brushing her teeth, wearing casual clothes, and tying her hair was enough to go out and have fun. Rules? The Duke's residence had no rules. Even her personal maid ate breakfast at the Duke's desk. But the palace had many rules. No running, no jumping, no shouting, no causing trouble. Overall, Luna felt suffocated. It was already annoying enough, but the idle king liked to find her, and she had to smile politely at this hypocrite. Sigh. If it weren't for the task my brother arranged for me. Luna was about to leave the palace and head back north. Feeling very bored, Luna was sitting in the garden lost in thought. Unexpectedly, the king came over with a large group of attendants. Thinking about how her older brother and Alina were busy every day, Luna looked at the king, who was always doing nothing serious, and for the first time, she genuinely smiled. She couldn't help it. She really couldn't hold back. Miss Luna, have you heard about the undead in the Northern Territory? Frank seemed in a good mood today, plucking a flower and smelling it curiously. Is the Southern Army moving south? Luna scratched her head. She remembered that the Southern Territory was causing trouble with the undead, but now it seemed to be connected to their Northern Territory. Could the Duke of the Southern Territory really have given 3,000 gold coins to send her brother south to clear out the undead? Frank chuckled. No, it's that within your Northern Territory, there are tens of thousands of undead armies. I heard there's even an S-rank disaster undead giant python. Luna was initially surprised, but then calmed down. She raised an eyebrow and said to Frank, I guess they've already taken care of it, right? How do you know? Frank was surprised now. It seemed he underestimated Luna, or rather, he underestimated her importance in the Northern Territory. Most young ladies wouldn't easily analyze the overall strength of their own land. At least before they came of age, they weren't allowed to go to key places like the military camp. Luna felt speechless. How would she know? It turns out he knew nothing about her brother's strength. Wait, no? Since His Majesty doesn't know anything, what exactly is he trying to win over every day? What does he see in the Northern Territory? After Luna guessed his intentions, Frank lost interest in teasing her. He put away his lazy demeanor and formally invited, Miss Luna, tonight my fiancée, Miss Barbara, will hold a banquet. May I invite you to be my companion and attend together? Luna blinked and tilted her head. Wait, Your Majesty, what exactly are you talking about? Her older brother once taught her, before doing anything, a person must learn to analyze and sense danger. Open attacks are easy to defend against, but hidden dangers are hard to detect. If you can't sense the danger, you can't avoid it. Most people lose their lives because of this. A well-dressed young girl now expresses her strong agreement. A minor girl attending a singles party is dangerous. The singles party is hosted by the future queen, which is very risky. As the king's companion, attending is extremely dangerous. Luna is about to go crazy. She has no interest in the party, wearing a tight corset that leaves little room for eating. Right now, she just wants to know how big the giant snake her brother defeated really was. Unfortunately, Frank, that scheming man, is the king, and she cannot refuse his orders. Meanwhile, Luna is standing at the palace gate, about to bang her head against the wall in frustration. Frank walks over gracefully and calmly. He doesn't care about Luna's angry face and looks her over leisurely. To be honest, Luna's looks are among the best in the kingdom, especially after she is dressed up. Her light blue hair and purple-black starry gown highlight her figure and her cool, elegant aura. She also wears sparkling blue earrings, and her cold yet innocent eyes give her a unique charm. Luna tilts her head slightly, showing a displeased expression that perfectly matches what Frank expects. Frank is pleased. Good. This suits my status. He pats his arm proudly, smiling confidently. Luna pouts and then reaches out to hold his arm, and they get into a carriage. They quickly arrive at their destination, a wealthy neighborhood with bright lights and shadows moving inside. After getting out of the carriage, Frank reminds her, after the dance, you can eat. And you're too young to drink alcohol, or Duke Oswald will cause trouble for me. Before he finishes, Luna starts her act, looking surprised. So, Your Majesty, you know that my brother is the Duke who defeated the undead giant snake all by himself? I thought you didn't care and dared to force his sister to attend the party. Frank twitches his mouth. Duke Oswald is indeed formidable. Enough. I am the king. Taking you to social events will help your future development. Luna stubbornly replies, Development? If I go further, I could become a duke. Are you planning to grant me land, Your Majesty? As long as you obediently attend the party with me, I will reward you." Upon hearing this, Luna immediately became well-behaved, proactively stepping forward to hold Frank's arm and smiling happily. "I like gold coins, Your Majesty. I know. I realized it when you were fiddling with the palace's gilded door handle." With a loud announcement of the king's arrival, the door quickly swung open, and the bright light almost blinded Luna. It was too luxurious, lighting up the entire room with oil lamps, and even more so than a few candles. The room was illuminated by expensive magical devices. Luna felt a bit dazed. As a noble, why was there such a big difference? At the Northern Lord's mansion, it was okay, just enough to reach the level where the Duke himself was smoking his pipe. Frank, who was experienced and knowledgeable, strode forward confidently. Luna had no choice but to hurriedly follow, no longer looking around. Everyone's eyes turned to the two of them, but as high-ranking people, they were used to such attention. Luna even thought that the curious looks were friendly. She recalled the day when nobles knelt in her office. Those gazes were sharp and uncomfortable. According to tradition, guests attending the dinner should greet the host first, and the king was no exception. Frank precisely approached a group of men. Yes, a group. When they parted, Luna saw Miss Barbara, with beautiful blonde hair and stunning looks that could captivate anyone. "Your Majesty," Barbara was the first to bow, her movements elegant and precise, as if she had practiced for a long time. "Yes, the banquet is well prepared," Frank said casually, sounding somewhat indifferent. Luna understood Frank well. Anyone would feel upset seeing his fiancée surrounded by a group of young men. Barbara stood up and looked at Luna. Luna then noticed a beautiful beauty mark near her eye. "May I ask who this young lady is?" Barbara politely inquired, her gaze fixed on Luna. It wasn't because her fiancé's side suddenly had a girl who looked just as beautiful, but because, as a social queen, she had never seen this young lady before. Frank smiled gently. "I almost forgot. This is Luna Charles, the sister of Duke Oswald. She is here to represent the Northern Lord to congratulate us on the wedding, the Charles family." Upon hearing this, the people around were momentarily stunned. Their gazes toward Luna became more complicated. Social events are also political. The young lady from the northern region and the king attending the banquet together is not a good sign for the nobles. "Ah, Miss Luna, please forgive my rudeness." Barbara bowed again. Luna was a bit confused but quickly returned the gesture. "Why is she so polite to me, a future queen? Don't do this again. I'm tired of greeting everyone. I've also heard of your brother Oswald's fame for killing the giant snake. I wonder when I might see his skills." When mentioning Oswald, Barbara looked at Luna with admiration. However, Luna thought her performance was a bit too obvious. "It's just a reputation." "Miss, you're flattering me," Luna replied casually. Being forced to attend the banquet with the king was already enough trouble, and now this future queen shows interest in her brother. Perhaps noticing Luna's thoughts, Frank didn't linger. He took Luna to the food and drink area, poured himself a glass of wine, and also poured Luna some juice. After giving Luna a subtle warning with his eyes, Frank raised his glass confidently and left. To avoid smudging her lipstick, Luna sipped her juice carefully. Finally, she had a moment to observe her surroundings. Her eyes immediately caught Pete, who was mingling among the women. Their gazes met. Luna gave him a cold look, and Pete reluctantly approached her. Report. Pete opened his fan, covering his mouth, and whispered, "Miss Leia, the daughter of the Western Duke, is currently not favored by any faction. I think this could be a good opportunity. The young lady might try to win her over." Gently tapping the glass, Luna lowered her head and recalled her time at the Central Academy. Back then, the three most influential figures were the commoner hero Thorn, Lilia, daughter of the Knight Captain, and Princess Diana. When these three formed a faction, they gained many followers at the Academy. The titles of hero and princess were almost like badges of honor, commanding respect wherever they went. Besides the two young ladies from the Duke's estates, Luna and Leia, they both disliked the hero. During school, they mostly kept to themselves. Luna was aloof because of family troubles, while Leia was simply acting like a typical young lady. Additionally, Leia is a very practical person. She believes only those who defeat the Demon King are truly brave. Otherwise, they are just seeking fame and praise. The two did not become friends, But Luna can imagine how difficult Leia's days must be after she leaves. Where is she now? On the second-floor balcony. After receiving this information, Luna immediately sent Pete away and slowly moved to the edge of the crowd, lifting her skirt to go upstairs. The second floor is much quieter than the first. Luna didn't meet anyone along the way and directly pushed open the door to the balcony. She pretended not to see the lonely figure there and quietly looked up at the night sky. This smooth and natural movement was learned from observing and mimicking Eleni many times. As for why Eleni likes to look at the sky, Luna hasn't figured that out yet. Luna pretended to be deep in thought, while Leia in the corner hesitated several times before speaking. In terms of relationships, they are just classmates who have only met a few times. In terms of status, Luna, as a young lady, is much higher than Leia. The Charles family has only 2 direct heirs, and Luna has the right to inherit directly. Also, on the day Luna caused a big scene at the academy with her 300 personal guards, Leia watched from afar. No matter how stubborn and willful Leia is, she wouldn't have the confidence to do what Luna did. Times are different now. When Luna first dropped out of school, rumors spread that the Duke was using her as a political, planning to marry her off to an old man. Young people are often cruel with their words. When they humiliated Luna back then, her personal guards fought back fiercely. Later, Leia investigated and found that Luna's 300 personal guards were all elite heavy cavalry. Their presence was as formidable as that of a count. "Have you been doing well lately?" Seeing the right moment, Luna turned around and spoke directly. "You really have changed a lot." Leia was a bit surprised by Luna's beauty. She cleared her throat and said with a slight smile, "I'm doing fine. Princess Diana hasn't come to school for a while. She and her friends don't seem to be so intimidating anymore." Luna chuckled, but didn't expose Leia's lie. The brave hero and his companions are about to graduate, so there's no need to keep grudges anymore. Hearing the laughter, Leia's face turned slightly red. She pouted and turned her head proudly. "And you? I heard Duke Oswald is a tough guy. How have you been? If I don't upset my older brother, I feel pretty free every day. Anyway, I'm not the only one kneeling to admit my mistakes." Luna shrugged. Her brother indeed could make everyone feel nervous, but she was the favored one, so she was fearless. "What did you do that requires you to kneel and apologize?" "Nothing much. Just broke into the city gates, took away the soldiers' weapons, and surrounded the Duke's mansion." Luna spoke casually, but Leia's eyes widened in shock. "Is this something a sister can fix just by kneeling and apologizing? You're openly rebelling." "Don't be so surprised." Luna took the chance to get closer, putting her arm around Leia's shoulder with a bright smile. "There are many fun things in the northern region. Next time you come, I'll take you there." No. Leia quickly waved her hand. She had a bit of a spoiled princess temper, but that didn't mean she dared to challenge Duke Oswald, who had defeated a giant serpent alone. Luna was about to try to win her over further when suddenly, a servant's voice came from outside the door. "Miss Luna, His Majesty the King is looking for you." Ugh. Luna couldn't help but click her tongue. She released Leia's shoulder, then walked out while waving to promise, "If you don't come, I'll visit your house tomorrow." After a few days of rest, Oswald was gradually able to get out of bed and walk. Honestly, he wasn't used to being worried about, especially when every move of his caused surprise and fuss among those around him. It was as if he was some kind of babbling little child. "Oh my, the Duke can walk now. Oh my, the Duke can eat by himself. Oh my, the Duke can roll his own cigarettes." Just as Oswald was about to light his cigarette, he was speechless. What was worth reporting to the whole household? "Wait, don't shout." Eileen hurried over, confiscated the cigarette, and shot him a warning look. Then she quickly went back to handle official affairs, leaving Oswald alone and confused in the wind. Come here, Oswald, sitting by his desk, waved to the old butler. The butler stood at the door, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. "Master, we have a revolutionary friendship to help you go to the bathroom. We know each other well. You can't treat me like this." "Lord Duke, it's time for your treatment." Ginny interrupted their interaction and directly entered the room. Oswald struggled to sit on the chair. Ginny approached him and began to cast a healing spell without saying a word. A faint green light entered Oswald's body. He felt warm all over, and even his wounds itched. After finishing the treatment, Ginny still seemed worried. She checked Oswald's body again and praised him, saying, "This is the first time I've seen such a strong body like yours, Duke. Your bones heal much faster than normal." Well, Oswald was speechless. The system had already told him that the magic crystal inside him was behaving strangely, seeming to infect his bones. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad. In any case, the magic crystal had shrunk a lot over the past few days and would probably merge with him soon. System, don't worry, it's just a mutation. If things get worse, we can just become villains instead of heroes. Where is this happening? Can't you steal one from other travelers, especially those who use the 10,000 swords technique? Losing a good sword isn't a big deal. They won't need it later anyway. Thanks for the tip. Both of them fell silent at the same time. They had honestly played their roles well, but the locals had turned the tables on them. They couldn't rely on the original story anymore. Now, they could only see how to finish this act. Eleanor was too ruthless, and no one had the right to criticize her. After today's treatment, Oswald ate dinner and lay on his bed, quietly staring at the mural of the Mary holding the child on the ceiling. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the mural, making it look even more sacred. In the picture, flowers bloomed everywhere. The Mary held the child tightly, her expression calm and gentle. The child, curious, looked around outside, reaching out with chubby little hands as if trying to grab something. After a while, Eleanor brought a stack of documents. She sat on a chair by the bed and, noticing Oswald still lost in thought, asked curiously, "What are you thinking about, Duke?" "I'm thinking about the relationship between fate and will." Oswald struggled to sit up and smiled at her, saying, "Someone told me that the meaning of life lies in the suffering it endures. Like fate and will, a twisted destiny forges a strong will, and a strong will makes people brave enough to face harsh fate. But just like some races that have been almost wiped out, if no one can break free from endless suffering, who should be blamed? The people or the suffering itself?" Aline hesitated, looked carefully at Oswald for a moment, then looked up at the mural. She really couldn't understand how Oswald connected the two ideas. "Give me the casualty list." Oswald didn't really want to think about these deep questions. He just felt scared. If he couldn't solve the chaos caused by the story's confusion, what would they do? Carefully flipping through the documents, Aline took out the casualty list and handed it to Oswald. The knights lost 281 men. The cavalry lost 493. The count's territory lost 3,895, totaling 4,669 people. The number of missing persons is not yet known. Almost 5,000 lives disappeared just like that. This also included nearly 500 cavalrymen carefully trained by Oswald. They were supposed to become the foundation of Oswald's army and the sharp spear of the northern forces. But this spear, before it was carefully sharpened, was broken a quarter of the way. Oswald gasped heavily, threw the list back to Aline with a hot hand, feeling prejudged but still unable to accept it. After reorganizing the files, Aline took out a report and slowly handed it to Oswald, gently brushing his cold fingers. "Our disaster in the Northern Territory is not accidental. The Southern Territory also has a large army of undead. There are also rumors that someone saw a bone dragon in the mountains of the Western Territory." Dragon? Oswald immediately became alert. It really is true. The chaos caused by the time distortion affects the entire world. These are not just rumors. They are real news. But a bone dragon is much more troublesome than a giant undead serpent. Because in this world, all dragons can fly, even bone dragons. Oswald thought for a moment and said seriously, "What does the Duke of the Western Territory say? Have they taken any action?" The Duke's family is in the capital. The Western Territory hasn't taken any action. They even suspect that this is false news released by the neighboring dwarf kingdom, meant to exploit their minds. Oswald clenched his fist tightly, trembling with excitement as he finally saw a chance to grow stronger. "Go now and call Red and the others." As night fell, Red, the cavalry deputy, and Eleni arrived at the Duke's room, followed by Count Rondo. After a brief moment of thought, Oswald looked at Rondo, who was kneeling before his bed, and asked with confusion, "Count Rondo, what brings you here?" Rondo raised his weathered face, revealing one pale eye, and respectfully said, "Your Grace, you came personally to save me despite your danger. I am grateful and wish to serve you and the Charles family from now on." Oswald felt a bit speechless. Some people like to think too highly of themselves. Was this really a rescue? No, I was protecting the people of the northern region. And you should have been serving me all along. But then he thought, Rondo was an experienced old general, skilled in training soldiers and battlefield tactics. He would be a good choice to govern Quokka City. I understand your loyalty. In the future, I will need you to take on important responsibilities in the north. Oswald couldn't fully trust Rondo yet. His past experience told him that loyalty often mattered more than skill. For example, a maid who rebelled after his death was very trustworthy. Yes, sir. Rondo understood this well. Besides showing loyalty, he was mainly concerned about Oswald's health. Seeing Oswald recovering well, Rondo quietly left. Once the door closed, Oswald's aura changed instantly. His voice became sharp as he issued orders. Eleni, remember this. Here is my strategic plan. In the dim room, the three knelt on one knee, not daring to slack off. First, temporarily promote Captain Kate of the 2nd Battalion in Quokka City to commander, responsible for the daily training of 3 battalions. Report to me every 3 days. Second, secretly move 3,000 archers training alone in Quokka City to Starfall City to help defend against the demon invasion. Inform Count Camaro that they need to closely monitor demon troop movements and prepare for defense, holding the city. Third, the over 500 cavalry currently resting in Bing City will disguise themselves as bandits, led secretly by the deputy, and head west to investigate the undead. If war breaks out, remember, this is not about killing enemies, but about looting the wealth of the western region. 4. Red mobilized the militia and arranged logistics for the cavalry. When the war broke out, he immediately sealed off the roads to the Western Territory. When necessary, he could pretend to launch a surprise attack and loot supplies from the fallen western cities. 5. All the supplies and wealth transported from the Western Territory were handed over to Marquis Barton, who was grazing his cattle and sheep, in exchange for cattle, sheep, and horses. Tell the Marquis I know he has contacts to sell items to the dwarves. If he can get armor and weapons from the dwarves, I am willing to pay a high price. 6. The cattle and sheep were sent to the pastures, and the horses were directly taken to Quokka Valley City. Command Major Kate that, besides the remaining 1,000 cavalry, I want to see 2,000 new, sharp cavalry this year. All three agreed. When they stood up, they couldn't help but feel full of confidence. The Duke, even on his sickbed, managed to plan such a detailed scheme. What reason does the Northern Territory have to continue declining? Moreover, who doesn't love to seize opportunities? They only hope that the Bone Dragon will be strong enough to attack the western capital quickly, so they can rush in and loot extensively. Ah, what a pity. Alina gently pinched her chin, repeatedly reviewing the entire plan, and sighed softly. Red snorted, what's a pity? Just a few days until June. If the undead don't start their move in September, the Western Territory is vast, and we could still harvest a large amount of grain. Red. When it comes to ruthlessness, your civil officials are still better. By June, warm, moist air finally reached the Northern Territory, bringing heavy rains. The temperature rose again, and the sun shone brightly on the land. The vast fields were full of life, with wheat crops thriving, promising a good harvest. Thanks to the hard work of the workers, Ice City was also revitalized. The streets became neat and clean, and the repair work on the houses was nearly finished. Meanwhile, the alchemists in the industrial zone finally succeeded in mastering cement. Oswald ordered the workers to learn and build industrial lines, preparing to start constructing cement roads in the second half of the year. The first road was to connect Ice City to Quokka Valley City. When Oswald's magical crystal inside him disappeared, and his bones turned purple-black, and he began to evolve into a black chicken, Red and his knights and militia transported the bones of the undead giant snake piece by piece. The alchemist's eyes all turned green. These are top-quality magic materials, rare and hard to find. Finally, the experiments of the elders can be tested. The common people are simpler. Besides enjoying the excitement, they have no other thoughts. They keep praising the Duke's bravery. Then, the bards caught the only eyewitness, a scout whose face was flushed red, but he couldn't say a word. The scout felt bitter inside. In such a situation, who can see clearly? When I looked back, the giant snake had fallen, and the news of the Duke being seriously injured was not allowed to be shared publicly. My heroic act of saving the Duke can no longer be told as a story for generations. Oswald ordered Reed to first reassemble the bones of the undead giant snake. They wouldn't process it for now, just display it in the square so the people could feel involved. For a while, the square became the favorite playground for children, making the alchemists feel heartbroken like worried mothers. Don't jump. Don't step. Don't get it dirty. It's a treasure. The bones healed, and now Oswald could sit and work, which eased a lot of pressure on Alina. In his office, Oswald was reading a report on iron or mining when old George, with a big, proud face, came in and presented him with a finely carved pipe. Oswald looked at him calmly. Knowing old George's habit of showing up uninvited, he guessed he was after the giant snake bones. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Well," old George's eyes drifted, and he fiddled with his fingers. "Can I have a piece of the bones?" Oswald put down the report and smiled helplessly. "You're a carpenter. Why do you want that?" "I don't like hearing that," old George said proudly, puffing up his chest. "My ancestors had a craft, making fine weapons from elven wood. Do you know what they used as chisels? Black crystal. I can't guarantee much, but when it comes to making weapons, I outdo those blacksmiths by a mile. Just trust me," old George rambled on, insisting Oswald give him some bones to prove his skill, and he would make weapons for free, with no processing fee. All right. Here's a broken rib I cut off. You can use it. The ribs are no good. I've already checked the old man. His skull is the best. The spine is second. We need to craft the finest weapons." Once again, old George nagged about it. Oswald couldn't stand his persistent attitude and handed him a document, allowing him to use a tooth to make 2 pairs of double blades. He wanted to see how it turned out. Old George happily left, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was caught by the alchemists. They teamed up and ran off toward the square like a pack of wolves. Even at his age, he wasn't afraid of falling. Oswald looked at them through the window, shook his head with a bitter smile, and picked up his pipe to examine it carefully. Suddenly, Alina, who had arrived quietly, confiscated his tool. Oswald felt frustrated inside, but dared not say anything. "Your Grace, this is a message from the royal city. Please review it." Meanwhile, in the royal city, the long-awaited wedding ceremony finally began, and the whole city was filled with celebration. It proved that anyone who reaches the top of their field is not an easy person to deal with. For example, the scandal queen, Miss Barbara, has many admirers but still became a queen. That day, countless men were heartbroken and secretly hid in the crowd just to see Barbara one more time, only to watch the wedding procession enter the palace. Luna couldn't understand their way of thinking, just like she didn't understand why so many women rushed to put themselves in the hero's bed. In the palace hall, Luna remained silent, simply eating at the banquet. The atmosphere in the royal city was too free. She preferred the conservative ways of the Northern Territory, where couples secretly dated. It was like an older woman and a young man in love. In the Northern Territory, they weren't allowed to be openly together, but in the royal city, it was celebrated as free love. Next to her, the Duke was still red-eyed from drinking to drown his sorrows. He didn't eat a single bite. To avoid wasting food, Luna reached out and took the lamb leg from his plate. She chewed while observing the people around her. The king and queen wouldn't appear in the hall. Traditionally, they would prepare in the main hall and then meet with different groups from the kingdom. Luna couldn't find the hero, Thorn. He was probably caught up in some trouble again or just went off to cause some. Based on Luna's guess, the thief probably slipped away to Princess Diana's bedroom because she also didn't see Lilith in the main hall. Instead, the Holy Maiden sat gracefully across from Luna, looking serious and deep in thought. Luna waved her leg and greeted her. The Holy Maiden, Maria, looked up, appearing a bit tired but nodded politely. "Miss, I have found several good candidates for you. Would you like to meet them?" Count Morpheus, sitting behind Luna, quietly reminded her. Luna kept a calm expression and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Give me the list. Don't ask about this again." By the end of the feast, it was already evening. Luna and the other nobles prepared first and lined up to go to the main hall. This time, Luna didn't need to wear a dress. The Charles family is a military noble family, so their formal clothes are more like military uniforms. Luna's outfit was made of better material, with small thorny roses embroidered at the hem. She tied her hair in a ponytail, and with her sword at her waist, she looked brave and confident. The main hall's big door was pushed open by guards. Under the watchful eyes of two golden-armored guards, Luna and two other dukes, along with many noblemen dressed richly, marched to the throne where the king and queen sat high above. They bowed together to greet them. Ha ha ha. King Frank, wearing a crown and holding a scepter, looked very happy. He waved his hand confidently and said, "Stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty." After the ceremony, Luna stepped forward, ready to say some good wishes, but Frank interrupted by knocking his scepter loudly on the ground. Luna looked up, confused. She wondered what Frank was up to this time. She just wanted to finish quickly and go back to sleep with her beautiful wife. Frank raised an eyebrow at her and took out a bag of gold coins, joking around. "Luna, look at this. I'll give it to you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Ha. Who does he think he's fooling?" Luna immediately felt motivated. Today, she would say all the good wishes she could. No one could stop her. But just as things were getting festive, someone always caused trouble. Before Luna could speak, a crying sound suddenly filled everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and saw that the person crying was Duke Dale, the 26-year-old noble who inherited his title last year from the Eastern region. Luna was speechless. "No, you're really good at flattering, and now you're even pretending to cry tears of joy." On the throne, Frank silently looked at Queen Barbara. She remained as still as a sculpture, completely ignoring the crying below. Frank held back his annoyance. "Duke Dale, what are you crying about? If you have any grievances, I can help you." The king gave a way out, but Dale was not willing to show respect. He suddenly knelt down and cried loudly, "Your Majesty, I wish you happiness on your wedding. I have no other request. Only hope you can give me a personal handkerchief of the queen. I will then think of her whenever I see it, and forget about her." As soon as he said this, the hall became silent. Frank was so angry he stood up, grabbed his scepter, and pointed at Dale, hesitating to speak. Luna's eyes twinkled. She saw her chance to make money. She stepped out of the line, bowed to Frank, and loudly said, "Your Majesty, Duke Dale's words are disrespectful. Please order his immediate punishment." "What?" Many nobles panicked. Dale was even more frightened. He quickly turned to look at Frank. Frank's face was calm again, as if he was thinking about whether this was possible. Dale couldn't kneel anymore. He stood up and pointed at Luna, shouting, "Who do you think you are? How dare you frame me?" "Frame you? You're not worth it." Luna frowned and shouted sharply. She held her sword tightly and said, "If you dare to insult the king or queen again today, I will make sure your head falls." You? Dale trembled with anger, but the next moment, a sharp blade was drawn from its sheath. "What? Do you want to test if Charles's sword is sharp?" Luna said coldly. The sword's cold light flickered. Dale instantly fell silent. He finally understood that Luna wasn't threatening him, and from the king's gradually satisfied expression, it seemed he didn't plan to stop this chaos. Under such pressure, Dale could only kneel again and apologize, no longer daring to mention the handkerchief. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. I will never do it again," Dale said. Frank's lips curled into a cold smile, secretly feeling pleased. Good, no more examples. With Duke Dale's display, the other nobles no longer dared to speak disrespectfully. They all obediently offered their blessings. Before leaving, Frank personally stepped down and placed a heavy bag of gold coins into Luna's hand. He gently said, "In the future, if the Duke has free time, let him come to the palace and visit." "Yes, Your Majesty." After receiving the money, Luna did not forget her brother's advice. She left the palace and returned to the Duke's residence in the royal city. Taking this opportunity, she used the list prepared by Count Mofi to summon several poor students for an interview. The next morning, Luna heard that there was trouble at the palace. A magician had sneaked into the palace and caused chaos, trying to take Queen Barbara. However, a hero had killed him with a sword. Without time to deal with this matter, Luna ordered her servants to pack their things and leave immediately for the northern region. During this visit to the royal city, besides what her brother told her to do, she didn't accomplish much. Mainly because King Frank, the scoundrel, insisted she stay in the palace, which left her no free time. Her attempt to win over Leia failed, and she left the visits to other nobles to the two counts. Her only social activity was accompanying the scoundrel as his companion. No wonder her brother didn't want her to come. The royal city is really boring. The group left the royal city. Luna didn't plan to return by water route. She hadn't ridden a horse in a long time and wanted to gallop freely. But this made Duke Mofi suffer. Luna was happily running ahead, and he had to follow behind, bouncing along. Soon after leaving the city, heavy rain started. The group had to find a nearby village to rest until the rain stopped. They arrived at a small tavern. Before Luna even stepped inside, she kicked something soft and almost fell. Looking closely, she saw it was a homeless man. "Move aside. Don't lie here. You're blocking my business." The tavern owner was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Luna's clothes, she knew a noble guest had arrived and hurried to chase the homeless man away. People looked down on others with narrow eyes. The homeless man stood up, shrank back, crossed his arms, limped, and looked at her with disdain. "Huh. Such people in our northern region would be sent to mine," Luna muttered, not caring much about this small incident. But the homeless man suddenly stopped and turned around, staring at her intently. She saw the sharpness in his eyes, an arrogance unique to scholars, especially those proud of their talent but utterly down on their luck. Mississippi, two bodyguards sensed a threat and drew their swords, standing in front of Luna, one behind the other. As long as the young lady gave the order, they would tear this person apart. "That's okay. Sir, may I ask what you need?" One of them bowed politely. If not for his tattered clothes, he might have looked like a talented scholar. However, after bowing, he suddenly collapsed with a loud thud. Looking at the young man sitting across from her, devouring bread as if starving, Luna showed no disgust. Instead, she giggled like she had discovered something amusing. Before leaving, she also asked the tavern owner to pour him a big glass of water so he wouldn't choke on the bread. "Sir, would you like some meat?" Luna offered a plate of minced beef. "Yes." The young man took the plate and, ignoring manners, stuffed the food into his mouth. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp. "Miss, I will never forget your kindness in saving me." Luna was pleased. She had heard of people repaying kindness, but not of people remembering gratitude. "I see you're a scholar." "Why?" Luna pointed at his torn clothes. "Do you look like this?" "Ah, it's a long story." The young man brushed his messy hair and tidied himself up, though it wasn't really necessary. He then began to speak slowly. "I was studying in the southern region, focusing on my training and learning. I believed I had made some progress, but wasn't well known. When I heard about the king's wedding, I sneaked into the royal city's World Tree Academy, claiming to be a talented scholar from the south, hoping to meet the king and show my skills. But a magician who was tempted by the queen's beauty caused chaos. Afterward, the king was very angry and ordered strict inspections of all the academies. I was caught in the process." Hearing this, Luna understood what had happened. He must have been exposed and beaten by the academy members, then thrown out of the royal city. Luna had seen many people tricking others for food and shelter, but someone who managed to get in front of the king was truly unique. She clapped for his brave story and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you return to the southern region? That's the way to the north." The young man looked proud and began to give his opinions. "The nobles in the southern region are mostly narrow-minded people. They only care about commerce, neglect military strength, love money, and have no ambition to expand outward. The Duke of the eastern region is lustful and lacks courage. He lives extravagantly and drains his treasury. Although his territory is rich, the population is large and farmland is insufficient. If there is a food shortage, the consequences could be terrible. The Duke of the Western region is old and often sick. He has many children, but none are capable of taking on important roles. His family has been away from the land for days, ignoring the people's needs. Disaster is likely to come." He spoke confidently, and Luna, though unsure if he was telling the truth, still wanted to hear his opinion about the northern region. "Sir, what do you think of the northern region?" Seeing that he had successfully attracted attention, the young man tried to act proud but didn't want to seem too arrogant. He weakly asked, "Do you have wine?" "Madam, bring the wine." Luna waved her hand. Since it didn't cost much, she thought it was just a story to listen to. The shopkeeper quickly brought the wine and poured some for the young man, showing respect, which made him roll his eyes. After taking a big sip, the young man looked satisfied and directly answered Luna's question. "The ruler of the northern region is weak and ineffective. Duke Oswald is brave and capable. He once dared to catch a serpent alone, but he hasn't left his estate for many days. He must have been badly injured in a fierce battle." Hearing this, Luna frowned. Eleanor's letter never mentioned her brother being hurt. The young man kept drinking, his speech getting faster and faster. The Duke has no capable officials. The few trusted ministers can't act freely, so he was injured. Although the Duke is talented both in military and civil affairs, the northern region faces demons. There are no great generals guarding the passes or military camps. The land is divided among marquises and given to the people, but there are no good officials helping to govern. How can this work? Moreover, the northern region has not yet recovered. Today, the Duke can seize the Marquis's wealth, but what about tomorrow? The Duke wants to be a wise ruler, but if he stays trapped in the north, unable to expand the territory or strengthen the country, how can the people prosper? Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky. The guards at the gate looked at the rainstorm and remained silent. Yes, the northern region is too poor. Most of the annual expenses go to defending against the demons. Over time, this will drain the entire land. To change this difficult situation, the only way is to expand territory outward. But that is not easy. The king and other dukes are not fools. They limit the northern territory to prevent it from becoming independent. Although Frank is friendly to Luna now, if one day the northern territory becomes strong and wealthy, Frank will team up with the other 3 dukes to send troops to attack it. Understood, Luna nodded. The young man's ability to see the situation in the northern territory from thousands of miles away shows he is quite capable. The young man cupped his hands. You're welcome. Miss, since you're going to the northern territory, why not take me along? Since you already know the facts, why do you want to go? Luna found herself unable to understand this person. With his talent, he would soon find a place in the palace. Why? The young man stood up, grabbed the last cup of wine, and drank it all. Because I am a bit short of money. I heard people in the northern territory are more generous. Luna had never heard such a funny answer and burst out laughing. Haha. All right, I'll take you with me. What is your name? I am Jacob. Good name. I will reward you with 10 silver coins. Go buy yourself some new clothes. Thank you, Lady Charles. After the rain, the sky cleared. The group set out again. Luna led 300 guards on horseback, quickly disappearing into the vast plains. Mofi was worried and hurriedly stuck his head out of the carriage, urging the new coachman, hurry up, speed up, catch up with the young lady. Jacob sipped his wine calmly and continued to drive the carriage leisurely. The Count doesn't need to worry so much. The young lady will be back after a quick turn. Mofi, you don't have to be so brave. If something happens to Lady Luna, none of us will be safe. Sigh. This young man from another place probably doesn't understand how dangerous Duke Oswald is. Oswald is not a useless noble who wastes his time in the royal city. When he stomps his foot, the entire northern territory shakes. Mofi sighed. Deep down, he was still a loyal person. Anyway, you should speed up and try to catch up with the young lady. No need, Jacob said with a smile as he looked ahead. Look, they're already back. Before he finished speaking, Luna rode up on her horse, holding a wild rabbit, and showed off to the old Duke. Look, I hit it. I shot it with one arrow. Miss Luna is really amazing. The old Count praised quietly and subtly glanced at Jacob, who was still drinking. It reminded him of Eleni, who knew the Duke inside out and could perfectly carry out his orders. The young lady was also at the age to start training trusted aides. The journey was boring for Mofi. He was no longer young, and having seen many landscapes, he naturally found little interest in them. Now, he just wanted to stay home and relax in a rocking chair. Luna had been hunting with the cavalry all along the way, sometimes returning the next day, annoyed about letting a bear escape, for example. Since entering the northern territory, Jacob no longer drank every day. He often got off the carriage, talked kindly with people along the way, and sometimes stood in the fields, quietly observing the natural surroundings. Days passed, and finally, they saw Eleni waiting at the city gate. Luna wanted to sneak away, but was caught back by Eleni's sharp glance. I know about you leading soldiers in fights at the academy and drawing your sword to threaten Duke Dale in the palace hall, Eleni said calmly. You should rest now. The Duke will see you later. Luna's brother is at home. Luna shivered in fear. This meant she couldn't avoid trouble anymore. Eleni, having temporarily let Luna go, turned to the soldiers and gave a clear order. The royal guards are on a 3-day leave. Return to your camp and rest. Yes, ma'am. The guards responded in unison, dismounted, and headed back to the camp in an orderly manner. Soon, The city gate was empty. For the two who had done nothing wrong on this trip, Eleni seemed more friendly. Count Mofi and Mr. Pitt, please come with me. Yes, ma'am. Mofi and Pitt dared not disobey. Honestly, when Eleni said, please, it felt more like she was about to punish them. Jacob watched the scene eagerly. Such a young maid could easily handle nobles and soldiers. Impressive, very impressive. However, as the people around started leaving one after another, Jacob suddenly realized, wait, I think I've been left behind. How did that matter turn out? Feeling his older brother's gentle hands softly patting his head, Luna squinted and leaned forward, whispering into Oswald's shoulder. Good job, cough, cough. Oswald coughed for a moment, looking quite unwell. Luna immediately worried and helped him breathe easier. Brother, are you okay? I'm recovering already. The nun checked and said there won't be any lasting effects. He said this, but since the magic crystal merged with his bones, Oswald quickly noticed his body's functions weakening rapidly. The exact cause was still being investigated, and recently, Ginny's treatments seemed less effective. I'm glad you're okay, brother. Luna looked around and picked up the documents Oswald wanted to see. She asked curiously, is the library matter really that important? All progress in civilization depends on knowledge from books, especially historical records. They help us understand the patterns of the kingdom and even the climate. This is what ancient people called the evolution of time. The past is the key to the future. Only by finding patterns can we break through them. Oswald didn't say more. In fact, there was a wise person hidden in the royal library, often called the script holder by players. In the game, this person has guided heroes many times, always giving the right advice. Oswald arranged for people in the library to gather information. Besides stealing knowledge, his main goal was to track this wise person's movements. If the script holder could see through the secrets of the timeline, then the rapidly developing Northern Territory would definitely be his first suspicion. In just half a year, Oswald's military and farming reforms had already begun, and industrial reforms were close. Once cement roads were built, it would be like revealing his identity to everyone who knew. Of course, not as a time traveler, but as someone aware of the timeline's jumps. Oswald was watching. If anyone started making gunpowder or similar things, he'd have to go check on his fellow villagers. Don't overthink it. Oswald just wanted to advise him to give up. Gunpowder was too expensive, requiring many alchemical steps to meet the material standards. Go have fun. He had asked almost everything he needed. Oswald didn't pursue Luna's fight at her school or her threatening Duke Dale with a sword. In his eyes, they weren't worth his attention. Okay. Luna felt relieved and ran out quickly. But despite feeling lucky, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten something. The Western Conquest plan is progressing smoothly, with the Duke personally overseeing it. Red naturally doesn't dare to slack off and has been busy for several days before returning to the military camp in Ice City. As soon as he enters the camp and stretches his tired body, a strong arm pulls him into a hug. Little brother, what are you busy with? Rondo, smoking a cigarette, laughs cheerfully at him. Red shakes his head. As a veteran, he knows the importance of strict confidentiality. Old General, do you need something? Why are we so formal? We've been comrades for so many years. Call me brother, and I'll call you little brother. Isn't that okay? Red immediately understands. Rondo probably has something to ask of him, but this guy is quite the schemer. When they were in the Count's territory, Red almost begged him to send troops quickly to help the Duke. And what happened? Rondo snapped back. Command me? When I was a general, you, Red, weren't even fit to be my guard. What kind of knight captain are you? Do I need you to teach me how to fight? Even now, Red isn't sure why Rondo suddenly changed his mind. Maybe it was the moist eyes when he heard the horn, or maybe he let go of his prejudice against the Charles family. In any case, Rondo made great contributions in that battle. Thinking it over, Red still believes Rondo is worried about his territory. Your land, the Duke has already planned to rebuild it. It's free, and you're still not satisfied? Rondo chuckles and pulls Red toward the camp. Oh, there's no need to worry. The city was destroyed, but the surrounding villages didn't suffer much damage. In a year or two, everything will be back to normal. But when you secretly wipe tears, it's not quite like that. They enter the camp, and Rondo quickly closes the door. He straightforwardly says, cough, cough. Little brother, I need to ask you for a favor. You have to help your older brother. All right, no problem. If I have a problem, I have my older brother. Relying on age and experience, I can still show two different faces. Red feels helpless, but secretly respects Rondo. Not to mention his military skills. Rondo is probably better than all 10 of him combined. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Rondo is overjoyed, pounding his chest. Good brother, you're truly loyal. When you were a little soldier, I saw it then. In the future, let's talk about the matter first. Red raised his hand to stop him, saying, if we keep talking like this, it will never end. Actually, it's not a big deal. Rondo rubbed his hands. Aren't we all serving the Duke now? Look, we've brought our families to Ice City. Has the Duke ever asked me to lead troops or anything? It turned out to be about this matter. Red wiped his face and thought for a moment, realizing it was really difficult to handle. First, Count Rondo had a past record of disobedience. He had refused orders back when the old Duke was in charge. After Oswald took control, he didn't even bother to inform him, acting as if Charles's family didn't matter. Second, Rondo had been out of the military system for many years. Although he still had some influence, the military system in Kuya City was starting to change. He couldn't just step in and remove others from their positions. Finally, as a count, Rondo had his own land and private soldiers. If he left, what would happen to his troops and territory? His son was only 12 years old. But, no matter what, Red owed Rondo a favor. When he faced the immortal giant snake, Rondo pulled him back, saving his life. He had to repay that kindness. All right, I will meet with the Duke. Red clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, agreeing to speak on Rondo's behalf. Good brother, I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. The scene shifted. Red was kneeling in the Duke's office, no longer as confident as before. He bowed his head, trembling, not daring to say more. Oswald rubbed his temples, closed his eyes, pretending to rest. His thoughts were hard to read. In his previous life, he never realized how eloquent Red was. With this talent, why be a general? Wouldn't being a diplomat be better? Bribery would be easier too. Oswald opened his eyes and said softly, Red, tell me, where should I place Rondo? Hearing hope, Red immediately gave his well-prepared answer. I believe that the 5,000 veteran soldiers guarding Kuya City need a city lord and a commander. If Rondo is in charge, the Duke can save energy and not have to manage the city camp himself. Oswald nodded. He shared the same idea. Kuya City was the second line of defense against the Demon Army and also a support point for Starfall City. It was best to have an experienced general in charge. Moreover, behind Kuya City were the military camp and the reclamation area. It had become a key region in the Northern Territory. Not appointing someone with influence to manage it would surely cause trouble later. How can you guarantee Rondo's loyalty? If he learns more from you, I wouldn't have to worry about this matter. Hearing the Duke praise his loyalty, Red felt very pleased. Rest assured, Your Grace. I believe we can settle the Count's family in Ice City and also incorporate his territory directly under our control. This way, Rondo won't dare to have any second thoughts. After a moment of silence, Oswald finally relaxed. Just do as you say? But we can't neglect the Count. Issue the order. Those who hand over their territories to direct control will still keep their noble status, and they can receive 30% of the land's taxes each year. 30%. That's a lot. Red thought it would be at most 10%, but this is good. It gives Rondo an explanation. Yes, my lord. Your kindness is noble. I thank the Duke on behalf of Count Rondo for his generosity. Red happily returned to the military camp. Since he was not a noble, he didn't fully understand the intricacies of these matters. In contrast, Rondo just shook his head with a bitter smile. He could even imagine the panicked expressions of the nobles. Sure enough, as soon as news broke that Count Rondo had handed over his territory, all the nobles in Ice City erupted in chaos. The Duke had taken control of other nobles' lands. Now, his direct-controlled territory covered most of the northern region. To the north, east, the central area, and the southwest, where the Count's territory once stood, those powerful noble alliances had vanished. The sudden cut in the southwest effectively ended any possibility of noble unity. As for the 30% tax, how much the Duke actually received was still up to him to decide. Oh, Rondo, how could you be so wise and yet make such a foolish mistake? But just when things seemed to get worse, another big piece of news came the next day. Count Mofi also handed over his territory. Soon after, many barons and viscounts, mostly nobles from around Ice City, followed suit. Whether they handed over their land or not didn't seem to matter much. With the nobles from the key northern regions also under the Duke's direct control, Oswald, who had cleared out the territory, naturally turned his attention eastward. The land of the Eastern Marquis was given to the people by Oswald, but the Marquis's private soldiers still remained, and the two sides maintained a tense but peaceful coexistence. Perhaps because the Marquis had not yet fully fallen, the nobles in the East showed no loyalty or allegiance. Oswald once considered using force, but after careful thought, he decided not to start such trouble. Eliminating these private soldiers was not difficult, but it could cause unrest in the northern region. People's feelings are simple. Soldiers who die fighting against demons to protect their homes are generally not resented if their leaders give them enough rewards and care. However, soldiers who die in political fights cannot be properly mourned. Their families live in the north, and their parents would be heartbroken. Their children might be marked by tragedy. From then on, trust between the sides would quickly break down, and the damage could last for many years. Nature and magic cannot be explained by the same rules. Nature is something that exists naturally, like sunlight in the sky or wind and rain in the air. These always produce energy but are not related to magic. In a small tavern on the street, Jacob, slightly drunk, leaned back in his chair and explained to the people around him. Plants absorb sunlight to grow, and herbivores get energy from plants. Many creatures, including humans, grow by eating plants or meat. The way of nature is everywhere. For example, the Duke's swordsmanship, with wind blades that follow him and are very sharp, is not magic. It's more like understanding the secrets of nature. Everyone listened with interest. Jacob hiccuped and pointed to a giant skeleton of a snake in the square nearby. Have you ever thought about how much food such a huge creature needs every day? Everyone, from the old man with white hair to the curious children, shook their heads. Yes, even if it ate grass, it couldn't survive. Grass doesn't just grow on trees. See, we can't understand it by natural rules. Why? Because the mountain river python is a magical creature. Magic is something most people find hard to understand. Only a few talented mages can grasp it. Most of us are just natural beings. Undead are the same. How can the dead in nature still move? Only magic can create such strange creatures. Demons grew stronger through magic, but we humans took a different path. We draw power from nature to fight demons, and most importantly, magic requires talent, while the way of nature can be passed down. At this moment, Jacob's peripheral vision caught a faint blue figure. He almost jumped up in surprise, like someone waking from a near-death illness, and hurriedly pushed through the crowd to follow. Wait, sir, don't go. Keep talking. People felt disappointed. It had been a long time since scholars visited Ice City. They hoped to learn more knowledge. But Jacob was no longer concerned with that. If he missed this chance again, he didn't know when he would get another. Miss Luna, carrying a basket of snacks on her way home, looked back in confusion. She saw Jacob running over, tears and snot on his face. I just remembered. I think I forgot about him. Sir, it's you. I've been busy lately and neglected you, Luna said nervously, quickly hiding the snack basket behind her. She thought to herself that Jacob had been staying in Ice City for over a week. It's okay. Jacob wiped his eyes with his sleeve. It was not easy for him. Finally, he met the young lady again. Ahem, I think it's about time I introduce you to my brother, Luna said confidently. She believed Jacob was talented and thought her brother would like him. Sounds good. Jacob quickly tidied his appearance. Do I need to prepare anything? No need. Just follow me inside. Jacob felt excited. Honestly, he felt like a very lucky person now. Following Miss Luna, he only needed to pass through the guards at the Duke's residence by showing his face. He didn't need to prepare any money to bribe anyone, and he could meet the Duke directly. Luna, actually, the people from the Northern Territory only need to be announced, and they can come in. The guards respectfully opened the gate. The two of them walked through the spacious courtyard and met Ellen, who was leaving with a file bag. Lady Ellen. Luna waved and ran up to her, proudly saying, "This is a talented person I brought from the royal city. Very capable. Do you want to meet him or let your brother see him?" She casually glanced at Jacob, and Ellen could easily understand Luna's intentions. Bring it to your older brother. If he is truly talented, I will reward you. Jacob was speechless. It sounded almost like human trafficking, but this maid seemed to have quite a high status. Thinking this, when Eleni passed by him, Jacob still respectfully bowed. This was the first time Eleni looked at him seriously. She stopped and seemed very interested in his gesture. Are you from the Southern Territory? Jacob was surprised but then calmly replied, yes. Eleni nodded without saying anything else and continued walking forward, as if it was just a casual question. They entered the simple Duke's residence. Jacob's first impression was that it was very clean. Not only was it well kept, but the air was fresh, with no dust floating around. There was no display of luxury items, making the place look very tidy. They went upstairs to the Duke's office. Luna asked Jacob to wait outside while she entered first. Soon, Luna's clear voice came from inside. Come in. After checking his appearance again, Jacob remained calm and respectful. He walked in and knelt on one knee. Jacob greets the Duke. Please stand up. The Duke's voice was deep. Jacob had expected Oswald to be a rough, bear-like man, but the first thing he saw was a handsome face with a strong build. However, his fierce aura couldn't be hidden. Compared to Frank, Oswald seemed more like a heavy mountain of a ruler. Oswald took out a handkerchief, wiped Luna's mouth as she ate snacks on a small stool, and asked casually, Why have you come to my northern territory? Jacob smiled calmly and said proudly, To seek high rank and wealth, and for the good of the world. The world isn't that small. That depends on how big the Duke's idea of the world is. Hearing this, Oswald finally took him seriously. He had seen many strong men, but someone with such ambition was rare. He turned his head, showing some approval, and asked cautiously, High rank and wealth are not easy to get. What if I can solve the Duke's worries? Jacob fears having no platform to showcase his talents. Oswald's words show no prejudice about his status, which makes Jacob feel very hopeful. Indeed, he came to the right place and met the right person. What worries do I have? Jacob confidently places one hand on his chest and says, I have heard that many nobles are giving up their lands. Only the eastern nobles remain silent. I am willing to go to the Duke and return within a month with the land deed. If I fail, I am willing to die in apology. Such courage. Oswald pats Luna's head. In his past life, he never heard of Jacob. He thought he was just a poor scholar, but Luna gave him a big surprise. What do you need for this trip? Just 50 knights to accompany me. His request made Oswald respect him more. It's clear he wants to give him the power over life and death, showing extreme confidence. In just a few words, the two men seemed to understand each other without needing more talk. Oswald picks up his pen and quickly writes an order. Good. Since Luna invited you, I will assign 50 guards to you. When you return successful, I will reward you with a high position. Thank you, Duke. Jacob's eyes tremble with excitement. He quickly steps forward, takes the order seriously, bows, and leaves the room. Luna, who was nibbling on some snacks, is surprised. Wait, I only ate 3 cookies, and you've already decided such an important matter? She pinches her face to make sure she's not dreaming, then quickly swallows her cookie and pouts at Oswald. Brother, you don't need to trust me so much. I don't know this person very well. Back in the royal city, he even pretended to be a scholar. He was beaten up by people from the World Tree Academy. Luna feels like she's being grilled over a fire. Jacob, you better be capable. If you make me lose face, I will personally be your executioner. She pinches Luna's puffed cheeks, and Oswald laughs. Haha, if he really is a scholar, I wouldn't trust him at all. But he comes from a humble background and remains calm in front of me. If he dares to make bold promises, I believe he can do it just because of his confidence. Let's wait and see, Luna. This person is sure to soar to great heights in the future. As evening approached, it was time for treatment and health checkups. Recently, Ginny was very worried. She had studied countless ancient texts but couldn't find the reason for the Duke's declining health. Even more frustrating was that her healing magic seemed to be completely ineffective, as if it was being canceled out. They say that the least likely answer, when all others are eliminated, is often the truth. In the dimly lit room, Ginny hesitated before quietly asking Oswald, who was sitting on the bed lost in thought, Your Grace, what exactly did you do during the fight against the undead giant serpent? Before she finished, a sharp gaze like a sword pierced through the air. Alina, who was organizing documents at the desk. None of the three in the room spoke immediately. After a moment, Ginny hesitantly said, "Your Excellency, there is some undead magic operating inside you. I know. Please keep it a secret." Oswald's voice was very soft. His calm expression clearly showed he had already known the answer. Yes, with the secret of the undead magic inside him. How could Ginny, the best nun with a strong affinity for goddess magic, not notice? She was the most skilled healer. The only magic that could nullify the goddess's healing was forbidden undead magic. There's no need to worry. It hasn't reached the point of turning you into an undead. It will be fine after some time, Oswald said, using his eyes to reassure Alina, indicating she could trust his words. Alina nodded subtly, lowering her gaze, lost in thought. Ginny was quite surprised by this situation. It was the first time she had seen a soul completely unaffected by undead magic. Indeed, undead magic usually acts directly on the soul, causing the body to distort. But Your Excellency, apart from weakened functions, seemed perfectly normal. Oswald smiled. What a joke. My soul is deeply bound to the system. If magic could influence it, then the system wouldn't be so inconvenient. Since there is a chance to save you, Your Excellency, you should explain the reason clearly, Ginny said, just as Alina shot a warning look to Oswald. Oswald could only helplessly tell the truth. At that time, the giant snake had an energy core. I couldn't cut it with my sword, so I had no choice but to swallow it. In one gulp, whether he swallowed it through his stomach or mouth. Oswald didn't want to explain too much, or people might think he was a monster. However, Oswald guessed that if he swallowed it normally with his mouth, he wouldn't be able to cut off the connection between the magic crystal and the giant snake. Only the gluttony skill, which at a causal level devours, could do that. Hearing this, Eleni remained silent, and Ginny also stayed quiet. Most of the time, the truth is often so shocking that it leaves people speechless. As the moon rose, the daytime noise stopped, and a peaceful quiet settled over the city. A few houses had lights on, shining in the night sky of Ice City. Guards patrolled with torches, looking relaxed, humming softly to the tune of the evening breeze. In an unremarkable room, a pair of eyes peeked through in the curtain, and a hoarse voice spoke intermittently. I warned you not to make a fuss and alert the enemy, since she hasn't left Ice City since she met you. Doesn't that say something? In a dark room where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. An ethereal voice echoed, "So what if you know? We've already proven that killing doesn't solve any problems. Whether we like it or not, the problem is still there, and if we made mistakes, we have to fix them." The eyes suddenly turned back sharply. "Fine, I knew all along. You and we are never on the same side. I can't explain it clearly to you. No need to. We've already investigated thoroughly. Oswald was indeed badly injured, and tonight is our best chance." At the same moment, on an open street less than 50 meters away, Eleni and Ginny finally had a moment to talk alone. They walked side by side. Ginny, who currently lived in the medical department, was not far from the Duke's mansion, so Eleni didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "Tell me, is there any hope that the Duke's body can recover?" The moonlight reflected in Ginny's green eyes, making them shimmer slightly, revealing a lingering sadness. "The body can recover, but the magic that prevents death is hard to remove." Eleni stopped, her crimson eyes cold and piercing. "And besides that, what else are you hiding? There's no need for you to look at me like that. Speaking of hiding things, you two have hidden a lot from me." Ginny also stopped, lowered her hood, and clearly remembered the lightning magic that crossed the sky. However, if Oswald truly was a wizard, he wouldn't be tortured by undead magic like this. Of course, if someone could deeply understand nature, they might also unleash such great power. But the magic circle above the clouds was undeniable. Ginny was certain that Oswald cast magic at that moment. As for her own secrets, Eleni also had many, but Ginny couldn't find concrete evidence yet. The two remained silent for a while, and then continued walking forward together. Arguing was pointless. Both hoped Oswald would recover. Compared to Ellene's complicated thoughts, Ginny simply admired Oswald's sense of responsibility and didn't want the Northern Territory to lose a good lord. When common people talked about nobles, they either said a noble stole someone's daughter or that a noble was bullying merchants. Only Oswald was well known among the residents of Ice City. Some said, I dug the sewer with the Duke, others said. I moved the same stone as the Duke, and some even remembered exactly where that stone was placed in the city wall. He's a very good person, Ginny suddenly sighed. Eileen remained calm and replied immediately, I know that better than you. What? What kind of attitude is that? Ginny immediately didn't want to talk to Eileen anymore and quickened her pace toward the medical department ahead. Wait. Sensing something, Eileen quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ginny's hand, and pulled her close. What's wrong? Ginny asked, noticing Eileen's serious stare around them, becoming alert. There's a smell of blood, and it's very close. Eileen's nose twitched slightly. She just found a direction when a sharp whistle suddenly cut through the night sky, stopping abruptly. Go back to the medical department and lock the doors and windows. After confirming the danger was in another direction, Eileen drew the dagger from her skirt, then disappeared like a shadow, leaving Ginny behind. Outside the Marquis' mansion, dozens of guards' bodies lay in pools of blood. After kicking off the blood-filled bone whistle, the black-clad figures immediately moved. Over 20 guarded the perimeter, a 7-person team headed to the city gate, and 2 leaders rushed straight into the Marquis' house. However, in the next moment, the city's guard horns sounded one after another. On the dark street, the clanking of armor echoed loudly, startling the black-clad people who looked back in fear. Torches lit up one after another, cutting through the darkness and illuminating a row of tall, strong knights. As the last shadow disappeared, a more dazzling figure than the flickering flames slowly stepped out, surrounded by the knights. Eleni threw a dagger, and the head of the black-clad person at the edge immediately fell, collapsing to the ground. Then, 2 knights knelt on one knee, one on each side, raising their long swords high. They grasped the sword handles and drew their blades. Throughout the fight, Eleni showed no emotion. She walked calmly forward, while the dark figures rushed at her fiercely. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she struck with a flash of light and shadow, cutting them in half. Blood sprayed into the air, the moonlight was bleak, and the wind howled softly. Seeing this scene, the dark figure's eyes trembled violently. The Northern Territory truly was full of hidden talents. There's no way out now. Let's all go together. Dark shadows rushed past one after another. Each was skilled and swift, attacking Eleni in an instant. But she seemed unfazed, still walking steadily. Every step she took was slow, but if you looked up, under the pale moonlight, countless blades and swords crossed, sparks flying from the clash of weapons. In a breath, blood splattered everywhere, swords and knives fell to the ground, and bodies shattered. The dark figures kept falling in the strange light of the blades. They were too fast. Arms and heads suddenly disintegrated without warning. Even as they fell heavily to the ground, their consciousness lingered for a few more seconds, still fighting in their minds. When Eleni stepped out of the blood mist, the ground behind her was full of corpses. She gently shook her long hair, and her bright red strands left a streak of blood. My lord, they are royal city spies. Standing in the terrifying pool of blood, the knight forced down his nausea and quickly checked the bodies, confirming the identity of the dark figures. No need to make a fuss. Surround the Marquis' residence, Eleni nodded. She looked at the Marquis' house, which was already lit but silent. Yes, my lord. The knights obeyed orders, sealing all the roads around the Marquis' house with bright torches. After such a big commotion, Red was naturally furious. A team of cavalry rushed out from the camp, quickly taking control of the city's defenses. When Red arrived at the scene, he was first shocked by the pile of corpses, then silently looked at Eleni, who held a blood-stained double-edged sword. She is a civil official, right? With a creak, the grand door of the Marquis' residence opened. Red saw who was coming and exclaimed, "It's a metal puppet." That's right. What appeared before them was not a person, but a humanoid creature made of gold, holding a large shield and a broadsword. You've hidden yourself well. The golden puppet spoke in a hoarse voice, mockingly tapping its shield with the broadsword, already ready for battle. Hiding behind such a thing is just a dark little rat. Eleni's eyes grew colder. She slowly turned her sword handle, and in a flash, like an arrow, she moved swiftly, dual swords slashing out and suddenly appearing in front of the golden puppet. What? The golden puppet immediately raised its shield to block, but was still knocked back by the heavy force, crashing into several ornaments and tables in the living room. In the blink of an eye, Eleni had already reached him, her fierce sword slashing into the puppet's head, sparks flying. Hearing the commotion inside, Red awkwardly wiped his face, feeling that with his abilities, he might not be able to join such a fight. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he also tried to find a way to feel involved. Well, send more people. We can't leave anyone alive. Yes, Commander. While they were talking, a small figure passed by slowly, clearly heading toward the Marquis's residence. Wait, who are you? Red shouted angrily, trying to stop the person, but suddenly met a pair of emerald eyes. A nun? What are you here for? It's too dangerous. You must not go inside. Jenny shook her head. I sense the fluctuations of a large magic spell. You can't help, so I have to go. Without waiting for Red's reply, Jenny turned and entered the Marquis's residence. Inside, the battle was still ongoing. Eleni was almost overwhelming the golden puppet, which could recover quickly like liquid gold. If not for its rapid healing, it would have been cut into countless pieces long ago. But even so, the puppet's energy was being drained rapidly and wouldn't last much longer. Once again knocked to the ground in a clumsy fall, the golden puppet, furious and ashamed, shouted up to the second floor. Is it not over yet? What are you doing? In the second floor room, the silver puppet, dressed in a long robe, finally finished drawing the magic circle on the floor. Beside it, Annie was gasping heavily, clutching her chest. Upon hearing the urging, the silver puppet's ethereal voice spoke. Don't hesitate. This teleportation array can only send you out alone. Don't worry about your family. Oswald won't harm them. I need to think. Annie hesitated, not because she wanted to, but because she truly couldn't trust Oswald's character. To her, Oswald was just a cold-hearted person. Anyway, we're just controlling the puppet now. Whether it succeeds or fails, there's no loss. Make your decision. When you're ready, step into the magic circle. After speaking, the silver puppet left the room directly and closed the door firmly. Downstairs, the silver puppet faced Eleni's sharp gaze. It was momentarily stunned, but then began casting magic. Eleni pushed back the golden puppet, swung her sword with a whooshing sound, and charged forward with her dual blades. Holy light cage. At a critical moment, the magic was cast just in time. Beams of light flowed from the silver puppet's palms, surrounding and trapping Eleni inside. She swung her dual blades down, but the cage only shimmered with light and showed no signs of breaking. The golden puppet saw a good opportunity and immediately stood up, tossing aside its already shattered shield. It gripped a broad sword and roared as it lunged at Eleni. Holy light spear. In the chaos, Jenny suddenly appeared, shooting out beams of light that transformed into long spears, smashing into the golden puppet and knocking it away. Words of no mercy. The robe fluttered without wind, revealing Jenny's beautiful green hair. She demonstrated her mastery of goddess magic vividly. As she spoke, the holy light cage suddenly shattered. Eleni's eyes glowed red, and in an instant, a surge of blade light burst forth, cutting down the silver puppet in a flash, turning it into a pool of silver water. With a light smile, Eleni wiped the silver water from her face. She turned the handle of her sword again, her voice cold as ever. It's a 2 on, 2 now. When the 7 Nightwalkers arrived at the city gate, they found that a large group of knights had already gathered there, waiting for them. The knights, numbering over 100, drew their swords as one, their sudden murderous intent forcing the Nightwalkers to stop in their tracks. Each of these Dark Knight people has the strength to fight 3 or 4 knights alone. However, once the number of knights exceeds 30, their fighting power becomes insignificant compared to a well-trained battle formation. The atmosphere became tense, and the knights did not step forward. Under the cautious gaze of the black-clad people, they all turned together and moved to the sides, as if deliberately giving way. But when 2 figures appeared, the Dark Knight people's hearts sank completely. Cough, cough. Luna helped Oswald walk out. Oswald was indeed in poor health, and each step was difficult. But that didn't mean he underestimated these Dark Knight people. Just a few of them. Oswald coughed again, smiling bitterly. It seems the city gate is just a distraction. Are they trying to use teleportation magic to take people away? Huh. Clever. As he spoke, Oswald's hand trembled slightly, and he drew the spirit wind sword from his waist. The system said this sword had high stats and suited him well, so he decided to try it out. Seeing this, the Dark Knight people also raised their blades, tense and ready for battle. Even though the person in front was weak, he was still a strong fighter capable of defeating a giant serpent alone. They might not be able to stop this sword. Luna, watch carefully, don't blink. Oswald signaled Luna to loosen her grip and took a step forward. Suddenly, a strong wind rose around him, then stopped just as quickly. When the dust settled and Luna brushed aside her wind-blown hair, she heard a sword's cry. By the time she reacted, her brother was already dozens of meters away. One corpse after another fell. The black-clad people's expressions remained focused. They gripped their blades tightly, but all died in battles they hadn't noticed. Blood slowly flowed out. Luna then realized that all their wounds were on their necks, and it seemed something had entered their bodies, wildly stirring inside, causing a disgusting mixture of blood and internal organs to spill out. Oswald sheathed his sword. The system truly favors him. This sword really has impressive stats. Luna hurried forward to support her brother again and honestly reported, "Brother, I didn't see clearly, because you blinked." Oh, from then on, all the black-clad people in the city were eliminated, leaving only the struggling gold and silver puppets. The two had already achieved their main goal, but Annie was still hesitating about leaving. She's just a fool. The golden puppet's broad sword was knocked away, then pierced through its chest by Eleni. It roared loudly and collapsed to the ground. Seeing its energy nearly depleted, the golden puppet didn't hesitate. It took the chance to transform into liquid metal one last time, swirling around to trap Eleni's small arm. "Fool! All fools!" The harsh, angry voice suddenly stopped. Eleni was stunned and knelt down heavily. She realized the golden puppet had lost all its energy and was now heavy gold, holding her in place. She used all her strength to struggle, but the huge piece of gold was impossible to move. Eleni. Jincher couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she saw Eleni get into trouble, and her annoyed expression was actually quite cute. Since Jincher was in control, magic circles lit up in front of her. Countless beams shot out like a barrage, piercing the silver puppet and preventing it from recovering. The silver puppet's magic was repeatedly interrupted. Without its allies' protection, it was no match for Jinchi's magic attack. Notify the soldiers. There are large magic energy fluctuations in this area. Have them find and destroy the magic circles quickly. Understood. Eleni, with one hand trapped, threw a long knife outside the window. It clanged and landed in front of Red. Red reacted quickly. No matter what message Eleni sent, he had to prepare for the worst. All units, attack the Marquis' residence. Yes, the shouts shattered the quiet of the night. Knights formed several combat groups and rushed into the Marquis' house from all directions. After receiving news that it was safe inside, Red personally led his troops through the front door, which was the area of the fiercest fighting. When he saw Eleni kneeling and trapped in a large block of pure gold, he also chuckled softly. Eleni didn't bother to pay him any attention. Jincher was finishing cutting and analyzing the silver puppet, then shouted at Red, "Stop wasting time. Go destroy the magic circle." Understood. Red's expression changed. He hurried upstairs, quickly ordering soldiers to search for the magic circle. One room after another was broken into. Oil lamps lit up, and soldiers passed torches, searching every corner without missing a single spot. Although the magic circle was not found, many people hiding in the Marquis' mansion were captured. Everyone from the old man to children as young as 5 or 6 was crying loudly out of fear. However, after hearing the crying and hearing footsteps getting closer outside the door, Annie closed her eyes without hesitation. Tears fell down her face as she stepped into the magic circle. Teleportation magic? Ginny first looked up in confusion. She saw a beam of light shoot into the sky, illuminating the clouds above, and it did not disappear for a long time. "I remember you, Nun." Along with a clear, ethereal voice, the silver puppet suddenly lost its spirit and turned into a pure silver block. Ginny paused her magic, catching her breath. Her magic power was not yet exhausted, but her strength was already running out. The people controlling the puppets were one warrior and one nun of the same rank as her. They used such expensive metal puppets. What were they trying to take away from here? Adding to that, there were several skilled men in black who could sneak into the Ice City with weapons under Oswald's nose. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. Are you hurt? While Ginny was still thinking, Oswald, who had entered quietly, cut open the silver block with his sword. Aline stood up, rubbed her arm, and shook her head. It's nothing, just Annie. It's okay. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Oswald stood with his sword, looking serious. It seemed that more people knew about the past than he had thought. Since neither side wanted to talk, everyone made their own choices. Ginny silently put on her hood and listened carefully to their conversation. Aline didn't leave her spot, so she was sure that Annie was the one using teleportation magic. What exactly were they doing? Duke, we found a magic circle in Miss Annie's room, along with this. A knight approached respectfully, presenting a colorful gemstone to Oswald. What is this? Oswald reached out to take it, but Aline quickly stepped forward and held his other arm. As for Luna, she had already bitten into the silver block, leaving teeth marks. It was a high-purity magic stone, only owned by the Mage Association and not sold on the market. It was probably used to power the magic circle. Ginny quickly walked over, answering Oswald's questions while staring intently at the magic stone. Oswald chuckled shyly and stepped forward. The nun likes it. Take it if you want. What do you mean I like it? Ginny rarely glared at Oswald. I mean, this is a special kind of magic material. If I modify it, I should be able to suppress the Duke's internal. Because there were others who didn't know the full story, Ginny didn't say everything. But both of them understood her meaning. Suddenly, Oswald's mind was filled with the words of an old man. Remember, use magic to defeat magic. The chaotic night ended. The next day, the whole city was talking about what happened last night, but most people believed there was a rebellion at the Marquis's house. Regarding the Night People, Oswald had already ordered all soldiers to keep quiet. Such news must not be leaked. He was almost certain that these Night People had nothing to do with King Frank. Oswald had underestimated Princess Diana's courage. More than 30 night guards, 2 expensive metal puppets, and a very precious magic stone. So much was used just to take Annie away from him. Honestly, Oswald was starting to worry about Frank's safety. Frank became king through a coup, and if he dared to do that, Diana could do the same. If Diana became queen, she would have a full team of brave fighters and an army of 250,000 soldiers. Just thinking about it gave Oswald a headache. You should have taken Annie's Star of Wishes. Early in the morning, Oswald had just gotten out of bed when Alina hurried in. She helped him get dressed and started reviewing the plan. If she uses her wishful heart to retaliate, it will be hard for us to defend ourselves. Oswald was silent. He no longer wanted to trigger changes in the timeline. What if, when he was about to take the Star of Wishes, Annie suddenly made a wish to return to before she was imprisoned? Let them stir, let them stir. Sigh, time travel is really useful. It can solve almost any problem. So far, Oswald still didn't know who triggered the last change in the timeline. Did it happen before he was reincarnated in his past life, or after he finished his role-playing mission and died? Even in the original story controlled by the system, only 2 of the 5 wishing stars were used. Oswald dressed up and, supported by Eleni, left the house. Don't worry. If she could curse me to die, the grass in front of my grave would be 3 feet tall. Eleni sighed. She didn't understand why Oswald insisted on fighting with Yanni. Anyway, she is your fiancée. Sometimes, you really don't show much kindness. Oswald was surprised, then smiled. In the original story, Oswald often performed abstract actions, but he could empathize with them. This isn't about kindness, Eleni. You just need to understand one thing. Half of the farmland in the Northern Territory is in the east, and most of the land in the east belongs to the Marquis. Your fiancée is forcing us to have the Charles family acknowledge her. If I really marry her and have children, in a few years, the Northern Territory could change owners. Parents love their children and plan carefully for their future. Oswald thought, my parents love me. Before they die, they want to drag down the old king and create an opportunity for me to destroy the Marquis's house. After a simple wash-up, Oswald finished breakfast and started his day's work. Or rather, it was another day of worrying about finances and food. The Southern Marquis bought a large amount of grain within the kingdom, demanding a high price, twice the market rate. Faced with this blatant robbery, Oswald could only grit his teeth and accept it. Without enough grain, the kingdom would be unstable. Last year's natural disasters and calamities had already depleted the Northern Territory stockpile. It was only June, and the harvest was still a long way off. Calculating expenses, the common people probably had little money left. A few days ago, Oswald issued an order allowing them to work at mines and other places in exchange for wages to buy food. In other words, the grain Oswald bought at high prices would eventually be sold at low prices, a costly deal he had to accept. There was no other way. Filling stomachs was always the top priority. Eleni also focused on financial spending and asked, "The golden puppet weighs over 600 kilograms. Should we melt it down and sell it?" Oswald, who was drinking tea, almost spat out his drink. "Over 600 kilograms? Is that thing really that heavy? I really am a poor fool, with no sense at all." Thinking about the scene in the original game where the royal treasury is shown. Two large rooms the size of basketball courts filled with gold coins stacked 5 or 6 meters high. There are also countless jewels and magical items. Gold coins. They are just the cheapest items inside. Oswald remained silent. In the game, I looked down on it. In real life, I can't even reach that level. I know they are rich, but who knew they were so wealthy? But then I thought about the dwarves' gold inn, the Lord of the Rings, taller than mountains. Oswald quickly calmed down. What's the use of having lots of money? When a dragon comes, they'll just have to hide and run away. Ultimately, strength is the only standard to stand firm in this world. Handle this matter. Invest all extra funds into construction. Oswald tapped heavily on the reports about the coal yard, steel factory, and cement plant. His attitude was clear. These three must increase their output, even if it means losing money. They cannot stop production. They must keep expanding. "Yes, I'll go right now." Alina bowed and then walked to the door. Just as she reached for the handle, a soldier hurriedly burst in. Seeing Alina, he immediately knelt on one knee and reported urgently, "My lord, the demon army is advancing south. In Starfall City, a lone eagle circles in the blue sky. For hundreds of years, countless demon soldiers have shed blood in front of this strong city. It's like a dividing line, firmly separating human territory from demon territory. Almost every demon general standing before Starfall City has marveled at it. Such a mighty fortress. How can it be crossed? In front of Starfall City is a flat wilderness, flanked by steep mountains. The only pass is guarded by a tall wall made of smooth, large stones. Flags flutter above, and the soldiers are all elite troops armed to the teeth, making anyone feel awe. They have been tense and facing each other all night, from dusk till dawn, without a sign of relaxation. Inside the military tents in the wilderness, the demon army's double-headed dragon banner flies high. The demon General Colin, with deep brown skin, has vertical pupils and sharp ears. He has gone through the same doubts and struggles as his predecessors. Before the campaign, he was full of ambition. Humans? Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. But now, standing before the mighty Starfall City, he looks honest and straightforward. Even if his army of 15,000 is doubled to 30,000, it's unlikely they can break through the city walls. Then he began to hesitate, to think, and even to complain about the unfairness of nature. What exactly is this ridiculous terrain? Answer me. Nature. I only need to make a small move, and I can decide the balance of power between humans and demons. Outside the tent, Colin grabbed a soldier's spear and started digging into the ground. Soon, there was a loud collision of hard objects beneath. All right. All the paths are blocked now. Since tunneling isn't an option, Colin angrily threw away his spear, swung his cloak, and re-entered the tent, focusing on the terrain model in the center. "General, His Majesty only wants us to test and wear down the Northern Territory. There's no intention for you to break the city." Seeing Colin's face turn more and more grim, the accompanying civil official quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Colin nodded. He was still rational and calmly replied, "You don't understand. If we don't pressure the human army, how can we test or weaken them? Even a feint attack will make the humans pay a price." After carefully weighing the options, Colin gradually devised a battle plan. "Send my orders. Deploy the servant army to attack the city, with cavalry following to disrupt the defenders on the walls with mounted archery, but do not get too close to the walls. Prepare the grinding materials for the star mushrooms. The ogres are behind, ready to follow my commands." After a long standoff, the demon army finally moved. Count Camarero, with short gray-black hair, stood on the city wall. Wrinkles carved by the cold wind on his face furrowed his thick eyebrows. He was very familiar with the demon army's deployment. The servant army acts as cannon fodder, leading the attack, while the cavalry pushes forward, shooting arrows to harm the defenders on the walls. But why is the main attacking force, the ogres, standing so far back? Remember, ogres are tall demons, about 3 meters high when fully grown. When wearing heavy armor, they become unstoppable weapons on the battlefield, and the elite among them are known as the ironclad butchers. Does the opposing general really plan to rely on goblins from the servant army to break through the gates? Order: the 3,000 elite archers do not need to participate in this battle. All other defenses remain as usual. Count Camarero quickly responded. It's clear the demon army is holding back, not revealing all their strength at once. As the demon army's drums of attack sounded, a melodious horn also echoed across the city walls. Gradually, a fast-moving dark shadow appeared in the distance. It was a large group of small, quick, green-skinned goblins, numbering over 4,000. If the demon army reached the city walls and built ladders, these agile goblins might climb up along the ladders, making it difficult for Camaro to defend. But the scene in front of him proved that the demons used goblins as cannon fodder, probably just to drain the human side's arrows. Fire in volleys, at 100 steps. Ready. Fire. Camaro gave the order, and a heavy rain of arrows poured down from the wall. Without strong bodies or armor, many goblins were killed or wounded before they even reached the foot of the wall. Watch out for the demon cavalry. Camaro, Count, continued shouting. The enemy cavalry galloped back and forth across the plain in front of the city, with arrows flying constantly. Soon, some guards were shot down, and the northern army began to fight back against the cavalry. Both sides exchanged blows, and arrows whistled through the sky, crossing each other. Taking advantage of this moment, the goblins surged forward, rushing to the city gate and swinging their broken weapons to attack it. Without waiting for the count's order, the mages raised their staffs, unleashing a series of dazzling magic attacks made of pure magic power. They chanted quickly, and a barrage of attack magic burst out, sweeping away the goblins in front of the gate in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and the screams of goblins became the main sound on the battlefield. But these demon servants had no choice. They had no retreat and continued to rush madly toward the gate, hoping to break through and find a chance for survival. Inside the city gate, about 80 meters away, stood 5,000 elite soldiers, ready and silent for a long time. Lisa, understood, father. At Camaro's command, a small girl with a tea-colored bun ran out of the knight's protective circle. She wore a mage's robe and held a black staff. Explosive spell, cast now. Lisa waved her staff, and suddenly several 1-meter-long magic circles appeared in the air. The circles flickered wildly, and a surge of energy erupted. Huge energy balls shot out, causing powerful explosions among the goblin horde. Chunks of broken flesh were blown into the air by the shockwave, but Lisa continued casting her spells without pause. Her powerful attacks swept across the battlefield, one after another, taking the lives of goblins. The threat at the city gate was temporarily lifted, and Camaro kept his eyes on the enemy army behind the demon forces. Overall, the northern army was in the lead during the exchange of fire, so the demon attack seemed pointless. Yet, even as the goblins neared total destruction, the demon cavalry showed no intention of stopping. Just as Camaro was puzzled, the demon army finally made its next move. Ogre, prepare the heavy crossbows. Large crossbows on the city walls began to turn. The soldiers, well-trained, kicked open wooden boxes and took out steel bolts nearly as long as spears. The ground trembled as ogres charged toward the battlefield. Before the heavy crossbows could be ready, they suddenly stopped, throwing their weapons like projectiles into the air, which then crashed forcefully in front of the city gate. Enemy attack. The soldiers remained calm, forming ranks and raising their shields to protect the count behind them. However, the expected chaos did not happen. After throwing their objects, the ogres quickly retreated, not giving the crossbowmen time to aim. Father, it looks like they threw some kind of liquid. It smells like mushroom soup, Lisa said, peeking out from behind a knight's shield and examining the city gate carefully. Camaro's brow furrowed more deeply. People say strange events usually hide something sinister, but he couldn't figure out the demon army's true purpose. The great battle ended so suddenly. The demon army retreated, splitting into dozens of cavalry units that continued to harass Starfall City with hit-and-run attacks. They didn't come close. They rode swiftly, shooting a few arrows, then galloped away. Back at the city lord's residence, Camaro didn't even bother to take off his armor. He held a cup of wine, lost in thought. Something was suspicious, very suspicious. The enemy must have a plan. Although the Duke had sent him 5,000 elite soldiers and 3,000 skilled archers, these forces were more than enough to face the demon army directly. But now, with the Northern Territory in decline, the demon army hoped to wear down the northern forces and eventually take over the entire northern part of the kingdom in one final push. Therefore, Starfall City must avoid large battles for now and rely on defense to preserve the strength of the Northern Army. As evening approached, Lisa, exhausted from the day, washed away the bloodstains and put on her mage robes. She then went to the military tent. The soldiers brought a plate of meat and some bread. Lisa took out a small, delicate knife and cut herself a big piece of meat to eat. "Miss, shouldn't you rest now?" The mages looked at Lisa with some surprise. It's known that besides eating and practicing magic, Lisa values her daily rest the most. She goes to bed early when it's still light and gets up before dawn, more disciplined than some old men. The city lord ordered that tonight no soldiers remove their armor. Extra patrols are to prevent a night attack by the demon army, Lisa said, pointing with her knife. "We are the same. All mages must stay in the camp tonight and wait for orders." Hearing this, the mages looked worried. During night battles, mages are like living targets. When their staffs glow, it's like they're aiming with infrared sights, and archers can focus fire on them easily. Lisa understood their worries. As a mage, she knew her weaknesses well. But in the camp, orders come first. Wrap some black cloth around your staffs. If there's a night fight, everyone should watch out for each other. Lisa sighed helplessly and waved her hand, telling them to prepare. Her father was a veteran general with sharp battlefield instincts. She believed he wouldn't make mistakes this time either. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. A messenger rushed in and said, "Report, Mississippi. The city lord wants you to go to the wall immediately." Lisa hurried up the wall with her staff. Turning her head, she saw her father and the soldiers leaning over the wall, watching below. There were no signs of a demon invasion. Lisa relaxed her breath and approached Camaro. "Father, do you want to see me for something? Come, look at this." "What do you think it is?" Camaro waved her over, giving up his spot. Lisa was puzzled. She tiptoed, leaned over the battlements, and stretched her neck. But after a quick glance, she felt something was wrong. She saw glowing liquid on the gate and around it. Thinking of the smell from earlier that day, she quickly guessed. This is fluorescent liquid made from ground star mushrooms. It's not obvious during the day, but it glows at night. Is that all? Camaro felt increasingly confused about the intentions of the demon race. "What is this?" I marked a location. Father doesn't know, but demon magicians are skilled in using black mist magic in battle. This glow cannot be hidden by the black mist, so it is often used in fights among demons. Black mist. A cold wind blew across the wilderness. Flags fluttered wildly. Camaro looked into the northern night and felt a chill run through his body. Suddenly, he shivered and shouted loudly to the guards, "Quick! Sound the horn. Everyone enter the battle zone and prepare for combat." Yes, the soldiers quickly regrouped. As the horn sounded, the entire city lit up, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. Lisa thought for a moment and then suddenly reacted. She hurriedly ordered the messenger, "Tell all the magicians to go to the city walls and prepare wind magic." Before she finished speaking, the north wind howled fiercely. The dark fog that covered the sky swallowed the firelight on the city walls. In the blink of an eye, Lisa lost sight of her surroundings. "Stay calm. Hold your positions. Reinforce the gates." In the pitch-black darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, Count Camaro's angry shouts kept ringing in everyone's ears. Lisa raised her staff and muttered a complex spell. The staff emitted tiny stars of light. Gale. As soon as the spell was cast, a warm south wind suddenly blew in. The flags changed direction instantly. The violent wind tore through the black mist, and everyone's vision gradually cleared. However, The wind only pushed about 100 meters before reaching its limit. The south and north winds collided with a loud boom, and faint flashes of lightning flickered. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot through the air, aiming straight at Lisa, who was casting magic. Camaro reacted quickly and slashed it down with his sword. Form ranks. Even though the enemy's presence was still unseen, everyone knew the war had already begun. The guards raised their shields high and protected Lisa in front. Their only task now was to ensure that Miss Lisa's magic could continue, even if it meant risking their lives. At this moment, the magicians were still on their way. The reinforcement of the gates had just begun. Everyone was racing against time, carrying bags of dirt to pile behind the gates. A soldier struggled to throw a bag of dirt up. Before he could catch his breath, he noticed a layer of dust rising from the bag. The ground was trembling. The demon clan's war drums beat loudly in the black fog. All the soldiers on the city wall knew what this meant. They tightened their bows and stared nervously at the unclear black mist. Fire! The attackers finally revealed themselves. It was dozens of heavily armored ogres. They had already finished their run-up and were rushing straight toward the glowing area, which was the city gate, at full speed. 100 meters. Only 100 meters left for the Northern Army to react. An arrow rain fell, mixed with steel crossbow bolts. Immediately, a tall ogre was pierced through and died instantly. 7 or 8 other ogres were hit hard, turning into pincushions as they ran and falling to the ground. But there was no time for a second volley. The closest ogre raised its large iron hammer-like elbow and struck the city gate hard. Boom! The sandbags behind the gate were blown away, one after another, second, third. The iron plates of the gate creaked under the heavy pounding, appearing fragile under the ogre's frenzied attacks. Despite the loud noise, the gate's thickness and strength held firm. For now, the ogres couldn't break through. The soldiers on the wall had switched to free shooting. Even if their fingers bled, they kept firing arrows into the ogres' bodies. Lisa, dressed in a flowing robe and focused on maintaining her magic, suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed a strange magical aura, weak but chilling. "Father, what's happening outside?" Cameron, who was commanding the soldiers to attack, looked around and saw that the demon army hadn't made any further moves. He said to Lisa, "Don't worry, we can hold out." Lisa frowned. "I mean, have you noticed any mages or magic circles?" "No, I only saw those ogres." While they were talking, far away, a strange and complex magic circle suddenly lit up among the demon army. Almost no one noticed that the 4,000 goblin corpses left behind during the day were rapidly melting into the ground. An ancient, hoarse demon language whispered in the wind, casting a spell. "Offer the flesh and blood of the humble race, and in absolute loyalty, pray to my lord. May my lord grant the water of decay to all things." As the curse fell, a dark green stream of water burst out from the ground at the city gate, splashing loudly onto the iron door and bubbling with corrosive fumes. Ah! The soldiers blocking the gate scattered in fear. They saw the strange scene with their own eyes, and several in front of them were melted on the spot. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" Camaro was furious and worried. What was happening? Why were his soldiers so helpless? At this critical moment, 3,000 elite archers finally arrived near the city wall. They faced the gate but then spread out around it, drawing their bows in perfect unison. Soon after, 5,000 fully armored veterans rushed along the main road, quickly forming a shield wall and preparing for battle. With a loud crash, the damaged gate collapsed heavily. The ogres roared arrogantly and charged into the city. Kill! 2 waves of steel clashed quickly. Shields shattered, armor flew everywhere. The ogres were unstoppable, but the veterans did not retreat. They kept stabbing with their long spears, one after another. At this moment, the elite archers released their arrows. They shot like a fierce storm, causing blood and flesh to explode. The ogres howled in pain and were quickly wiped out. Monster cavalry. On the wall, Camaro turned and shouted a warning. He never expected the Duke's army to fight so fiercely. The veterans responded almost immediately. They stepped over the bodies of the ogres and quickly advanced, breaking out of the city gate to build more shield walls and spear formations. In front of them was a dark mass of monster cavalry, but the veterans showed no fear. Their horses galloped wildly, and long spears clashed with cold glints. As the battle began, both sides' formations shattered. Horses neighed loudly, steel and flesh intertwined. Broken bodies piled up one after another. Every soldier fought with all their might, pushing forward. Forward! The monster cavalry surged like a wave. The Northern Army's spear walls held back the charge, while they also launched counterattacks. The sound of battle was deafening. Only now did people realize how fragile the human body was. Thick blood spilled on blades, screams and shouts mixed together. In the end, only hollow eyes remained. The meat grinder kept turning without stopping. If the monster's goal was to weaken the Northern Army, they had certainly achieved it. But the Northern Army also showed them with strength that if they wanted to move south, they would have to pay with blood. The elite archers quickly climbed onto the city walls, their dense arrow rain continuously blocking the advancing demon cavalry. The spear infantry finally stabilized their line, beginning to retreat and tighten the defense, building a stronger shield wall in front of the city gate. However, this retreat left behind a large pile of corpses and blood, like a meat sauce on the ground. Hurry! Notify the craftsmen to repair the gate. Until this moment, Camaro finally relaxed. Despite being very alert and the Northern Army reacting quickly, they still suffered a defeat at the hands of the Demon Army. Fortunately, the enemy was not many, and during the day, they had wasted nearly 4,000 soldiers. Otherwise, Starfall City would have been in real danger. In the black fog, the demon General Colin listened quietly to his subordinates' reports. Sure enough, Camaro was not an easy opponent. He had hidden a skilled elite force. Colin heard the increasingly sparse sound of hooves and sighed heavily. His mission had been successfully completed as the Emperor ordered. Withdraw. What does that mean? Wow. So what is his crossing mission? Don't talk about this while I'm working. It makes me really want to know how the story develops. But, does his ability destroy a group at once, or only one at a time? If only one, then. The system, which had been visiting, started its daily share again. Seeing Oswald busy with work, it closed its mouth and played relaxing music in his mind. The latest military report from Starfall City had arrived at Ice City. Although it was a great victory, the city had suffered significant losses, especially because of the enemy's new tactics, which also gave Oswald a headache. It proved that simply hiding and defending was not enough. Sooner or later, the Northern Territory would have to face the Demon Army in open battle. Along with the military report, there was also a letter from Count Camaro. It said his daughter Lisa had already set out south and would report the details to Oswald in person. Lisa. Oswald tapped his desk, unable to recall this name for a moment. Oh right, the Count does have a daughter. In the previous life, she seems to have died in a battle. She was a minor character with no information in the original story. However, Count Camaro sent his daughter personally, probably to ask for money. Oswald is worried about money again. The only cavalry unit that could bring him quick income has been secretly sneaking into the Western Territory for days, and there has been no news. He doesn't know if they are safe. People say the three main drivers of economic growth are consumption, investment, and exports. But Oswald thinks these are long-term plans. For short-term gains, looting is the most effective. Capital still needs to be accumulated from scratch. It's better to burden the nobles elsewhere than the common people. The entire Northern Territory is eager to improve, so everyone should help. Above the white clouds, outside an unknown town in the Western Territory, a group of bandit-like cavalry is gathering on a hill outside the town. They are quietly watching the forest below for any movement. The Western Territory has many low hills and a large land area, but it receives less rain. The plants are sparser than in the Northern Territory, and only the woods provide hiding places. Recently, some nobles escaped the town in carriages. From the tire tracks, they probably carried a lot of valuables. The cavalry are not acting rashly. It's daytime, so they shouldn't reveal their identities. Bandits are common, and these horse-riding bandits are probably the only ones of their kind in the entire kingdom. Smart people can tell that this is an enemy army taking advantage of chaos. Commander, the undead number over 5,000, but I haven't seen any bone dragons, a scout quietly reports as he approaches. Don't let your guard down. The Duke already told us to prioritize safety, the deputy officer says seriously, deciding to hold their position for now. They have investigated carefully. The town is small, but the walls are 4 meters high. There are about 1,000 soldiers defending it. If they hold the town, these undead might not be able to break in. Soon, a large group of undead rushes out of the woods and advances toward the town. Alarm bells ring out. Before the undead get close, the defenders start shooting arrows chaotically. Are the soldiers in the Western Territory fools? Using bows and arrows against the undead. Where's their commander? Why is there no one in charge? The deputy took out his telescope and, seeing the chaos among the guards, couldn't help but curse loudly. How can these guards still call themselves soldiers? When it comes to fighting strength, they are not even fit to carry shoes for the Northern Army. But these guards are even more useless than the cavalry imagined. When a large number of undead nearly unharmed surged toward the city, and before they could set up ladders, the guards dropped their weapons and ran away in panic. At the same time, the western city gate was wide open. Many soldiers fled first, followed by frightened civilians. They seemed afraid they wouldn't attract enough attention from the undead, and soon they crowded at the gate. This is a disaster. Seeing the undead quickly circle around the city and head toward the west gate, the cavalry looked ashen. Even the deputy lowered his telescope, afraid to look at the terrible scene behind. Count Rondo had faced tens of thousands of undead and giant snakes before and was able to fight while retreating, protecting the remaining civilians and saving some strength. But these nobles and guards? They only cared about their own safety, showing no sense of responsibility or courage. The screams inside the city lasted all afternoon. During that time, some people opened the north and south city gates, allowing a few civilians to escape. But most people ultimately died in this man-made disaster. At night, as the undead continued to pursue westward, the town quickly emptied. The cavalry silently mounted their horses, entered the city cautiously, and began looting its treasures. After ensuring the town's safety, the deputy sent people outside to set up a warning line and quickly sent a messenger to Commander Reed. This sudden outbreak of undead disaster first appeared in the southern region, then in the north, and now it was happening in the Western Territory. Strangely, such a dangerous situation had not yet attracted the attention of the Duke of the Western region or even the king in the capital. Perhaps Oswald's desperate fight had given them false confidence. Most of the town's buildings remained intact because there was little resistance, making it easier for the cavalry to loot. Even though the nobles had already taken as much wealth as they could carry, when the cellars were broken open, the amount of gold inside dazzled the cavalry. "Sir, I found the granary and the food inside." The deputy slapped him on the head. "You inexperienced fool. First carry the money." The knight spent the whole night moving things back and forth, making about 10 trips. Even the horses were tired and panting. They managed to empty all the valuable items from the entire town. Hiding in a forested area, the bandits were now enjoying a feast, stuffing their mouths with free-dried meat. The deputy officer chewed on some beef jerky, counting the number of money bags over and over. When he confirmed there were 153 bags, he smiled happily. The Duke had said that 1/5 of what they took would belong to them. So, from tonight's haul, each person would get more than 40 silver coins. Besides that, they also stole many luxury items, food, weapons, leather, and herbs. These were piled on the ground, forming a small mountain. They knew that in the future, it would be hard to loot an entire city again. The more trouble the undead caused, the faster the Western Knights would arrive. They had to stay alert so they wouldn't run into the Knights' weapons. They rested until the afternoon. The militia team sent by Red finally arrived, riding wagons and proudly appearing before the cavalry. The deputy officer's forehead veins bulged as he found the militia captain and scolded him. "Why did you make such a big show? Are you afraid of being noticed?" The militia captain still looked simple and rustic. He nodded and answered politely, "Sir, no one is watching us. On the way here, we didn't meet anyone. The guards at the pass have all run away, and they even asked us to stay in the north." Hearing this, the deputy officer fell silent. He had overestimated the quality of the Western Guards. "All right, you must deliver everything intact to Captain Red. Be disciplined, understand?" The militia captain nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir. We wouldn't lie to the captain. He's good to us. If we do well, he'll give us food and weapons first." These guys seemed honest enough. The deputy officer felt a bit awkward, realizing that regular soldiers got better treatment. The cavalrymen were sharing gold and silver. After sending off the militia with the supplies, the bandits, no, the cavalry, continued their pursuit of the undead army. For a long time after that, they would be following the undead like shadows. A few days later, news of the undead army's arrival in the Western Territory spread throughout the kingdom's streets and alleys. It was said that half of the towns in the Western Territory had fallen into chaos, and the undead army was still advancing without rest toward the capital city, Moonlight City. When Frank heard the news, he was completely stunned. The Northern Territory quickly dealt with the chaos, even killing the giant undead serpent. The Southern Territory was also strong, seemingly unable to be defeated, but in fact, they had already sealed off the undead army's advance. Everyone else was so fierce. Why was your Western Territory so weak? Frank was both surprised and angry. He immediately issued an order to the Duke of the Western Territory, who was still vacationing in the royal city, telling him to hurry back with his family and start gathering troops to calm the undead chaos. Not long after leaving the city, the Duke sheepishly returned to the palace, asking Frank to send a troop to him into Moonlight City. Frank, did I give you too much kindness? The Western Territory only has about 5,000 undead. I could have sent troops to you, so why not help eliminate the undead army directly? Frank scolded the Duke harshly, but in the end, he felt guilty. If something really happened to them, it would be his fault. He calmed his mind and ordered 500 guards to accompany the Duke to the Western Territory. Today, the undead army reached Yellow Earth City. The Bone Dragon still hadn't appeared. According to refugees, the Bone Dragon had appeared several times in the northeastern mountains. Whether true or false, we must stay alert. We have cleared 3 cities so far and gained a lot. I estimate I've earned 1.5 gold coins. But the Duke still hasn't ordered us to retreat. Yellow Earth City is a large city. The city lord's identity is still unknown, but no nobles have escaped, and the city walls are well guarded. It seems the city lord is quite capable. After finishing the diary, the deputy looked at the blood-red sunset and then at the undead army stopped at the foot of the mountain. He understood that this battle couldn't be fought for now. The deputy sat down heavily, scratched his itchy scalp, and dust from his hair fell off. After days of camping in the wild, their elite cavalry looked more like bandits than soldiers. Fortunately, food and drink are not a problem because there is no need for formal fighting. The cavalrymen's bags are full of plundered food, and they chew dried meat until their jaws hurt. We need to get a big score. I say, next time a noble tries to run away, we should just seize him and make more money. It's also a good way to find a wife. We're not really bandits. If we steal, we must silence them. Yeah, they're not good people anyway. Just kill them with one strike. As if we're protecting the people, having money to marry a wife isn't enough. Look at the soldiers around the young lady. They're more impressive than knights. The matchmakers who come to propose are almost living outside their camp. Status is the most important thing, understand? That's true. Everyone here has made contributions. If we do well this time, maybe the Duke will consider making us his personal guards. In the mountains, they couldn't light fires, so the soldiers sat together to keep warm. A group of young men in their early 20s gathered, mostly talking about the same things. The deputy officer didn't speak, but was full of hope inside. They all became cavalry through tough selection and training every day. But their first battle was against the undead army, and they suffered heavy losses. Looking at others their age, even children could crawl on the ground. What about them? They were called elite soldiers, but they felt like just a bunch of single men. However, when they tried to imagine what their future wives might look like, their minds went blank. They had no idea at all. Just then, scouts returning from reconnaissance arrived. Sir, the Western Knight Order has all moved out and is heading toward Yellow Earth City. Also, a group of soldiers appeared on the eastern main road. From their armor, they seemed to be the royal guard from the capital, about 500 men. The deputy officer rubbed his hands. If he guessed right, the royal guard was probably protecting Duke Trist from the west. What is their direction of movement? The scouts quickly reported in detail. The knights are moving straight toward Yellow Earth City. The royal guard has already detected the undead army's movements. They are moving quickly southward, making a wide detour. They should reach the south gate of Yellow Earth City in about half an hour. It looks like they won't get any easy gains next. The deputy officer shook his head with a bitter smile. The militia was much more active than they were. They wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow morning. Those guys would arrive with a large wagon train very soon. Unfortunately, the knights and Duke Trist have already joined the battle. This time, they are bound to have come for nothing. Everyone except the sentries. The deputy officer was about to order the soldiers to rest when another scout hurried over. Report. The undead army suddenly attacked Huangtu City. What? The deputy officer was shocked, almost jumping from the ground. He quickly moved to the edge of the woods and took out a telescope to look carefully. Although the night made it hard to see clearly, he could hear the sounds caused by the undead. On the dark plain, thousands of undead were rushing forward, their steps loud and chaotic. Clang, clang, clang. The bronze bell on the city wall was struck rapidly, and flashes of fire lit up one after another. Inside the city, chaos also broke out. What is happening? The knight captain, Sloat, who had just taken over the city defenses, strode to the wall. He didn't need anyone to tell him what he saw. Twisted skeletons were everywhere. Prepare the oil. Sloat was over 50, with lots of battle experience. Seeing the undead gathering below and building ladders, he quickly ordered the guards and knights to carry logs and stones. Smash, smash, smash. The knights worked together to lift a large stone and threw it forcefully at the area with the most undead. With a loud crash, dozens of skeletons were shattered. But the number of undead kept increasing. They were fearless, with no emotion. These numb bodies only wanted to kill living creatures. The height of the skeleton stairs kept rising. At the same time, dozens of darker-colored undead rushed toward the city gates. The undead's claws. Oswald had also suffered from them before. When these claws tore at the gates and splintered the wood, even Sloat frowned. Large stones and logs kept falling, causing heavy casualties among the undead. The guards poured oil, and under Sloat's calm command, they started pouring it onto the growing mass of undead. They threw torches, and a blazing fire erupted, turning the city into a sea of flames. Countless undead twisted and struggled in the fire, finally breaking apart with a loud pop. Form a spear line to defend the gates. Order was given by Xiaot, and then 700 knights charged down the city walls, forming a tight, impenetrable battle formation behind the city gate. The gate gradually weakened, but just as the undead tore open a spear shot out and struck the undead, knocking it away. Both sides fought fiercely, one side reaching out a hand, the other stabbing with a cold blade. When the gate finally collapsed completely, the knights all shouted together. Kill! They advanced together, stabbing in turn along the narrow bridge, quickly smashing the undead into pieces. On the other side of the wall, some undead had already climbed up. Suddenly, a few guards were torn at the throat, screaming in fear as blood spurted high into the air. Lower your heads, cover your necks, and crouch down, Xiao quickly ordered them. The guards obeyed, but as they crouched, they fell to the ground, eyes still wide with fear, blood flowing from their wounds. Xiao sighed and drew his sword, shouting angrily, Knight Squad, form up and fight the enemies. A gap appeared in the city defenses, so Xiao had to personally lead soldiers to block it. He quickly cut down several undead rushing in, then grabbed a large stone, veins bulging in his arm, and shouted as he smashed part of the white bone staircase. Seeing their leader so brave, the guards regained their courage. Although more undead kept climbing the wall, the guards and knights were much stronger than the unarmed undead, so they held the line steadily. There's no time to waste. Throw the oil and the jars together. Xiao cut through the enemies, clearing a space for the guards. They hurriedly threw down jars of oil, igniting a fierce blaze. The piled-up bones burned like firewood, crackling from bottom to top. Now? Smash them all. The pressure on the city defenses eased. The guards and knights scrambled to carry logs and stones, smashing them at the undead with all their might. The sound of bones breaking and cracking filled the air, and the fighting gradually slowed. The white bone stairs collapsed in the flames. Xiao raised his sword high and shouted to the knights guarding the gate, Counterattack! Counterattack! Destroy them all! The knights roared in response and rushed out of the gate, sweeping along the wall to finish off the remaining undead. After instructing the others to repair the city gate, Sot finally relaxed and tremblingly sheathed his sword. He was getting older. Although his courage still burned within, his stamina had greatly diminished, and he was no longer suitable for frontline combat. As the battle was about to end, Sot leaned against the wall to rest when a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Old Commander, you still have your charm." The tall, slightly thin Duke Trist, with a goatee, laughed loudly as he climbed onto the city wall. "Your Grace," Sot respectfully saluted. "Yes, you've done a great job again this time, Sot." Trist squinted, smiling outwardly, but feeling a bit annoyed inside. Of course, his annoyance wasn't directed at Sot. What truly made him angry was those useless nobles. For such small matters, they still required him to use the knightly order, and he had to be driven to his territory by the king to handle things. His big plans were constantly disrupted by these small nobles from the west. Now that the new king had just taken the throne, no one expected the second prince, Frank, to be the new ruler. With power still uncertain, as a moderate leader, how could Trist leave the capital at such a critical moment? The Eastern Duke was allied with the Queen, the Northern Duke seemed to support King Frank, and the Southern factions were mostly old members of the prince's camp. He had many important matters to consider. Good work, good work." Trist patted Sot on the shoulder to show friendliness, then stood on the wall and looked out for a while, beginning to think about how to find a reason to return to the capital. He turned to leave, but was suddenly attracted by a shining object on the ground. Bending down, Trist picked up the sparkling, metal piece, curious, and asked Sot, "What is this?" From the undead, the clouds in the night sky churned, and a few muffled thunder sounds echoed. The wind suddenly grew stronger, blowing out the torches on the wall. In the darkness, Sot's pupils trembled rapidly. He had seen that thing before in his youth, almost identical to the ornament on the Dragon Slayer belt's chest. "Your Grace, this is a dragon scale." A thunderclap tore through the sky, unleashing jagged lightning that spread across the night, lingering for a long time. In those few seconds of flashing light, Trist saw Sot's face, covered in cold sweat, filled with fear. The wind and rain began to stir, and lightning flashed continuously across the sky. If Oswald had been here, he would definitely have complained. "Who started this dungeon again?" The sky changed color. Bright flashes of lightning flickered rapidly among the dark clouds. Whether it was the distant cavalry, soldiers inside and outside the city walls, or residents watching from afar, almost everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. Northeast of the city, an ancient roar swept with the wind. It cast a huge dragon-shaped shadow on the ground, slowly covering the entire city. At midnight, the deputy observed a skeleton dragon in the northeast sky. It appeared for 2 seconds before vanishing. 3 seconds later, half of Huangtu City suddenly collapsed. The ground sank several meters, forming a shape that looked like a dragon's claw. Many residents were killed or injured, and no bones remained. 5 minutes later, the skeleton dragon reappeared over Huangtu City, staying for 4 seconds. The deputy carefully recorded its appearance, mostly dark red, with flesh still partly attached, a hollow belly showing bones, and a well-preserved head with no pupils. The skeleton dragon spread its wings, which were about 10 meters long. A magic circle appeared behind the wings. When the dragon disappeared, the entire city suddenly exploded in a huge fire. There were no screams. The flames burned quietly all night until dawn, when heavy rain started falling from the sky. A group of people looked toward Huangtu City from a hilltop, standing quietly for a long time. Soon, soldiers on carts arrived. They saw the collapsed ground and the still-burning fire, and they were stunned into silence. After a while, the captain of the soldiers asked hesitantly, "Should we go save the people, sir?" The deputy's pupils suddenly widened, as if waking from a nightmare, and he clenched his fists tightly. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to give the right order. "Start looting," the deputy sighed heavily. Maybe only when facing such terrifying creatures would they feel compassion for their own kind. If there are survivors, help them. Meanwhile, in the northern city of Bing, if you had to say what changed in the peaceful Ice City, it was that the city's notorious troublemaker had gone from 1 to 2. Lisa arrived in Bing, reported the battlefield situation to Oswald in detail, and then, after politely suggesting that Starfall City needed financial support, she happily ran off to play with Luna outside the office, who was eager to gather information. 2 young girls of the same age, who have been close friends since childhood, naturally have endless things to talk about and do together. In less than half an hour, Eleni sent a message to Oswald, reporting that several ribs of the giant snake skeleton in the square had been stolen. Oswald picked up his teacup, nodded calmly, and said, "It's a small matter, no need to worry." However, before finishing a few documents, the alchemist hurried in, saying he had suddenly encountered two masked bandits. The bandits were skilled and quickly stole dangerous materials from his laboratory. After examining the footprints on the alchemist's face, Oswald nodded again and waved his hand. "Got it. I will arrange for someone to compensate you." Shouldn't he immediately send soldiers to catch the thieves? The alchemist left looking confused, not noticing Oswald's strange expression changing after he turned around. Holding his teacup, Oswald stood up and walked to the window, enjoying the view of the city to relax himself, then finished his tea. Basically, they mostly do sneaky tricks and deception, and maybe, boom, a bright white light shot into the sky, illuminating most of the ice city. The dazzling light made Oswald silently shed 2 lines of tears. After a long while, when the white light faded, Oswald still saw overlapping shadows and a dizzying scene, making it hard to tell directions. With a vein bulged on Oswald's forehead. He crushed his teacup in frustration. In the office, Luna, familiar with the routine, lowered her head and knelt quietly in a corner like a quail. Lisa glanced at Oswald, who was still focused on work, then hurriedly ran to Luna and knelt down with a thud. In the quiet environment, only the sound of Oswald's pen scribbling could be heard. After a short while, reinforcements arrived as requested. Eleni stepped in quietly, placing the organized files on the table. She was about to make tea when she noticed that the Duke's special teacup was missing. She instinctively looked at the trash bin and found a pile of broken porcelain inside. With her hands behind her back, Eleni slowly shook her finger at Luna, indicating she couldn't help. In Luna's pleading gaze, Eleni bowed and withdrew. Fortunately, an unexpected helper, Ginny, arrived at the office to help the Duke recover. When Ginny saw Luna kneeling on the ground with a tired face, she couldn't help but laugh. She waved lightly at her. Oswald put down his pen, stretched his stiff neck, and straightened his back to accept Ginny's warm healing magic. Actually, after Ginny's careful treatment, his body felt much better. He could move around normally, but unfortunately, he couldn't swing his spear anymore. Sometimes, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Now, she was considered a high-level useless player in the game, talking about cultivation and passing through calamities, or encountering the great sage. "Sigh, it's all just tears. That bright light just now was quite powerful," Ginny said casually during the healing. Oswald closed his eyes and slightly smiled. "Yes, what do you think, sister?" Hearing this, the 2 little ones also perked up their ears. "Great, the nun plans to rescue us." But Ginny suddenly changed the topic and smiled. "The magic structure isn't anything new. It's just amplified with higher-grade magic materials." Luna got too happy too early. "But it's a useful method to deal with demon fog magic and similar things." "What do you think, Duke?" Before Oswald could answer, Luna eagerly replied, "Yes, that's what Lisa and I thought too." Oswald opened his eyes, and Luna immediately felt a strong pressure, shrinking her head like a frightened little rabbit. Just as things calmed down, Lisa covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, only to be met with a deadly gaze. Lisa quickly changed her expression, no giggling. If Oswald used to seem like a ruthless villain, after inheriting the Duke's title, he had completely changed. People often grow up suddenly. To Lisa, the old Oswald lacked the demeanor of a lord, just a spoiled second-generation kid. But now, his commanding presence was more intimidating than the old Duke. Lisa even couldn't help but think that the stability of the Northern Territory might be related to Oswald's fierce and domineering face. "There's a limit to how much nonsense you can talk," Oswald finally spoke, scolding the 2 with a serious face. "Ice City isn't a city owned by one family. It's a city belonging to everyone in the Northern Territory. You stole some bones and bullied the alchemist. I can tolerate that. At worst, I will pay for the damages and apologize. It won't cause much trouble, but that bright light, even from so far away, made my eyes hurt and I couldn't see clearly. What about those closer? The children driving carts or working on rooftops? What if they get hurt? Did you 2 think about these consequences before doing this?" Lisa was slightly surprised. It turned out the Duke cared about these things. However, Luna was much smoother in admitting her mistake, clearly experienced. "Brother, we're sorry. We didn't expect it to work so well." Oswald sighed heavily, his eyes burning with anger. He decided that even in front of the nuns, he needed to teach the two kids a lesson. Otherwise, when they grow up and inherit the land, they might make even more foolish mistakes. "Both of you, one is my sister, and the other is the daughter of my trusted lady. When you do wrong, you should understand the cost. Those in high positions should have empathy." Suddenly, Alina entered the office again for some reason, interrupting Oswald's next move. "Is the treatment finished? Please go out first. I have something to report to the Duke." Oswald's commanding presence suddenly dropped. Seizing the moment, Alina secretly made a gesture to Luna. Luna understood immediately, looked gratefully at Alina, and quickly pulled Lisa away from the scene. After Jenny left and the door was shut tightly, Oswald shook his head with a bitter smile. "Go ahead. I really want to know what important matter the Secretary General has to report to me. I just think the Duke should rest for a while." Alina took out a new set of tea utensils, quietly walked to the cabinet, took the old ones away, and opened the glass door to place the new set inside. She knew everything about the Duke's residence and was obsessively tidy, organizing each item meticulously, even a tea set missing just one cup. But she knew better than anyone that the entire Duke's estate, even the Northern Territory, depended on only one person. However, because of this, I feel that Lord Duke is very contradictory. Most of the time, you are very indulgent towards Luna, hoping she can stay carefree forever. But sometimes, you suddenly show signs of impatience, wishing Luna would grow up overnight. So, I want to ask you something. Is our time really that urgent? This one sentence reveals both of their inner thoughts. Eleni has long suspected that Oswald intends to hand over the Ice City, the political center of the northern region, to Luna. He has built a personal guard for Luna, personally taught her, and involved himself and read in her training, so that the talented people Luna brings back can be quickly entrusted with important tasks. Most importantly, Ketch Charles, who was invited into Qua Valley Castle by the Duke a few months ago, has not been heard from since. It seems as if this distant relative of the Charles family has vanished into thin air. "You always like to overthink." Oswald lowers his eyes, avoiding Eleni's question. Eleni's thoughts before the uprising in her previous life are unknown to him. Perhaps it was resentment or anger. Her pain was too heavy to bear. The story's ending should be that the hero defeats the Demon King, and everyone lives happily ever after. Even if the hero, like a wild stallion, is constantly seeking pleasure, and like other chosen protagonists, strives for power and harms many supporting characters and villains, he still bears the responsibility and truly walks the path of courage. Neither side is entirely right or wrong. Oswald, an outsider, only has the appearance of nobility but is born under the red flag, understanding who the power should serve. The hero is from the common people, wanting to rise up and become a true hero. There are only two paths. One is relying on the support of the king and nobles. The other is the belief that kings and generals are just a matter of luck. Both have made choices true to their hearts. Oswald does not intend to disrupt the story. In his eyes, the people of the northern region are already suffering enough. They are comparable to the farming and warfare system of Qin. Moreover, Oswald cannot lead them to expand territory or reward soldiers with titles for their achievements. All he can do is do his best to share this suffering equally among everyone. Until the very end, the people made their own choice. They successfully changed the course of the story and accidentally saved Oswald. Everyone wanted to start over, but it was not easy. Without many generations of struggle and stable systems to pass down, no matter how many times they tried, the ending could not be changed. Oswald didn't know how far they could go, so he couldn't promise Aline anything about time. The kingdom, the royal city. After graduating, Brave Thorn's life was quite ordinary. After finishing a monster hunting mission from the Adventurers Guild, he returned alone to the high-end house given by the king. In stories, heroes are usually tall, strong men who roar loudly and look so powerful that they can scare away any enemy. But Thorn was neither tall nor muscular. He looked gentle and kind, with only gray hair standing out. He opened the door and saw Lilith sitting at the entrance, and their eyes met. Unlike him, a commoner, Lilith became a knight's deputy right after graduation. When the old leader, her father, retired, she would naturally become the new leader. Besides that, hearing the door open, Maria, the saint, came over and stood a little apart, nodding slightly. "Miss Annie, is she still sleeping?" Thorn often asked about the people living at home, but his mind was a bit distracted. One ordinary afternoon, Lilith suddenly changed. She became irritable and frantic, as if something was chasing her, running wildly through the academy. When Thorn stepped forward to hold her, Lilith struggled desperately. After she calmed down, she was silent for a long time, tears in her eyes, and said, "My dear, we failed." "My dear?" Thorn was a bit confused. He liked Lilith, but their relationship wasn't that advanced yet. Then he learned an unbelievable truth. "I, Thorn, will become the lord of the northern region in the future with 5 wives, and one of them is Princess Diana?" What a joke. He wouldn't dare dream so wildly. Additionally, going back in time, even with the goddess's power, is quite overwhelming. If the wishing star is really so easy to use, why has no one in history ever used it to go back in time? Or perhaps someone has used it, but there are no records of it. Thorn was unsure about this until the noble saintess voluntarily came to Lilith's side. When they shared information, Thorn was convinced that they truly came from the future. Their next goal was clear. Since they had a better sense of the future than others, changing it would be easy for them. However, unexpected things happened. First, Princess Diana suddenly dropped out of school and hid in the palace. Then, Miss Nicole did not have the future memories they expected. Based on the last memory fragment, Maria guessed that Nicole lost her memories because Elaine took her wishing star at that time. Everyone was worried about Elaine, who caused them to lose everything. If Elaine had future memories, their current life would face even bigger problems. So, they first sent Maria to test the situation. Then, during the king's wedding, they used the opportunity to get into the palace with Diana's help, using a metal puppet and loyal soldiers to bring back Annie. Thorn thought this was a good start, but he didn't expect his family relationships to be less peaceful than he imagined. After Maria went to the Northern Territory, she seemed to have been influenced by something and changed her mind. She became quiet and often advised giving up their plans, which made Lilith unhappy. As for Annie, it seemed she was not well-liked in her previous life. The funniest part was that Annie saw her and Oswald as just political marriage. Similarly, the other 4 women saw Thorn and Annie as a political marriage. They wouldn't have agreed to Annie joining if it weren't for stabilizing the Northern Territory. Moreover, Annie held military power. She couldn't defeat Oswald before, and later she couldn't beat Elaine. She would at least have to take responsibility for half of the defeat. In the last life, Lilith even told Thorn directly, "A useless person Oswald doesn't even look up to, and you still treat him like a treasure. Is it because you're satisfied with her in bed?" Then, in this life, Annie and Maria refused to have much contact with Thorn. Lilith, who only acknowledged her wife's status, spoke badly about the other 2 every day. "Thorn, my future seems smooth, but it also feels like it's falling apart. Are you all waiting here for me today? Is there something you want to say?" Thorn took off his coat, hung it on the rack, and walked into the house first. Lilith quickly followed and said seriously, "A bone dragon appeared in the Western Territory. The king is gathering adventurers and magicians to form several teams to fight the bone dragon." At the wardrobe, Thorn poured himself a glass of wine and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Our strength isn't enough. Fighting the bone dragon might be dangerous. He wasn't yet the powerful hero of the future." In fact, after hearing about Oswald's slaughter of the giant snake, Thorn's first thought was, "Can I really get this guy killed on the battlefield? Such a fierce man. If he wants to survive, who can stop him on the battlefield? But you need fame, even if it's just a show. As long as you have some impressive moments in this battle, our trip will be worth it." Maria then spoke. Any dragon appearing in human territory is a natural disaster that's hard to resist. If her stance allowed, she would even want the king to ask Oswald to come and fight the bone dragon. "I agree. The 3 of us, plus Annie, are among the top teams in the kingdom. Even if we just assist powerful adventurers and magicians, we can make a difference. Is that so?" Thorn took a sip of wine and looked thoughtful. "What about Miss Annie? Is she willing to go with us?" Lilith, hearing this, harshly shouted upstairs, "Why wouldn't she go? We've done so much for her. Doesn't she want to repay us? Here we go again. Thorn rubbed his forehead, disappointed that he had once dreamed of a peaceful life with a group of beautiful girls. Instead, he faced chaos every day when he went home. The next day, as Lilith said, King Frank formed 4 teams to head to the Western Territory. Thorn's team, led by Lilith, was also among them. Perhaps because Thorn personally killed a wicked magician on his wedding night, King Frank had a good impression of him. Before leaving, he even prepared a farewell drink for Thorn. Thorn saw the hopeful look in the king's eyes and felt even more pressure on himself. His task was simply to support from the side. So why did the king act like he was about to fight a bone dragon and insisted it had to be him? There was no choice. With the bow on the string, Thorn had to shoot. He closed his eyes and drank the farewell wine in one gulp, earning praise from Frank for 3 good words. Looking at the other 2 team leaders nearby, one was a muscular man with a blank stare named Dane, an S-rank adventurer from the Adventurers Guild, known as the Ruthless Slayer. The other was a graceful young mage sister named Sophia, also a top member of the Mage Guild, who was now watching Thorn with interest. Thorn felt a bit nervous under her gaze. For some reason, his charm seemed to work in strange ways when attracting the opposite. The last team leader was the kingdom's hero, the Dragon Slayer Baird. He had already left for the western region a few days ago. This time, the kingdom's top fighters gathered together. If they couldn't defeat the Bone Dragon with this team, Thorn didn't need to think about future troubles. Humanity was almost on the brink of destruction. In the Grand Hall, the most confident person was Frank. He raised his staff, looked at the 3 of them, and said with a teasing smile, "May I wish you success in advance." The hall fell silent. S-rank adventurer Dane was lost in thought, and top mage Sophia was still observing Thorn. Thorn had no choice but to stand and bow. "We will bring victory and glory to His Majesty." Outside the palace, the 3 stood at the gate, none of them leaving early. Dane glanced at Thorn and then at Sophia, asking, "What methods do you magic users have to deal with the strange flames the survivors mentioned?" The king wanted to get something for nothing. Dane was reluctant, but had to come. Such tasks, if done well, had no reward. If failed, it could be deadly. Plus, he was working with strangers. Sophia covered her smile. Many adventurers were not skilled magicians, but those who looked down on magic would not get a good attitude from her. "How will you, adventurers, handle the Bone Dragon's sharp claws?" Half of the Yellow Earth City collapsed into the ground, and the other half was turned to ashes. The adventurers worried that the mage couldn't handle the Bone Dragon's flames, while the mage was unsure if the adventurers could block the dragon's sharp claws. In the end, there was no real trust between them. "Then let's see who is better. All right, I've heard that adventurers are very good at escaping. I want to see it with my own eyes." Both of them sneered and turned away. At the city gate, only Thorn looked worried and confused, secretly feeling anxious about this attack mission. "Are we really okay to just run away like this? I feel like your brother. The Duke has changed. He's so scary, even more fierce than monsters." It was time for Sister Jeneth to explain the goddess's teachings to the people. The square was full of people. 2 young girls sat on a giant snake skeleton, chatting quietly. "Don't worry, Lady Alina is here." Luna swung her legs and enjoyed the cool breeze from the north in June. She didn't seem worried about what had just happened. She turned to Lisa with a confident and sharp smile, proud to say, "And when my brother tries to hit me, I can't even react. There's no time to help you leave. Hee hee." Lisa rolled her eyes at her, feeling like her close friend was planning to abandon her. "But I came from Starfall City, and everyone I met said the Duke is a good person. I thought he learned to pretend to be kind like the nobles, at least acting friendly on the surface." "But, sigh, then you haven't seen the real situation." Luna boasted about her broad experience, though most of it was just hearsay. "Do you know how others judge your brother? From afar, he seems calm and gentle. Up close, he's wild and fierce. Count Rondo used to be arrogant, but later he knelt quietly in front of the brother when he was sick. If Red hadn't begged him, he wouldn't have had the chance to lead troops again. The way you describe the Duke is really fancy." Lisa thought more deeply about Rondo when she heard his name. Since Count Rondo voluntarily handed over his territory, many other nobles followed. Lisa, a loyal supporter of the Duke's house, discussed this with her father, Camaro. Her father told her not to worry and to just keep things as they are. As for the reason, The father did not explain, but Lisa was very worried that Rondo might replace her father in the Duke's heart. That old man, once he changes his attitude, really can show loyalty. While listening to Jenny describe the fairness of all beings having divine gifts, they whispered about what fun things to steal from the alchemist next. However, just as they were talking, an alchemist in a strange long robe pushed through the crowd, making a great effort to approach Luna. He rubbed his hands, showing a row of gold teeth, and flatteringly said to Luna, "Miss, I heard you have some snake bones here." Seeing the golden glow in his mouth, Luna instantly became greedy, curling her lips and saying, "These magic materials were brought back by my brother after a life-and-death struggle. I can't bear to give them away. I need more money." She estimated the value of the bones, and even the alchemist couldn't help but feel a little pain. I can't come up with that much money all at once." "No money? Then why are you telling me all this?" Luna crossed her arms. Actually, she didn't know exactly how much the bones were worth. According to tradition, she just needed to wait for the other person to name a price and then pretend to bargain. "Although I don't have money, I can give you a valuable piece of news." The alchemist looked around and quietly leaned in, signaling Luna to lower her head. Luna bent down, curious to hear what precious information this old man was hiding. The alchemists in the Central District have been failing their experiments recently. They found out that the river in the Central District is contaminated with unknown pollutants, and the magic element content in the water is seriously over the limit. Pollution? Such a big issue. Why don't they make it public? Luna was surprised. Magic elements are not minerals. If they accumulate in the human body, the consequences are not just about developing stones. The alchemist rolled his cloudy eyes and said softly, "The drinking water for over 10 million people. Who dares to make it public? Who can solve it? It might cause a large-scale panic. With the behavior of those corrupt nobles in the kingdom, whoever finds out will be silenced, and whoever solves it will be punished. To calm the public's fears, they probably will claim it's a conspiracy by the alchemists, then execute a bunch of alchemists to cover it up. But what does this have to do with me? No, what does this have to do with money? Young lady, you could buy herbs at low prices and then sell them at high prices after the people in the Central District get sick. That would be a huge profit." Thinking for a moment, Luna suddenly realized something, and the alchemist hurriedly reminded her, "But young lady, you need to act quickly. It seems the Duke has also heard the news and is secretly stockpiling a lot of herbs. Well, business is business, and I'm not involved." Luna immediately stood up, quickly jumped down from the skeleton, pushed through the crowd outside, and didn't forget to keep her promise. "Lisa, take him to get the giant snake ribs. I need to go back right now." Outside the city gates of Ice City, bags of treasure and supplies were secretly being brought in by wagons. Red heard the news and rushed over. As he left the city, he saw a dense crowd filling the main road. On horseback, on stretchers carried by militia, and along both sides of the road, there were refugees with various injuries. What's going on? Did some disaster happen again? Why aren't the wounded allowed into the city? Red was immediately worried and quickly questioned the deputy of the cavalry. There were over 1,000 refugees, clearly having suffered a great disaster. But Ice City hadn't received any news at all. These people were hiding the truth. If the Duke found out, the Northern Territory would be in big trouble. "Captain, it's not our Northern Territory. These are people from the Western Territory." The deputy lowered his head, afraid to meet Red's gaze. "What?" Red instantly became furious. He grabbed the deputy's collar and whispered, "Do you know that the task you're carrying out is something that can't be seen in the light?" The deputy had long expected this outcome. His pale face was streaked with tears, forming 2 deep lines. "A city can be gone in minutes. Captain, if we leave them behind, what will happen to them?" Red was stunned. He looked around and saw that some refugees had missing arms or legs, with only simple bandages, and others had burns and scars all over their faces, looking disfigured and disgusting. He looked at them, and they looked back at him. In the strange silence, Red's fingers went limp, and he loosened the deputy's collar. "Let the Duke handle it." The deputy staggered, not even knowing how he had entered the city or how he had come before the Duke. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, hanging his head without saying a word. Oswald didn't even notice him, as the Duke's residence was already starting to operate. "First, settle the people into the military camp, Red. Prepare clean tents." Also, inform the cooks to start serving meals early today. Notify Ginny to immediately gather all the doctors and teachers in the city. Send them now to treat the refugees. Alina, handle the coordination. Make sure they have all the supplies they need. If supplies are short, remember to buy more quickly. Luna has arrived. Perfect. You go with her to the camp and quickly identify the nobles, soldiers, and other special status people among the refugees. Luna? No, wait. What exactly is happening? Why is everyone here? But before she could figure it out, Alina grabbed her by the back of the neck and dragged her out. The group left one after another. Oswald, just about to breathe easier, saw the deputy officer kneeling on the ground. Someone who fought with me in battle, and a dragon shows up, and you're scared like this? Oswald waved at the deputy. Come, show me the action report you wrote. The deputy stood up, handed over the report, then turned and knelt again. His weak, lifeless look gave Oswald a headache. Do they see me as so cold and unkind? Sighing helplessly, Oswald opened the report. It was a messy account of the attack on Yellow Earth City. After reading it carefully, Oswald could only think that the western side was in serious trouble. A claw smashing half the city, magic fire exploding and engulfing everything. Oswald could understand these dragon abilities, and humans do have ways to fight back. But who can explain the sudden disappearance and reappearance of the bone dragon? What is that about? Could it be that the bone dragon has invisibility or teleportation powers? This is troublesome, Oswald said, closing the report with a slap. He rarely felt such anxiety. Humans face dragons, and the tricky part is that dragons can fly fast in the sky. Even if mages can use flying magic, Oswald sees it as just chasing a fighter plane with a hot air balloon. Until 300 years ago, the Mage Association's two top mages created spacelock magic, which finally gave humans a way to counter dragons. In an ideal situation, the mage would block the space, forcing the dragon race to fight humans on the ground, and then a hero-level unit would step in. This would be the safest way to slay the dragon. The Dragon Slayer, Belda, earned great fame for this reason. But now, the situation is completely different. If the bone dragon manages to break through the space barrier, the danger level will skyrocket. For now, putting aside this worry, Oswald turns his attention back to his deputy. The most troublesome thing in the world is not knowing right from wrong. The deputy did violate orders, risking the leak of the Northern Raid plan, but who can blame him? Saving people is a moral duty, a basic rule everyone with conscience follows. When did saving others become wrong? Even Buddhist teachings say that saving a life is more valuable than building 7 pagodas. But this deputy seems stubborn and rigid. He sees himself as a hero who does everything alone, believing Oswald will punish his mistake. Now, he has become a hero, and Oswald doesn't know how to handle the situation. After a moment of thought, Oswald speaks seriously. Since you understand the consequences of disobeying orders, I won't say more. Yes, I understand. The deputy bows deeply, showing he's willing to accept punishment. However, merits are merits, and rewards are rewards. Faults are faults, and punishments are necessary. Oswald stands up, hands behind his back, and scolds. From today on, you and your cavalry will be removed from the Northern Army ranks. The deputy is stunned, as if thunderstruck, and asks in disbelief, Duke, they. Oswald raises his hand to stop him, his face returning to calm. Besides the reward you deserve for this act, I will also reward your act of saving people. Go serve Luna as her personal guard. Remember, from now on, you are Luna's private soldiers, and everything must be for her. Jim found it hard to combine the qualities of a learned scholar and a shameless rogue in one person, but Jacob provided a perfect example. Commander, you wouldn't want Lord Hoke to suffer because of your rudeness, would you? This was the first thing Jacob said when they met. Jim felt helpless. The fate of the Marquis family was in the Duke's hands. He couldn't advance, nor could he retreat. He could only hold on tightly, hoping his group would make the Duke feel threatened enough to avoid killing the Marquis family outright. Jacob claimed he was sent to the Marquis' study to find some lost books. Jim didn't believe this excuse at all, but as Jacob said, he didn't let soldiers into the city. He entered the heavily guarded Marquis' residence alone. Could Jim still doubt him because of that? If Jim couldn't accept this, he would have to go back and report to the Duke. There was no choice. Jim could only agree to this rogue's request, allowing him to freely enter and leave the Marquis's study. But he couldn't bring anything in or take anything out. Even if he found the books, they had to be checked before being taken away. Sir hasn't come for a few days. Are you going to the study today? Jim greeted politely as usual. Jacob entered the hall, looked around casually, then replied nonchalantly, No. Today I'm here to help find someone. Who are you looking for? Do you know anyone in the Marquis's residence? Jim became more cautious, but Jacob calmly took out a long list from his pocket. It was filled with names, origins, and addresses. The list slipped to the ground. Jacob cleared his throat and began calling out names. Alman, Elphins, Bob, Jack, Jess. Jim's mind suddenly jolted. He quickly snatched the list and exclaimed in shock, Where did you get this soldier information? No wonder he was surprised, because the list contained the names of Jim's own soldiers. Commander, what are you doing? Jacob, having lost the list, remained calm and said seriously, Please give me the list back. Their parents are waiting outside the city. I need to reunite their families. He threw the list aside. Jim's expression changed drastically. He drew his sword quickly, pressing it against Jacob's neck, and said fiercely, Jacob, you scoundrel, I knew you had bad intentions. That's not what the leader meant, Jacob said politely, bowing slightly. His eyes showed no fear, and he smiled calmly. Right now, I want to bring their families together. It's better than having their parents carry their bodies back later, isn't it? Can the leader really guarantee that your brothers will return home safely in the future? Suddenly, Jim's sword fell to the ground with a clatter. He understood everything now. He saw the truth. Jacob entered the study, not to look for old books, but to find a list of soldiers under the Marquis. He spent several days memorizing all this information. Now, he had gathered the soldiers' families, which was a way to strike at their hearts. In the hall, the soldiers whose names were called looked confused. They seemed unsure how to handle this strange situation. But when they saw their parents arriving, their eyes filled with hope. Those whose names were not called became nervous. They hadn't been home for over half a year and didn't know what was happening there. Sir, what about me? Did my parents come? Hearing this, Jim closed his eyes in pain and took a few shaky steps back. He was torn between loyalty to the Marquis and filial piety to his brothers and parents. When these feelings were weighed against each other, he realized how cruel the future could be. No one knew when the Duke would come to deal with their group of private soldiers. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. When that day came, many families would be shattered. If the leader is worried, why not rent a tavern for the soldiers and their families to have a meal together? Jacob spoke gently, but it made Jim feel like he was in an icy pit. He suddenly opened his eyes and, with a mixture of sighs and smiles, said, Killing doesn't need a sword. You're very clever, sir. Half an hour later, the city gates opened wide. A large group of farmers stretched their necks, looking around but not seeing the person they wanted to see. Only Jacob happily approached and invited them into the city. Everyone, please follow me. The leader has prepared a feast to celebrate the reunion with your children. The group marched into the city in a grand procession. It had been a long time since the city was so lively. After Red led his troops into the Marquis's estate, emptied the supplies, and left the Marquis's family under house arrest, the city quickly fell silent. On one side, residents were fleeing the city. On the other, Jim issued a strict curfew, forbidding outsiders from entering. So, when the tavern owner, feeling bored, sat at the door and suddenly saw a large group of people heading straight toward the tavern, he couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them, then jumped up excitedly and hurried inside shouting, Quick, go buy some food. Many guests are coming. The city seemed to come alive again. On the top floor of the tavern, Jim and Jacob sat across from each other at the table. Even Jim, looking at the joyful scene below, couldn't help but smile. Commander, take care in the future. I will leave tomorrow, Jacob said, pouring each of them a glass of wine and raising his cup first. But Jim didn't accept his toast. He tilted his head and sneered. You leave me with a mess, and now you want to go? Jacob didn't mind. He drank his wine calmly and replied simply, You're just angry. I did this out of good intentions. Honestly, if you survive to save the Marquis, that's good. But if you die badly, the Duke's anger will grow. When that happens, the Marquis might have no place to be buried. Enough of this. Let's drink, Jim said, trying to pour more wine. Jacob reached out and held his hand, staring at him intently. Sir, You are talented. You came here to guide us, so why not give us a clear path? The way depends on your decision, Jacob sighed. Jim tightened his grip, showing a hint of pressure. The old Marquis has helped me. I must repay him, Jim said. Helping one person isn't enough. Jacob quickly pulled his hand away and said coldly. Last year, the Northern Army was defeated, and there was a great disaster. Hungry people froze in the snow of Ice City. Most of them came from the east, known for its fish and rice, from the Marquis's vast territory. Don't you know that? If it's about kindness, the Duke cares more for the east. He gives free grain, distributes land for farming, and pays workers without deduction. Has the Marquis ever done such things? Jim was silent, speechless. He knew the old Marquis was not a good lord. He was greedy, seized land, and secretly contacted nearby nobles to buy farmers' products at low prices. Why is the famine worst in the east? It's because the old Marquis sold most of the stored grain to merchants for money. To prevent the refugees from causing trouble, he even ordered Jim to send the refugees to Ice City. As a result, today, besides the private soldiers who received some favors, who in the East cares about the old Marquis's life or death? The people who received land would rather see the Duke cut the Marquis down to stop him from demanding debts later. Honestly, the Marquis favors his private soldiers because he needs a violent group to maintain his rule and better oppress the common people. Jim understands this clearly, and that is why he feels so troubled. He used to be a homeless orphan with no parents. The Marquis gave him a bowl of rice, found him teachers to learn reading and martial arts, and later made him a general leading thousands. Without the Marquis, he would have starved long ago. But if he fought for the Marquis in a real battle, his brothers-in-arms as rebels wouldn't survive. Their parents would suffer the pain of losing loved ones and might never hold their heads up again in the north. If I had a lord like the Duke ruling the north when I was a child, I would be willing to fight for him all my life. Sadly, I never met one. Jim finally raised his cup and drank it all in one go. He has decided. Since he is so lonely and helpless without parents, how much more despair must those parents feel when they lose their children right before their eyes? He cannot let his fellow brothers die as rebels in their hometown. Jacob stood up to pour him more wine, a gentle smile returning to his face. I have good news. Do you want to hear it, Commander? Jim kept drinking heavily, glared at him, then set his cup down heavily. Sir, I know the Duke hopes to resolve the Eastern private soldiers' problem without bloodshed. Now that things have come to this, is there anything you still need to hide from me? Jim now understood how terrifying these scholars could be. Such a clever way to break the deadlock. If he forced himself to hold on, this battle could not continue. When people's hearts turn, once the Duke's army arrives, these brothers might team up and tie him up, then send him to the Duke as a surrender gift. Jacob shook his head with a bitter smile. A few days ago, news came from Ice City that someone successfully rescued Miss Yanni. Now, there are no soldiers guarding outside the Marquis's house in Ice City. What do you mean? Jim asked, confused. He paused with his wine glass in midair. Normally, if Yanni was rescued, the Duke should be more cautious. Why would he withdraw the guards? The commander still doesn't understand? The Duke's real concern is Miss Yanni, who has the Star of Wishes. As for the old Marquis, that lazy fool, the Duke doesn't even see him as important. Jim understood, especially when he heard, lazy fool. He stood up quickly and asked eagerly, Are you saying? Jacob looked serious. If you trust me, come with me to Ice City. I promise, once the Duke accepts your loyalty, he won't trouble the old Marquis. I don't trust you. You're just a liar, a hypocrite. Jim replied immediately, snorting out wine. After a moment of thought, he looked firm and said, But I do want to see the Duke. Actually, I've always wanted to meet him. Jacob, for some reason, didn't feel happy about the success of the mission. He was muttering to himself in the deserted wilderness, but what responded was a strange sneer in his mind. Oh, Beld, look at yourself now. Your life flame flickers. Your soul is broken and messy. I have seen the end of your fate. At this moment, a huge shadow slowly appeared in Beld's confused eyes. The shadow jumped into a small stream, splashing water several meters high, then sank into the water. Its thick neck brought a giant dragon's head close to Beld's eyes. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth like claws. Beld seemed to smell that strong, foul odor again. Its gaze was full of contempt and mockery. How old you are, how sad. Great dragon-slaying hero, what a wonderful fate. Yes, you remember the smell of dragons, especially our rotten smell. You can find it. You haven't forgotten your wife's scent either. Oh, Beld, how does it taste? Her blood and guts mixed together? Does it make you think of her day and night? Alistair, bless me. Let me gain the strength to pick up my sword once more. Beld clasped his hands in prayer, ignoring the mocking shadow of the dragon. It had haunted him for countless years. If this torment was the price for not saving his wife, he was willing to endure it, just so her soul could rest. The shadow of the dragon faded away. Beld refilled his water bag and continued on his way. The breath of the bone dragon was getting closer. This undead creature, with both undead and dragon traits, would be his toughest enemy so far. Dwarves usually used heavy crossbows against dragons. They called them Skybreaker hammers because the arrowheads were as heavy as large iron hammers. Even heavily armored ogres could be shattered by such arrows. However, undead creatures were not afraid of crossbow bolts. Their hollow bodies had no flesh, so they were mostly immune to such attacks. At the same time, dragons had high magic resistance. Even powerful magic attacks would be greatly weakened on their bodies, so magic was not a reliable option. The only way now was close combat. Mages would block the space, and brave adventurers would rush forward to attack directly. This battle is destined to be fought only by the strong, because ordinary people cannot get close to the bone dragon. They would either be consumed by flames or torn apart by sharp claws. Not only is it hard to stay in fighting shape, but even staying alive is difficult. Oswald. The name naturally comes to mind for Belda. He is a true young hero who has defeated a disaster of the same level as the bone dragon. Once, he was a reckless, spoiled young man. Belda doesn't know how strong the opponent really is. He only regrets that he has never met this person. Walking through the sparse woods, Belda steps on soft, wet branches and then stops. He looks up, his sharp, chaotic eyes fixed on the treetops. The broken tree trunks show that a large flying creature once passed through here. His hand touches the dragon scale embedded in his chest armor. The steel-like texture feels warm, but everything around is too quiet. So quiet it makes him uneasy. He tears off some bark, leaving a mark, then quietly steps back. He is no longer young and loves adventure. His first half of life was exciting, but the second half is hard to endure. He lives on memories, but his blood no longer boils. It's cold, making it hard for him to sleep every night. Half an hour later, on a distant hillside, Belda lights a signal fire. At night, the brave team of scouts arrives. They dismount and see Belda sitting by the fire, eyes closed, resting. His posture is far from what they imagine a dragon slayer to be. Do we know exactly where we are? Belda slowly opens his eyes, his voice deep. He looks at Thorn. Thorn quickly takes out a map case from his belt, opens it by the firelight, and respectfully answers, Master, this place is called Iron Hill Mountain Range. It's located northeast of the capital city, Moonlit City, in the western region. The straight-line distance is about 120 kilometers. Is it that close? Belda sighs softly. With a dragon's flying speed, it could reach here in an hour. If we can't stop it, it will be another catastrophe for all living things. Rest assured, Your Majesty has sent top adventurers and mages. The brave team replies after greeting Belda, then sits around the fire. The night sky was filled with stars, and the four people showed different expressions. Belda was adding wood to the fire while calmly observing them with a plain look. As people grow older, their eyes become sharper. The young man, who is said to be a brave one, is indeed a promising talent. If he keeps working hard, he will surely become a top fighter in the future. As for the three young girls, they come from noble backgrounds, but they are neither diligent nor deep. Their talent can easily help them reach high places, but the battlefield tests one's ability to carry life itself. Only those who dare to reach the mountain top, but not fall into the valley, cannot become true strong people. However, since they are still inexperienced, Belda had more to say. Young people, forgive me for speaking frankly, but you shouldn't trust those so-called strong people. Thorn looked confused. This famous dragon slayer seemed to have a deeper meaning in his words. Master, please teach me. When you learned you had to fight the bone dragon, did you have doubts? Did you wonder if you were strong enough to defeat it? The four of them looked up at once, surprised. How did this old man guess their private thoughts before they left? No one answered, but Belda already saw the answer on their faces. What is a strong person? Someone who doesn't ask if it's possible, only if it's right. Someone who does what must be done, even if it costs their life. With courage, that is a true strong person. And what about the top adventurers and mages you talk about? Even if they have great power, what good is it? When disaster strikes, they hide in the royal city. If not for the king's orders, would they even want to move? The undead giant snake in the north took less than 5 days to be defeated after the disaster. Not to mention the undead creatures before that. And from the appearance of the bone dragon in the west until today, how much time has passed? Belda suddenly smiled, but even he thought the world was so absurd. His laugh sounded particularly lonely to everyone else. Disasters are not something you can endure just by gritting your teeth. To truly solve them, you must fight with your life. But it's the same old joke. Do you believe those in high positions will risk their lives for you? Do you think wealthy people will sacrifice themselves for others? Before becoming S-rank, they had to work very hard. After reaching S-rank, they still need to work hard. Does that mean their efforts were pointless? They cannot solve the disaster, yet they remain the top fighters in the kingdom. Perhaps even the king has to humble himself and ask for their protection of the capital. No matter how many people die outside, to them, it is just a number. Does the master mean that our mission might fail? Thorn was stunned. He was originally just fighting small monsters with the Adventurer Guild to gain experience, and suddenly he was pulled into a dangerous task. In the end, the Dragon Slayer told him, "Your efforts are useless." Baird was silent first. He picked up a fire stick and poked the fire. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes. "I went to the destroyed Yellow Earth City. Most of the bodies are inside the city." Maria, standing nearby, reacted quickly. Covering her mouth in surprise, she asked, "Master, are you saying that before the bone dragon arrived, there was no warning? No evacuation of the people?" "Yes, and it's not that there was no warning, but that it was too late to warn." Baird nodded. His deep voice weighed heavily on everyone. Yellow Earth City had just fought a battle against the undead. The soldiers were all on the well-visible city walls. According to survivors, that night the weather suddenly changed, with lightning and thunder in the clouds. They couldn't ignore the sky and stay alert. All this shows one thing. Either the bone dragon is good at hiding or it is incredibly fast, leaving no time to react. Everyone imagined the scene. Under the firelight, their faces turned pale. Imagine just a shadow passing across the sky. Probably they didn't see clearly what it was, and then the ground erupts with endless, raging flames. Seeing that they understood his point, Baird no longer spoke and slowly closed his eyes. "You are still young. Stay far away when the time comes. If the battle turns against us, don't worry about anything else. Immediately scatter and run." Summer rain is unpredictable. On a morning in Ice City, after a night of heavy rain, it turned into a violent storm. The rain poured down heavily, and the sudden drop in temperature made many people struggle to adapt. Luna ran through the streets with an umbrella, splashing through puddles, and hurried home to take shelter from the rain. She handed the umbrella to a servant, and several maids carefully dried her hair. Luna, unable to wait, quickly went upstairs soaked with water. She had already checked the warehouse and confirmed that it was indeed stocked with a large amount of herbs. This made Luna even more eager to earn money. The alchemist was not brave enough to deceive her, and the insiders were already preparing for the future. The traveling merchant also said that recently, someone in the royal city was secretly buying herbs in large quantities. Pushing open the slightly open office door, Luna first poked her head out, only to be met with Alina's curious gaze. "Come here. You ran out before dawn again. Are you planning to do something bad?" Compared to her own brother, Luna was actually less willing to face Alina's discipline. They had too many little secrets, and her brother trusted Alina more, which left Luna with no room to resist. Luna shrank back and didn't step forward. Since my brother isn't here, I'll go first. Come here." "Oh." Luna sat quietly on her small stool, letting Alina use a towel to dry her hair. The gentle movements made Luna feel comfortable, and she closed her eyes happily. "Today, Lady Alina is working. Where did your brother go? You think everyone is like you, playing around every day?" With this heavy rain, the Duke naturally went to check the dikes early in the morning because he was worried. After drying Luna's hair, Alina patted her forehead with the towel, then turned to pick up an urgent report. Luna put away the towel. I don't like sitting in the office, but I can run errands for you. I ride my horse faster. You're the young lady, not a messenger. She responded casually, but as she looked at the urgent report, Alina's expression grew stranger. She kept turning her head to look at Luna. What's wrong? Is someone spying on me again? They're so rude. This is clearly invading my privacy. Luna said angrily, but she quietly stepped back, already ready to run away. Your petty tricks aren't even worth mentioning here. Alina put down the urgent report, but her mind was already thinking of a solution. Her slender fingers kept tapping on the table. Seeing that Alina ignored her, Luna quietly sneaked over, resting her chin on Alina's shoulder, silently watching the report. At first glance, she was happy because Jacob had convinced the private soldiers on the Marquis's land. They had decided to serve the Duke from now on, and were currently pressuring other nobles in the east under Jacob's leadership. Jacob is capable, and Luna was naturally pleased. After all, she was the one who found or brought him in, her great talent. She believed she deserved half of the credit. However, Jacob's side was not having an easy time. The nobles were indeed afraid of Oswald, but that didn't mean they would tolerate the provocation from the private soldiers. Just joking. If the regular army can't beat them, how could you? Messenger. Send a message. Jim, you're just a fool. If you have the guts, come meet us on the Eastern Road. We'll see who gets embarrassed. Several counts had already joined forces, forming an army claimed to be 30,000 strong, but actually only about 7 or 8,000. They were ready to fight the private soldiers of the former Marquis. Luna saw this as almost a free achievement. Eileen thought the same, but sending the regular army might cause a big fuss, and she was unsure how to decide. The counts were also tricky. They insisted they were fighting the Marquis's private soldiers. No matter what, this was a noble battle between lords, and the Duke's estate couldn't interfere. Eileen had two options. One was to announce that these private soldiers now belonged to the Duke's estate. But if she did that, the counts would probably retreat in defeat, and the battle would be lost. The Duke's estate would miss a good opportunity. The second was to send either Count Rondo or Count Camero to support the Marquis in the name of helping him, and to catch all these nobles in one go. But both were busy and famous. Even if they found time to fight, revealing their banners might scare the enemy into fleeing immediately. Let me go, Luna said, slapping her head. Others could cheat the system, so she could too. As a young lady without a noble title, but with personal guards, she could join any war freely. If she defeated a noble, she could even legally and secretly gain their title and land. You only have 300 men, that's not enough? Eileen immediately refused. Although her 7 or 8,000 might not necessarily beat Luna's 300 elite soldiers, the risk was too high. Luna's safety couldn't be guaranteed. Luna stood up, puffed out her chest, and showed a proud smile. Who says I only have 300 men? My opponent has just 7,000, but I now have over 800 cavalry soldiers. Holding an umbrella and smoking a pipe, Oswald rolled up his pants and stood barefoot on the muddy riverbank, silently watching the rushing, murky river. He exhaled smoke, but still didn't relax. He had already sent troops downstream to check, and they reported back every 2 hours. From now on, all rivers near the city must be widened and reinforced with concrete. Yes, Your Grace. Oswald listed a new engineering plan, waved to dismiss the officials, and then lit his pipe, walking slowly along the dam. Fortunately, the rivers in this world are calmer than my homeland's mother river. My territory is upstream, so I am not worried about the heavy rain. Still, Oswald kept one eye open even while sleeping. Soon, soldiers came to report that the southern trade territory had flooded, destroying several villages. Send orders to mark the flood areas and have Red send militia immediately to help with the disaster. Yes, Your Grace. The soldiers quickly moved out in different directions. The cavalry rode into the rain, their hoofbeats soon drowned by the heavy downpour. In the future, the main flood prevention areas should be in the southern territory, where the rivers have been clogged for years and need a major cleanup. Oswald made a mental note to include this in his memo when he returned. He left some people to continue inspecting the rivers. Oswald mounted his horse and headed back to Ice City. Less than an hour into his ride, he saw a clear open space nearby where Eleanor was crouched beside a carriage, sheltering from the rain and flipping through documents. She wore thin clothes, clearly in a hurry to leave, unprepared for the weather. Her hair was damp from the rain, and her skin looked slightly pale. "Why are you here?" Oswald frowned, dismounted, and approached her, kneeling down and taking the documents from her hands. "It's not far." Eleanor was lost in thought, but was helped up by Oswald, who then draped a warm coat over her shoulders. They both got into the carriage. Inside, it was dark, with only Oswald's pipe occasionally glowing red. Wrapped in a coat, Eleni felt much warmer. She brushed her damp hair and softly said, "A distinguished guest has arrived in Ice City, and he wants to see you." "Who?" "Princess Diana." "Huh. Their royal family always likes to do things secretly," Oswald said, exhaling a puff of smoke. His expression was hard to read. He had no real conflict with this person and didn't want any. Even when Diana used her wealth and resources to take Annie away from him last time, Oswald just saw it as her paying a lot of money to buy her. People are different. In a game, as long as the style is good, Oswald can accept even a minotaur. But in real life, a woman who constantly mistreats herself, shares her husband with other women, and isn't even the main wife, who is so eager to give everything away, even her brother's crown, believing she has found true love, and later her pupils turn into hearts, surrendering to desire but remaining innocent, a princess with a noble status. Who can guarantee her mental stability? No matter what, she is like this now. Oswald tilted his head and suddenly said, "It seems we haven't had much time alone for a long while. This life." First Luna returned to the Northern Territory, then Jenny arrived early in Ice City. The days grew busier, but the two rarely spent time together like before. "Are you trying to continue our last conversation, Duke?" Eleni glanced at him. Though she looked delicate wrapped in her coat, Oswald still felt a chill. He pretended to be calm and took a puff of his cigarette. "The nuns said, for my health, it's best to keep a happy mood. For health, you should put out the burning thing in your hand and stop inhaling smoke." "In that case, should I buy a pretty dress for my maid as a kind of hush money?" Eleni raised her eyebrows slightly. She was tempted, but quickly suppressed her desire and sighed. "We still have a lot of work to do. Work never ends. Troubles happen all the time, but that doesn't stop us from enjoying life a little," Oswald said, extinguishing his pipe and lazily stretching beside Eleni. Eleni tilted her eyes and glared at him. "The original words you mentioned last time were, although we are busy and tired, we can't change everything immediately, but that doesn't stop us from doing better." "Very well. If I ever publish a book of Oswald's quotes, be sure to remind me to delete that sentence and keep only the original." They exchanged a glance. Eleni looked up, gently brushed a mud spot from his face with her finger, and fake smiled. Hee. Who would have thought that Oswald's quotes are mostly about threats or being stubborn? If such a book ever circulates, it would definitely be used as a negative example. "I like your comment, but next time, please don't comment." In the afternoon, the heavy rain stopped. The wind swallowed its angry roar. The trees no longer rustled loudly. Only gentle rain fell, like silk or needles, quietly outlining the dark green forest. The city was quiet but busy. The umbrellas were dark in color, matching the scene perfectly, blooming with lively hope. Diana looked out the window at the rain. Her bright, beautiful dress and wavy golden hair made her stand out, drawing attention from everyone around her. The servants at the Duke's house watched her openly. They didn't care about her royal status. They just instinctively felt that she was not welcome. One maid, upon hearing that the princess was coming, jumped out of the window and ran away. Waiting for the Duke's house owner to arrive, Diana felt a bit annoyed. She paced back and forth in the corridor, but couldn't shake off the people following her. She went downstairs and saw Luna, who was holding a meeting with the generals in the hall. She quickly thought of a way to leave. Luna and Diana had a tense history at the academy. When Luna saw Diana walking down the stairs, she didn't even bother to greet her and continued drawing on the blackboard with chalk. "Is 800 of us too many? Most of the enemies are newly formed farmers. If we charge with so many cavalry, they'll probably collapse easily." The deputy officer just suggested this, but a female soldier quickly retorted, "Even a lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. If we can't win this battle, the strength of the farmers' army will only grow. If they train their soldiers properly, the eastern region will soon see another rondo. I know this, of course. My concern is that after their battle formation collapses, they might trample each other, causing unnecessary injuries. At that point, we can't chase them, nor can we ignore it. Luna? 800 cavalry? Diana was secretly surprised. She had worked hard to get only 200 horses in the royal city, but Luna just went home for a short visit and suddenly had 800 cavalry? It seems Luna will be a formidable trouble in the future, but now is not the time to think about that. Diana walked up to Luna and, as expected, received a gasp of surprise. Is this your way of welcoming guests? Diana picked up a piece of chalk and curiously examined the terrain map on the blackboard. To be fair, Luna's drawing skills were very good, clearly practiced hard. However, she couldn't understand what the circles on the map represented. Luna rolled her eyes at her. She hadn't seen Diana in a long time, but she was still so proud. Someone came uninvited. Why should I entertain them? In the royal city, Luna could tolerate Diana a little, but this was her territory. Why should she give the so-called princess a good face? The Northern Territory is also land of the kingdom. Why can't I come here? Luna sneered. Come back and tell me that when you come openly and honestly. The spies placed in the Northern Territory had already reported that the hero team had just left for the Western Territory, and the princess had quietly left the royal city. What surprised them even more was that Princess Diana was actually heading toward the Ice City. Recently, a group of royal assassins infiltrated the Ice City to rescue Yanni, and shortly after, Diana came uninvited. All these events made it hard not to suspect a connection between them. Luna was very cautious, and Diana didn't seem eager to talk more. She turned around and took a group of servants upstairs. Passing through the corridor, Diana entered a guest room and slammed the door shut. The servants didn't think much and quietly waited outside, paying close attention to any movement inside. As soon as Diana entered the room, she took out the chalk and quickly drew 3 magic circles on the floor. She released her magic power into the circles with her palm. The magic circles lit up, and Diana stepped into one of them. In an instant, she disappeared from the room. Next, the light from the second and third magic circles suddenly dimmed. In an empty room, a window was quietly opened, and amidst the wind and rain, the invisible Diana floated in midair, quickly flying toward the street. In a remote tavern, using her sense of smell magic, Diana quickly found Oswald and Alina sitting at the bar drinking. There are many messengers in the Duke's mansion, so using magic to find these two was not difficult. At first, Diana planned to reveal herself openly, but after hearing their conversation, she changed her mind. It was the first time she saw them behaving privately. Oswald rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, looking like a rough worker, not at all like a duke. His face carried a rare, relaxed smile as he drank and patiently listened to the complaints of the person beside him. Alina was still dressed as a maid, but she wore a coat over her, with her long sleeves rolled up. She held a glass and talked endlessly, looking a bit tired. And that Pete, he keeps asking me to hold banquets every few days. When did I ever forbid them from hosting their own parties? He even said that if I and the Duke didn't attend, no one would dare come. He claims that proper gatherings can strengthen friendships and boost the northern region's economy. I think they just have too much money to spend. Once the tax department is officially established, I will carefully check their finances and see if they dare to make such demands again. Oswald chuckled happily. Pete is a good guy. He hasn't done anything evil. He makes money purely through his own skill. I heard he's very good at making perfumes and cosmetics. Maybe we can do business with him and open a workshop together. Alina sighed. The two of them clinked glasses gently. After taking a small sip, she said with emotion, maybe because I was born into a poor barren family, I can't understand their thoughts. They have so many things they could do, but they believe only enjoyment can show their noble status. Shaking his glass, Oswald just smiled faintly. It's nothing. Can you imagine a high-ranking church official risking his life just for a fancy noble robe? People always like to prove themselves with external things. If he didn't wear that outfit, how would others know he's a fallen soul, a great archbishop with a golden sea of achievements? On the other hand, some people always dress very simply and modestly, not showing off, but secretly they love to look good more than anyone else. Eleni reached out and firmly grabbed Oswald's arm, not letting go. Oswald immediately shut up. The two of them calmly finished their drinks, and only when they left did Eleni loosen her grip and give Oswald a warning look. Outside the tavern, Oswald lowered his pants and took the umbrella to hold for Eleni. But Eleni looked at the carriage, tilted her head in confusion, and asked, "Duke, are you not planning to go back today?" Oswald reached out his hand to her. "Even if I skip work, no one will deduct my pay." After a brief moment of hesitation, Eleni patted his hand and walked through the rain to stand under Oswald's umbrella. "What about me? How is my salary calculated?" "The secretary counts absence, the personal maid counts overtime, and there's also an outdoor work allowance." Hearing this, Eleni nodded happily. The two of them walked together, attracting many passers-by to look back repeatedly. It seems to be the Duke." "Not sure. Let me look again." "Oh no, there's another woman next to the Duke." The residents of Ice City are friendly and love to join in the fun. The crowd around them gradually grew denser, almost too crowded to move. Oswald had to stop and look at them helplessly. Under the increasingly curious gazes and whispers, Eleni, who was thinking about the flood problem, looked up in confusion. "What's going on today? Is it strange that I and the Duke are in the city?" However, when she saw the faces of the people next to the Duke, everyone fell silent. Then they all started to walk away one after another, as if nothing had happened. These people. Oswald was speechless. "How interested are you in my gossip? I often tell you funny little stories, but I've only seen pigs run, and I still have my first kiss. It's not as wild and unruly as you think." Everyone left with a tiny bit of disappointment, leaving Oswald alone in the wind, feeling confused, along with Eleni, who still hadn't figured out what was going on. After the crowd dispersed, Diana, hiding in a corner, let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know why so many people had suddenly come over, almost knocking her over. After this small interruption, Diana continued secretly following the two people. Actually, even she didn't know why she was doing this. She had forgotten about her main task. If she had to say, Diana just felt uneasy. She didn't understand why Eleanor had started a rebellion in her past life. What was Eleanor really fighting for? Was it loyalty to Oswald? What was so good about that person? Almost every noble saw Oswald as dangerous, and his rule in the northern region was known for being harsh. Thorn was gentle, honest, and brave, everyone's ideal ruler. But why did people look at us with such strange eyes? When she saw the two enter a clothing store, Diana quickly followed and stood quietly by the window, watching their every move. Inside, Eleanor tried on a long black silk dress. Diana was surprised. Eleanor's figure and looks were excellent. Her long red hair was neatly tied, making her look especially cold and elegant. Oswald was momentarily stunned, but he soon smiled and stepped forward, holding up a pair of beautiful black gemstone earrings he had just chosen, and carefully put them on her ears. Eleanor's eyes showed anger, but her lips curled into a slight smile. Her ears turned slightly red, and she was whispering something. Both of them chose the same color tone. Eleanor looked shy, lowered her eyes, and turned to face the mirror, gently lifting her long dress, seeming very pleased with her outfit. At the window, Diana's gaze was fixed on Oswald's face. She searched her memories but found no one who looked at her with such gentle longing, free of greed. Advance. Southwestward, in the heavy rain, the mountain peak cracked and collapsed, knocking down countless trees. A huge shadow suddenly disappeared, and rocks tumbled down as a body splashed with blood fell off a cliff. Everyone scattered, dodging falling stones, and continued rushing forward at full speed. There was no time to mourn the fallen. Sorceress Sophia floated in the air, her staff glowing with light. A magic circle appeared in the sky, rippling like waves. Binding. The ripples expanded, like a transparent glass covering the clouds, or rushing water falling rapidly downward. With a loud boom, the bone dragon was squeezed out of space and revealed itself, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Hold on," Beld shouted loudly, leaping into the air from the mountaintop. His magic sword burned with black flames, turning into a shooting star that aimed straight at the bone dragon's head. Dane then burst out of the forest. Fully armored, he charged like a rushing rhinoceros, swinging his battle axe to face the bone dragon's sharp claws. The moment they made contact, a surge of violent power erupted, causing the ground to and sending countless stones flying. Beld stabbed his sword into the bone dragon's forehead. He quickly chanted a spell, and the flames on his magic sword suddenly burst out. instantly swallowing the entire head of the bone dragon. Dark flames poured out of the empty eye sockets, making the bone dragon look even more terrifying. It swung its body, and its long bony tail shattered rocks and trees. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Dane. Dane stepped back, nostrils puffing out heavy breaths. He swung his heavy axe at the tail, but was immediately knocked away by the fierce strength, causing his armor to shatter midair. Dodge. Seeing Dane disappear into the forest, Beld didn't hesitate. He quickly jumped down from the bone dragon's head, his magic sword shining brightly. The dark sword began to twist and transform into a black dragon head, crashing toward the bone dragon's sharp claws about to strike. Just one claw caused the ground to collapse heavily, tearing deep gorges into the mountains. Dust and smoke billowed. Beld's figure disappeared, leaving only the dragon head still entangled with the claws, slowly eroding the body of the bone dragon. There was no better chance than this. Nearby, Thorn wiped rain from his face, half kneeling on his rushing horse. He leapt into the air and his sword forward. Lilith followed closely, jumping off her horse, rolling a few times, then raising her shield and charging forward with a shout. Everyone around joined the fight. Several mages' staffs flickered as they released wave after wave of energy blasts toward the massive body of the bone dragon. The battle quickly heated up. The besieged bone dragon struggled wildly, flapping its wings over 10 meters long to away the rain. Behind it, a magic circle suddenly lit up. Maria cast goddess magic, sending beams of light from the ground that bound the bone dragon, pulling it heavily toward the ground. The magic circle faded. Thorn swung his sword again, maintaining his speed, and directly shattered the scales on the bone dragon's body, opening a huge. Lilith seized the opportunity, using her shield to strike, and with her long-held strength, made the bone dragon stumble. Several adventurers quickly rushed forward, wielding heavy hammers and long spears with great strength. The impact of the battle caused the ground to shake uncontrollably. Retreat. Sophia, floating in the air, could no longer hold on. She shouted loudly as the glow of her staff dimmed. Everyone was startled. Just as her binding magic broke, the bone dragon immediately disappeared from the spot and spread its wings in the air. Seeing the magic circle form again, Annie quickly mounted her horse and aimed her bow at the sky. The bowstring snapped loudly like thunder. A storm suddenly arose, and the arrow shot straight into the sky like a shooting star, accurately hitting the bone dragon and breaking one of its ribs. The advantage of the undead race was clear. The magic circle only flickered for a moment before stabilizing and shining brightly again. Annihilation, fire devouring. In the collapsing ground, Beld spat out blood and recited an ancient, obscure spell. A drop of ink spread across the forest. Two powerful forces clashed in a place invisible to the eye. The earth became hot, and thick smoke rose up. Master. With the crisis over, everyone gathered around Beld again. An adventurer and Maria cast a healing spell, with green light seeping into Beld's body. However, Maria was shocked to find that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fully heal Beld. At best, she could only stabilize his injuries. Still in the southwest. Chase after it. The next attack will be in 5 minutes. Don't worry about me. Go help the mage recover. Beld knew his body well. The dragon's curse was deeply engraved in his soul. The goddess's magic couldn't help him at all. Everyone immediately acted. Annie rode her horse down the mountain and reported, "The bone dragon has disappeared. It can't hold on anymore. It's trying to avoid us." Beld slowly stood up, sheathed his sword, and calmly ordered Annie, "Go bring Dane back and prioritize healing him." Yes, the mage and others stayed behind to rest. Beld continued leading Thorn and the others forward. He was very sensitive to the bone dragon's aura. Even though the dragon could teleport through space, it couldn't escape from Beld, the dragon hunter. To prevent the bone dragon from jumping over the space magic, the mages had to use more magic to strengthen the barrier. There was no other way. It was a painful lesson. During the first attack, due to a careless mistake, 5 team members were lost in the blink of an eye. "Boy, is your sword fast enough?" Baird ran wildly up the hill. Not only did he move smoothly, but he was also faster than a warhorse. Frankly, he was the first person Thorn truly admired as a strong fighter. He was so powerful, With his physical strength, he didn't seem like someone over 60 years old. What does the master mean? If we keep going like this, it will break out of the mountains and get close to Moonlight City. If your sword is fast enough, look for an opportunity to cut off its wings when you launch the next attack. Baird shouted angrily. We can't let it harm the city anymore. We must keep it in the forest. Understood. Thorn nodded heavily. But just thinking about the bone dragon's wings, which were several times thicker than a person's waist, made Thorn tighten his grip on the reins. He could. Don't think about that. The girl who shoots arrows in your team is pretty good. Let her help you. Yes, master. The group continued to follow behind Baird, constantly changing direction. It seemed the bone dragon still wanted to escape. It appeared and disappeared in the sky now and then, circling again. The ground was muddy. After a long march, the horses were exhausted. Just as Thorn was distracted checking their condition, Baird suddenly pulled him down and led everyone to retreat several dozen meters. Boom! The ground cracked open. It was like a fiery flower blooming in the forest, with waves of intense flames surging outward. Everywhere Thorn looked, the surface and trees were instantly turned to ash. At the edge of the flames, the fire spread rapidly outward, and black mist covered everything. If Baird hadn't used his magic flames to protect them in time, they might have turned into ashes carried away by the wind. When the magic flames disappeared, just breathing became painful for everyone. Their skin felt hot and prickly, quickly turning crimson. Baird coldly looked at the circling bone dragon in the sky, and Thorn heard Sophia's voice in his ear. Master, in 10 minutes, I won't be able to help anymore. The sky wrinkled again, and heavy rain poured down on the scorched land, rising as white smoke. Sophia's face was pale. She held a magic stone in her mouth and slowly floated into the air. Her staff lit up again with a bright glow. This was her last resort. To be honest, if it weren't for the Dragon Slayer here, she would have run away after the first attack. There's no way she would have fought the bone dragon to this extent. Coincidentally, her upper body was bare, revealing steel-like muscles. She pinched her nose to block the blood and fumes, just like Dane. Everyone knew this was the final battle. If they failed again, they would have to run for their lives. No one needed to risk everything for a disaster happening thousands of miles away. Holding a long axe, Dane licked his dry lips and slowly moved toward the bone dragon. He increased his speed, determined to strike his strongest. The transparent space above pressed down, pushing back the rising black fog and white smoke. The bone dragon crashed into the barrier with a loud bang and slowly fell downward. Now was the moment. Dane charged like a powerful hammer, rushing toward the bone dragon. The bone dragon responded with its claws, while its giant axe swung down at the same time. The impact shattered the mountains, and in the mist, both fought fiercely like rushing streams, flashing bright lights with each clash. At a critical moment, Beld joined the fight. His sword ignited with black flames, and he charged quickly. Neither Dane nor the dragon fought head-on. Instead, they moved like flowing light, dodging and weaving in the swirling white and black mist, fighting fiercely. The best fighters finally showed all their strength. White and black flames, light and darkness. Two very different fires burst out on this battlefield. The aftershock of the battle nearly knocked Thorn off balance, but his heart was pounding even harder. He stared fixedly at the huge black shadow in the smoke. Nearby, Annie had already knocked her arrow, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Piercing magic. Activate. Sophia stopped maintaining her space magic. She flickered and waved her staff, appearing above the bone dragon. Rows of magic circles lit up one after another. Then she shouted loudly, releasing countless beams of light that shot fiercely at the bone dragon. The scales and bones shattered, scattering debris. The sky and earth suddenly changed color, and the flickering lights reflected on the forest. The bone dragon prepared to teleport again, but the other mages had already quietly cast their spells. Wrinkles spread across the surface, and the surrounding light and shadow cut through the air. As soon as the bone dragon flapped its wings, it crashed into the barrier. Maria immediately summoned her light whips and rushed into the air to catch the falling bone dragon. Several light whips wrapped tightly around the dragon's neck, pulling it heavily into the ground's embrace. Layers of dust spread out as Belda and Dane quickly charged from opposite sides, blocking the dragon's two powerful claws. Both of them were bleeding from their mouths. Annie took a deep breath. The hot air made her throat sting. She steadied her mind, pulled her bowstring, and shot an arrow into the storm. The arrow cut through the smoke and hit the dragon's flapping wings. With a sharp, the arrow pierced the wing's bones, creating a. Thorn moved instantly. In a flash, he appeared on the dragon and swiftly swung his sword. The bones and the sword shattered together. Under everyone's tense watch, a part of the dragon's wing broke off and fell. This would be a tough and heroic battle. The bone dragon had lost its ability to fly, but that didn't mean it was at a disadvantage. Undead creatures don't get tired or hurt. This terrifying being can't be truly killed, it can only be destroyed. So, when Thorn and his team prepared to attack again, Belda looked back calmly at them. That look held so much meaning. Thorn stopped. In front of him was a broken forest. In the rain and wind, every adventurer and mage was fighting on the front lines. The glow of spells and the cold gleam of weapons clashed, creating a powerful force that was awe-inspiring. The battle was still going on. Was he really going to retreat now? Annie didn't hesitate. She mounted her horse, whipped the reins, and before leaving, she carried the weakest member, Maria, into the woods without looking back. A leader on the battlefield always judges the situation more accurately than others. Right now, it was not the bone dragon that was at its limit, but their side. She actually ran away. Lily was shocked and angry. She looked down on Annie, but she never thought Annie would be so cowardly and fake. It was a shame for their group. We too. Thorn hurriedly grabbed Lily, but at that moment, the battlefield suddenly changed. When the mage's magic ran out and the space imprisoning them shattered, the bone dragon disappeared again. Its tail whipped up dust and smoke. Two mages were instantly turned into blood mist, leaving no bones behind. Claws tore through the ground, and several adventurers were instantly crushed into the dirt, turning into a pool of blood and mud. Sophia was the first to leave the fight. She cast a flying spell, carrying the last remaining mage into the sky, quickly flying away into the distance. Before leaving, she used magic to whisper into Thorn's ear, while the Dragon Slayer still has strength. Hurry and retreat. Seeing Belda leading his black dragon-shaped magic sword to attack the bone dragon again, Thorn remembered Belda's warning. He took Lilith by the hand and started to leave, clenching his fists, moving faster and faster. In just a few seconds, a shadow flashed past them. Dane, who had lost his weapon, was covered in blood, with only half of his pants left. His head was split open, blood pouring down his face. He wiped the blood away and casually said as he passed by, "Kid, scatter and run. Meet at Moon City later." Thorn nodded numbly. He crossed several hills, and the echoes of the battle still rang through the valley. He didn't know what he was hoping for. Suddenly, he looked back, and endless flames burst out. Waves of red sea obscured his sight. "Lord Duke, the flood has been investigated. No one was hurt, and the food was delivered on time. However, rebuilding the village is very difficult." Inside the Duke's mansion, Red had worked all day and finally submitted his report to Oswald before night fell. "I know. They all live on the marshes. Those with better conditions have boats to stay in, while the poorer ones just built makeshift homes with a few planks. That place was never suitable for humans." Oswald pondered for a moment, then waved for Red to sit on the sofa opposite him. He crossed his legs and took a few puffs from his pipe. He intentionally wanted these hundreds of villagers to move to the Count's estate for rebuilding. That area currently lacked workers and had large patches of uncultivated land. The villagers would soon settle there happily, no longer suffering from the damp cold. However, Oswald was unsure about the attitude of the Southern Marquis toward this plan. "When you arrived, did Marquis Hugh say anything?" Subordinate has already reported to Ellen. "Before we left, the Marquis asked whether they would still buy grain after this autumn and inquired about the specific amount of cotton the Duke needed to purchase." Red took a sip from his cup and said, "Eleni said she will handle this matter. As for the flood and the affected villagers, the Marquis didn't mention a word." "Good job. Leave this to me," Oswald said approvingly, giving Red a quick look. "Red is an average soldier, but he handles emergency work very well." "Yes. Does your grace have any other instructions?" "Tomorrow, I will prepare a plan. When the time comes, you can send the militia to the villagers to the Count's territory. It's getting late today, so go back and rest. Understood. I will take my leave. After Red left, Oswald didn't feel like reading the report anymore. He was smoking a pipe and quickly fell into thought. Marquis Hughes is good at business, but he is not suitable to be a lord. Someone who only cares about making money should be a merchant. If he manages land, he would only cause harm to the people. Once the eastern matters are settled, it's time to consider the southern Marquis position. He stood up and returned to his desk, continuing to handle official work. Resting during the day meant working late at night, and oil lamps cost more than solar energy. During the quiet moments after the rain stopped, Luna knocked on the door and entered the office confidently, handing Oswald her strategic plan. Oswald raised an eyebrow and put down his pen. He didn't understand why it was good to have 800 elite cavalry attack thousands of peasant soldiers from a distance, using bows and arrows to distract and constantly disrupt the enemy's formation, then finding an opportunity to charge in and finish it. Wasn't that enough? But since this was Luna's first time leading a battle, he knew he had to take it seriously. Oswald took Luna's plan, quickly looked it over, and couldn't help but gasp. His eyes grew more complicated as he looked at Luna. You have capable people under you. That was the only comment Oswald could give. 400 light cavalry rode boldly, while another 400 heavy cavalry moved through small paths, hiding during the day and striking at night, circling behind the enemy to attack the city and capture their family members. Then, before the main battle on the front, they would bring noble children to the front lines, forcing the enemy to surrender. If they refused, they would be killed. Luna, come here, Oswald said, putting down the plan. He called Luna over, gently patted her head, and sighed softly in her confused gaze. The sage said, govern the country with righteousness, use clever strategies in warfare, and win the world without fighting. Righteousness refers to the correct way, the bright and honest path, staying true to one principle, in harmony with the way. Clever strategies are unexpected methods, not schemes or tricks, but various skills and techniques. You are willing to use any means, threatening others' children today. Who would dare to come to Bing City and meet you tomorrow? Oswald knew that Luna couldn't come up with such a plan on her own. It must have been his subordinate's idea to avoid excessive killing. Brother, Luna thought for a moment. It seemed to be true. If she did this, would anyone trust her in the future? Nothing in the world is purely opposite. Righteousness includes cleverness. Your plan is good at the start. Ambushing the city from behind is a clever move. But the second part needs some changes. Oswald couldn't help but think of the historical struggle between Chu and Han in the famous Hongmen banquet. People often say that Xiang Yu didn't kill Liu Bang at that time because he was foolish and arrogant, but Oswald disagreed. If Xiang Yu had really killed Liu Bang at the banquet, he wouldn't be remembered forever as the king of Chu in history, even if he later regretted it, winning honorably or losing honorably. That's the dignity a true king should have. Lead the cavalry in the attack on the city yourself. After capturing it, defend and block the gates. Cut off their retreat, and the farmer's army will soon surrender without a fight. Luna tilted her head and thought carefully. What if there are traitors inside the city working with the enemy? Oswald chuckled, patted her head, and looked at her with a rare, serious expression. That depends on your skill. You are the young lady of the north. If you can't truly gain the trust of the people inside the city, what's the point of you participating in this war? Luna's heart skipped a beat. An invisible pressure weighed on her shoulders, almost making her gasp. This was a test. She left the office with some unease and heaviness. Watching her small figure, Oswald couldn't help but worry about her safety. But, oh well, how can a little bird in your hand soar in the sky? Her path can only be walked by herself. At midnight, Oswald finally finished all his work. He stretched lazily, turned off the oil lamp, and quietly left the office. Just as she stepped out into the corridor, the knight maid approached him carrying a lantern and respectfully said, "My Lord Duke, Lady Alina asked us to prepare a late-night snack for you. Would you like some? Thank you for your trouble." Since they had prepared food for him, Oswald couldn't ignore their kindness. When Oswald arrived at the dining room, he noticed there was still someone who hadn't had dinner. The two exchanged glances, but said nothing. Sitting at the main seat, Oswald saw an open bottle of red wine and frowned. Diana, who was about to raise her glass, suddenly felt a cold, invisible chill. Silently pouring herself a glass, Oswald finally received his late-night snack. A bowl of oatmeal with nuts, a plate of steamed fish, and a vegetable platter he disliked seeing. This is supposed to be healthy eating. Late-night snacks should be beer and barbecue. Diana put down her glass, elegantly wiping her mouth with a napkin. Your Grace, about what I mentioned earlier, have you thought about it? She probably thinks she's very clever. Oswald yawned, feeling too lazy to respond and secretly worried about the royal family's education in the royal city. Even if we need to fight the demons, it's something I discuss with His Majesty the King. As a princess, how can you decide major matters like the Northern Territory and the Central Region? Diana frowned. That, Oswald continued cutting the fish with his knife and fork. As for those loyal ministers and brave generals you mentioned, forgive me, but they are just a bunch of incompetent people. And you claim to serve the country, but you overlook one thing. What is it? Please, Your Grace, speak plainly. Holding his glass and swirling the deep red liquid, Oswald smirked coldly. This matter is simple. It's just about who sits on the throne. Diana slammed the table and stood up angrily. Of course, it's my brother, the king. What? Do you, Duke, intend to rebel? Rebel, huh? Oswald thought to himself, even beginning to think Luna was a smart and reliable girl. When it comes to rebelling against his own brother, 10 Lunas couldn't compare to 1 Diana. You're joking, princess. Secretly recruiting generals and officials, secretly contacting a duke, and secretly building your own power. There's someone else involved. She indeed did these things, but her intentions were always for the stability of the kingdom, to avoid repeating the mistakes of her past life. Unexpectedly, despite her sincere kindness, Oswald remained stubborn and unchanging. It seems she shouldn't have come here, nor should she have come to see that disgusting fellow. Beld, the legendary dragon slayer, ultimately died at the hands of the dragons. This is your fate, such a tragic destiny. Hiss. Inhale. Hiss. Inhale. Beld's battered body lay on the scorched ground, his eyes unfocused. His lungs had been pierced by claws, causing his breathing to sound like a leaking bellows, growing weaker with each moment. Not far away, a bone dragon with broken limbs and a loose skeleton wriggled on the ground, moving sluggishly. It refused to die, persistently crawling toward Beld, kicking up tons of dirt with its body. Meanwhile, a fully intact dragon moved more nimbly. Its shadow surrounded Beld as it circled him, mocking him endlessly, as if eager to witness his final moments. Beld ignored the shadow. He already felt death calling him. Every breath brought blood foam spilling from his mouth. Alistair, Alistair. He kept calling that woman's name silently in his heart. The dragon's shadow embraced Beld and lay down, showing an expression of boredom. It had been entangled with Beld for decades, witnessing sights far more exciting and beautiful than in life. Now, both the man and the dragon had reached the time to part. The dragon looked up at the sky, sensing that the life within it was about to fade. For the first time, it spoke words of comfort. Don't worry, you'll see her. Death is not the end. At the end of everything, your souls will meet again. Really? That's good, that's good. Beld finally responded to the dragon. His vision blurred, a faint smile on his face, and he stopped breathing as the wind gently brushed past him. The dragon remained silent. Its encounter with Beld was truly dull. Dragons generally do not need to eat, have long lifespans, and spend most of their time sleeping, living peacefully without conflict. At that time, it was just a young dragon of about 1,200 years old, but it had heard from its kin how the race created by the goddess was cruel, how they fought to seize the dragon's habitats. Among them, dwarves were considered the most hateful. If people say that dragons only expand their territory on the mainland and fight over land, then dwarves truly hunt dragons specifically to obtain strong materials. At that time, the young dragon was full of pride. After hearing the story, it immediately decided to teach the dwarves a lesson. It spread its wings and flew across the vast ocean to another continent. But it had never seen dwarves or humans before and couldn't tell the difference between them. So, after causing chaos in a random town, it met 2 young strong fighters and learned that the place it had just destroyed was a human town. That battle was dark and chaotic. The young woman died, and the dragon was also killed by Beld's sword. There was nothing to blame. If anyone should be angry, it should be Beld, not the dragon. The dragon was not a stubborn creature that refused to admit mistakes. It knew it was wrong. It caused killing and destruction, and it accepted that it deserved its fate. The dragon was not afraid of death. It stayed with Beld simply because it was interested in humans. The human world was complicated and interesting. The happiest day for the dragon was when a group of well-dressed people pulled Beld and wanted to marry their daughter to him. But Beld refused, and they slapped him several times on the spot. Honestly, humans are much more interesting than dragons. Here, there are other kinds of strong beings who can easily bully even powerful dragons like Beld. Since then, the dragon traveled with Beld everywhere. Its shining reputation as a dragon slayer faded. Beld grew older each year and missed that young woman more and more. Every time Beld mentioned her name, the dragon liked to come out and bother him. Actually, it just hoped he wouldn't be so sad. Instead of longing for someone who would never return, it was better to scold a dragon that could see and hear. After all, at the end of everything, they would meet again. When that time comes, as a responsible dragon, it would accept any scolding or beating without complaint. Having finished reminiscing about the past, it was time for Beld's soul to leave. The shadow of the great dragon stood up and suddenly saw the broken skeleton dragon had already come to Beld's body. Since the person was cold and dead, what was the point of coming here? The great dragon didn't pay attention to this interruption. It only needed to wait for Beld's soul to appear, then take him soaring into the sky, letting him experience the feeling of riding a dragon back to heaven. A golden shadow slowly emerged from the old body. It still looked young. In fact, the giant dragon strongly suspected that the appearance of all living souls stayed frozen at the moment their bodies stopped developing. But what was more dazzling than the golden light was a dark purple-black glow coming from the bone dragon's mouth. What is that? Suddenly, the giant dragon felt a source of magic that made its soul tremble with fear. It wasn't just simple undead magic. It seemed more like a twisted pollution. What are humans researching? Are they trying to destroy this world? How can such things be allowed to exist? The giant dragon grew more anxious. Luckily, they were about to leave. As the old saying goes, after I die, I'll leave the floods to you. Now it only needed. One of the bone dragon's teeth shattered. The giant dragon looked up and saw that the bone dragon had already started biting into the dark purple magic crystal. The crystal was incredibly strong. The bone dragon trembled wildly as it bit, even cracking its skull, but it couldn't break the crystal. Just as the giant dragon let out a breath of relief, it appeared on the crystal right in front of its eyes. It looked like it was pierced by a sharp sword. It made the giant dragon think of the sword Belda had driven into the bone dragon's forehead. Oh no, surely not. At the moment its teeth clamped onto Belda's soul finally broke free. But it was too late. The bone dragon's skull and the magic crystal shattered loudly, and countless twisted magical energies quickly invaded Belda's soul. The giant dragon suddenly lunged forward and swallowed Belda's soul into its belly. It couldn't affect the real world. The only thing it could do was take on everything for Belda. The magic energy devoured the giant dragon's soul, turning into an endless rushing flood. Eventually, it transformed into a black golden spirit and sank into Belda's corpse. The mutation had begun. Beneath the ruins of the battlefield in the rain, beside a huge dragon skeleton, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. Warning about what? I don't feel anything. And even if disaster strikes, what can my current body do? Oswald sighed. How many more troubles would this cursed change in the timeline bring? Villain. Corrupted. I suspect you're pretending to be me, but I have no proof. I'm not saying you treat me badly, but we are not destined by heaven, and I don't have some all-powerful magic tool. We can't just do anything to become stronger. You know what I mean. Sorry. What? Oswald sighed again, but the system ignored him and went off somewhere else. The system is like that. It probably hides some small plans, always for its own good. But isn't there a way to suppress unstoppable magic? Oswald clenched his fists tightly. He was indeed a bit anxious, like a pilot who has flown a fighter jet and can no longer stir up excitement on a roller coaster. Even though his body functions are still stronger than normal people, he still hopes to return to his peak condition. After thinking it over, Oswald decided he needed to consult an expert. Alina, please invite Sister Jenny to the Duke's residence. After the rain, the icy city felt fresh. Once the sun came out, puddles on the ground gradually disappeared. Thanks to the sewers, The people of the icy city actually like rainy days. A heavy rain washes the streets clean, and walking on such roads makes people feel more energized. In the afternoon, Oswald rarely went to the garden. He realized that when a person is very careful with money, they might gradually lose the ability to appreciate the beauty in life. For example, now, the blooming flowers in his eyes are not lively and beautiful, but just warm numbers. Does the Duke like to enjoy flowers? This flower is called, well, I'm calculating how much these plants could sell for if combined. Oswald responded casually, looking blankly at Jenny's half-smile. Ahem, forgive me, Sister Jenny. I'm a bit out of sorts today, no problem. Did the Duke call me because he's feeling unwell somewhere? Jenny observed Oswald's face and added, except for his head. Oswald smiled shyly. He came to the garden simply because he thought it was too formal to see a doctor in the office, and he wanted a more relaxed private talk. The two walked to a rain pavilion in the garden. Alina had already prepared tea, but the scene of the personal maid sitting first might only be seen at the Duke's house in the northern region. Actually, everything is still the same. Oswald invited the nun to sit and bent down to pour tea for her and Alina. I just want to ask the nun if you really have a way to suppress the undead magic inside me. I wonder. Your Grace, please rest assured. This is quite simple, Jenny said, opening her palm. A green magical energy appeared, almost without any guidance, and quickly entered Oswald's body, disappearing without a trace. In principle, goddess magic can cancel out undead magic. I estimated your body's strength first, then thought of this solution. Magic stones can absorb magical energy from the environment and produce magic continuously. If we carve a magic circle on the stone to convert the energy into goddess magic, we can keep suppressing the undead magic inside your body. Alina clasped her hands on her knees, squinting slightly, and softly asked, can the two types of magic really fight each other? Will the Duke's body be able to resist? Yes, it can. But to get the best effect, I suggest embedding the magic stone inside the Duke's body, Jenny said seriously, without a hint of joking. She is a serious person. Oswald, thinking while touching his chin. All right, more body modification. I don't mind having a few stones, at least it sounds lively. Where exactly should it be placed? Alina's eyelashes fluttered as she hurriedly asked. The spine. What do you think she really wants to do? I don't know. Maybe she just wants to win people's hearts. Luna and Lisa sat on a haystack in the camp, nibbling on green fruits, watching Diana visit the soldiers. Diana was so confident, handing out large amounts of copper coins to the soldiers, holding her head high, trying to show everyone her noble face. A few children with burn scars tugged each other, climbing onto the haystack, reaching out their small hands toward Luna. Luna shared the remaining fruits with them and chuckled, coming up with a good idea. Wait a little while, and when you see that person, just call her Your Highness the Princess. She'll give you some money. Money? The children sniffed, and in their minds, money meant tasty food and fun things. Their eyes immediately brightened. The children happily ran off, and after Diana showed a look of impatience, she used a few coins to send them away herself. Luna happily covered her stomach and laughed. Maybe, in the entire camp, the only ones truly interested in her money were these few innocent children. Even the militia would thank her when she gave them coins. But in the Ice City camp, besides Luna's personal guards, there were only knights who were very loyal to Duke Oswald. This group of people, to put it bluntly, had been destined to serve Oswald since they were born. Most of their parents were knights who followed the old Duke, so they were true noble families. So, when they received money, the knights looked very cold and reluctant. They couldn't oppose the princess, but they were ready to accept any punishment afterward. And do you think knights are just recruits you can buy with 50 coins? Do you think you can bribe a knight with some copper coins? Which knight would fall for that? After saying a few encouraging words, Diana left feeling satisfied. She was confident. In her past life, she was chased and beaten by these people in a clumsy way. This time, she wanted to show her royal dignity again. Guess who she will go see next? Luna couldn't hide her smile. She planned to remember everything and then write a letter to Frank. Lisa blinked and didn't care much. Probably a noble. She can't hide her thoughts. Looks like someone is going to have a bad time, Luna whispered with a smile, imagining the scene of nobles sweating and kneeling in front of the table. Oh, by the way, you should come with me on this expedition, Diana said. Lisa hesitated, biting into a green fruit. Huh, but I have to go back tomorrow, and I'm currently a magic user in the army. I can't join noble battles. Sigh, I feel uneasy alone. Tell me, what should I do to make the residents trust me? Luna hugged Lisa from behind, wrapping her arms around her waist, hanging on her like a strapped bear. I haven't studied politics. Besides practicing magic, I only learned how to fight. I don't know as much as you, Lisa said, playfully pinching Luna's face, and they laughed and played together. But, did you learn nothing from being around those two people? Looking up at the sky, Luna looked a bit embarrassed and sighed. I feel like my brother hasn't done much, and the residents naturally follow his lead. Lady Eleni does so much, handling all matters easily, so everyone trusts her a lot. Yes, both of them are very talented. The large territory is well managed in their hands, and it's starting to turn around and become more lively and positive. Learning from them isn't something I can do quickly. Actually, I think there's someone else you should ask for advice, Lisa said thoughtfully, grabbing Luna's chin and turning toward the camp. At that moment, Red had just finished his work and returned. He had heard about the princess rewarding the soldiers, so when he saw the knights standing neatly in front of the camp, holding coins and admitting their mistakes, he just waved his hand. Enough. You've all seen a lot. Look at the knights next door. After they made a contribution, their pockets are shining with gold. If you didn't make a contribution, of course they give you copper and scrap metal. But don't think about handing it to me, because I care about my reputation and I don't want it. He strode toward the tent, turning his back to them, and waved his whip while shouting, if you're ashamed or frustrated, then go train. Yes. The knights blushed and answered loudly, then turned to line up and go to the training ground, practicing desperately. Seeing them all fired up, Luna understood. She had been confused by the roles of the two of them. She should learn martial arts from Eleni and handle government affairs with Red. Red is a capable person. Pulling Lisa into the tent secretly, Red sat confidently at the top, carefully reading the report about the migration of refugees. He looked up and saw two sneaky little figures. Miss, Red quickly stood up, a bit confused. Could it be that the Miss caused trouble in the camp? No, that didn't make sense. The Miss was always very sensible in the camp, and wasn't she busy leading the nobles into battle recently? Luna pretended to be serious. Commander, I have something to trouble you with. Please don't refuse. Please, Miss, just say it. I will do my best. Luna gestured to Red with a finger, then softly whispered something in his ear. Red nodded, as it was not a difficult task. Inside the Duke's mansion, Oswald's body modification surgery was about to begin. Chief Surgeon Jenny had prepared everything carefully, but Nurse Alina raised an important question. She asked, what kind of knife can cut through the Duke's body? Oswald, shirtless and lying on a small bed, was stunned. Jenny, who had already made a small cut on the Duke's back, also looked surprised, feeling like she was carving wood with a small knife. Alina carried a surgical tray and asked, Nurse, don't you think this is very hard? Jenny, sweating and exhausted, replied, it's just skin and flesh. Will we need to cut through bone later? Maybe we need a chisel. Jenny wiped her sweat with a towel and took a deep breath. She had underestimated the strength of the Duke's body. When she used the knife, she didn't feel like she was cutting meat. Alina's forehead veins bulged as she held back her anger and said, do you want a saw, an axe? Maybe I should go to the carpentry shop and bring a hammer? What else? Surgery requires these tools. If my small axe weren't sharp, I wouldn't be using a knife, Jenny replied. Mr. Hua Tuo, you're not alone. It's Chow Chow who doesn't recognize good tools. You should have used a sharp axe to cut open his head and show him how it's done. Seeing the two arguing, Oswald on the operating table sighed helplessly. All right, Alina, go find old George. He has good tools there, he said. Yes, I'll go now, Alina replied and quickly left the Duke's mansion. Soon, she arrived at old George's house. She knocked on the door and ran into old George, who was carrying two beautiful long knives as he came out. Seeing her, old George looked nervous and distracted. He quickly said, what's wrong? I haven't been bought. Those materials are just normal wear and tear. Alina rubbed her forehead and straightforwardly said, do you have good cutting tools? I need them urgently. Yes. Come in, old George replied warmly, placing the two knives on the table and rummaging through several large boxes for tools. Lady Alina, Are you planning to cut something hard? Is it stone or metal? Do you have a tool sharp enough to cut through a giant snake skeleton? Eleni walked to the table. She was skilled with knives and couldn't resist drawing out a long, all-black blade. The knife felt strange. She gently touched the blade, but her nails snapped cleanly at the moment they touched the edge. Such a sharp knife. Eleni put the knife down, surprised and amazed. You're in luck, old George chuckled. He took out a small, naturally formed obsidian knife from a box at the back. This knife is very fragile, but extremely sharp. Be careful when you use it, sir. Don't worry. I will return it exactly as I found it after use. Eleni took the obsidian knife, thanked him seriously, and hurried away. Hey, wait for me. I want to go to the Duke's house too. Old George shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl, what could be so urgent? Back at the Duke's house, when Ginny received the obsidian knife, her hand trembled slightly. Who wouldn't want a good knife that cuts through metal easily? Yet such a precious item was in the hands of a carpenter. After disinfecting the tool, the surgery resumed immediately. This time, Ginny easily cut open Oswald's skin, blood flowing out. Eleni quickly stepped forward to wipe the blood with a cloth. Oswald, lying on the operating table, looked calm. This small wound wouldn't be too painful for him. She carefully widened the cut, but Ginny's hand froze mid-air, her eyes wide. Don't worry. Oswald knew what Ginny had noticed. His bones had become thicker and changed color. Eleni glanced faintly and urged, keep going. Yes. Ginny used the blade to cut through the dark purple, strong bones. This time, she clearly felt resistance from the blade. No wonder she had sensed something was off during her multiple checks on the Duke's body, especially the incredible speed of his bone healing. It turned out the Duke's body had already undergone a mutation. She cut a small hole in the bone about the size of her fist. Using tweezers, she carefully removed a piece of the ominous bone she had cut off, taking a deep breath. Your Grace, how do you feel? Oswald, sweating profusely from the pain, remained still. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration, and adjusted his breathing. It's okay. Just do as I say. Ginny nodded, took out the magic stone, gently pinched it with tweezers, and slowly inserted it into the small hole in his spine. Layers of magic circles appeared as Ginny recited, then engraved themselves onto the magic stone, glowing with a bright green light. Magical energy began flowing into Oswald's magic stone inside his body, surging with powerful magic. Green threads extended from the stone across his body, but in the next breath, they withered and dimmed instantly. The threads kept growing wildly, and slowly, his bones started to heal. Ginny's healing magic also began to work inside Oswald. But at this moment, Oswald only felt like he was being shocked by electricity. His nerves hurt as if torn apart. His flesh didn't shake, but he trembled uncontrollably, as if every cell was wildly active. Gradually, the small hole disappeared, leaving only the continuous green glow to show the magic stone was still there. Your Grace, how do you feel now? After sealing the wound and finishing the surgery, Ginny sighed in relief, but Oswald didn't respond. Nearby, Ellen gently wiped Oswald's sweat and whispered, he's asleep. They covered Oswald with a blanket, then quietly closed the door as they left. Ginny carried the surgical tray, went into the washroom, turned on the tap, and washed the tools silently. Then she picked up the purple-black bone fragment. What exactly is this? Even with all her knowledge, she couldn't understand the true name of the twisted, undead magic before her. It's terrifying, yet a masterpiece of genius. This undead magic, which cannot be dispelled and infects everything, can give undead stronger bodies and grant them the ability to use magic. If this magic weren't applied to someone as powerful as Oswald, she couldn't imagine how serious the consequences might be. Your face looks bad. Ginny was startled and looked up at the mirror. Ellen silently appeared behind her. Those crimson eyes were cold and still as ice. What are you afraid of? The Duke's body? Ellen stepped closer, placing her hand under the running water to wash away the blood. The Duke is a hero of the Northern Territory. Why should I be afraid of him? Besides, it's just a bone mutation, nothing to fear. Ginny sure calmed herself and showed the mutated bones to Eleni. The real trouble is the magic on it. The two of them cleaned their surgical tools together and then went to a private restroom. Sometimes Oswald couldn't understand clearly whether Eleni and Ginny Sher's relationship was good or bad. In their past life, They liked to argue, and neither had many friends. They often gathered to chat, but eventually, they would part ways unhappy. Exhausted, Ginny sure sat on the sofa with a worried look. After accepting the tea Eleni offered, she slowly spoke. Why are there so many evil spirits in the world? Did we really anger the gods? Eleni looked her over from head to toe and sighed. You said the gods love us equally, and because of love, they don't control us. So why do we suspect the gods when disasters happen? Ginny sure sighed. She understood this logic well. But this undead magic is too strange. An immortal magic that never disappears and is corrosive. Do you understand what that means? Even if Lord Oswald can withstand it, what about others? Those who solve the disaster might become new disasters. This cycle will eventually cause the kingdom to collapse. If a necromancer really created this magic, then the future of the world is bleak. But what's most frightening is that this magic seems to appear out of nowhere, bringing disaster without warning. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Eleni finally understood where Ginny Sher's unease came from. Those who solve disasters become new disasters. So, the Duke turning into this has nothing to do with him swallowing the giant snake magic crystal. Ginny Sher was speechless. Is that the main point? Can't you stop always thinking about the Duke? No matter what, he did something very dangerous. In short, he was asking for trouble. After taking a sip of tea, Ginny Sher relaxed a little. They say if the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. Now that the Duke is safe, the Northern Territory can remain stable. She just needs to handle logistics. She just didn't know if the Western Territory's Bone Dragon also carried dangerous, undead magic. West Territory, Twilight City. After the battle, Duke Trist quickly sent scouts to check the battlefield. The good news was that the Bone Dragon had indeed been defeated, and its skeleton could no longer move. The bad news was that the Dragon Slayer, Belda, was missing, no sign of him alive or dead. He might have met with misfortune. Belda is a hero. The people of the West Territory will thank him forever, Trist said, rubbing his beard. He finally relaxed, glad the Bone Dragon was gone. That day had scared him a lot. If not for the brave captain of the Knights leading him to safety, he might have been burned to ashes by the dragon's flames. He remembered Belda's kindness and turned to Thorn and the others, inviting them. You all did such great work. Why don't we leave for the royal city tomorrow? I can also thank His Majesty in person for your efforts. He clapped his hands, and beautiful maids brought trays filled with gold, silver, and jewels to everyone. Please accept this small gift. Don't refuse, he said. Sophia didn't even look at the gifts. As a talented future great mage, she wasn't interested in such trivial riches. Perhaps these nobles didn't understand how valuable the elite mages who sacrificed themselves truly were. She, along with the last surviving mage, stood up and said to Trist, since everything is settled, we'll head back now. Without waiting for his reply, she used magic to open the door and walked out on her own. Dane reached out to take something, but paused. Wait, why don't you want the money? Are you all so noble, mage? Fine, I don't want it either. Dane quickly retracted his hand, crossed his arms, and looked annoyed. During the fight, a large part of his scalp was cut by the Bone Dragon, and his skull was shattered. He looked both funny and scary, making others hesitant to provoke him. Mages don't want it, and adventurers don't want it either. Now everyone's attention was on Thorn. Thorn's mind was full of Belda's image, and he looked lost and distracted. He couldn't understand why Belda, who had the strength to kill the Bone Dragon, still chose to let them escape. Certainly, he also knew that if it weren't for Belda repeatedly resolving crises and calmly leading the troops, with his limited strength, he wouldn't have been able to harm the Bone Dragon at all. In fact, he might have been crushed in a single encounter. But if everyone works together, can't they achieve a better result? Why must they sacrifice themselves? Seeing the Duke's expression grow worse, Lilith quickly whispered to Thorn. Thorn, after receiving the reward, we need to build a good relationship with Duke Trist. Yes, what? Oh, Thorn snapped out of his daze, clumsily accepting the porcelain plate. Before he could see what was on it clearly, Duke Trist burst into hearty laughter. Good. Truly a young hero. When I meet His Majesty, it will be your time to shine. Hearing this, Lilith was overjoyed. She stood up and bowed, saying, Thank you, Duke. A new plan formed in Lilith's mind. In her previous life, they placed too much importance on the Northern Territory. Indeed, The cavalry there was strong, and it bordered the demon territory, making it the best place for them to establish themselves and make achievements. But honestly, there were many problems there too. First, Duke Oswald of the Northern Territory was powerful and cunning, not someone easy to deal with. If it weren't for the elite demon forces and strange luck in her past life, Oswald wouldn't have died so easily on the battlefield. Second, the people of the Northern Territory were unruly and seemed to reject outsiders. They were basically troublemakers, quick to rebel if provoked. She couldn't understand why. If a hero ruled the Northern Territory, benefiting both the country and the people, it was so hard to implement. Third, and most importantly, in this life, the Northern Territory has an unknown figure named Ellen. If Ellen truly retained her memories from the past, she would be their greatest enemy. Although, in her previous life, Ellen was also the biggest enemy of the hero team. People like her still needed to be eliminated when the opportunity arose. With her past experience, Lilith suddenly realized that the Western Territory might be a better place to develop. First, the land and population of the Western Territory are much larger than those of the Northern Territory, making it suitable for recruiting soldiers. Second, Duke Trist of the Western Territory is indifferent and prefers staying in the royal city rather than managing the territory. Based on the memories from his past life, the future royal city will surely face political fights. Middle-class nobles like Trist will be the first to be targeted for removal. Once Duke Trist falls, they can use the king's support to seize power and eventually control the entire Western Territory. As for how to later conquer the northern lands, Lilith doesn't have a clear plan yet. But she is confident that in terms of governing and building up the military, even 10 Oswalds wouldn't match Thorn. After the banquet, Thorn, alone, went to the city wall to relax. He didn't know that someone already had high hopes for him. A gentle breeze blew. He looked at the mountains in the northeast and felt a strange heaviness inside. Every breath made his nose sting, and his heart was full of confusion. He felt torn and lost every time he faced the world. Lilith said they knew the future, but why didn't they know this part of it? If they knew the tragic ending but didn't change it, what was the point of going back in time? And in the future, was he really destined to be a great hero? If he was great, why did he fail? Honestly, he didn't have big ambitions. Someone thought he was talented and sent him to the Central Academy. He went there and enjoyed it. The academy was fun, and there were many beautiful girls. He was happy. They said he was the destined hero, the hope to defeat the demons. He also believed he was stronger than others, and even Lilith and the princess liked him. Until one day, a girl with long blue hair sneered and said, "Stop talking big. You don't understand anything. And what kind of hero are you?" Now he finally understood. He knew nothing and was far from being a hero. Baird, a great senior, had died. He could only feel anger at his own helplessness. Looking at the clouds gently lifted by the wind, Thorn made a decision he had thought about for a long time. He didn't want to be bound by the past or by his previous life. He wanted to go out alone and see the world for himself. The air he inhaled was cold. The moonlight was dim, and his view was a patchwork of darkness. He could only hear his messy footsteps as he groped forward. It was a very cold night. Why did I go out? Is my home right behind me? The cold wind, is it mixed with snow? It's so dark. Where am I going? This scene looks familiar somehow. Oh, I remember this alley. I still remember. I was supposed to buy medicine for my father. His leg pain flared up again, and he had drunk too much. He was feeling unwell. He seemed to become that innocent child again, afraid of the deep alley and the dark night, trembling as he ran forward. He reached a corner and remembered there was a high ledge nearby. But when did I get here? Is that a shadow of a tree? He didn't know why he stopped. Just like when he was young, he felt like some creature was in that dark shape. Maybe out of curiosity and fear of the unknown, he shrank his shoulders and asked the same question he used to ask. Who are you? What are you? Belt. A roar tore through the illusion, like thunder clearing the darkness in front of him. The boy suddenly fell from the dissolving ground and plunged into an endless abyss. Oh God, like a lost traveler, I have been punished. Please grant him the strength to keep going. An ancient, obscure language sounded like church bells ringing high above. The boy's body changed again. This time, he became a young man. It started to rain. Pat, pat. The rain was heavy. The young man walked along a lush green forest trail. Even though it rained hard, he felt unusually hot. The rain mixed with sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. I'm so tired. How long have I been walking? Why do my muscles hurt so much? The path beneath him became more rugged. He didn't know where he was going, but he didn't seem to want to stop. The rain hurt as it hit his skin, and he started to breathe heavily. Should I rest for a while? The road ahead looks washed out by a mountain flood. Looking at the muddy, collapsed road, he kept going without pause, climbing up with his hands and feet. Strange, where am I going? Is something waiting for me ahead? Why are my hands trembling? Oh, where did my companions go? I remember we came together. Why are we here? It seems like I forgot something important. I must be too tired. My head feels dizzy. Phew, it's so hot. The more he walks, the more anxious he feels, as if the road has no end. He has never experienced such strange rain before. The rain is thick and sticky, with lumps of goo inside, making it slippery and greasy. Where did his companion go? He can't even remember what she looks like. As his vision blurs, he finally stumbles and falls to the ground. Gasping for breath, he turns over, licks his dry lips, and opens his mouth toward the sky. There is a shadow close to him in the sky, seeming to sway. When the sticky rain enters his throat, a familiar taste awakens a person's name. This taste comes from his wife. Aristair. The forest disappears, like a dream or a cloud. He stands up in shock, but he has become an old man with gray hair. The ground beneath him has turned into a smooth street. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? He looks up blankly. In front of him is a strange city, now burning fiercely. Oh no, there's a fire. I need to hurry and help put it out. He hears the distant chime of a bell and the crying of children nearby, but he doesn't see anyone around. He rushes anxiously into a house. Inside, he hears an old person's cry for help, but as soon as he enters, it suddenly stops. In the next moment, the place has become a burning ruin. What's going on? Is this a dream? He can't figure out what exactly is happening, so he returns to the street and walks forward step by step. Don't forget who you are. Who is that? Who is speaking? He stands still, looking around quickly, but the street is empty, and only collapsed houses are in front of him. The screams in the fire make him think this is just another illusion. You know what to do? Face your reality. Reality. A voice from deep within his soul finally makes him realize he's in a strange situation. Everything is so clear, yet it's not a dream. What should I do? I don't even know who I am. The wind stirs up dust, and a burning stick rolls to his feet. Like a sudden change of fate, he picked up the wooden stick and stared intently at the flickering flame. Ding! The scene before him changed again. He found himself in a cold, dark alley, but this time he had a light source. The boy stepped forward. With the firelight, he saw clearly that the shadow on the high bank was just a few trees, nothing special. But below the high bank, there was a stiff, fallen body. He remembered. It was his father. That night, the weather was freezing. His father's injured leg hurt more in the cold, and to ease the pain, he drank alcohol to numb himself. But the young boy, wanting to help his father, secretly went out to buy medicine. He was too scared of the dark and the alley, and gradually lost his way. His father, worried because he hadn't come back, went out to find him, dragging his injured leg. He accidentally fell down the high bank and, under the influence of alcohol, fainted. He froze to death in the snowy night. My reality. So, was the shadow he saw always his father? The boy jumped down from the high bank and quietly approached his father's body. He gently took the magic sword from his waist and placed his torch in his frozen father's hand. Now I can see you clearly, father. The boy turned and walked forward. His steps became muddy again, and he gradually remembered who he was. Actually, that day, there was no rain. When they set out to find the giant dragon, the weather was clear, the sun shining brightly, and the forest was hot and stuffy. Baird, before I became a great wizard, the villagers called me the Rain Prayer Witch. If you're really too hot, I can be merciful and pray for rain. Her laughter was always fresh and cheerful, until the dragon's claws tore her apart, and a mass of blood and dirt fell on his head. Countless nightmares woke him up, countless midnight flashbacks. He drew the sword inherited from his father and cut off the dragon's front paw. Just like in his dreams, this time he finally held her. Don't cry for me anymore, Baird. You must keep going. The girl in his arms closed her eyes and raised her arm in her last moment of life. On her wrist, she wore a magical bead symbolizing the rain goddess. It was a replica of a magic stone, created with great effort so that villagers could continue praying for rain in the future. Her wife's body was carried away by the wind, clutching the bead tightly. Belda knelt on the street, tears filling his cloudy eyes. The bead lit up, and tears and rainwater fell together, pouring onto a large fire and creating a cloud of black ash. Belda, his soul was finally awakened. In the moment he fought to regain control of his body, the broken soul of the dragon suddenly broke free and used all its magic to shout fiercely. Death Cage. Unleash. The city's survivors found new hope. The zombie-like creature suddenly knelt on the ground. Dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain poured down. In an instant, foul-smelling, rotten chains burst out from underground, smashing Belda's body. These chains pierced through his limbs and body, gripping his bones tightly and pinning him to the street. In the rain, this strange scene made everyone feel terrified. But now was not the time to run. When Belda opened his eyes again, he found himself in a ruined city. The ground was full of shattered bodies, and the blood, washed by the rain, stained the land red. Not far away, flames shot into the sky. On the collapsed city wall, residents hurriedly helped each other, fleeing in panic. They occasionally looked back at him, their eyes full of shock and fear. What happened? Belda wanted to move his body, but was surprised to find himself floating lightly. He then bumped into something soft. Be quiet, and stay still once you're awake. The dragon's voice sounded weak. Belda quickly remembered his last conversation with the dragon before dying. Is this the end of everything you talked about? Yes, I think this is about where my end will be. Belda looked around and saw he was inside the dragon's stomach. Both of them glowed faintly, but farther away, most of the dragon's body was shrouded in shadow, filled with ominous black mist. The dragon lowered its head, looking very tired and pained. Belda sensed something was wrong. What's going on now? What could be the situation? Your body was taken over by the undead magic of the bone dragon. To save your soul, I took the burden of the corruption myself. Congratulations, we are now the new disaster. After some time, Belda finally understood the full story. Currently, both his soul and the dragon's soul are trapped in the undead magic, and the disaster, which is his transformed body, has already destroyed a town. Because his soul was protected, the dragon can still control part of the body. But over time, both of them will lose control of the body. I still don't understand why you saved me. Huh, humans are still so proud. Do you think we dragons are just emotionless, savage creatures? This time, the dragon was too lazy to bother with Belda. We are beings from the same era as the goddess. If we only knew how to destroy, why didn't the goddess wipe us all out? Well, Belda thought about it and realized that might be true. The dragon got angry and started explaining history. When humans first appeared, they were just a small village. A giant snake turned over and destroyed it, and the dragon race disappeared with a breath. Belda smiled bitterly. Well, it's not so bad to put it that way. The earliest habitats of the dragons were actually given to us by the goddess. And now, after only a few years, you've driven us off the continent. To tell you something you might not want to hear, there are hundreds of dragons on the island where I live. If the dragon race and the 4 great races created by the goddess really fought each other, how many humans do you think would survive? Belda was silent. He didn't realize there were so many dragons in this world. If the dragon race invaded human territory together, at that time, the 4 great races would never set aside their internal conflicts and would unite against the common enemy. Hatred cannot be accumulated. I caused killing and death, which are consequences of my actions. If I commit a mistake and am not punished, the dragon race will become more aggressive, and humans will hate dragons even more. Do you understand what that could lead to? Thanks to you humans, the dragon race has now learned to live collectively, and their population is growing rapidly. Sooner or later, both sides will face each other because they need more living space. At that time, what choices will we have to make? I am afraid of disappointing others because I know what it feels like when expectations are not met. The first time I watched a Chinese action movie for 2 people, finding a film that suits my taste is not easy. The movie was very short, only 15 minutes. I thought that if I didn't fast forward, it would be enough, since Chinese movies usually don't have much plot. The first action scene was great. I was very satisfied. But when the second scene started, they changed the camera angle, and the whole tone of the film changed. The filter was gone, and some parts looked dull. That night, I slept very restlessly. The second time was playing the original game of this world. I waited a long time, and finally the creator released an update. You know, instead of looking for new games, most people hope their favorite game will get new content. I was very excited, hoping for new character CGs. I prepared myself for a week for this update. Then I played for 3 hours straight and realized it was all just story content. No, you don't understand. What are you updating? I play this to see the characters. Who plays adult games just to read dialogue? That night, I was so angry I couldn't sleep. The third time is now. I really trusted you guys, and you dug into my bones and even put a stone inside. My body isn't fully recovered, and now I feel like I'm dancing in a thunderstorm, shaking all over, as if I've been set to vibrate mode. What? You put in a small round motor? The system understands Oswald's pain and knows he's been suffering so much he can't sleep these days. But can't the host bother someone else? The system also needs rest. At midnight, Oswald shivered as he leaned against the window, smoking. Even his exhaled smoke was in short bursts. Another period of pain. Two kinds of magic clash, and the battlefield is his own body. Oswald, using his toes, knows this pain won't be short. Currently, undead magic occupies most of the territory, which is why he feels uncomfortable. However, he can also sense that goddess magic is slowly advancing. Once the goddess magic takes over his body, the pain will quickly disappear. Can't you just give me a few sleeping pills? Don't mention the shop to me. You haven't even unlocked the shop function for me. Oswald put down his pipe and honestly sat cross-legged, following the system's teaching method to learn how to regulate his body through breathing and to distract himself from pain with mental strength. By the way, why does the traveler over there need so many sleeping pills? Haha, it's the sisters who are playing around. The next day, after a night of meditation and breathing exercises, Oswald felt much more energetic. After taking a quick shower in the morning, Oswald's hair was still wet when a maid came to report that Duke Mofi had come to visit. Mofi? Didn't he go home to retire? Why is he free enough to come to the Duke's residence? Please ask the Count to wait in the reception room. Oswald thought for a moment and stopped the maid. No, just let the Count come directly to my office to see me. Yes, Your Grace. When he arrived at the office, he hadn't seen Mofi for many days. Mofi looked a bit plumper than before. If he were dealing with unruly nobles, Oswald would definitely give them a good scolding. If the visitors were nobles who only wanted to serve, Oswald would probably send them away immediately. But Count Mofi was overly obedient, handing over the management of his territory immediately. He stayed at home peacefully, never causing trouble. So Oswald really didn't know how to treat him, nor did he understand why Mofi came to see him. Count, have you had breakfast? Would you like to eat together? Oswald asked casually, using a straightforward Chinese greeting. Your Grace. Sigh. Mofi was almost speechless with Oswald, but he was indeed a bit hungry. Since Your Grace hasn't eaten yet, I will join you, he replied. All right, let's eat first. Oswald cheerfully stood up. The straightforward Chinese greeting was quite effective. He easily guessed that the Count had no urgent matter. Since secretly undergoing surgery, Oswald had handed over all government affairs to Eleni. He truly didn't know what had happened in the Northern Territory these days. The two people arrived at the restaurant and took their seats. The maid brought the food. Lord Duke, I want to know why Her Highness the Princess came to visit the Northern Territory, Mofi said while eating a lot of meat. He looked very hungry, with food all over his mouth, and his small eyes kept watching Oswald's every move. Oswald raised an eyebrow. Count, you're overthinking. I never invited the princess. Then please send the princess back to the royal city immediately, or how rare it is for a noble like the Count to be so understanding. Oswald interrupted with a smile and waved his hand casually. If Diana stayed hidden in the palace, Oswald might still worry about her a little. Whether he was working hard or scheming, he would be cautious and alert. But Diana sneaking away from the hero group and secretly coming to the Northern Territory was a bad move. Unless she chose to end her life in Ice City, it would cause a big problem for the entire Northern Territory. Count, I can't get involved in this matter. But if the princess visits your house, you must treat her well. Pete said no one is holding a banquet, so tell him to hold a few more banquets in the princess's name. Make sure she stays in the Northern Territory for a few more days. Mofi put down his knife and fork, thinking for a moment, then asked, do you mean not just sending the princess back, but having the king invite her back? Ha! Count Mofi, I didn't realize before. You're quite clever. Just as Mofi guessed, Oswald was planning to retreat in order to advance. He could place spies in the royal city. How could King Frank trust them, especially those holding military power like the northern nobles? Especially in a strategic place like the Northern Territory, the merchant caravans coming to Ice City are thoroughly checked, one after another, no words spoken. In simple terms, we found a few merchants among many spies. So, every move Diana made was watched by Frank. If Diana only suffered a setback with Oswald, Frank would pretend not to know and ignore it. But what if all the nobles eagerly came to see the princess? Don't talk about family or personal feelings with these royal members. Frank had killed his own brother to get to the throne. When it comes to succession, even Oswald probably doesn't feel as deeply as he does. Once Diana gained the support of the nobles, the first to become restless was surely Frank. My subordinates know what to do now. Having received the Duke's approval, Mofi tactfully did not mention the details of his conversation with the princess. One more thing. If there are any disloyal nobles in the Northern Territory, how does the Duke plan to handle them? As expected, he is a loyal old fox. Upon hearing this, Oswald's expression changed. He understood that the old count was not only testing the waters, but also pleading for certain people. Our Northern Territory does not have disloyal nobles, nor does it have any colluding with the royal city. The count is overthinking. However, there are quite a few corrupt and bullying nobles. Please keep an eye on them for me. Oswald calmly stood up and gently tossed the napkin onto the table. Mofi quietly relaxed, relieved that the Duke did not consider them important. He quickly stood and bowed to see Oswald off. Yes, rest assured, Your Grace. I will do my best. Not long after the old count left, two servants hurried out of the Duke's residence. Alina and Red rushed over, but found that the Duke was not in his office. Instead, he was in an empty room, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his back to them. Oswald was meditating with his eyes closed, but Red, who was good at sensing his superior's mood, could tell how he was feeling. He immediately knelt down. Alina hadn't had time to bow when she heard Oswald speak in a deep voice. How many fools are left in our Northern Territory? Do they really think I won't dare to take their heads? Please, forgive us, Your Grace. It was our failure to report in time. Alina quickly knelt, immediately thinking of the princess secretly summoning the nobles. It seemed she had underestimated how much the Duke cared about this matter. Oswald also underestimated the courage of these people, who could push the old count to the point of begging the Duke for mercy. No matter the situation, he must quickly take control. Tonight, I want the list of these people. Yes. Alina took a deep breath, understanding the Duke's attitude on this matter. The political struggle in the royal city is becoming more dangerous. They cannot let the Northern Territory get caught in this chaos. Her blade must be faster than the one in the royal city. Red, subordinate is here. Red wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. He had no idea what was happening. I entrusted the entire Ice City to you. If you slack off there, I'll have to send a lot of people to fill the gaps here. I apologize for my mistake. Red trembled with fear, unable to think of anything else. He decided to admit his fault first. Go organize your troops secretly. Arrange everything carefully. When the time comes, catch them all. Don't let any escape. Catch them. Oswald's deep, angry voice echoed in his mind. Red's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, almost unable to open his mouth. Yes, on the main road connecting the Western Territory to the Central District, a team of carriages and horses moved slowly eastward. After the undead army was destroyed, many nobles reacted strongly. Some bandits took advantage of the chaos to steal their treasured wealth. According to spies, when these bandits reached the ruins of Yellow Earth City, their numbers had grown to nearly 500. They all rode horses, looted a lot of gold, silver, and people from Yellow Earth City, then headed east and disappeared. Duke Trist was numb. The royal guards had suffered heavy losses and had already returned to the capital. The Western Knights also weren't doing well and needed rest. They had no energy left to fight bandits. Moreover, only 500 people wasn't a big threat. For safety, he arranged for the night captain, sought, to him to the capital. The journey was a bit boring. Throughout the trip, Duke Trist tried to make small talk with the brave warriors. Perhaps he didn't care much about his children. He didn't understand the conflicts between Leia and Thorn. He only said that his daughter and their children were classmates, so they must all know her. Thorn turned his face away, looking uncomfortable. What kind of delayed parent-teacher meeting was this? Noble school parents should have known better. Did they think that once inside the school gates, everyone was brothers? The school was divided into factions. It wasn't a place for true heroes to gather happily. If everyone got along perfectly, the principal might run away overnight. Lily was unusually open about talking about relationships. She rode her horse close to the Duke's carriage, smiling and praising Leia whenever her name was mentioned, as if she truly admired her younger classmate. I don't want to discuss this topic. Thorn gently pulled on the reins and slowly rode his horse to Anna's side. Since being rescued, Anna mostly stayed silent. She didn't avoid Thorn, but she also didn't get close to him. Actually, Thorn didn't know what to talk about with her. He asked casually, "Where's Maria?" "I haven't seen her around. Over there. She's talking with Captain Sayo," Anna replied indifferently, turning her head. "Talking with him? Do they know each other?" Thorn looked over and saw the two of them having a serious conversation. Captain Sayo looked stern and was probably scolding Maria. Thorn frowned. Just as he was about to go over, Anna stopped him with her whip. "Don't interfere." Captain Sayo was a knight in the Holy Knights when he was young. He's also Maria's senior and mentor. Don't disturb them, some things Anna couldn't say aloud. For Maria, Sayo was more like a strict but caring godfather. In their previous life, Captain Sayo helped them a lot. He even trained the Brave Guard team. He cared deeply for Maria. When he found out she was married but didn't have the title of wife, he was furious and almost attacked Thorn with his sword. For a long time, Sayo was quite gloomy because of this. If Thorn had succeeded in defeating the Demon King and become a legendary hero, maybe Sayo could have let go of his worries. But in their past, everything ended in tragedy. "When you left for the Northern Territory, I was worried." "Did Duke Oswald trouble you?" Sayo asked sternly, staring straight ahead. Maria shook her head quickly. "No, the Duke wasn't in Ice City. I only saw Luna and Miss Alina." Sayo snorted coldly. "He really has his maid manage his territory. What a foolish man. Miss Alina is also from a noble family. She's very capable, so Duke Oswald values her," Maria said, surprised she was praising her rival in front of her godfather. Sayo was like that. To him, the more capable someone was, the more they should focus on their morals and integrity. If he didn't admire Oswald's talent, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all. However, although I didn't agree at first, the Northern Lord later held a prayer festival. Praying to the goddess is something we should do. There are too many fancy festivals. Instead of wasting time on those, we should hold more celebrations to honor the goddess. This can also help increase population movement and boost the economy. Saint Maria. I think this idea is a bit extreme. As a saint, it's good that you want to hold grand ceremonies, but in the future, try not to wander around so much. This year has seen many disasters, possibly caused by evil forces. You and your friends are still young and not very strong. You should focus on improving yourselves quietly. The godfather's words made Maria obediently lower her head and respond, "Yes, I understand." This world is truly unusual in many ways, which makes Maria feel restless and anxious sometimes. But the godfather's advice is correct. Strength is the key. Through her battles with metal puppets, she realized that the nun who openly criticized royal authority in her previous life was not just good at talking. Her control of goddess magic was on par with her own as a saint, which made Maria feel a little threatened. If news got out that she was defeated by a nun, it would be hard for her to keep her position as a saint. By the way, I have some news you must pay attention to. Please tell me, Godfather. Princess Diana went to the Northern Lord's territory for some reason. I can't tell what political message this sends. You mentioned before that you are friends with the princess, but I warn you, child, don't blindly choose sides just for friendship at this time. I suspect the palace in Ice City will make a big move soon. Hearing this, Maria's mind buzzed loudly. What exactly is happening? Why did Diana go to the Northern Lord's territory? What does it all mean? Recently, Pete has been having a great time, drinking, dancing, and enjoying the nightlife of Ice City once again. Of course, having fun is secondary. He mainly held the banquet to promote his latest cosmetics. Without the high society circles to boost his fame, his business is becoming harder and harder to run. Pete was dressed very beautifully, like a colorful butterfly among the ladies, bringing joy and laughter. In the corner, Mo Fei felt uneasy, like sitting on pins and needles. Who would understand that last night, when he got home and turned on the light, he saw Alina's bright red eyes and felt a sense of salvation. Oh right, there was also Red, whose face was stiff and unnatural. He would rather face a demon than the Duke Oswald, who still invites him to dinner. That night, to prove his political stance, Mo Fei immediately sacrificed a young noble from the southern business district. His name was Sam, not very noble, but very rich. He had secretly agreed with Princess Diana to provide her with 200 northern warhorses each year. Sam swaggered to the Count's house, initially not taking it seriously, thinking Mo Fei was just pretending, wondering why a young woman in a black dress was kneeling before him. Haha, could there be a second princess in the kingdom? The red-haired woman tilted her head, her face cold, and her black gemstone earrings swayed gently. My name is Alina. Suddenly, Sam knelt down. She's the Secretary General they talk about. Thud, thud, thud. Sam's face was even more stiff than Red's. He broke out in cold sweat and frantically kowtowed. It didn't matter if he didn't understand the importance of the Secretary General. As a noble from the Northern Territory, knowing she held the title of deputy ruler was enough. To be honest, the last person who opposed the princess was Miss Luna, and the next day, all nobles in Ice City, regardless of rank, kneeled before the Duke. In short, anyone who supported the princess's side would lose their head. The floor is good, it would be a pity to damage it. Alina said this as her last words. Then she fully explained her conversation with the princess and other nobles involved, along with her recent crimes of exploiting the people. Mo Fei recorded everything. Red organized it. After Red pressed the last signature, Alina took the documents, didn't even glance at Sam, gently dusted off her dress, and left. Back at the current banquet, the more Mo Fei watched the nobles surrounding the princess, the more nervous he felt. The Duke asked him to kindly entertain the princess along with the nobles, while secretly instructing Eleni and Red to monitor and gather evidence. There's nothing he can do now, brothers and sisters. Things have reached this point, and even I, the older brother, am powerless. Just enjoy this last celebration. The old Count drank alone, feeling the bitterness in his throat and the pain in his heart. He never expected that a kind gesture of his would become the key moment that triggered the Duke's anger. From the moment he saw Eleni at home, he knew something was wrong. The Duke had indeed anticipated trying to win over the nobles for the princess, but from the very start of his plan, he revealed that some nobles had already taken real action. Sigh, no matter how he thought about it, it shouldn't have happened. Why would the Duke be unaware? Eleni. Yes, why? The old Count knew very well that honesty was the greatest loyalty. If the ruler was completely unaware of ongoing events, it could lead to a serious political crisis. As he expected, inside the Duke's house, almost every servant was trembling in the tense atmosphere, afraid to make a sound and disturb the Duke. In the office, Oswald held a report, pacing to the window and sticking papers on it. The sunlight was blocked, and the room grew darker. Eleni and Red, kneeling on the ground, had shadows creeping over their faces. Oswald's gaze was mysterious. After finishing the last report, he stepped forward with interest. From the dense words and names, he only saw 2 words. South. The southern business district was mostly made up of commercial nobles. Maybe until now, they thought they were just openly doing business with the princess. But Oswald had no political ties with them. He only focused on one thing. These dense commercial terms, covering iron, ore, leather, sugar, grain, warhorses, and weapons. Everything combined was enough for any one person to raise a formal army of over 10,000 within the kingdom in a year. In his previous life, he didn't seem to have taken so much from their family. Oswald became interested. Perhaps in his past life, these nobles had already secretly cooperated with certain people and transferred their wealth. South is next to the Central District, and waterway shipping is controlled by the nobles. They want to secretly do something, and Oswald really can't discover it. Maybe I was tricked by the nobles in my past life, and now I am being played by the princess again? Oswald stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that there was a complex and dangerous plot hidden behind it all. Diana is hopelessly foolish when it comes to belittling herself, no doubt about that. But she truly loves Thorn deeply and is determined to take the Northern Territory for him. The first thing to note is that Diana hasn't told Frank about her memories from the previous life, because it's too dangerous. In Oswald's understanding, Thorn in the story is blessed by fate, defeating the Demon King with unmatched strength. But for heroines who only experienced the past life, they lost very badly. A group of people took the king's best troops and launched a full attack on the Northern Territory, almost causing the country to fall. They had to use the Star of Wishing to rewind time. What? You say you succeeded and came back? Are you trying to replace me on the throne this time? Right now, the only thing Oswald can't figure out is whether the princess is using these nobles for her own purposes or to cause trouble for himself. In the past, they secretly transferred assets, so if it was to win over the nobles, Diana wouldn't need to do it so openly. She could have done it quietly without Oswald knowing. What if Diana is deliberately tempting him to punish the nobles? Look closely, their contracts are full of strategic supplies. Oswald tolerated the transportation of sugar supplies, even hundreds of warhorses under his nose. Who could sell hundreds of warhorses? All right, so now you're playing tricks on me, Oswald sneered angrily. He had never understood Diana's true reason for coming to the Northern Territory, but now he finally saw it. If Diana told Frank she wanted to help the king acquire strategic supplies in the north, Frank would definitely agree. And Diana could use this as a clever scheme to cause trouble for Oswald. Supplying resources weakens the Northern Territory's strength. Not supplying resources insults the king's authority. And if Oswald neither supplies resources nor punishes the nobles, that would be perfect. Because he had already offended everyone inside and out. Oswald took down the reports one by one, his anger growing. He softly asked, Eileen, is your sword still sharp? Kneeling behind him, Eileen stood stiffly. Always ready to serve the Duke. Red looked up silently. And me? Why don't you ask? Has the Duke forgotten? I am a general too. Oswald tidied the reports and put them back into the folder. He then walked over to Red, his tall figure making Red feel breathless. Do you know what to do with these people? Red cupped his hands and understood immediately. Yes, I understand. These nobles trouble the northern region, harm the people, and commit many crimes. Please, Duke, give the order. I will. Not yet, Oswald said with a dark look and a teasing smile. Let Maffei handle it. In 5 days, I want a big party. Remember, no one is excused. Yes. Red took the folder, his fingers trembling. It wasn't just a report. It was a list of people to be punished. After making arrangements, Oswald lit his pipe and looked far into the sky. A secret order quietly left Ice City. The cavalry rode through the night and arrived at the military camp in Kugu before dawn. Report. Urgent order from the Duke. General Kate, who had already woken up, burst out of the bathroom, running while pulling up his pants. He quickly knelt a few meters away and rushed to the cavalry, shouting louder than a rooster crowing. Understood. I haven't even heard the order yet. The Duke commands. General Kate, quickly organize the troops and lead the 2nd Battalion south to Ice City. Yes, finally, they are here. Kate was overjoyed. After training his soldiers for so long, now was his chance to make a name for himself. He took the order, checked it carefully, and was about to open it when the entire camp suddenly became lively. Soldiers rushed out of their tents. If they were well trained, they swarmed out. If not, they pushed and elbowed each other as they ran. When they found their officers and reached Kate, they had already formed neat ranks. A group of soldiers stood on the ground like spears, but they were chattering loudly. Is it our group? Our commander, right? Yes, it's the 2nd group. I just heard clearly, it's the 2nd group. Former 2nd group leader Kate waved the order in her hand, looking proud but restrained. Yes, it's the 2nd group. All members, pack up. The army is moving south. 1 family is happy, 2 families are worried. Soldiers of the 2nd group jumped for joy, running around cheering. Soldiers from the 1st and 3rd groups looked sad as they turned to leave. Since Count Rondo took charge of Quokka City, the soldiers have understood one thing. It might not be long before they go to fight. Why can't the militia, who are fighting bandits and going to the western regions, do the same? In fighting strength, they are far better than the militia. Plus, their training has improved a lot. When Count Rondo inspected them, he praised their strong military spirit and said it was time to see some action. Federico, who was promoted to squad leader for his good training, grinned happily. But as he smiled, he felt something was wrong. Why are they heading south to fight? There are no bandits in the south now. Even if they aren't going north to fight demons, they should go east. To the east of the Northern Territory, war is raging. Both sides have set up large armies. After several fierce battles, they both withdrew. Jacob played a trick. A few days ago, he spread the rumor that Lady Luna brought thousands of cavalry, which scared the nobles into retreating overnight. Jacob then seized a lot of supplies. The next day, during the day, the nobles looked out and saw 400 more cavalry on the other side. They were furious. Over the past few days, they increased their attacks, fighting from day into night. Jacob, knowing Lady Luna's plan, let them do as they pleased, even throwing the captured supplies back as they retreated. Late at night, Jacob held a lantern, squinting at the map. It's about time Lady Luna arrives at Thin Leaf City. There's no real battle plan. We don't need one. Luna took off her wine pouch, looked at the distant stars, and took a big, bold sip. Honey wine. No, honey water. Because Luna said military leaders must drink alcohol, Alina had to prepare her a drink. The deputy officer patted his chest proudly. He had faced countless enemies before. This was his first battle as the personal guard of the young lady, and he wanted to make a good impression. Here, have a sip to boost your courage, he said. Young lady, I will lead the troops to clear the way for you. A female soldier responded confidently, raising her spear. Good. You two can have a sip, the deputy replied. The night wind howled. After resting, the 400 cavalrymen began helping each other put on their heavy armor. The deputy took off his clothes, strapped on his bow and waist sword, and held the only torch in the group. He rode alone to lead the way, opening the path for the others. A small flicker of fire appeared on the dark land. In the distance, the sound of hooves faded into the wind, mixed with the clanking of armor. On the city wall of the city of Thin Leaf, guards noticed the torchlight and hurried to report. Who's there? Don't you know you're not allowed in the city at night? One guard asked. The guard captain yawned, wrapped in a blanket, and came to the wall. Below, he saw a person, shirtless, holding a torch, standing still and waiting. Which part of the city are you from? What are you doing here? The captain asked. He poked his head out, scratched his ear, feeling strange, his head was buzzing. Captain, what is it? The captain asked impatiently, annoyed. Didn't they see he was asking a question? Enemy attack. Enemy. Before he finished, an arrow shot through the air, piercing his head. Blood and brains spilled everywhere. The guards' faces changed suddenly. They looked at the archer below, who was standing still, stunned. The ground seemed to thump louder and louder, like a war drum. The heavy cavalry sped up, and in an instant, a mighty force of riders burst out of the darkness, heading straight for the city wall. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The guards finally reacted. The alarm bell on the wall rang chaotically. When all the guards hurried to the top, the cavalry had already dismounted, drawing their bows in perfect unison. Fire! Luna drew her sword and shouted angrily, igniting the battle. The bowstrings released, and a dense rain of arrows shot into the sky, covering the entire city wall in an instant. Without pause, the cavalry moved forward, carrying ladders to the wall. Before the ladders could stabilize, the deputy, waiting patiently, bit his long sword and leapt up, climbing onto the wall within seconds. The countless arrows turned the guards into hedgehogs. After losing their leader, they fell behind. When the deputy saw the enemy officer appear, a guard hurriedly shot his arrow. The officer easily dodged and quickly grabbed the guard, tossing him aside. The guard cried out in fear as he fell to the ground, spitting blood, still holding on to life. But the heavily armored soldiers were already stomping toward him. Kill them. People often find courage in desperate times, but the guards suddenly fought bravely, which the deputy didn't expect. He stepped forward and struck down a guard with his sword. However, more guards rushed toward him, forcing him to retreat quickly. A hail of arrows finally gave the guard some fighting power. On the other side of the wall, guards shot arrows at the soldiers below, hitting their armor with a clattering sound. Whoosh! A strange metal ball was thrown into the air, making odd noises. Seeing the metal ball, the deputy quickly rolled to the side and hid behind a wall, covering his eyes with his arm. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. It was as if another sun appeared in the sky, shining bright light over the entire city of Shinya. Guards who looked directly at the light cried out in pain. Their eyes burned fiercely, making their brains feel like they were twitching. In just a moment, heavily armored soldiers climbed onto the city wall. They quickly formed ranks and began attacking like bulldozers. These well-trained human tanks entered the low-intensity battlefield like wolves attacking sheep, spilling lots of blood in the air in just a short time. The sound of killing drowned out the screams. At this moment, the city of Shinya probably couldn't sleep anymore. After about 3 minutes, the city gates opened. Luna silently wiped the blood from her face and led her horses into Shinya City, looking a bit bored. The next morning, the cavalry went door to door, knocking on the tightly closed doors of the residential area. Even though the residents of Shinya City were mentally prepared, they didn't expect the city to fall so quickly. The flag on the city wall changed to the king's banner. Last night, some people took advantage of the chaos to escape, but most stayed inside their homes, believing it was the safest place. When the cavalry arrived, the residents didn't look as fierce or terrifying as expected. In fact, they spoke more kindly than the guards in their own city. "Villager, come out. The young lady wants to see everyone." Which young lady? An old, thin man tremblingly opened a small door. The tall, strong cavalryman in front of him bowed politely. "Is there a second young lady in our northern territory?" "Luna, Lady Luna Charles." Clearly, the surname Charles made the old man lower his guard. He stepped out with a cane and asked quickly, "Are you soldiers of the Duke?" "Yes, old man." "Come with us." All right. I'll go now." The old man followed the cavalry and visited several households. Even young men and women, when they saw the cavalry, turned pale instantly. But they couldn't resist. The armor and the smell of blood on the cavalrymen were not something local guards could compare to. Even without military knowledge, their broad shoulders and strong build made it clear they were not easy to deal with. More and more people gathered. The old man seemed to want everyone to stay calm and said casually, "Last year, I was almost starving to death. I only survived by going with the refugees to Ice City. The Duke is a good man. He gave us bread and meat. But I can't do hard work anymore, or I'd be working as a laborer too." The crowd's anxiety didn't ease. Everyone was confused. The Duke was too far away from them. But after seeing the large groups of soldiers gathered, they seemed a little less afraid. Luna stood in front of the armory, watching the residents walk toward her led by the cavalry. She quickly rubbed her face with her hand. Inside, she felt just as nervous as the villagers. This was her first time leading soldiers alone. If it was just fighting, she would enjoy it. Her only regret was that no one attacked her as the commander last night. Why didn't they understand the importance of capturing the king first? If they couldn't do that, why not shoot a couple of arrows at me? It shouldn't be me standing outside the city. Shouldn't the brave warriors among you volunteer to ride out and fight me to the death? The most studied battle by Luna was the famous "Dad, Where Are We?" battle, involving the Charles family and royal members. When the battle started, elite demon cavalry charged madly at the king and the duke, creating a path of dead soldiers that looked like a trail straight to the dragon's lair. The fathers were still planning their defenses when the decisive battle suddenly broke out. The demon army pressed forward heavily, going all in without any real tactics or strategy. In an instant, the fire of war became intense and heated. The old duke was stunned, and the king was also confused. Luna said, "I've learned something." However, the defending troops from last night were too weak to show her true skill, and instead, her deputy made a big mistake. But when it came to managing the territory and convincing the people, she had no idea what to do. Her brother seemed to have expected all this. Before leaving, he specifically warned her, "Luna, having too much knowledge isn't always useful. The important thing is the wisdom you gain from that knowledge. Use wisdom to do things, not just knowledge. Trusting only books and knowledge can harm not only yourself, but also the people." Looking at the confused villagers in front of her, Luna responded with the same clear, blank look. Both sides felt a bit awkward at that moment. Fortunately, Luna was prepared. She had a clever plan from Captain Reed. Distribute weapons to everyone. And let's go. Luna was so nervous, she even forgot to introduce herself. She had spent the whole night preparing her speech, but she didn't say a word. Instead, her deputy stepped forward, hands on his hips, shouting loudly at the crowd. Quiet. Listen carefully. Miss Luna is the Duke's sister. Since she arrived here, she is now your new leader, your new ruler. Miss Luna is fair and just. She knows that the real troublemakers are not you, but those greedy and sneaky nobles. They are all terrible, beastly, parasitic villains. Now, all the young men and women, line up to receive weapons. Stand under Miss Luna's banner and go to the nobles' houses to take back what's yours. Line up. Form a queue. As soon as he finished, Luna nodded happily. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The villagers looked surprised, but they clearly heard the words Miss Luna. Led by a few brave young men, they obediently formed a long line, following the cavalry to pick up dusty, old weapons from the armory. Once they held weapons in their hands, everyone's expressions started to change. After all, material things influence thoughts. A famous person once said, "When you carry a nuclear bomb in your pocket, any oppression or pressure will disappear." There is also a good song that says, "Carrying a nuclear bomb, run forward, facing cold looks and mockery. Life's vastness can't be felt without hardships, and fate won't let us kneel and beg, even if blood is spilled in our arms." Leading the residents, Luna was the first to mount her horse and arrived in front of a grand mansion. Break down the door. Without hesitation, the female soldier used her strength to forcefully smash open the door. A few private soldiers, still trying to fight to the death, rushed out shouting, but were quickly knocked down by the female soldier's sword. Not far away, a nobleman saw the dark crowd outside the door and was so frightened that his legs went weak and cold sweat ran down his body. The female soldier nonchalantly wiped the blood off her hand, sheathed her sword, and stepped aside to clear the way. Luna, sitting on her horse, smiled at the hesitant residents blocking the door. "Come on, are you afraid to go in? My lord, please. You go first. Ha. All right, everyone follow me." Luna dismounted, one hand on her waist where her sword sheath was, and strode inside. The residents looked at each other nervously, cautiously stepping forward, avoiding the corpses on the ground, and hurriedly followed Luna. "Go and take the treasures from the treasury. I will take the residents for a tour." Yes, the cavalry received the orders, leaving a few to guard the young lady, while the rest ignored the nobleman and rushed into the house. They even pushed the nobleman aside, kicking him out of the way. Luna caught the ball kicked by the cavalry, grabbing the nobleman's neck like dragging a dead dog, and led the residents to tour the noble's mansion. The nobleman screamed in pain as Luna's fingers, like iron tongs, squeezed his flesh, dragging him around. The residents didn't understand what was happening. It seemed the young lady wasn't here to fight, but more like a tour guide showing them various items in the house. Ancient elven wood, a handcrafted dwarf's gold spoon, pearls from the ocean. Oh my, these are precious things. Whose daughter or mother do they belong to? They arrived at a glass display case. Luna pulled aside a cloth, revealing a stuffed figure supported by a stand, and looked at it with interest. The residents were shocked. What were the nobles collecting these things for? They called them exhibits or collectibles. Eyes filled with fear and anger stared at the nobles, still crying out in pain and begging for mercy. Their swords trembled uncontrollably. In the crowd, there were faint sounds of sobbing. "Calm down. Someone recognized this. Is this your child?" Luna stepped forward and pointed at a small, uniquely textured wine cup. Her face was no longer smiling. "Look at this display wall. Glass jars filled with strange liquids, hooks hanging with processed and unprocessed items, recognizable and unrecognizable objects. Humans are naturally afraid of their own kind's bodies, but some people easily overcome this fear. That's why they are so proud and fill this place with their trophies." The residents, with mixed feelings, finished walking this path. When they returned to the central courtyard and looked at the beautiful, elegant house under the sunlight, they felt a strange, distant sense of shock. The knights poured box after box of coins onto the ground. Even before reaching the western lands, they had already learned how to quickly loot, ensuring the job was done fast and well. Without hesitation, Luna grabbed a noble, cut his throat with a sword, and before he could breathe his last, she threw him onto the pile of treasures. This was the secret of how Red taught them to conquer a city quickly. Building trust between people takes time, but destroying it only takes a moment. The first step to conquest is to break the trust among the locals. Gather the money, soak it in the blood of the powerful, and then distribute it to the lower classes. This is both a show of strength and a way to win allies. Traditionally, this task should be done by the common people, but Luna didn't want them to feel guilty about killing. They are too kind. However, it seems the blood isn't enough. Luna looked at the nobles still struggling in the pile of money and frowned. This guy had taken so much wealth alone, yet he didn't have enough blood to share his money. Luna felt a bit troubled. Maybe she should squeeze more blood out? Master, I know what to do. A young man with red eyes and a thin, hungry face stepped forward. In everyone's confused gazes, he struggled to lift a long knife with his bamboo-like arm and cut into the noble's thigh. After doing this, he blushed and tried to pull out the knife, but he seemed too weak to do so. The deputy quietly walked over, silently holding his hand, and gently helped him draw his sword. "Thank you. Thank you." The young man quickly bowed his head in thanks, wiped the blood off his blade, then picked up a handful of coins from the ground and quietly stood behind Luna. Once there was one, there was a second. Everyone stopped talking and began to imitate the same actions, as if performing a ritual, cutting the long-dead noble into several pieces of rotten meat. Finally, the elderly, women, and children who had no weapons were left. When it was time to share the money, only a pile of blood-stained coins remained in the center. Turning to look at the growing number of residents behind her, Luna silently turned around, a strange feeling of sadness suddenly welling up inside her. She suddenly understood why she always felt that her older brother seemed to do nothing, yet also seemed to do everything. Just like her journey here. Had she really achieved anything significant? No, but as long as she came here and clearly showed her stance, the people would naturally make their choice. Starting is always hard. After gaining some initial support from the residents, Luna quickly led them to visit the remaining nobles. The nobles warmly welcomed the young lady, speaking sincerely and saying that if she needed help, they would risk everything for her. After gathering supplies like food and distributing some money to the people, Luna had them dig a large pit in the courtyard so the victims of evil deeds could be laid to rest. When everything was done, it was getting late. The cavalry set up camp in the square and began preparing dinner. The night was quiet. Some young men who didn't want to join the army Luna simply took back their weapons and let them go home. About 500 or 600 people said they were willing to stay and help Luna defend the city. "Luna, I have received your loyalty, but honestly, if I just led the cavalry to charge back and forth a few times, the Count's army would collapse immediately. The reason for taking such a long detour was only to save those thousands of farmers. The nobles are like toads on the back of a foot, harmless and annoying. In the end, they are just unhappy inside, which is why they came up with such a strange noble battle. The new land system introduced by the Duke has shaken their control. To the nobles, it's best to keep the land in their own names, then let common people rent and farm it. After harvesting crops, they pay taxes without even needing to move, earning profits from both ends. The ideal situation is that common people go hungry every year, always borrowing grain from these kind nobles, who have worked for generations and still feel they owe them. "All the land is mine," he said, "then I'll divide it evenly, rent it out for free to the common people, and keep reducing taxes." That's perfect. Luna fully agrees with her brother's plan. To learn faster, she takes notes and also makes up a simple rhyme. Military nobles get 70%, business nobles light the lamps, agricultural nobles risk everything. As for the nobles in the western pasture lands, her brother seems to care about the herders who move with the water and grass. It said each of them has a big callus on their backside. Luna thought carefully, and the moment she accepted the militia, she explained the Duke's land policy to them. At least, she wanted them to understand what this war was really about. Can we live like them too? After hearing this, the soldiers holding bowls suddenly felt the meat soup was less tasty. These nobles are really terrible. They almost made them miss out on a fortune. Sitting around the fire, Luna blinked and took a sip of soup with her spoon. Who are they? Who else? The Marquis people. Humph, they come here to show off for no reason. With so much land, It's not hard for them to farm at all. Exactly. I don't get what they're pretending for. Their marquis died first, right? Now we can also kill the nobles on our side. The old marquis, it seems, isn't dead yet. Enough, enough, Luna said, amused by their sour attitude about missing out. From now on, the land in the Northern Territory will follow this policy. If there isn't enough land, people can move to Quokka City. They're opening up large areas for farming. As long as you're willing to farm, the land is free. Sir, can I still be a soldier in the future? A faint voice spoke up. Luna looked over and saw the young man who was the first to cut down a noble's corpse with his sword during the day. Who are you? Luna studied the person for a moment. He was thin and weak, and his personality seemed a bit dull. But in his eyes, as he looked at the campfire, there was something burning inside. Just as she was about to say something to remind him that he wasn't suited for being a soldier, he spoke again, stopping her. That is my mother's skin. The night wind gently swayed like a past cradle, humming a forgotten lullaby. Luna was stunned for a long time, then finally nodded and asked hesitantly, "What is your name?" "I don't have a name." "All right." Many of my personal soldiers don't have names either. The next morning, on a bright sunny plain, a bearded Jim hurried into Jacob's tent, excitedly shouting, Sir, they have retreated." "Huh?" Jacob took a deep breath, feeling very uneasy. Sure enough, the young lady was reliable. She must have completed her task well. They probably got the message and went back to save Shia City. "Order the troops to break camp immediately. We will follow closely behind, so they can't decide whether to retreat or advance." "Yes, sir." The army set out quickly. Two groups of soldiers chased each other across the plain. Both sides mainly had infantry, so their march was naturally slow. One side hurried toward Shia City, while the other didn't attack, but stayed close behind. They clearly knew they were fighting, but it looked like they were just running a marathon. From morning until evening, and then from day into night, both sides were exhausted. They stopped at almost the same time, each lighting a fire to cook, ignoring each other. What are they trying to do? Young Count Telder looked at the distant camp. He couldn't care less about his noble manners and blurted out a rude word. They weren't fighting, but neither was retreating. This wasn't a battle, it was just annoying people. The enemy clearly doesn't want to fight us, Queen Hristia calmly analyzed. Earlier reinforcements didn't include Luna. I believe she led a small, elite force to secretly take Shia City, aiming to cut off our retreat. Actually, this might be an opportunity for us. If we retake Leafy City and capture the young lady inside, then the Duke will no longer dare to harm us. Yes. Okay. Teldo clenched his fist. After many days of fighting, his farmer's army was gradually getting stronger. With a big victory, their army would be reborn. And Luna Charles is such a valuable asset. Oswald actually put his own sister on the gambling table. Haha, don't blame him for being ruthless. Based on past events, Miss Luna is impulsive and not as cautious as the Duke. Tomorrow, we will provoke her on the battlefield to make her fight, then let Grit suddenly attack with magic. Seeing that Hristia already had a plan, Teldo was very happy. Good, I will personally lure her tomorrow. After a night of rest, during the day, both armies finally arrived outside Leafy City. After arranging defenses for their private soldiers behind, Teldo confidently rode out with his elite armored troops, waving his whip toward the city. The gates of Leafy City were tightly closed. Heavy armored cavalry stood on the city walls, lowering their bows, alert for the first strike. Luna leaned against the battlements, lazily yawning. She observed the enemy army for a while, then turned to the soldier beside her and ordered, "Later, when the farmers attack the city, pay attention. The nobles' trusted guards can be killed directly. For others, try to let them climb up before catching them." Before she finished, Teldo shouted from below, "Luna, you Charles family disgrace. With your limited skills, you dare to join the noble battle? Aren't you afraid of losing your brother's face? Go home and drink milk." "Is he insulting me?" Luna's sleepiness suddenly cleared. "Oh, so he wants to duel me? I've been waiting for this. Here's a joke. She's the worst in our family in talent. As for the family, don't ask." She got excited and loudly responded, "Are you that Teldo who shares a lover with his father? Do you know that the one who fed and raised you was your father's lover? After all these years, is her milk still enough? Are you satisfied with your daily drink?" When she said this, everyone was stunned. The female soldier's eyes flashed with anger. Look around, who? Who corrupted our young lady? Come out quickly. The deputy officer scratched his head, sounding so convincing that it seemed real. His smooth tone didn't seem like something a young lady just made up. Teldo was also shocked. Could it really be true? No, what am I thinking? Don't you dare accuse me. You uncultured fool. Luna chuckled happily. There's one more thing. The person who tarnished your fiancé's name back then was your father. Teldo, don't overthink it. Don't think too much. Your father-in-law knows too. They all did it for your good. Suddenly, everything from the past flooded Teldo's mind. His wife's forced smile, his father's sudden concern, his father-in-law pouring drinks himself. One sentence revealed all the truth. Teldo's eyes turned red with anger. He shouted, Luna, I swear, you're just a. If you have the guts, come down and fight me. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Krister quickly stepped in, trying to pull Teldo away. Their forces were stronger. Even if they couldn't lure Luna out, they could just attack the city. But they must not lose their temper. Krister, you're not a good person either. I know what you tried to do back then, trying to get close to my father. If I were younger, I would have cut you down with my sword, you shameless, disgusting woman. Your family probably has old men kept just for your entertainment. Luna took a deep breath and raised her voice. Soldiers of Krister County, listen up. If your father suddenly goes missing, don't doubt it. He's been taken by Krister to be a servant. She's a pervert who likes old men. Everyone on both sides fell silent. They knew nobles liked to play dirty, but this was beyond what they expected. Is there anyone normal in this world? Father. For some reason, everyone knew but didn't want to face it. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the enemy troops. A soldier dropped his weapon, cried loudly, broke away from the line, and ran wildly into the distance. As Teldo gradually calmed down and cast a meaningful look, Krister lowered her fierce eyes, gnashing her teeth in anger. She decided that if Luna appeared before her, she would definitely cut her into pieces. With a creak, the city gate of Leafy City opened wide. Luna held a long spear, and her white horse leapt out swiftly. In an instant, she reached the two people ahead. Behind her, the deputy and female soldiers rode out of the city at the same time, alert and watching all around. Be careful! Seeing the spear aiming fiercely at Krister, Tardo hurriedly raised his spear to block. Sparks flew with a bang, and the sharp wind blades wrapped around the spear tip suddenly burst out, smashing Tardo's fingers into pieces. Tardo, in pain, fell back. Two soldiers charged out from the sides. Luna's cold eyes swept over them. She spun her spear, stirring up dust, and with a speed that seemed slow but was actually quick as a flash, she cut the soldiers in half, including their armor. Turning around, she pointed her spear, breathing steady and calm, as if she was folding her movements. Wind blades, carrying blood, shot out and pierced through another soldier's neck. So strong. Krister was shocked. She didn't expect Luna to be so powerful. She quickly drew the whip blade wrapped around her waist and shouted, Groot, attack. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Luna quickly pulled on her reins. Sharp stone pillars shot out from the ground. Her horse couldn't avoid them and was knocked flying, letting out a mournful cry. With a clink, Luna landed gracefully. She threw down her spear, drew a small sword from her waist, and moved lightly through the stone pillars, swinging her sword to create beautiful arcs in the wind. The stone pillars around her shattered one after another. Even as they grew faster, they couldn't stop Luna's advance for long. Krister gathered the remaining soldiers and charged out. But in the next moment, Luna suddenly stopped, her body slightly lowering her center of gravity. An invisible wind path formed suddenly. Luna drew her sword, stepped forward, and swung it, causing a spray of blood on the ground. The tight wind pressure dispersed. In front of her, Tardo, who was fleeing, was torn apart, and behind her, the soldiers and Krister were shattered into countless pieces amid explosions and chaos, blood flying everywhere. Krister, in her final moments, still prepared to attack, but her shattered eyes showed a trace of fear. Whooshing, Luna turned her head. She saw the knights firing a volley of arrows, covering the nearby mage with a barrage of firepower. The dense arrows turned the mage into a pincushion, achieving the feat of having 70 kilograms of arrows in a 60-kilogram body. She smiled brightly and walked over to the terrified farmer's army. raising her sword high and shouting loudly. I am Luna Charles. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. So your name is Jim? Luna circled around Jim, who had come to see her. She looked at him curiously and reached out to tug at his beard. She didn't see anything special about him, but she felt strangely annoyed. He had been a stubborn person before, yet Jacob had surrendered shortly after arriving. His attitude changed so quickly. Does he look down on our family and want to cause trouble for my brother? Or is he just seeking fame and recognition, unwilling to let go of reputation and benefits? Miss, mind your manners. This surprised Jacob. Seeing the young lady almost pull Jim's beard out, he quickly stepped in between them. It's okay, sir. The young lady is just joking with me. Jim was unfazed. With her bravery, if she really wanted to hurt him, she could have torn his beard off along with the skin. But her way of establishing authority was truly unique. According to Jacob, you're capable and understanding of the situation, Luna said with her hands behind her back, warning, I don't know if my brother will trust you, but I hope you stay honest from now on. Go now, and remember to take good care of your soldiers. Jim remained calm and replied, Yes, I will report back. After Jim's figure disappeared from sight, Luna frowned and said to Jacob, Sir, what should we do with this mess? They say winning a war is easy, but governing is hard. Whether the eastern agricultural area can return to stability is a big challenge. Besides that, they faced 4 other problems. 1. How to handle the army, mainly the Duke's private soldiers, the farmers' militia, and various local guards. 2. The noble issue. Currently, they only control a small city, and the territories of Telder and Hristabaran are not yet loyal. The nobles there still live like local tyrants. 3. Land policy. The fields are full of crops, some are without owners, and soon others will be too. Deciding when and how to divide the land, and how to handle mature crops, requires careful planning. There are management problems. Both of them do not plan to let Jim stay in the East anymore. Plus, a few counts who died at Luna's hands have left the East without leadership. Rural areas are still okay. At least, the village heads and similar roles haven't been affected by the chaos. But what about the cities? We can't let the cities lose order. Jacob feels a bit relieved. The young lady has realized her responsibilities. If they leave now without taking action, it will be very difficult to govern the East later. He bows and begins to explain his plan to Luna, which he has been thinking about for days. For the army, the young lady should immediately write to the Duke and ask him to send Count Rondo to the east. He can take over part of the army to rebuild at Quokka City. It would also be good to send another army from Quokka City to help guard different parts of the east. Jacob admires Oswald most for one thing. In such a situation, he quickly took control of the most important military power and made reforms. As long as the army is in control, the Northern Territory won't fall into chaos. Oswald, otherwise, do you think my family keeps everything so clean? Anything valuable is given to the army. Now, what the young lady should do is lead the army to quickly end the noble conflict and eliminate all the nobles in this land. Jacob's eyes show a fierce determination. Luna turns to look at him, surprised. Why? Do these officials seem a bit aggressive? Young lady, since the sword is already raised, how can you just put it down lightly? But this will cause problems. Luna hesitates. She is mainly the top general under her brother, and she doesn't have the courage to make such a big decision. Jacob looks at her quietly. He knows that the young lady can be a bit reckless, but as long as she believes she is right, she will face dangers head-on and move forward bravely. To do great things, you need this kind of courage. Since the young lady is with the Duke, she should also know that the Duke's act of dividing land equally and renting it out for free to the people is a huge achievement. From the day this policy was implemented, it was destined that we would have a life-and-death struggle with the nobles. The land in the Northern Territory needs the blood of nobles to flourish. Loving the people is not just words, it is action. Governing is not about praising goodness, but punishing evil. His words make Luna feel a surge of passion. Yes, those cruel nobles are the greatest evil. Luna clenched her teeth in anger when she thought of that glass display case. Jacob is right. Punishing evil is the greatest kindness to the people. She has also read The Prince and naturally understands the importance of the common people versus the nobles. If the nobles do wrong and the Duke's mansion turns a blind eye, or even makes excuses for them, where is the Duke's authority? Where is the trust of the people? She cannot hesitate now. Her hand holding the sword must not tremble. Send my orders. All guards gather immediately. Mount your horses. Kill. Kill them all, and turn the world upside down. In recent days, the northern winds have become stronger, bringing some heat from the south. Since there is wind, there should be scenery. Oswald never tires of the scenery in Ice City. He stands on the city wall, under dark clouds, with a fiery sunset in the distance, sinking into the forest already covered in night. The wind howls loudly, the sky alternates between light and dark, and it begins to rain lightly. Mofi's fingers are a bit unsteady. He struggles to open his umbrella and holds it over Oswald's head. Oswald is much taller than him. After a short while, his arm starts to ache. Let someone taller hold the umbrella. A strong, powerful hand takes the umbrella. Oswald, with a faint smile, glances at him through the rain and asks softly, "Has everyone involved in this matter been recorded?" Mofi wipes the water or sweat from his face, afraid to look up, trembling as he answers, "They've all been recorded. I trust your work." Hearing this, Count Mofi closes his eyes painfully. From today on, he will stand against all the nobles, and if he lets even one person go, his entire family will be in danger. I dare not. Serve the Duke. I told you, if we tear down this Duke's mansion, none of you will get much out of it. Oswald's fierce and wild face shows a dark, unclear smile in the rain and wind. You say you serve me, but I am just serving them. Who's really the one suffering? As the last rays of sunset disappear, night quickly falls over the city. At the start of the banquet, on a rainy day, residents had already gone home to rest. A few carriages drove along the empty street, raindrops falling on the cobblestones and blending into the music coming from the mansion. Under the city gate, Alina tightly wrapped her coat around herself. She stood at the foot of the Duke, calmly watching a group of knights suddenly appearing on the street. When the carriage was stopped, the coachman was silenced by an arrow. Several fully armed knights rushed out, pulling the noble inside out. They struck his chin with a palm, kicked him into the rain, quickly tied him up, and efficiently took him away, like a flowing stream. The whole process was so fast that the nobles didn't even have time to scream before being dragged into a dark alley. Next, the coachman's body was dragged away, and the carriage was let off. Blood flowed into the sewer, and within seconds, the street was empty again. Music played in the rain, as if nothing had happened. Next, a torch lit up a frightened face. Red stood under the eaves, crossing out a name. With a click, a head fell off and was picked up by a knight, placed into a wooden box. The sound was gentle and pleasant. Every cold head that fell was seen as a small act of kindness by the knights. They worked eagerly. One knight, holding the wooden box, quietly approached Red and whispered, "Captain, should we take the opportunity to deal with the Marquis' family?" The knight shook the box, which made knocking sounds. Red turned into a ruthless name-assigning machine, lowering his voice. "Are you so eager to get ahead? I am willing to take a risk." "Foolish. Do you want to interfere with the Duke's plans? Soldiers must follow orders. Go stand properly, and don't let me hear you say such things again." While Red was scolding his men, another knight hurried over to report. "Captain, there's a mage in the city. We let a noble and a magician escape." The hand holding the pen froze. Red shook his head. "No problem. The Duke has arrangements. Go to the city gate and bring back the noble's body." Meanwhile, in a small alley, a noble, dressed carefully and planning to attend the banquet, was gasping in fear. What exactly happened inside the city? Why did knights suddenly come to attack me? "Sir, things have changed. We can't delay anymore. I will cast a stealth spell on you. We must leave Ice City immediately." The wizard approached, looking a bit panicked but experienced enough to avoid trouble this time. Okay, let's go now." Under the noble's urging, the wizard quickly activated his staff, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the spot. There was no time to waste. The glow from the staff had already revealed their position. The wizard pulled the noble quickly to change their route and head toward the city gate. However, just below the gate, a figure appeared that made them despair. "It's Alina. What should we do?" The noble reacted quickly. Since Alina was guarding the gate herself, it could only mean that all this was planned by the Duke. The wizard swallowed hard, realizing they had no way out. "We can only gamble now. Let's go." They tiptoed toward the gate, holding their breath and trying not to make a sound. Alina crossed her arms, lowered her head, and squinted, seeming to be lost in thought. Both of them held their breath, pressed against the wall, and slowly moved past her. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Alina opened her eyes wide. She reached out her hand into the air and, in an instant, grabbed the noble's neck. The body appeared in her hand. The wizard, terrified, waved his staff, but saw that Alina had already opened her coat, and his long sword at her waist was drawn instantly. A cold flash of light, and the staff shattered with a loud. The wizard's body was torn apart from his neck to his waist, dying silently. Today, the streets are very quiet. Diana rode in a carriage, escorted by a few royal guards, heading to the banquet. She peeked out from the curtain and saw the street was empty. The people of Ice City follow a very strict routine, unlike her royal city, where even at midnight, some people sit by the roadside enjoying themselves. But coming to Ice City also helped her settle a personal issue. The soldiers weren't so scary after all. If she could win their trust a few more times, she might be able to bring them under her command. Although Oswald was still a bit stubborn, at least the northern leaders accepted her as a princess. The banquet was well organized, and the nobles inside were talented and charming. The business her brother asked her to handle was quickly settled. Even though Frank repeatedly warned Diana to inform Duke Oswald before buying supplies and to personally hand over his letter, Diana paid no attention. She had already burned the letter, as she had her own plans and arrangements. It's a pity. If everyone in this world remembered their past lives, Oswald's tyranny would be over quickly, and the crazy woman Eleni would have no chance to turn things around. As for Maria's suspicion that Eleni might remember her past life, Diana saw no signs of it. In her view, Eleni, being an ambitious woman, would have used her knowledge of the future to quickly become the lady of the Duke's house, even without cultivating her own followers. And Oswald's men showed obvious signs of loyalty. She had no reason not to climb the social ladder. The carriage gradually slowed and stopped in the middle of the street. "Your Highness, it looks like the road ahead is blocked. There's no one on the street. How can it be blocked?" Diana impatiently got out of the carriage, and the coachman quickly raised his umbrella to follow. She wanted to see who dared oppose the princess of the kingdom. The guards raised torches, protecting Diana on both sides, as they approached a pile of wooden boxes scattered on the street. Not far away, gentle music drifted through the light rain. Diana kicked one of the boxes and found it contained heavy objects. "It's probably some lost cargo from a merchant caravan," the coachman explained. Diana was surprised. "Whatever it is, hurry up and move these things away. I need to attend a banquet." "Yes." Several guards put down their torches and quickly started moving the wooden boxes. The boxes weren't too heavy, but they had a strange smell. The soldiers didn't think much and moved the boxes to the roadside, clearing the way. Suddenly, with a loud splash, perhaps because it was too dark and the wet ground was slippery, a guard slipped and fell. The box he was carrying fell to the ground, rolling out something. That thing rolled all the way to Diana's feet. Under the torchlight, a twisted, blood-covered face appeared, shocking everyone. The coachman shivered in fear. "Someone's been murdered. Protect the princess." "Shout what?" Diana slapped him across the face, leaving the coachman momentarily stunned. Despite everything she had been through, facing mountains of corpses and bloodshed, Diana had survived. Surely she wouldn't be afraid of just a single person's head. After scolding the coachman, Diana crouched down and carefully examined the head that looked somewhat familiar. She was slightly surprised and said, "Baron Rule?" Then she looked at the pile of wooden boxes ahead, and a faint guess formed in her mind. "Open a few more boxes and see if they all contain human heads." The guards, holding their noses to hide their disgust, quickly obeyed. They opened the boxes and dumped out bloody heads onto the ground. Diana raised a torch, ready to go forward and check, when footsteps sounded behind her. Clack, clack. The guards, trained and alert, drew their swords to protect the princess. This was no ordinary emergency. They had to act strongly. "Your Highness, do you not like the gifts I prepared for you? If you dislike the nobles from our northern land, please return them to me." Instead of just tossing them on the ground, Oswald, holding an umbrella, appeared as if passing by, stopping about 10 meters away. He looked at Diana and her group with a calm, leisurely gaze. The guards' faces changed. Their swords, which could easily defeat a giant serpent, were useless against a powerful person like him. If the Duke wanted, he could crush them all as easily as squashing ants. Compared to their fear and hesitation, some soldiers even trying to pull her back, Diana was much braver. She stepped forward and pointed at Oswald, shouting, "Are you trying to rebel, Oswald? I already told you, Princess Diana, that the word rebellion doesn't apply to me," Oswald said as he approached. The guards felt like they were facing a great threat. Is this really happening? Is the Duke about to declare himself king? They instinctively wanted to retreat, overwhelmed by a mountain-like pressure, but their duty only allowed them to move forward. They had to protect the princess. Sweat poured down more heavily than rain. A few guards' legs trembled so much they looked like they were having seizures, and they took a small step forward. Oswald. He pushed past their swords, sighed, and said, "Stop trembling. Make way. Step aside and prepare yourself mentally." Yes, my Lord Duke." The guards moved quickly this time. They didn't advance or retreat, but took a big step to the sides. "Exactly what do you want to do?" Diana's face looked unhappy because her subordinate was useless, but she knew that if Oswald really wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be alive now. Last time in the Northern Territory, they caused some trouble, but Oswald didn't do much to them. Oswald looked cold and said, "I'm not doing anything. I just think your highness is acting too wildly and want to send you away from the Northern Territory." "Humph." Diana forced herself to speak firmly. "Who are you to scold me? You're just a duke. Why do you act so proud in front of me? And your duke position should be given to someone else." "Really?" Oswald took a step forward. Diana suddenly felt a strong force surround her, and the scene around her changed quickly. The world turned upside down. Loud wind roared in her ears. Lightning seemed close enough to touch. In the blink of an eye, on the street below, around her carriage, soldiers in full armor stood densely. In just a few breaths, Diana felt like she traveled through mountains and rivers. When she finally stood on the ground again, she felt a bit dizzy. Oswald seemed to have just taken that step. Before she could react, she heard him curse harshly, "You dare to fight me?" With a slap, Oswald struck her down to the ground. As if she had touched something dirty, Oswald wiped his hand and casually said to Diana, who was lying on the ground with a look of disbelief, "Let me tell you, Diana, I don't need anyone's approval for my title. Even without this title, I am still the Lord of the North." The guards quickly looked away, pretending to look at the sky, pretending they saw nothing. "And I bet that even if you cry and go complain to Frank, he won't blame me. He might even apologize. Since you've made yourself a bargaining chip, there's no need to take yourself too seriously. No one really sees you as a person." Not far away, Eleanor leaned against the wall, lightly tapping her fingers on the hilts of her two knives. Behind her, the entire 2nd Battalion had finished lining up. In the rain, the soldiers looked serious and mighty. Oswald was too lazy to argue with Diana. He turned around and ordered, "Alina, send off our princess with this chip." "Yes." Alina stood up, walked to the army, and spoke clearly and firmly. "Everyone, prepare to march." The army immediately set out, crossing the streets from north to south like a rushing river. Red watched all this silently, tears of envy and jealousy in his eyes. The Lord favored Alina too much. Has she ever led soldiers? Fought in a battle? Does she understand what an army is? "I am your most loyal general." Diana, stunned and speechless, was escorted back into the carriage by the royal guards. They were caught up in the army's march, like a leaf carried away by a stream to a distant place. Oswald knew this was a bad start. The Southern Commercial District is near the central area. The nobles there are usually independent. They are too far from Starfall City and too close to the royal city, so they never saw fighting the demon army as their duty. Anyway, even if Ice City falls, they have plenty of time to escape. They had already hidden half their wealth in the central area, ready to leave the Northern Territory at any moment. This time, after killing so many nobles, the Southern Commercial District will rebel. If they get help from the king again, Oswald will be unable to decide how the war begins or ends. The entire Northern Territory will fall into chaos. If the demon army marches south again, the consequences will be terrible. But the Southern Commercial District is like a rotten piece of flesh on the Northern Territory, causing endless suffering for the people. No matter how painful, he must cut it away. What the king does, what the demon lord does, What the brave ones do, Oswald will crush them all someday. As July approached, a nationwide plague was about to arrive. He had to endure until the day the world changed. The heroines of the Butter series didn't know that some of their wishes' stars had already lost their power. At most, they only had one last wish left to fulfill. In this life, without the goddess's intervention, Sister Jenny and Saint Maria stood on the same starting line. When the goddess could no longer respond to the saint, that would be the rise of the Northern Territory. The day after Alina left, Red began to miss the days when she was here. He didn't say that the treacherous official was good, but now everyone could see that the Duke was in a bad mood, like a volcano about to erupt. Since the young lady was gone and Alina had left, Red truly didn't know what to do. The Duke was usually gentle with his servants, except for the old butler. So they didn't have to worry about the Duke taking out his anger on them. The residents of Ice City could even joke with the Duke. Some old men liked to shout loudly and talk to Oswald, sharing their lifelong ideas on how to govern. Even if they said silly things, Oswald just smiled and sometimes agreed with them, making the old men blush or get drunk. Before leaving, they would pretend to be regretful, saying how unfortunate it was to be born at the wrong time. Now, the problem was that Red was the only one facing the Duke's anger directly. As a veteran and a general, he couldn't just joke around and talk casually with the Duke. Could he really be so familiar as to ask his younger brother why he was upset, then invite him for drinks, and go to fun places afterward? In the empty room, Red looked down at the seated Duke Oswald's back, feeling every second was a torment. After a long while, Oswald adjusted his breathing, and his bones made a series of cracking sounds. Red, do you think all of this is just a coincidence? The Duke's voice sounded distant. Red's eyelids twitched wildly, and he felt his heart pounding so loudly that it seemed to echo through the entire room. Is he doubting Alina? In an instant, Red thought of many things. The Duke had already planned for the princess's arrival, but no one told him that she had already started her actions. Forget others, what exactly was Alina doing? Why was she hiding everything? Was there something else involved? He had countless questions in his mind. Normally, it would be great if the Duke doubted the treacherous official Alina. That would be a good thing for him. But first, their trust was still there. The Duke just had some doubts in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Alina lead the troops into battle. At this critical moment, I must not betray or undermine him. Usually, he secretly reports Eleni for corruption or noble bribery, but those are minor issues. However, the situation now is different. If I speak carelessly, not only nobles, but others could be in danger. Your Grace, I believe that everything has unexpected turns. No matter how well we plan, surprises can happen. Seeing that Oswald showed no reaction, Red felt a bit calmer and continued. First, I think your approach is correct. When we can't see the full picture, we should make quick decisions. Eleni has too much to handle every day. The information from outside is mostly mixed with truth and lies, making it hard to tell. It's like walking in fog. Sometimes we hesitate and feel stuck. She carries a heavy burden, and you have given her the power to decide everything. She can handle small matters easily. But what if the issues involve many nobles and royalty? Just like now, we still don't know if the princess's purchase of strategic supplies is for her own benefit or under the king's orders. Oswald chuckled quietly. So, you mean no one is really at fault? Red quickly bowed and explained, My lord, that's not quite right. We are at fault, but our mistake is that we lack the unwavering confidence that you, your Grace, possess. Your mind must stay clear, and your will unshakable like a diamond. Enough with the flattery, Oswald said, relaxing his brow and waving impatiently. Count Rondo is leaving Quokka City. Go and take over his duties now. Yes, my lord. Red sighed in relief. Eleni. Oh, Eleni, you owe me a big favor this time. He stood up, ready to leave, but Oswald suddenly called him back. Wait, there's one more thing I need you to handle. At the palace, 6 urgent reports appeared on Frank's desk. If the first report about Luna's massacre of nobles in the eastern part of the Northern Territory was somewhat reassuring, just a noble war, and he could brush it off. The news of the Northern Army's mobilization and the outbreak of civil war in the south hit him like a thunderbolt. Compared to that, the intelligence about necromancers appearing again in the Western Territory seemed insignificant. Say that again. Whose banner are they fighting under? The servant trembled and said, "Your Majesty, they are fighting under the princess's banner." They also said, "Say what else?" They also said that the nobles in the southern commercial district of the Northern Territory are inciting the princess to rebel. Duke Oswald has already ordered to execute all these nobles in the princess's name and to give justice to the princess. Frank was stunned. Since the founding of the country, the southern commercial district has been a barrier between the Northern Territory and the central area. Every king has bought off the southern nobles to keep the Northern Territory in check. Of course, Frank was no exception. This was a political understanding between both sides, but now Oswald had broken this balance, almost like plotting rebellion. What exactly did Diana do in the Northern Territory? Frank was so angry that he had a headache. He pressed his forehead and asked, "Where is the princess now?" The servants knelt down, crying and saying, "Your Majesty, please send troops quickly. Princess Diana has been taken over by the Northern Army. They are planning to rebel. Your Majesty, sending troops." Everyone was urging him to do so. If he really ordered an attack, a big war would break out, and the country would truly fall into chaos. Frank was dazed. He didn't understand why this was happening. Was it just because he wanted to buy some strategic supplies? But he had clearly written in the letter that the royal city would buy at a higher price than the market rate. Even if the Northern Territory couldn't gather the funds immediately, it was okay as long as they delivered by the end of the year. He just wanted to use this opportunity to improve relations with Oswald. It was impossible that Oswald couldn't see his true intention. Oh, right, the letter. Speaking of the letter, Frank suddenly remembered that Luna had written him a letter. He quickly opened the drawer and found that rough, poor-quality piece of paper. Luna was good at pretending to be poor. The paper even had a strange smell, probably from her eating while writing. He hadn't wanted to look at it before because he suspected the paper was unclean, so he only glanced at it briefly. But now, he didn't care anymore. He carefully unfolded the letter and read it line by line. Most of the beginning was about trivial matters. Luna boasted about a big business deal that would make her money, hoping he would support her financially. She promised that once she made a lot of money, she would return the original amount during her lifetime. The text details Diana's activities in the Ice City, including but not limited to awarding bonuses to the Duke's direct knights, suddenly disappearing using magic with unknown destinations, verbally provoking and insulting the Duke, recruiting servants within the Duke's household, secretly meeting with nobles, bribing members of the Merchant Guild, and offering rewards for military intelligence. In short, Diana has publicly done everything a spy should do. After reading the letter, Frank remained silent for a long time. Luna didn't need to lie to him because her main goal was to get financial support. She kept mentioning it every few sentences, and criticizing Diana was a secondary concern. But does Diana have a grudge against the Duke? Her actions don't seem like those of a peaceful envoy. They look more like she intends to ruin Oswald. Go, immediately invite Archbishop John. Frank thought for a long time. He couldn't start a war recklessly. He needed to send someone both sides respected to find out the full story. Before the servant could leave, Queen Barbara, dragging her long skirt, walked gracefully into the study. The servants hurried to bow, but Barbara ignored them and walked straight to Frank, lifting her chin. "Your Majesty, how can you keep retreating? No matter what, Oswald has already taken steps to rebel. If you continue to indulge him today, one day he will fully control the Northern Territory. Will you still be able to sit safely on the throne then?" Frank frowned. "What does the Queen want to do?" Barbara brushed her long hair back and confidently smiled. "Have you ever raised a dog, Your Majesty? If a dog can't guard the house, or even bites the owner, do you know what we would do? We would use sticks, beat them until they retreat, until they dare not resist anymore. From then on, they would only be able to bow and flatter us." Barbara's confidence was unclear, but Frank felt only tiredness listening to her. All the men in the country believed that the king's life with such a beautiful Queen Barbara must be very happy. But in fact, over the past month, they had met only a few times. Their marriage was just for political reasons, to serve mutual needs. Since she was his chosen wife, Frank gave her enough respect. Even though he lost face on their wedding night, he didn't blame Barbara afterward. Just two people who can't speak the same language and can't communicate properly living under the same roof can be really tiring. Frank asked Barbara to learn how to handle official matters, but she always did a terrible job. So, She quickly gave up on writing tasks and instead sat beside Frank, chatting nonstop while he worked. Frank wished he could go back to school, where a strict teacher would have scolded Barbara with a piece of chalk. Don't disturb others if you're not willing to learn. To avoid Barbara, Frank even went to the study to work, but she still found him there. Dog raising. What a messy metaphor. Do you know what will happen to the country if this war starts? Who says the king has to send troops? Barbara opened her fan, elegantly hiding half her face. We can fight like the nobles do. The king just needs to stay behind the scenes and secretly command a duke to attack Oswald. Ha ha, Frank said, increasingly thinking she was dreaming. And which duke do you think would be willing to fight for us in the north? I can't promise others, but Duke Dale of the Eastern Territory would definitely be willing to help the king. Bang! As the city gate was smashed down, soldiers quickly rushed inside, and another bloody street fight began. Kate sat calmly on her horse, organizing soldiers into groups of 6, continuously attacking the noble mercenaries in the streets. My 9-language whip, 3 meters long, 1 finger wide, made of dwarf steel. With a thud, Federico swung his iron hammer, smashing the head of an adventurer like a watermelon. Spitting out the brain matter that splashed into his mouth, Federico lowered his hammer and carved a mark on his shield with a small knife. 23rd. Sergeant 3 Whip, return to your team quickly, a team member reminded him. I'm coming. Back with his squad, Federico was the heavily armored soldier responsible for standing at the front center. Their new soldier training mainly used 6-person combat groups, divided into 3 layers. The first layer had 1 heavily armored soldier and 2 sword shield soldiers, responsible for blocking enemy attacks. The second layer had 2 spear soldiers, and the third layer was an archer. Lieutenant, there's a big creature about 100 meters ahead, shouted the best-eyed crossbowman. It's probably one of those beasts bred by the noble jerks. Brothers, let's go. This piece of meat is ours. Federico led the team through the war-torn city. 23 people, 230 copper coins, divided among 6, so only about 30 coins each. Earlier in the morning, a small team had killed a beast in the city and each member received 4 silver coins. Lady Alina said something about high prices. Value? Target? Never mind, I can't figure it out, so let's just call it meat. Along the way, some panicked mercenaries bumped into them, but the team quickly took care of them. Everyone started to run faster. Federico, like a walking tank, was heavily armored and clanking loudly. Soon, they saw a chimera with 2 lion heads, about 4 meters long. With a snap, the bowstring vibrated, and an arrow flew over their heads, hitting one of the chimera's eyes. The crossbowman bit down on his arrow, running while using his foot to draw the bow again, ready for the next attack. With teammates in front, as long as they didn't suddenly face a mage, he could attack freely. Federico kept his speed. Even when the chimera noticed them, he bravely charged forward with his shield. The chimera roared in pain, feeling the heavy shield. Federico ignored the pain and shouted as he swung his hammer wildly. The chimera, hurt, slapped out with a paw, but 2 shielded swordsmen blocked it carefully. Kill it! The spear soldiers stabbed fiercely at the chimera's neck, forcing it to retreat. Behind, the crossbowman fired again, shooting one of the lion head's eyes blind. They created a blind spot. The 6 of them quickly changed direction. Another paw came down. Federico raised his shield to block, then leapt forward and struck the chimera's joint with his hammer. Under the protection of the shield soldiers, the spear soldiers pushed their spears into the chimera's side, causing blood to gush out. After a while of fighting, with more wounds on their bodies, the chimera's speed slowed. It roared in anger, but Federico shouted even louder. Federico jumped up and struck Chimera's head with hammer after hammer, causing his own body to be stained bright red with fresh blood. The spear soldiers and sword shield soldiers also went crazy. Even though Chimera had fallen, they kept stabbing and slashing. These beasts raised by nobles were fed with live humans. To them, humans were just scared prey that ran away, until they met this group of madmen. He's dead, no more breath. In the end, it was the archers who stopped them. How embarrassing. Everyone gathered around to watch. All right, 3 lashes, got the big prize. The watching soldiers joked and cheered. Humph, don't compare me to you. Federico jumped down from the corpse, his face full of arrogance. Now, let's see whose army is stronger. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded. A huge lizard, about 10 meters long with two small wings, fell heavily from the sky, kicking up dust everywhere. Alina stepped on the lizard's head and slid down smoothly, landing clean and fresh, with not a single drop of blood on her. She passed by the crowd, calmly sheathing her sword, then shook her black gemstone earrings and said, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly clean up the battlefield, calm the people, and after resting for an hour, attack the next city." The soldiers hesitated for a moment, then shouted in unison, "Yes." After a quick rest and hanging the ugly nobles, Kate left a unit of soldiers to guard, then ordered the army to continue marching. When they reached the southern commercial district, Federico's biggest feeling was how hard life was for the farmers here. Years ago, he fled to the northern territory. Even if he stayed in a small village and was lazy, life wasn't as tough as theirs. What he saw was a rural area made of rotten wood fences and muddy land. The people inside were so thin their faces had no color, and their eyes looked hollow and dull as they watched the passing army. Why don't they cut down trees and build proper villages in clean, flat places? A soldier asked curiously, and another replied, "Yeah, Ice City even gives food to those about to starve. When they're full and strong, they can work for the Duke. Why not come to our Wide Valley City? It's much better there, and we even offer free land to farm." Listening to their chatter, Federico just sighed. Luckily, he had good luck back then. He had planned to escape far away but ended up in the Duke's territory. What was a disaster turned into a blessing, helping him avoid trouble. "Because all the land and forests here are owned by the nobles," Alina said calmly from her horse. "They work during the day, either rowing boats for the nobles or farming just to get enough food. At night, they can only stay in places no one wants." Her explanation was simple but made the soldiers blush with shame. They had thought these people were lazy like Federico. But gradually, more and more soldiers looked at Federico differently. "Federico, I shouldn't have boasted about the story of the Duke whipping me. Besides fighting to change your fate and earn money to support your families, you should also think more about these common people. Your battles are not just for yourselves, but also for them, so that the people in the northern lands won't suffer like this." Federico nodded seriously, seeming to understand something. "Sir, since we have captured so much grain, should we share some with them? This is something the militia will handle. Remember, you are the Duke's new army, the sharpest sword in his hand." Alina suddenly lost focus. It was as if she heard Oswald ask her, "Is the sword still sharp?" She realized she had said the same thing. Your main task is to defeat the enemy. Only by defeating them can the people truly hope again. Hope. Hope. When the soldiers heard Alina praise them as the Duke's most elite troops, they puffed out their chests proudly. Yes, they saw hope. They also wanted more people to see hope. The sun was setting in the west. The next city was close. Kate ordered the army to stop advancing. After observing the terrain for a while, she organized the troops on an open field, sent scouts ahead to gather information, and called the officers for battle plans. The further south they went, the more rivers they saw. Most southern cities had moats, making it harder to attack the city walls. Soon, a scout with an arrow in his back returned to report, "The city is prepared. The drawbridge is up, the moat is about 4 meters wide, the city wall is 5 meters high, and there are over 1,000 soldiers on the wall." 1,000 soldiers? That's a problem. Kate felt a bit uncertain. As evening approached, if they couldn't quickly take the city, fighting in the dark alleys would greatly increase the soldiers' chances of getting hurt. Report. A knight rode up quickly, but not to see Kate. Instead, he dismounted and handed a package directly to Eleni. "My lord, this was sent by the Duke for you. Thank you for your effort." Eleni took the package, untied it, and her eyes flashed when she saw what was inside. Her fingers brushed over a pure black sword sheath. It was the same type of sword she had seen in old George's house, extremely sharp and capable of cutting through hair and feathers. "So, this was prepared for me." Eleni stood up and ordered firmly, "Kate, this time I will lead the attack." "Milady, you mean to?" Kate hurried to follow, but saw Eleni already mounted on her horse. She pointed out the 3 most elite combat groups from the 2nd Battalion, including Federico's team. "Follow me." Boom. Boom. The army began to attack. The drums on the city walls sounded loudly. The guards, made up of mercenaries, were on high alert, but noticed that the front was only one person on a horse. Aline loosened the reins, drew her twin swords. These swords were made by Old George from the hardest teeth of an immortal giant snake, carefully carved and polished with rare obsidian. As for why the blades turned black, it was probably due to some unknown magic and tough work by alchemists. Holding the twin swords in reverse, Aline half-kneeled on her horse, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Near the moat, her fast-moving horse leapt fearlessly. Using her horse as a springboard, Aline jumped onto the drawbridge. In a flash, her spinning, slicing swords cut through all the chains on the bridge. The drawbridge fell heavily, opening the attack path. The dense arrows on the city wall rained down like a storm, but Aline's incredible speed and sharp blades easily deflected them. After about 10 seconds, Federico arrived first. The tall man raised his shield quickly to protect Aline and led her down to the city wall. "Come," Aline shouted softly. Federico crouched and raised his shield above his head. The mercenaries on the wall looked stunned. These people, were they trying to? With a light leap into the air, at the moment Aline stepped on the shield, Federico suddenly exploded with all his strength, forcefully propelling Aline higher than the wall itself. A streak of red appeared in his eyes, and in that moment of falling to the ground, blood splattered everywhere. With the skills of these mercenaries, they were not enough to see clearly aligned sword movements. It was only as this red-haired woman passed by that they realized their companions had already become a collection of suddenly disintegrating bodies. Aline moved lightly, her black blade carving a path. In just a few breaths, she stepped out of the steaming blood fog and landed beneath the city gate. She cut open the horizontal beam with a single. Calmly, Aline looked back, and Federico and others suddenly pushed open the gate, shouting angrily as they charged into the city. In 3 minutes, the city was taken. By July, the Northern Territory welcomed summer. Compared to the previous world, where temperatures often soared above 30 degrees, the summer here was cool and pleasant. Still, standing under the sun, it was hot enough. Oswald stood at the city gate, wearing a straw hat, looking up at the sky. Behind him, a large group of recently slightly overweight workers and curious residents gathered. Today, the first cement road in the Northern Territory officially began construction. He swung a wooden hammer as big as a millstone, pounding it heavily into the ground. Everyone's bellies shook with the impact. First, compact the soil. Press it tight. The road from Ice City to Quokka City was not straight and was full of potholes. It became muddy in the rain, and some sections were less than 2 meters wide. So Oswald planned to build a 6-meter-wide cement road here, which would make military movements easier and also help residents with their daily lives. In the future, many villages would rise across the vast land between the military camp at Quokka City and the capital, Ice City. But for now, the population of the Northern Territory was not enough, so progress was slow. On one hand, Oswald hoped residents would have more children. The Dragon Slayer would eventually become a dragon himself, and he never thought he would join the team encouraging childbirth. On the other hand, Oswald wanted to relocate, raid, people from other parts of the kingdom. After another few meters of soil was packed, Oswald, with a hint of worry, said to Jenny, who was watching nearby, "Minister of Health, we need to pay attention to the problem of infertility." Jenny, what was the Duke thinking about every day? Why did he suddenly think of infertility while working on the road? After the soil became firm, Oswald carefully laid down small stones. With the Duke himself demonstrating and having learned nearly half a month of theory from the alchemist, the workers also started working enthusiastically. Since it's physical work, you need to take care of your health. Under the hot sun, remember to drink water regularly so you don't get heat stroke. Seeing their proper work, Oswald straightened his aching back after half an hour. Recently, his health had improved somewhat, but not enough for long hours of physical labor. He went to the shade, took the water bottle from Jenny, and took a sip. He also removed his straw hat to fan himself. I heard that elves have many lost human medical techniques. Recently, I wrote a book about them. In a few days, the nun will send someone to exchange it for some medical books from the elves. May I ask what the Duke wrote? Jenny suddenly had a bad feeling for some reason. It's good that the Duke values their medical department, and getting lost medical books is even better. But, based on the stories about the Duke circulating among the people, it seems most of his literary works are not very proper. It's just some fictional myth stories, Oswald said with a faint smile. Anyway, he didn't explain further since he didn't understand ancient Greek either. Ginny clenched her nails and took a deep breath. Here we go again, the Duke's myth stories. This time, was it a succubus tempting a bishop, or a bishop opening a harem in a goblin lair? Or perhaps the old priest and the Saint Knight captain's past stories? Your Grace, your energy should be focused more on governing the territory. I wish I could, but the war has just started. I can't stay in the Duke's mansion all the time. The government is in the hands of the people. None, even if I am not there. As long as the policies in the territory don't change, the northern region will run smoothly. Looking at the hard-working workers repairing the road, Oswald's eyes grew more serious. Ginny was surprised. Does the Duke plan to lead the army himself? But what about your health? As the only two who knew the Duke's health condition, Ginny should have strongly advised him not to go to the battlefield again. But she also knew that only with the Duke's personal involvement could this war end successfully. No need for heavy-handed threats to scare those self-righteous people. We need time to develop. Oswald turned his head and looked at the distant cavalry approaching like dark clouds rolling over the plains. The outline of Bingching appeared in Rondo's view. He was very excited and full of energy. He never imagined that in his lifetime, he would have a day to fight alongside the king. He was so moved. His childhood wish was coming true again. He saw the new army of Quokka City. They were a strong force, comparable to elite soldiers. Although their cavalry numbers were still far from enough, as long as they held the advantage of terrain, they could fight the central army. At that time, Rondo would hold his bow, the Duke would wield his spear, and all the heroes of the land would dare to challenge. The only problem was that he had to rush to the Duke's side immediately after repelling the central army, to speak the famous words before the civil officials. After this battle, the Duke should declare himself emperor to show the world. With a heart full of passion, Rondo didn't care about the workers building nearby. He whipped his horse and galloped into Bingching. Oswald silently watched Rondo quickly pass by, a question mark forming in his mind. Could it be? He's here to rebel? After about 10 minutes, Rondo awkwardly led his horse out of the city gates, bowing to Oswald. Sir, I have brought 1,000 elite cavalry for you. Oswald held back a smile. Yes, it's been a hard journey, but the situation is urgent. Rest after your trip, then head east to help Luna handle things there. Rondo's eyes widened. East? Isn't there already a troop handling the eastern affairs? Why do I need to go there? He felt betrayed. Wasn't he told he was here to rebel? How did it turn into quelling a rebellion? And the battle of the eastern nobles was already over. You're there to organize the surrendered soldiers, select 5,000 of them, and bring them back to Quokka City for training. Didn't Red brief you clearly? Rondo scratched his head. Red had indeed talked a lot, but as soon as he heard about possibly fighting the Central Army, he stopped listening to everything else. Yes, I'll go right now, Rondo said, bowing again. He turned, grabbed the reins, and looked a bit dejected. Oswald smiled bitterly and called out to him. Isn't it tiring to travel so far? Why not eat first and then go? Cold Lake City is located on a wide, flat peninsula deep in the lake. Several rivers flow in and out of the lake, making transportation easy. It is a city under the jurisdiction of Marquis Hughes in the northern region. Soldiers from the Second Corps arrived at the lakeside along the main road. They saw endless clear water shimmering, white sails dotted across the surface, the sky and water blending together, and birds flying lazily. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The beautiful landscapes the veterans often talked about from the northern lands appeared before their eyes. From tall snowy mountains to vast forests, from the howling west wind to the surging lake waves, the world was close at hand, but also made them feel how small they were. Encouraged to keep moving forward, Kate kept her eyes fixed on the tall city walls of Cold Lake City and the surrounding warships. She hesitated for a moment. Sir, it might be hard to attack Cold Lake City, she said. Alina waved her hand. No need to attack. Just raise the flag, and Marquis Hughes will come out to meet us. Kate was stunned. After a while, she asked, should we raise the princess's flag or the Duke's flag? Of course, the Duke's, Alina replied softly, glancing at the carriage among the troops. From now on, the princess is no longer useful. The Duke hadn't sent any letters in recent days. It was likely that the royal city hadn't made any peace moves, and a big battle might happen again. The main cities in the south had already been cleared. After the militia moved in, all units of the Second Corps quickly regrouped. Alina realized that if they went to clear some remote small towns now, it would only waste time. If the Central Army attacked the northern region, their forces would be too weak to hold out. They needed to quickly take the Duke's private troops, then gather the army and move to Green Gorge City to set up defenses. This was the right plan. Kate was anxious and bit her lip, muttering, "It won't be easy. How can the Duke easily give up his troops? So, we must force him to go to Green Gorge City with us," Alina said calmly. "What?" Kate was stunned by her words. She slapped her face in disbelief, almost thinking she was dreaming. Remember, among the nobles involved with the princess in the southern business district, the name of Marquis Hughes was not on the list. He was a high-ranking noble with great power and had never shown disloyalty before. Sometimes, not choosing a side is also a kind of standing. No one can stay neutral forever. The army arrived at Cold Lake City, and the Duke's flag was raised high. Soon after, the city gates opened, and Marquis Hughes personally led a team out to greet them. Unlike what soldiers might have expected, Marquis Hughes had an ordinary face. Nothing special. Around his 30s, neither fat nor thin, tall nor short. He didn't have Oswald's distinctive tiger wolf face, nor the commanding presence of a leader. He walked over like an ordinary passerby. Appearance is very important for many jobs, at least in Hughes's view. Good looks and pretending to be weak to deceive others? My looks are the best weapon for business. Even if I pretend to be weak once, they won't remember my face. When I do business again in a few years, I can still trick them. My tricks never change. Miss Alina, welcome you and the Duke's soldiers to Cold Lake City. Hughes's face looked relaxed, as if he didn't care about the lives of the people or the nobles. Someone like Hughes, who only cares about himself, has reached a kind of ultimate noble state. He has no ambition for higher power. Becoming a duke further would mean dealing with the demon army every day, which is too troublesome. The Marquis position suits him perfectly. The business district is just right. He can ignore everything else and focus only on chasing wealth, living his dream life. For someone like him, most people really can't do much. If you pay him, he'll do what you ask. If you don't, he won't cause trouble. That's why Oswald said he's better suited to be a merchant than a marquis, not holding a position and not managing affairs. But if he sat in that position just to enjoy power without taking responsibility, Oswald would have to teach him a lesson. You don't need to welcome us. This will no longer be your Cold Lake City. Alina stepped forward, her eyes cold, and patted her waist sheath. Guards behind Marquis Hughes drew their swords, creating a tense atmosphere. The magicians also raised their staffs in unison. Even without Kate's order, the soldiers lined up neatly, pointing their guns forward, forming a powerful, unified force. Hughes frowned deeply. Not only is there no city defense now, but even if there were, his private soldiers wouldn't be a match for the Duke's new army. Lady Eleni, what do you mean by that? The Marquis doesn't need to ask me. Once things here are settled, the Duke will see you. To make management easier, Eleni kept Marquis Hughes and Princess Diana together. Marquis Hughes was more cooperative than expected. Since the Duke didn't order him to be killed immediately, it meant there was still room for negotiation. However, it turned out there really was a princess in the army. He had thought the Duke was using the princess as a cover to purge the nobles, just to hide his true intentions. They took away over 1,000 of the Marquis's private soldiers and 3 mages, leaving 1 battalion to stay in Cold Lake City. Eleni sent a scout back to Ice City to report to the Duke. She and Kate took the main army by boat across the lake to Green Gorge City. On the boat, Diana and Hughes looked at each other, both thinking the other was a fool. Diana thought Hughes should have called the nobles together to resist first. Instead, he surrendered after the army arrived, letting others do as they pleased. She thought he was really clueless. Hughes saw the princess's disdain and just smiled without caring. He may not be in charge, but he knew how hard it was to govern a land. In terms of ability, Duke Oswald had only been in power for a short time, but had already repelled 2 attacks from the demons. He organized winter relief efforts, recruited workers for mining, built military camps, cultivated land, distributed land, and trained soldiers, all handled smoothly, earning the people's trust. In terms of power, the eastern nobles had been wiped out, the southwestern Londo Earl had surrendered, and the southern region was under his control after reforms. The western region was honest and loyal, and the northern area was steadfast. Soon, all the residents in the Northern Territory would see only one sky, one not over the royal city, but over Ice City. As for military strength, the bones of the immortal serpent were displayed in the Ice City Square. Anyone who dared challenge could try their luck. He didn't understand why the princess was risking everything by provoking the southern commercial nobles, but he understood her reasons. After all, these high-status people who have never held real power share a common trait. They always have a strange confidence, believing everyone else is foolish, as if they are the smartest in the world. Both of them sneered at the same time, and the boat docked. "Your Highness, why not take this chance to buy the marquis? If we can get his mage's staff, we might have a chance to escape." While the army was landing and the boat was docking, the coachman finally saw an opportunity and quietly approached Diana. "Haha, do you think this coward will help us? He doesn't even dare to reply to my letter. How could he dare to oppose Oswald? And I've figured it out. Oswald doesn't dare to do anything to me. Just wait. I think the king's messenger is almost here." Diana clenched her teeth silently. 30 years in the east, 30 in the west. One day, she would make Oswald pay for her shame, double. Rumors were flying in the royal city when Lilith hurried to Thorne's house. As soon as she entered, she told the anxious crowd waiting, "Two bad news, no good news. First, about the reward for defeating the Bone Dragon. The king said the Western Territory has a new necromancer. After that's dealt with, he'll reward us. I think our plan to make Thorne a noble might fail. The princess's situation is more complicated. Oswald has already taken action. He not only detained the princess, but also sent Alina with troops to attack the southern commercial district. The army is close to the border of the central area." Thorne scratched his head, still unclear about what was happening. To him, the Northern Territory was far away, and Duke Oswald was a stranger with a bad reputation, though he was said to be very powerful. As for Alina, he only knew she was his biggest enemy, though from the past. So, the only question he could ask was, "Princess, are you okay?" "Probably," Lilith replied briefly. "The princess's safety is not an immediate concern. What we should focus on now is the king sending Duke Dale to fight the Northern Territory in the name of noble warfare." In Lilith's view, the fight between the two dukes was actually good for them. But Duke Dale was unreliable. She wasn't afraid he would win, but that he would lose badly and become Oswald's stepping stone for nothing. Annie lowered her eyes. Having fought against Eleni before, she had more say in the matter. Eleni's leadership skills are average, but she is very good at chaotic close combat. She attacks decisively and prefers to focus all her strength on a single point. While Annie was analyzing the enemy and our situation, Lilith suddenly grabbed Thorne's arm excitedly. "Thorne, this is a chance, a direct way to deal with that nasty woman Eleni. Duke Dale commands 2,000 troops, and the other side only has 5,000. If we help, we will definitely win this battle." "Us?" Annie and Thorne looked at Lilith in surprise at the same time. As for Maria, sitting nearby, she seemed preoccupied with her own thoughts and didn't join their conversation. Wait. Thorne felt even more confused. "Why should we go to war? That makes no sense. Of course, it's to help Thorne, you know, to deal with your biggest enemy in the future." Lilith blinked. She looked cute, but her words made Thorne feel uneasy. "For you, I am willing to do anything, even sacrifice my life, to defeat Eleni." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Luckily, Annie was never one to pay attention to the mood. "Let me make this clear, I won't go. If it's to save Diana, I'll consider it. But I want to emphasize again, Oswald and Eleni are very dangerous, and Duke Dale is not trustworthy." "Why won't you go?" Lilith stood up angrily, pointing at Annie and scolding, "You ungrateful person. The princess spent so many resources to save you. Don't you know that? Plus, your parents are still in the Northern Territories. Charles and his sister are so brutal, killing many nobles. Aren't you worried about your parents' safety? Don't you have any filial piety?" Annie rubbed her forehead, tired of her bad temper. "Because my parents are in his hands, I can't go. I can't risk angering Oswald either." The two argued again. Thorne was used to it. He moved his chair and sat beside Maria, who had been silent all along. "Miss Saintis, what do you think about this? We should find a way to bring Princess Diana back," Maria sighed. She didn't want to talk more with them and slowly got up to leave. Thorn, no matter how strong the opponent is, the princess is your most reliable ally. You should think more about her. During the summer in the royal city, it was a bit hot and stuffy. Maria got into a carriage and headed out, faintly hearing the house's noisy arguments like cicadas chirping. The scene of Eleni breaking through the battlefield, cutting off Nicole's hands, and stealing the Star of Wishes flashed before her eyes. Time rewound. Time rewound. Who was the one who started the time rewind? If Thorn had no memory of the past life and didn't share their feelings, what meaning did their actions in this life really have? They all came together because of him, but he still hasn't realized his responsibility. Every day, he is with Lilith. Your Holiness, where would you like to go? The coachman's voice interrupted her thoughts. Maria's voice was clear. Back to the church. Yes, the towering, pointed cathedral in the center of the royal city is where Maria was born and raised. For many church members, it is a sacred place and their workplace. But in Maria's eyes, it is her home. She entered, and the elderly nuns greeted her kindly with smiles. Maria forced a smile and took small steps to the archbishop's office. She steadied her mind at the door and knocked. Come in. She pushed the door open and saw Archbishop John, an old man with a long white beard. Suddenly, someone appeared beside him. A handsome man in shining white armor with blonde hair turned around and gave her a charming smile. I feel your beautiful, noble soul, Maria. If you can feel mine too, please say it out loud. You're back, Brother Paul. Maria ignored his confusing show-off move. She was used to it anyway. Paul, the Holy Knight Commander, is 4 years older than her. Both of them were orphans adopted by the church. Compared to Maria's excellent goddess magic talent, Paul's fighting talent is so explosive it's called the strongest among the young generation. However, even Archbishop John couldn't understand why Paul hadn't passed the hero test. I've successfully destroyed the heretic's nest. Oh, Maria, do you know? Those heretics, they even boast about flesh and blood being weak and mechanical ascension. Those who can't cherish the body given by the goddess have souls that are not beautiful at all. Paul continued his lively storytelling, frequently striking poses with his hands on his hips and hips pushed out, as if he couldn't speak without moving his body. Just destroyed the nest? Maria looked confused. With Paul's abilities, he should have been able to eliminate all the heretics, right? Yes, because I received a summons from the bishop. At that moment, Archbishop John finally swallowed the candy he had just stolen, brushed his beard, and tried to look serious. This is a private request from the king. Considering Duke Oswald's strength, His Majesty needs to send a very powerful person to the north to bring back the princess. So, I came, Paul said, flicking his hair and giving Maria a charming wink. Solving problems that others can't is why I am here. Maria, please, just behave. Will Duke Oswald release the princess? Maria sighed. She didn't understand why Diana was acting on her own when everyone was part of the same team. John chuckled. Don't worry, child. I have the bishop's reputation to consider, and he will give his support. The archbishop closed the envelope with his rough, bark-like hand, his expression becoming more serious. Oswald is one of the few I can't fully read. Honestly, I can't tell if he truly has ambitions. But he's a good lord who cares for his people and knows when to act. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. John looked up, studying Maria's worried face, and slowly said, and more than that, I can't understand the princess's actions either. Night fell over Green Gorge City, and it was bustling with noise. This small town is the gateway to the northern lands, located in a river valley with low hills on both sides. After arranging patrol shifts, no one knew who started the water splashing contest. Every time it was time to change guards, the area near the camp would echo with cheers and splashes. Oh, squad leader, the squad leader got swept away. Squad leader, old squad leader, splash, splash. Under the night sky, figures jumped into the river, swimming and shouting loudly. We found him. Hurry, some air. No, the squad leader will slap me. Then suddenly, everything went silent, and everyone feared the worst. Federico, only wearing his underwear, burst out of the water, running quickly toward the shore and shouting, "Oh no, we're all brothers. Why kiss each other?" Torches lit up in groups, illuminating the pale face on the shore. Some people, still spitting out water and hurriedly putting on their pants, were completely, and looked especially noticeable, standing frozen in place. Kate, with his hands behind his back, his forehead veins bulging, looked tense. I remember giving the order to finish bathing within 10 minutes and return to camp immediately. Thesbian, your unit seems to have exceeded the time, right? The evening breeze gently blew, and Commander Federico swallowed hard, realizing he couldn't avoid this trouble. Back at the main camp, the night finally became quiet. Outside Kate's tent, a group of guards stood straight, their faces redder than their behinds. Brothers, I've never asked you for anything in my life, a weak voice said. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw the person covering his groin, which made everyone understand immediately. They all looked away at the same time. Underwear is not for sharing. Once these guys finally calmed down, Kate put down the report from the scout and was about to turn off the oil lamp and go to sleep when he saw Federico looking around and walking in. You little Commander, I have an important message to report. Commander, Federico looked around and, after finding his target, strode over and then saluted. Reporting to the commander, someone is looking for you outside. Kate silently watched his clumsy performance, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Got it. Let that person come in. You, go outside and stand properly. Yes. Federico quickly went outside the tent, returned to his position, and secretly threw a rolled-up cloth, which looked like a towel, to the person covering his groin. The person quickly picked it up, unrolled it, and saw it was a towel. He hurriedly tied the towel around himself, instantly relaxing a lot, and looked at Federico with tears of gratitude. Commander, don't make a fuss. This is the commander's face-washing cloth. Remember to return it before dawn. Kate sat back down and saw that the visitor was dressed like a merchant, which made him more alert. Merchant, why do people always want to ruin our reputation? Who are you? And what do you want with the commander? The person looked proud and brushed dust off his clothes, dismissively saying, I'm not here to find any leader. Take me to see Lady Eleni immediately. I have important military news to discuss with her. Oh, this young man is getting confident. Kate hadn't seen such bravery in a long time. He clapped his hands. The Duke had already warned him, when encountering suspicious spies or envoys, never be led around by them. Say what you need to say and deal with it directly. As applause faded, a group of men suddenly stormed into the tent, frightening the merchant, who was sitting on the ground, clutching his bruises and crying out in distress. They dragged him into a sea of muscles. When Kate left the tent and arrived at the city hall, which had lost its owner, Eleni was still drying her hair while studying a map. She glanced at the merchant, who was sitting on the ground, covering his bruises and acting innocent, and asked calmly, Who sent you here? The merchant sobbed and said tearfully, Your Excellency, Duke Dale sent me. Why are you looking for me? Duke Dale said you are a close aide to Duke Oswald and can directly contact him. Eleni paused her hair drying and sensed something unusual. She walked slowly to the map on the wall, leaned in, and drew a heavy line across the Eastern Territory and Green Gorge City. It seemed that things were starting to change. Are there more experts? After reading the second letter from Eleni, Oswald felt surprised and smiled faintly, almost speechless. He had prepared to go to war with the Central Army, but Frank didn't move a single soldier. Instead, he sent Duke Dale to fight some noble battle with him. In modern terms, Frank had learned the art of proxy wars. If it was just that, it wouldn't be so bad. Two dukes fighting, and the king always benefits by watching from the sidelines. But Duke Dale was a real expert. He actually wanted to buy Oswald with money, pretending he had won the noble battle, and asked Oswald to act out a scene. What are these people really trying to do? Moreover, Duke Dale promised that if Oswald agreed, he would immediately send the 5,000 gold coins promised by the king, plus another 5,000 gold coins he had prepared himself, as a deposit to the Northern Territory. After his victory, Oswald needed to return 3,000 gold coins as his spoils of war. They agreed to split the rewards in a 70-30 ratio, with Dale gaining the reputation from winning the noble battle. This was fair and reasonable, ensuring a bright future for everyone. Duke Dale was very sincere, or perhaps he was so wealthy that he insisted on giving the 10,000 gold coins early, as if he had no worries about Oswald not repaying him. Honestly, Oswald was tempted. He could exchange his reputation for time to develop the Northern Territory and protect the lives of his soldiers. There was no need to hesitate. Not to mention, there was money to be made from acting. The saying, "a saint takes what is offered," applied here. This wasn't like during the new year when relatives give red envelopes, and you have to pretend to be polite. Besides, Oswald was enjoying top-star treatment in this world, earning top pay. However, Duke Dale was a bit too much like a supermodel in this divine world. The woman Oswald loved was the queen, so he had to make her look good, forcing the king to pay attention to her and secure her position as queen. Oswald was speechless. What kind of ex-husband behavior was this? The only correct choice Dale made was probably realizing he couldn't get any benefits from the Northern Army. "Your Grace, the Holy Knight Commander is here," the old butler knocked on the door and announced. Paul. Again, a sycophant. Oswald tidied up the documents on his desk and cleared his throat. "Let him in." The system seemed to sense the mood. As Paul entered, a sad song echoed softly in Oswald's mind. It was so painful that whenever Oswald saw Paul's firm face, he couldn't help but feel like crying. There was such a man, confident and calm in front of everyone, never losing his composure or smiling foolishly, except when he was with that girl, trying to make her laugh, just because he had done so since they were young. There was such a man, talented and wise, capable of standing tall and enjoying everyone's admiration, but instead, he bore the responsibility that belonged to that girl, working tirelessly and falling ill from exhaustion. It was a night without stars. He was among the monsters, coughing up blood and laughing bitterly. That girl was in bed, bleeding and yet smiling happily. Beautiful brother. Paul, you're here. Greetings, Lord of the North. Paul bowed properly, stepped forward, and handed Oswald a letter. "This is from the Archbishop to you." Oswald took it, almost tearing up again. "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you." "Enough, Lord's son. Quickly turn off the background music." He opened the letter. Archbishop John, as usual, besides thanking Oswald for the bear pelt gift, was most concerned about the movements of the demon army. The Archbishop was a firm human supremacist. Since the Northern Territory was the front line against the Demon King's army, he paid close attention to it. By the way, Archbishop John was also Oswald's father and the godfather of the old duke. The old man had experienced many hardships in his life, so he had seen all kinds of storms. At the end of the letter, he changed tone and warned Oswald not to start a civil war at this time. Oswald understood what the old man meant. He wasn't against Oswald taking further action, but he also sharply pointed out that, with the current strength of the Northern Territory, it was not enough to conquer the Central region. "Oswald, honestly, your holy maiden hasn't told you about time travel, right? Who's really holding on now? Who knows? As for Princess Diana, the old man just mentioned it casually." "The Archbishop asked you to take the princess away?" Paul bowed again. "Yes, Duke. Please allow it. Does he want to come here and take advantage of me without offering anything in return?" Oswald kept looking at the letter, flipping it over and shaking the envelope, trying to find gold inside. Oswald didn't believe the king hadn't given the Archbishop any benefits. This old fox wouldn't eat meat without even a sip of soup. Paul was silent. Why? Why did the Archbishop shake the envelope when he received the Duke's letter? Was it some kind of mysterious ritual? Seeing Paul silent, Oswald gave in. If he didn't show some respect, the old man would really lose face. "Go outside and wait for a moment. After I finish writing a reply to the Archbishop, you can take my order and go to Green Gorge City to find Alina. The princess will be there." Hearing this, Paul finally relaxed. Although only a strong person could handle this task, he could feel that Oswald's strength was far beyond his expectations, especially since there has been no mention of Duke Oswald's body containing such powerful magic energy. "Yes, I thank the Duke on behalf of the Archbishop." A good day begins with old George's angry shouting. As the chief builder hired by the Duke, the best carpenter in the Northern Territory, old George is very strict about building houses. "Master, it's not that we don't want to do it, but they dare not cut down the trees. The militia members are helpless. They need to prepare so much wood every day, but their small team can't keep up. Meanwhile, farmers in the Southern Commercial District are afraid of cutting trees, avoiding it like a snake, too scared to even swing an axe. Old George's eyes narrow, and the gaunt, emaciated farmers tremble. These trees belong to the landowners. If the landowners find out, who cares about those landowners? Old George becomes furious at their fear, but seeing them shrink back, he can't get angry. He sighs deeply. He walks up to the farmers and encourages them softly. There won't be any landowners anymore. They have all been killed by the Duke. These lands and trees will be yours. You just need to work hard and make something of yourselves. If you don't build the village now, you'll freeze to death in winter. You're not afraid of dying. So what are you afraid of? Are those landowners really that scary? Don't forget, I've secretly cut some of the precious trees from the Duke's estate. It's no big deal. He's the greatest noble in the Northern Territory. Look, I'm still fine. After saying this, Old George notices they don't respond and realizes he's run out of ideas. He now seriously suspects that under the pressure from the nobles, these farmers might no longer see themselves as human. In their eyes, only the nobles are truly human. They are just a group of beasts living in mud, capable of understanding speech but enslaved. The alienation caused by these ideas isn't something an old carpenter like him can fix. Building the village can only be done slowly now. He casually takes a cigarette from Oswald's desk and waves his hand to dismiss the farmers. At this point, there's no need to dwell. Let's eat first. Fortunately, there were no problems during the meal. These farmers eat exactly as much as you give them. Clearly, the militia members are all strong young men, yet they eat less than the farmers despite having the same meals. Old George sat alone in the corner, smoking and worried. Sister Jenny, who was sent to check on the farmers' health, arrived. She got off the carriage and looked around. She saw only an open space, with no sign of any buildings. She looked at Old George with curiosity, and their eyes met. "So that's how it is," Sister Jenny said, a hint of sadness in her eyes after hearing Old George's story. "Leave this to me. I know how to handle such situations." The wealthiest commercial district surprisingly has a group of the most humble farmers. This seems counterintuitive, but Sister Jenny understands that wealth can never match the greed of people's hearts. The commercial area is busy and well-connected. When grain prices in a part of the kingdom suddenly rise sharply, nobles will often send troops to seize all the food from the residents, then load it onto ships to sell at the highest price, making huge profits. They could choose peaceful ways, like sharing the profits with the residents, but they never do. They always keep their benefits tightly in their hands, even though those benefits are earned by the hard work of the common people. Sister Jenny approached the farmers' gathering place, put on her veil again, and spoke in a serious, respectful voice. "I am the messenger of the goddess, here to deliver her will." The farmers trembled all over. Urala rushed forward, bowing and kneeling in reverence. "Listen carefully. The nobles who exploit the goddess's people, your fellow citizens, have been punished. The goddess has commanded the Duke, this messenger from the underworld, to destroy the nobles' bodies and condemn their souls too, where they will be imprisoned forever and suffer endless flames." Far away, Oswald was busy with official duties when he suddenly shivered. "Strange. Why, in the bright sunlight, do I feel a chilling cold?" Sister Jenny kept a stern face, almost unable to hold herself together. Human strongest emotion is hatred. Even if these people lose their dignity and emotional awareness, even if they become numb from deep-seated fear and cannot understand or accept kindness, they will never forget their hatred. They couldn't believe anyone would suddenly be kind to them, but they did believe that the goddess, an entity even nobles kneel before, had the power to punish the nobles. Just as they kneel before nobles out of fear, they believe that nobles kneel before the goddess out of fear too. They fear the nobles' swords, so they think the nobles must also fear the goddess's sword that might fall at any time. Now, the goddess's servant tells them that her sword has already fallen, and the Duke, a messenger of the underworld, has come to the human world. As a devotee of the goddess, I warn you, the messenger has brought the goddess's judgment. From now on, you must obey everything the messenger says and does. After speaking, Jenny left, feeling a little sad to see their hollow eyes with tears falling. As she walked away, a relieved wail came from behind her. That cry was squeezed out from deep inside, like it was pulled from the marrow. The era of hatred is over. Now, it is time to welcome hope and build a new life. Having achieved the most important goal of this journey, Paul no longer hurried. He rode alone on his horse, happily passing through the tall, dense forest unique to the Northern Territory. He loved nature, loved every blade of grass and tree growing under the sun. The Northern Territory was much safer than he had imagined. Occasionally, Paul would meet a few pedestrians by the roadside. In such dense woods, bandits were most likely to hide, but the pedestrians looked relaxed. Even when they heard the sound of hooves, they just moved aside and continued chatting and laughing with their companions. Great governance often shows in these small details. At least, Paul could tell that the Northern Territory had mostly eliminated bandits. Where are you headed? Since he wouldn't reach Green Gorge City today anyway, Paul loosened the reins and slowed down, starting a conversation with the pedestrians. You're a knight. One of the pedestrians, carrying a tool bag, smiled at him. Not much else to do. I heard the Duke is recruiting carpenters in the south. We thought since it's nearby, we'd go help out. Recruiting carpenters? Paul thought about the damaged city gates he saw along the way. He understood they were probably going to repair the city defenses. Yes, the southern nobles rebelled, and the Duke defeated them. But the people there are suffering a lot. They don't even have houses. The Duke said that they are from the Northern Territory and should help each other out. We think, even without pay, we should lend a hand, so that's how it is. These villagers are really warm-hearted, Paul thought to himself. Today, he met a few more people with beautiful souls. Paul liked being around kind people. He got off his horse and walked with them, chatting along the way. Before he knew it, they arrived at an open space next to a large farm field. Ah, yes, take your time cutting. Don't rush. Try to make it even, he said. Dry it in the shade, carbonize, then sand and oil. Good, you're doing very well, he praised. The open space was lively. Seeing old George speak softly and give instructions, a few carpenters cheered up and went over to call him. Master George, your throat must be sticky with honey. You sound a bit sweet. When old George saw the newcomers were younger, his face quickly turned from a smile to a frown, then to a stormy look. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Go back to work. The carpenters quickly became friendly. Although they complained a little, old George felt relieved because of their arrival. He wasn't good at managing people, so having more skilled helpers made his burden lighter. Paul put his horse aside to eat grass. He took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves to join the work. He blended in so naturally that no one noticed anything was wrong at first. But then they saw a huge log, about 7 or 8 meters long, floating past them. Wait, what's going on? Whose soldier is this? How did he get into our militia? Who is he? Old George put down his plans and squinted to ask. Someone who can carry such a heavy log must be a high-ranking officer in the army, probably someone responsible for fighting in the front lines. Oh, he's a knight we met on the way. He's a kind-hearted person. When he heard we were building houses for homeless people, he came along. So he's a knight. When the militia saw someone vouching for him, they quickly lowered their guard and went back to work, frowning as they chopped wood. Is this the difference between us and the elite? Paul, who was very strong, was soon welcomed by the militia. Soldiers admire capable people, especially those who can do the work of 4 or 5 men alone. Farmers also started working, but they were a bit uncomfortable talking to strangers. So Paul took the initiative to ask the militia about the situation. Have they ever had such a hard time before? Understanding the past of these farmers made Paul feel a bit uncomfortable. But he was only a holy knight, able to protect civilians but powerless to solve their survival problems. Let me ask again, what exactly are these messengers they sometimes talk about? That, said the militiaman, glancing around and leaning close to Paul's ear, is a lie told by the nun. They're afraid of cutting down the nobles' trees and getting punished. The nun told them that the goddess sent the Duke as a messenger, and that she already took all the nobles too. Only then do they feel safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't even dare to touch a leaf on the tree. Now, hearing that the Duke is a messenger, they're willing to cut trees, build houses, and accept the land being distributed. Don't spoil this lie, Your Grace. The Duke still wants them to live peacefully. Hearing this, Paul didn't doubt, even though the story was quite far-fetched. He just sighed quietly. The kingdom, there's more than just one business district. The hardships of daily life, the struggles, he had seen too much over the years. But never before had a leader come forward and say, we will change all this. Today he saw one. Oswald, worthy of someone even the Archbishop respects. Where is that nun you mentioned? Can I meet her? Putting down the blade, gentle green magic slowly seeped into the patient's foot, which had been cleaned of rotten flesh. Once the bleeding stopped, the nun carefully applied ointment and wrapped the wound tightly with bandages. "Rest well and keep clean," said Jenny, wearing a black veil, instinctively. Then she quickly added, "That's what the messenger asked." The farmer nodded repeatedly and hopped away happily. Jenny went to the stream to wash her hands. She softly asked the knight watching her from behind, "Is something wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?" Paul hesitated, then shook his head. "You worked so hard to treat them all. Aren't you tired?" He had been standing here for 10 minutes, half of which Jenny was using magic. An ordinary nun probably wouldn't have lasted this long. "You're not from the northern region, are you?" Jeannie scooped up clear stream water and smiled, saying, "People in the Northern Territory know that no matter what we do here, there's never enough hands. But everything needs to be done little by little. Once you get used to it, it doesn't feel tiring." A beautiful soul stepped forward, and Paul respectfully saluted. "Thank you for your guidance. Actually, I am also a staff member, but I serve as a holy knight." Jeannie returned the gesture and looked at his clothes. "Are you from the royal city?" "Yes. I was sent by the Archbishop to the Northern Territory to discuss some matters with the Duke. However, I am sorry, I cannot reveal the details." "No problem." Seeing more patients brought in by the militia, Jeannie stopped chatting and said directly to Paul, "I have other things to do. Please feel free to go." "All right." Many of these farmers had foot rot, and they were afraid of doctors, as if doctors were monsters that ate people without leaving bones. There was nothing she could do but have the militia force each patient to be examined. Jeannie sternly ordered the patients to lie on the newly made wooden table. She took off their shoes, which they had received not long ago. The foul smell made Paul wrinkle his nose from a few meters away. But Jeannie was focused on disinfecting her tools, carefully soothing the patients while gently scraping the rotten flesh from their feet. Strangely, after lying down, the patients neither cried nor fussed. Like Paul, they just stared at Jeannie blankly, as if lost in thought. Paul didn't know when he left. The longer he stayed, the more lonely he felt. He knew he didn't belong to this group. He was just an accidental visitor. Everyone has their own place they believe is home. Maybe the moment they see someone special, a feeling called happiness arises in their heart. But they build a fragile harbor in their mind, expect things to be fine, and pretend nothing is wrong. When the imagined harbor is warm and suddenly collapses silently, the pain is intense. Comforting oneself with memories, they suddenly realize that no one cares about their joys or sorrows. Living in loneliness, they finally realize that death is the only true home. The next day in Green Gorge City, as the saying goes, it's not the number of fools that matters, but when fools gather in one place. Perhaps since the day Kate went crazy and whipped himself with his whip, an abstract gene was unknowingly injected into the second core. This lively group of young men always finds ways to entertain themselves. No one knows where Faye Sanbian's inspiration comes from. After witnessing the three-dimensional combat formation, even Kate stared in amazement and praised it. "Hey, you're quite talented." The so-called three-dimensional combat formation involves a 6-person fighting team with 2 sword shield soldiers and 2 heavily armored soldiers carrying long spears on their shoulders, with archers standing at the top. It looks very impressive but actually reduces combat effectiveness, a formation that seems powerful but isn't very practical. Kate had his other training groups imitate this, but no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out what this formation was useful for. Maybe it's due to terrain issues? In narrow, low, or underwater environments, such a formation might be useful. Unfortunately, its real combat value hasn't been tested yet. Where exactly can it be used? Kate started to take it seriously. He sensed that this formation must have some core idea behind it. "You guys also figured it out?" Eleni passed by and said casually, with no surprise or curiosity in her eyes. Kate's ears twitched, and he quickly asked, "Figured out what?" "The three-dimensional combat formation." "Lady Eleni, do you know about this formation too?" Changing names again. Eleni sighed and explained patiently. "In the Duke's own military writings, there's a layered combat system like this. He even named it Peeping Widow Formation." Kate froze in place, feeling both enlightened and utterly absurd. Eleni had already walked farther away, her calm voice drifting back. "Pay attention to military discipline, Commander Kate. You'd better pray I haven't received any reports from the residents." Paul had just entered Green Gorge City when he saw a strange sight from afar. Thousands of soldiers stood in a human pyramid under the sun, looking quite impressive. Their commander was frantically emphasizing discipline, shouting loudly as he scolded them. The activity in the Northern Territory exceeded Paul's expectations. It seemed they always came up with new tricks. Anyway, he hadn't heard of any army in the kingdom being disciplined because of suspected peeping at women bathing. Paul took out the Duke's order and handed it to the guard soldier. He didn't wait long before being allowed to leave. The soldiers did not take him to see Eleni, but instead led him directly to a small guardhouse heavily guarded. The Duke has ordered that the princess be handed over to this person for departure. Yes. The guard soldiers lined up and marched away in unison. Paul stepped forward, paused before knocking on the door, and suddenly heard a loud noise of things being smashed inside. His heart tightened. He pushed open the door, and a gem was just thrown at his feet. He picked it up and saw it was a wishing star similar to Maria's. "Mother, why did you have to break that precious thing? Give it back to me," Diana shouted angrily, about to rush forward and grab it. But when she saw Paul's calm, deep eyes, she froze in place. "Hi, Knight." She was both surprised and happy. It seemed Maria was still reliable, having sent Paul to take her away. A princess of the kingdom, of royal blood. How can she be so ungraceful? Paul showed no emotion on his face. After returning the wishing star to Diana, he turned and said, "Come with me. His Majesty is waiting to see you." At the same time the princess and her group left the Northern Territory, several large carriages entered Green Gorge City, leaving deep ruts on the ground. 3 days later, armies from the Northern and Eastern Territories fought a fierce battle in Green Gorge City. Rumors said the fighting was extremely brutal, with the city walls changing hands multiple times and blood staining the land. To make the scene more realistic, Eleni ordered soldiers to dig up the bodies of the mercenaries, throw the bones down the city walls at night, and splash some black-red paint on them. When the city spies arrived, they had never seen such a scene and quickly sent out news of the heavy casualties on both sides. Meanwhile, back at Ice City, everything was peaceful. Luna was the first to return. She accidentally fell and hurt her hand while climbing the city wall. She held up 2 white radishes, looking aggrieved, and came to Oswald. She was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, but she was the one who led the attack on the city, jumping over the wall and falling inside instead. Muscles and bones need 100 days to recover. Just stay at home and rest. Don't go out and run around. Oswald patted her head. Overall, Luna did a good job. There were few casualties in the east, and the nobles had been cleared out. The treasures taken filled many chests and were stored in the warehouse. In terms of management, officers at all levels had taken over the city defenses in the east. With Jacob overseeing the division of land, the eastern problems were now well handled. After Rondo took 5,000 surrendered soldiers to Quokka City for retraining. Some of the remaining soldiers were merged into the newly formed militia. Those who didn't want to fight or were physically unfit were sent back home. They left quickly as the land had been distributed, and they needed to see where their farms were. In this battle, Luna's personal guards earned many rewards thanks to their strong skills. They proudly walked past the knights, their pockets full, which made others feel envious. Everyone looked forward to a bright future, except Jim, who was waiting nervously in the Duke's mansion for an audience. Humans are very adaptable. Jim used to be surprised. How could they kill nobles? That would cause chaos across the land. But now, since most of the nobles in the east and south had been wiped out, there hadn't been any trouble. Instead, life was getting better for everyone. The old Marquis. Why couldn't he do better? He sighed deeply. After the treasury was filled, the old steward, now standing tall and confident, approached him. "Mr. Jim, the Duke requests your presence." "Ah, yes, I'll go immediately." Jim tried to steady his breathing. He wanted to stay calm, but even with a clear mind, his legs kept trembling uncontrollably. The office door was wide open. As Jim entered, he saw the Duke reading a book in the sunlight through the window. The Duke's face was not as gentle as Jim had imagined. Although he cared about common people, he had sharp, stern eyebrows. His commanding presence made Jim feel like he was facing a tall mountain, and for a moment, he forgot to bow. The mountain moved slightly, and Jim realized the Duke was reaching out to steady a tray. Luna sat beside him, her hands wrapped like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. She could only eat meat with her mouth, making clattering sounds. For some reason, seeing Luna like that made Jim feel more relaxed. "Your subordinate Jim greets the Duke," he said, kneeling on one knee and bowing respectfully. "Yes?" Oswald put down his book and looked at him calmly. "Jim, can you tell me what you are loyal to the old Marquis for? What do you seek?" Jim felt ashamed and, in the end, he had been avoiding too much. It's just to repay kindness." "Huh. Let me ask you another way. If a man forces a woman to have his child, should that child thank the man for bringing him into the world or protect him if he continues to do wrong?" "I beg forgiveness." Jim knelt down heavily and bowed his head. Oswald took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the oil from Luna's mouth. "When I read history, I often think that most of a person's life is spent in self-inflicted suffering. But history doesn't record the lives of ordinary people. They have no choices, no opportunities to suffer or enjoy. They are just stuck in endless hardship. You are an orphan. You should feel the same as them. Now, Jim, tell me, what are you really seeking? Why did you come to me? What choice did you make?" Jim clenched his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Yes, he had asked himself too. The new era has arrived. Should he keep running away? The skills he has gained by luck, do they really have no place to be used? For atonement of my sins, I am willing to guard the Northern Territory for my whole life, until I die in battle.